Qin Lin was ruthlessly abandoned by his girlfriend and unexpectedly acquired a luxurious sign-in system, thus embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Jinling Hotel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Koenigsegg 1. Ding! The host may expend 100 million to acquire a single attribute point. Chapter 1. Sign in for D-Class rewards. Qin Lin, let us part ways. At the rookie station of Binhai University, a busy figure suddenly halted, staring vacantly at the cold screen of the mobile phone. A piercing pain surged from the depths of his heart, stabbing at Qin Lin's fragile nerves. His hands trembled, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks. 2 years and 6 months. That was the duration of Qin Lin's relationship with his girlfriend, Lu Yingying. Just moments ago, Qin Lin had witnessed her entering an Audi. Qin Lin thought he was hallucinating, but to his astonishment, why? With a heart wrenched in agony, Qin Lin pressed send on the carefully composed message, only to receive a mere exclamation mark in response. You have been blocked by the other party. A twinge of anguish surged through him. In that instant, Qin Lin felt as though his heart was shattering. He was instantly drained, as if he had lost the most vital part of his existence. Lu Yingying offered Qin Lin no room for negotiation. This breakup was executed with such decisiveness. For her, abandoning Qin Lin was akin to casually discarding a piece of worthless trash. Yet, Qin Lin had sacrificed nearly everything for her. Am I truly so inadequate? Why must she treat me this way? Tears dampened the screen of his phone as Qin Lin secluded himself in a corner, trembling. No one witnessed this heart-wrenching scene. After a considerable time of respite, he opened her social media, and the cached information did not immediately vanish, revealing a message. Receiving such a wonderful gift for the first time, I love you, Yuan Wenhao. The accompanying image displayed the interior of the Audi, hands cradling 99 roses, along with a designer handbag. Yuan Wenhao. Qin Lin felt a pang of discomfort. Indeed, after 2 years of companionship, he had not bestowed upon her any extravagant gifts. Yet every time, he had exerted all his effort to provide her the best. Qin Lin was devoid of wealth, yet he toiled relentlessly. To gift her a mobile phone, he delivered packages by day and took on food deliveries by night, an arduous endeavor for a university student. To his astonishment, Lu Yingying mercilessly kicked Qin Lin aside for the sake of a handbag. Reflecting on all he had sacrificed for her, Qin Lin truly wished to slap himself twice. In comparison to Lu Yingying's betrayal, his self-loathing was even more profound. Furthermore, there was that Yuan Wenhao. The expression of anguish on Qin Lin's face caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Although he was unaware of Yuan Wenhao's true identity, he vowed to make them regret their actions. Exhausted, he cast aside his phone and exited the logistics station. Outside, a torrential downpour ensued, as Qin Lin allowed the rain to wash over him, as if seeking solace from the icy droplets to alleviate the torment within his heart. Upon returning to his apartment, he lay on his bed for 3 days and nights without food or drink, at which point his shattered heart finally began to mend. Just then, an inexplicable mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Loading the godly rich sign-in system. Loading complete. If your heart is as bright as the sun and you fear not sorrow, the host may sign in once daily. Note: different locations yield varied rewards. Host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? After 3 days and nights of fasting, a strange sound echoed in his mind. Qin Lin thought he had lost his sanity. What kind of suffering could lead to such hallucinations? Host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? The system prompted once more. A wave of hunger surged over him, and at that moment, Qin Lin finally realized that this was indeed real. Like most handsome young men, he had read numerous novels and was aware of the existence of such systems. He could hardly believe that this time, the system had descended upon him. Although somewhat astonished, Qin Lin unhesitatingly exclaimed, "Yes," and in the next instant, the system began to operate. Ding! Host has successfully signed in today. Detected that the host's sign-in location is the dog's nest apartment, with exceedingly poor environmental quality, earning a D-grade reward. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million Chinese yuan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Lamborghini Huracan. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, you have acquired full ownership of the Jinling Hotel. Today's reward distribution complete. Note, consuming 1 billion Chinese yuan allows for the exchange of the first golden finger. Upon reading this, Qin Lin felt nauseous. To think that his first sign-in would yield a D-grade reward. What nonsense was this? Could it be that the quality of the sign-in rewards depended on the elegance of the environment? Qin Lin felt as though he had lost several billion at once. It seemed he needed to find a more suitable location for his next sign-in. Fortunately, the rewards were quite substantial. 100 million Chinese yuan was no small sum for Qin Lin. The Lamborghini Huracan, valued at 3 to 4 million, was acceptable. At least it had 4 wheels. The Jinling Hotel was something exceptional. As the first 5-star hotel for Chinese people, it had hosted countless dignitaries and notable figures. Though merely a 100 billion hotel, its connections and influence ranked among the top in China. In the public realm, dining at the Jinling Hotel was undoubtedly a symbol of power and status. Originally, Qin Lin had suffered for 3 days and nights due to Yuan Wenhao stealing his girlfriend. Yet, now the appearance of the system provided him with some motivation to continue living. However, it was somewhat awkward that 3 days ago, in his despair, Qin Lin had thrown his phone, thus missing the notification about the arrival of the 100 million. At this moment, the keys to the Lamborghini had already been placed into his personal space, which he casually retrieved to confirm the system's genuine existence. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Lin, I heard you've experienced a breakup. If you're feeling down, please rest well and don't do anything rash. I bought you breakfast. It's outside the door. Remember to eat. It was a woman's concerned voice, melodious and familiar. After lingering at the door for a while and sensing the lack of response from within, she departed. Qin Lin recognized that voice. Her name was Wang Yi, a classmate of his from both high school and university. Wang Yi was quite attractive, even surpassing Lu Yingying. She had always harbored a slight affection for Qin Lin, but regrettably, his heart belonged to another, and he had not paid her much attention. At this moment, she was worried about his situation, a steadfast friend who had silently stood by him for nearly 6 years. The casual inquiry she made years ago about which university Qin Lin would apply to now seemed less coincidental. However, the pain in his heart had yet to heal, and he was not ready to accept another woman just yet. After quietly waiting for her departure, Qin Lin, who had been lying flat for 3 days and nights, finally rose, tidied himself up a little. However, overcome by hunger, he opened the door and retrieved the breakfast from the table outside. Inside the breakfast bag was a letter. Without needing to read it, he knew it contained words of comfort. To his surprise, his phone was also inside. It indicated that during these 3 days, Wang Yi had visited every place where Qin Lin could possibly be, eventually asking the landlord to discover his residence. Chapter 2. Encountering a divine pet. Sensing this, Qin Lin felt a pang of emotion. In an instant, his heart was stirred. He retrieved his phone from the packaging, only to find it had powered down due to a lack of battery. Standing outside the door in silence for a moment, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a burst of laughter nearby. The landlord, peeking out from the adjacent room, remarked with a chuckle, "That girl seemed to take a liking to you." He had overheard Wang Yi's words, and having witnessed Qin Lin's heartache 3 days and nights without stepping outside, he understood the unspoken implications. A girl of such caliber appearing during one's lowest moments spoke volumes about her feelings for Qin Lin. If he were to let this opportunity slip away, it would be a grave injustice. However, casting a glance at the landlord, Qin Lin fell into contemplation for a moment before giving a slight nod and shutting the door. The thought of a woman who had quietly stood by his side for 6 years suddenly confessing her affection left him at a loss for how to respond. The weight of such love was overwhelming, and with his wounds still unhealed, embarking on a new relationship was far from feasible. Yet, out of gratitude for her concern, he could certainly find a moment to reciprocate Wang Yi's kindness. His stomach grumbled audibly as he endured the pangs of hunger, charging his phone until it finally booted up. Upon receiving a notification of 100 million Huaxia coins deposited into his account, Qin Lin let out a sigh of relief. After breakfast, he realized with a hint of exasperation that after 3 days and nights of fasting, the meager meal had barely satisfied him, prompting him to venture downstairs in search of more sustenance. As he descended, he encountered a little girl clutching a cat. She was the daughter of the owner of the breakfast shop outside, and thus, she recognized Qin Lin. Upon seeing him, she lamented, "Uncle, this little kitten scratched your car." Nearby, a Lamborghini Huracan was parked. Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback by her words. His Lamborghini, worth at least 3 to 4 million, had been scratched already? Puzzled, he hurried to inspect the car. What a stroke of bad luck. A mere scratch could cost thousands to repair. The most ridiculous part was that it had supposedly been scratched by a cat. If it were a stray, whom could he blame? To his surprise, however, the car bore no scratches at all. Uncle, what are you looking at? Your car is over there. The little girl, confused by Qin Lin's circling around the Lamborghini, pointed to a nearby electric bike. It became clear that she had been referring to the bike all along. Qin Lin had often used that very bike for deliveries, so the girl naturally recognized it. Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin Lin was relieved to see 2 scratches on the bike's seat. Oh, it's just the electric bike. You scared me. I thought my Lamborghini was scratched. Although now a billionaire, the thought of a new car being marred still stung. However, knowing it was merely the electric bike that had been damaged eased his mind. With a smile, he approached the girl and said, "Don't call me uncle. Call me brother. Do I really look that old?" The girl pouted and raised an eyebrow, retorting, "My mom says anyone who is about the same age as my dad should be called uncle." Fair enough, Qin Lin conceded. Finding himself at a loss for words against her incredulous expression, he quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Where did you get that kitten?" Curiosity piqued. Qin Lin noted how bold today as children were, unafraid to catch any small animal. The kitten appeared dirty, indicating it likely wasn't a pet. The girl explained, "I found this little kitten 3 days ago on the roadside. Today, I saw it trying to climb onto your car to poop, so I caught it." Qin Lin sighed at the thought of a kitten attempting to relieve itself on his bike. If it were a pet cat, he would have been furious. However, learning it was a stray sparked his curiosity, and upon closer inspection, he noticed the kitten wore a collar. Though small and dirty, it had potential. It had simply been abandoned by its owner. Looking at its pitiful state, Qin Lin couldn't help but draw parallels to himself, feeling a wave of sympathy. Both had been cast aside, one human, one animal. While he could survive without Lu Yingying, how could such a small creature fend for itself without care? Moved by this thought, Qin Lin addressed the girl, "Would you be willing to give the kitten to me?" Initially, he planned to concoct a story to persuade her, but before he could finish, she handed the cat over. It seemed she didn't care much for the stray, perhaps thinking Qin Lin intended to discipline it for its audacity. Accepting the kitten with gratitude, he wrapped it in a cloth, deciding he would take it to a pet hospital later for a bath and an examination to determine its breed. After bidding the little girl farewell, he finally had a moment to admire his Lamborghini Huracan, taking out the car key and ensuring no one was around. He pressed the button twice and slipped into the driver's seat. The experience of sitting in a sports car was exhilarating. Though it was merely a 3 to 4 million yuan Lamborghini, Qin Lin felt an overwhelming thrill. It was natural for someone newly acquainted with wealth to feel a disconnect in their demeanor. Fortunately, with no one watching, he allowed himself to explore the car's features. Next, he drove to a nearby stand for breakfast, purchasing a meal and cat food before deciding to head straight to the school in his Lamborghini. No longer in disguise, he pressed the accelerator, and the security guard couldn't stop him as he barreled through the gates. Once, Lu Yingying had cast him aside for a man driving an Audi. Now, Qin Lin was entering the school in a Lamborghini, leaving her with a sense of regret. Regardless of Yuan Wenhao's status, he could not possibly hold a candle to Qin Lin now. Habitually, he glanced at his phone to check the time, only to be confronted by the wallpaper, a sultry photo of Lu Yingying. Almost instinctively, he nearly tossed his phone out the window. Suppressing his anguish, he decisively changed the wallpaper, realizing that since they had broken up, there was no reason to cling to the past. After all, it was he who had been wounded. To soothe his spirits, he played some music as he parked the car beneath the girls' dormitory. Chapter 3. A press of the accelerator. Perhaps it was the weekend. As the area beneath the dormitory was bustling with activity, couples nestled together, forming a picturesque scene. Witnessing this, Qin Lin felt a pang of nostalgia, reminiscent of moments spent with Lu Yingying. Now, however, he found himself alone, save for his sports car. Arriving in front of the girls' dormitory in a Lamborghini made quite an impression, attracting astonished glances from both men and women, many of whom gathered in curiosity. Qin Lin chose to disregard the distractions surrounding him, sitting in his car as he took a deep breath and retrieved his phone. Intent on delivering a significant blow to Lu Yingying, he dialed the number, one that he knew by heart, yet was met with an unexpected voice on the other end. "Beep. We apologize, the number you have dialed is not in service, sorry." This was a number he had called countless times over the days and nights, but now, it was unreachable. It dawned on Qin Lin that Lu Yingying had blocked him once again. This heartless woman had moved on to another man, severing all ties with him as if he were inconsequential. Did she truly regard their relationship as utterly worthless? In that moment, Qin Lin felt as though 2 years of his youth had been squandered. Grief-stricken, he deleted her contact, realizing that keeping her number would serve no purpose now that she had effectively erased him from her life. At that moment, a group of young women approached the Lamborghini. They were students from the School of Arts, possessing figures and beauty that far surpassed that of Lu Yingying. One of them gently tapped on the car window, leaning slightly to showcase her most captivating angle. Qin Lin paused, recognizing her as Jiang Wenyue, one of the campus beauties of Binhai University, who had graced numerous cultural performances. She was the object of many people's admiration, and now she was making the first move towards him. If Lu Yingying were to witness this, she would undoubtedly be furious. Deciding to lower the window to hear what Jiang Wenyue had to say, Qin Lin inadvertently pressed the door unlock button instead, causing Jiang Wenyue to misinterpret his intentions. She promptly opened the passenger door and seated herself beside him. "Hello, my name is Jiang Wenyue. Would you be so kind as to give me a ride into the city?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, undeniably captivating. Her motives were transparent. She sought a pretext to spend time with Qin Lin and get to know him better. However, before Qin Lin could respond, an unexpected event occurred. A small kitten leaped from Jiang Wenyue's backpack, having been jostled by her earlier. The kitten meowed loudly, pawing at her face in a playful yet aggressive manner. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Jiang Wenyue shrieked and hastily exited the car, only to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. The kitten, now ruffled, claimed the passenger seat as its territory, fiercely guarding it against any intruders. "What on earth is a cat doing here?" Jiang Wenyue exclaimed, recognizing the creature and feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration at her failed attempt to flirt. The onlookers, who had previously watched with envy and resentment, were now taken aback by the spectacle of the campus beauty's sudden departure. Qin Lin chuckled softly, finding humor in the kitten's antics. "Perhaps it's best you don't come back in. I wouldn't want to be responsible for any scratches," he remarked. Though he had no intention of inviting her in, it was merely a misunderstanding on her part. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Wenyue swallowed hard, dusted herself off, and handed Qin Lin her business card. "This is my contact information." With her attempt at flirtation thwarted, she departed, her demeanor somewhat deflated. Qin Lin glanced at the card she had left behind and smiled wryly. To be honest, he held little interest in Jiang Wenyue. Her approach merely confirmed his own appeal. Yet, it seemed she was not the type to engage sincerely, likely having initiated similar encounters with wealthy individuals on numerous occasions. He tossed her card aside, dismissing it from his mind. Meanwhile, he observed the disgruntled kitten in the passenger seat, bemused by its assertive demeanor. "You're a pet, yet you act like the master," he mused. "Perhaps I should take you to the vet for a wash later." Just then, he spotted a familiar Audi passing by, leaving the dormitory area. A wave of recognition washed over him, bringing to mind Yuan Wenhao. Qin Lin contemplated pursuing the vehicle, but the crowd around his Lamborghini had grown, and the Audi quickly vanished from view. Once again, he had missed an opportunity. It was likely that Yuan Wenhao was on his way to pick up Lu Yingying for a date, and the thought made Qin Lin feel a pang of anguish. The audacity of that superficial woman. He resolved to seek vengeance. Checking his phone, he noted 7 missed calls and a text message. 2 of the calls were from Wang Yi, while 5 were from the manager of the delivery station. Had he really been missed after just 3 days away from work? He found it amusing. Yet, the text from the manager left him speechless. "Qin Lin, you little rascal, are you planning to quit? You've been absent for 3 days. And you think you can skip your shifts? For every day you miss, I'll deduct 3 days' pay." The manager's harsh words made it clear that responding to him would only invite further ire. Qin Lin had no intention of making himself a target. This job was merely a part-time gig while he pursued his studies. He had previously struggled financially, working tirelessly even for the meager pay of 10 yuan an hour. All for Lu Yingying. Now, however, he found no reason to continue sacrificing himself for her sake. Naturally, having worked nearly 25 days that month, it would be a disservice to forfeit his hard-earned wages. With that thought in mind, Qin Lin replied simply, "I quit. Please settle my final pay." Moments later, the manager's swift response was received. "You think you can quit and still get paid? Do you take me for a charity organization?" Taken aback by the reply, Qin Lin felt a mix of indignation and amusement. After all, the delivery station manager was not the owner. He too was an employee, just like Qin Lin. If Qin Lin were to walk away without his wages, it would only benefit the manager who had been venting his frustration on him. In a fit of irritation, Qin Lin pressed the accelerator, driving his Lamborghini straight to the delivery station. If the manager was intent on making things difficult, Qin Lin resolved to confront him directly. The university's delivery station was expansive, serving a community of tens of thousands, and typically employed a minimum of 4 staff members at any given time. At 10 in the morning, the manager was lounging at the checkout counter, lazily passing the time. When he received Qin Lin's text, he was infuriated, neglecting even his girlfriend to respond with, "You want to quit and still expect pay? Do you think this is a charity?" Qin Lin's absence had cost the manager dearly, and he was determined to unleash his frustrations on Qin Lin. However, just then, the roar of a sports car echoed outside, causing a stir among the crowd and capturing the manager's attention. Wow, that's a Lamborghini. How extravagant. To come here simply to pick up a package, and he drives a sports car. Impressive. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, and the manager, along with a few others, stepped outside to catch a glimpse. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Qin Lin stepped out of the vehicle, unassuming and plain. In that fleeting moment, several colleagues from the courier station who recognized him were left utterly stunned. Is that really Qin Lin? Wow, what on earth happened in just 3 days? They exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the transformation in Qin Lin's circumstances. Meanwhile, the store manager, overhearing their astonishment, found himself swallowing hard. However, Qin Lin approached the manager directly, stating, I worked 25 days this month, averaging over 9 hours a day. Are you not considering issuing my salary? Qin Lin spoke plainly, walking straight up to the manager. The manager, somewhat portly, felt the weight of Qin Lin's presence and began to perspire. Could it be that in just 3 days, Qin Lin has returned home to inherit a fortune? The manager had not anticipated such a revelation about Qin Lin's identity. Had he known sooner, he likely would have refrained from speaking ill of him. With that thought, the manager swallowed hard once more, forcing a strained smile as he replied, my previous remarks were merely in jest. I was concerned for you and eager to see you again. In truth, the manager had heard about Qin Lin's recent heartbreak, but had not taken it seriously at the time. Now, feeling the pressure from Qin Lin, he sought a way to redeem himself. Haha, since you are leaving, I will ensure your salary is paid in full, no deductions. Is that acceptable? The manager said, his demeanor softening. After all, given Qin Lin's newfound stature, he could ill afford to offend him. Should Qin Lin escalate the matter to the owner, the manager would be in serious trouble. That's your word. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin did not linger, promptly departing in his vehicle with a smoothness that betrayed no hesitation. He was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Now that his objective was achieved, there was no point in remaining. The manager, relieved to see him go, let out a sigh. The earlier shocking scene had genuinely rattled him. Thank goodness Qin Lin did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, it would have been quite uncomfortable for him. Meanwhile, Qin Lin had already driven away from the school. Glancing at the small cat sleeping beside him, he smiled, contemplating a visit to the veterinary clinic while he still had time. As he drove, an unfamiliar call came through. Noticing the caller ID displayed the name Jinling Hotel, he answered casually, hello? Is this Mr. Qin Lin? This is Jin Jiong, the vice chairman of Jinling headquarters. Upon connecting, Jin Jiong swallowed nervously. He had heard rumors of a change in the company's leadership, and his anxiety was palpable. Mr. Qin, we would like to meet with you at noon today at the Jinling Hotel by the seaside to discuss the company handover and share a meal. Jin Jiong wasted no time. In the presence of someone of Qin Lin's caliber, he got straight to the point. The meeting was not merely procedural. It also served to establish a rapport with Qin Lin. Upon hearing that the vice chairman himself had called, Qin Lin felt a sense of acknowledgement. After all, apart from him, the vice chairman held the highest position within the Jinling Hotel. No problem, just arrange it as you see fit, Qin Lin replied nonchalantly. Following the navigation, he soon arrived at a well-reviewed pet hospital, parking his car and carrying the small cat inside. At the reception, a nurse clad in pink attire sat at the front desk. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on the computer screen while jotting down notes. Here for a spay, I presume. Fill out this form and queue over there, she said, casting a cursory glance at Qin Lin, her demeanor somewhat dismissive. Taken aback, Qin Lin thought, really? My cat is so small, and you're suggesting spaying? Have you considered the cat's feelings? Actually, I just came to give it a bath and a checkup. Qin Lin replied directly. The kitten was merely a bit dirty. Other than that, it was perfectly fine. Of course, any potential health issues aside. His primary aim today was to conduct a thorough examination. Spaying could wait. The nurse shot him another glance and remarked, you must be new here. Even for a bath, you need to fill out a form and queue. Realizing her role was strictly administrative, Qin Lin felt exasperated. Given the good reviews he had seen about this clinic, he was surprised by the staff's attitude. Resigned, he picked up a form, checked the boxes for grooming and a health check, and joined the line. The clinic was quite busy that day, with only 2 veterinarians on duty. Qin Lin found himself wondering if he should have chosen a larger hospital. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he decided to wait. The doctor in the examination room worked quickly. Several pets entered seemingly fine but emerged altered, and soon Qin Lin found himself among the first 5 in line. More customers arrived behind him. At that moment, a man with a pompadour hairstyle, cradling a pug in his arms, approached Qin Lin and pulled out 200 yuan. Why don't you let me take your spot for 200? I'm in a hurry, he said, perhaps thinking Qin Lin's student status made him an easy target. Qin Lin raised an eyebrow at his audacity. You think I'm going to let you cut in line just because you brandished 200? There are already 7 or 8 people behind me. Why would I swap places with you? He simply shook his head and replied, no, I'm also in a hurry. The man frowned, clearly irritated by Qin Lin's refusal. Hey, kid, You're really asking for it, aren't you? I offer you 200 and you turn me down? Just then, someone behind Qin Lin chimed in. Why not just give him the money? I'll swap with you. In a pet hospital, 200 yuan could go a long way. A simple bath cost only 30, and many would gladly trade to skip the line. Upon hearing the suggestion, the man begrudgingly exhaled and tossed the 200 yuan, moving to stand behind Qin Lin. For a cat that is not worth more than 200, you might as well wash it at home, he scoffed. Perhaps, judging Qin Lin for the state of his pet, Qin Lin felt a sense of disbelief at the man's comments. I'm just not swapping places with you. Why are you making such a fuss? Fortunately, his turn came quickly, and he stepped into the examination room without further dispute. Inside, he was greeted by a female doctor and a nurse. The doctor, tall and strikingly beautiful, made quite an impression. Without wasting time, Qin Lin handed her the form and said, please give it a wash. The doctor glanced at him, then took the small cat from his hands. At that moment, the female doctor gazed at the small kitten in her hands, and a flicker of astonishment passed through her eyes. Just then, a man cradling a pug entered the room and remarked, Dr. Liang, you needn't concern yourself with that shabby cat. Just let the nurse take care of it. Come, wash my pug instead. His words seemed to disrupt the atmosphere, though it was evident he was eager to see Dr. Liang. Upon hearing his comment, a nearby nurse smiled and quipped, young Master Tan, you come here every day for a wash. Aren't you worried we might wash your pug bald? To the nurse, it was clear that young Master Tan's intentions were not purely about the dog. After all, how could a dog endure such daily pampering? It was obvious that young Master Tan was quite determined to see Dr. Liang. Meanwhile, Qin Lin bristled upon hearing his cat referred to as a shabby cat. How could such an insufferable person still exist in the world? Dr. Liang, seemingly disapproving of young Master Tan's manner of speaking, chuckled and said, this is hardly a shabby cat. As she began to wash Qin Lin's kitten, she elaborated, you see, its appearance resembles that of a ragdoll. Yet it possesses an allure that rivals that of a ragdoll, complemented by its flowing long fur and noble demeanor. If I am not mistaken, this cat is a Siberian forest cat, and an exceptionally rare specimen at that. Its lineage is pure, and I am not exaggerating when I say its worth exceeds 100,000. Soon enough, the kitten was impeccably clean, its muddy coat washed away. And as the droplets dried, its fur danced gracefully, resembling a fairy of the feline realm. At that moment, not only was Qin Lin astonished, but even young Master Tan was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that this cat could be so valuable. After all, his purebred pug had only cost him a little over 4,000. What did it mean for a cat to be worth 100,000? Dr. Liang then scrutinized Qin Lin and inquired, such cats typically do not reside with ordinary individuals. How did you come by it? Her tone bore a hint of skepticism, yet she remained amiable towards Qin Lin. In her view, a cat of such exquisite quality was rarely found in the market, often unattainable even for the wealthy. Let alone an ordinary student like Qin Lin, whose attire was unremarkable and suggested no association with affluence. Oh, this cat belongs to a friend of mine who no longer wanted it, so I decided to take it in, Qin Lin shrugged, offering a casual excuse. Given the number of onlookers, he preferred to avoid stirring trouble. After all, this was a cat worth over 100,000, if they discovered he had found it. Who knew what might ensue? Moreover, this kitten was so young, abandoned by someone, and if Qin Lin did not take it in, it would surely perish. He did not concern himself with its previous owner. How fortunate you are. This little female cat is truly lovely. By the way, your cat has reached the age for vaccinations. It's 100 yuan per shot. Would you like to proceed? The beautiful doctor and the nurse admired the kitten, circling around Qin Lin with envy. Young Master Tan, observing this scene, felt puzzled. He could not fathom how Qin Lin, dressed so ordinarily, could possibly be wealthy. Furthermore, receiving such a beautiful cat as a gift from a friend seemed laughable to him. In his eyes, this cat was undoubtedly something Qin Lin had picked up. Seeing Dr. Liang engage in cheerful banter with Qin Lin only fueled his irritation. After finishing the bath and vaccinations, Qin Lin purchased various supplies for the kitten, including a bed, litter, food, and a special backpack designed for pets. Once he completed his errands, he noticed the time had surpassed 11 o'clock. He placed the kitten into its backpack and exited the veterinary clinic. However, as Qin Lin stepped outside, young Master Tan unexpectedly blocked his path, halting him. That cat isn't yours, is it? Tan grinned, then continued, I'll give you 100,000 for it. For a student like you, that's no small sum. Think it over. Tan had inquired about the value of the noble Siberian forest cat and discovered that its worth was far beyond a mere 100,000. After all, rarity commands a price, and the enchanting cat Qin Lin possessed could potentially fetch 500,000 if sold. Moreover, the identity of the cat's true owner remained unknown. If he could assist in returning the cat, there might be unforeseen benefits, as evidenced by the time when Wang Tsong had offered $1 million to find his lost dog. Now, The cat in Qin Lin's possession was far more precious than Wang Tsungsung's dog, suggesting that its rightful owner was likely someone of significance. Thus, 100,000 for a single cat seemed an incredibly worthwhile investment for young Master Tan. I won't sell. Qin Lin firmly rejected the offer. He was no fool. Having acquired such a treasure with great difficulty, why would he part with it for 100,000? Young Master Tan's expression shifted upon hearing Qin Lin's outright refusal. Yui thought, this kid is far too greedy. Just then, a taxi with its light on drove by. To young Master Tan, a student like Qin Lin was surely desperate to make a quick buck, and 10,000 would tempt anyone. Resolving to make a better offer, he said, I'll give you 150,000. While not an insignificant sum for Tan, he was willing to go to such lengths to obtain the kitten. In response, Qin Lin merely shook his head. Even if you offered 200,000, I still wouldn't sell. He was not in dire need of that kind of money. If you offer me 1 or 2 billion, perhaps I might consider it. 150,000? What a joke. Young Master Tan, taken aback by Qin Lin's resolute dismissal, felt his expression darken as he warned, listen, kid, take my advice. If that cat isn't yours, you won't be able to keep it with your current status. In Tan's eyes, since Qin Lin was so oblivious, he would find a way to acquire that cat. If you won't sell it to me at 150,000, don't blame me for sending someone to take it from you. He doubted that someone of Qin Lin's ordinary stature could defend the cat. Yet, Qin Lin remained unfazed by Tan's warning. With a faint smile, he casually retorted, who dares to touch my cat? I will break their limbs. In Qin Lin's view, if Tan dared to entertain any nefarious thoughts, he would not hesitate to administer a fitting punishment. With that, he strode toward the roadside Lamborghini. At that moment, young Master Tan scoffed at Qin Lin's bravado, muttering dismissively, pretending to be tough. Just wait a couple of days, and you'll learn how to write cry. Resolving to have the cat forcibly taken from Qin Lin, he was confident that with Qin Lin's ordinary background, he would stand no chance of defending it. However, the next moment, to Tan's astonishment, Qin Lin produced the Lamborghini car key, beeped it twice, and slipped into the vehicle. It was a fully equipped Lamborghini Huracan, worth at least 4 million. Tan, who had been curious about the car's owner when he entered, now stood frozen in disbelief as he watched Qin Lin drive away. Had Qin Lin been a mere commoner earlier, Tin Xiao would indeed have been confident in his ability to snatch Qin Lin's cat away. However, it has now become evident that Qin Lin's identity is far from ordinary. At such a tender age, he can drive a Lamborghini Huracan, suggesting that his true background may be even more extraordinary than Tan Xiao could ever imagine. As he awkwardly fished a modest BMW car key from his pocket, Tan Xiao felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He had not anticipated that Qin Lin possessed such wealth. Are today's nouveau riche truly this understated? Witnessing this scene, Tan Xiao cleared his throat twice and retreated into the pet hospital. As for whether to risk having his limbs broken by sending someone to steal Qin Lin's kitten, the answer was glaringly obvious. Qin Lin was undoubtedly formidable, and Tan Xiao, not being foolish, dismissed that thought and pretended as if nothing had occurred. Meanwhile, Qin Lin settled into his vehicle and drove directly towards the Jinling hotel by the coast. Noticing the time, he realized there was no opportunity to return to his apartment. So he decided to leave the cat in the car and briefly meet with Jin Jiong to finalize the company handover. Though the coastal Jinling Hotel is not the main headquarters, it still boasts a 5-star rating. The hotel's opulent decor was striking, and as Qin Lin arrived, a courteous valet approached him to take the car key and park his vehicle. Such valet service is typically reserved for cars worth over $1 million. Qin Lin smiled, not declining the courtesy, and tossed the keys aside as he strode into the hotel. The interior of the coastal Jinling Hotel exuded grandeur. With its expansive lobby space and a top-tier air purification system that almost allowed one to inhale the scent of affluence. However, at that moment, perhaps due to a special event, a considerable number of people were gathered in the lobby. Observing their matching uniforms, it was clear they were hotel staff. The chairman and vice chairman will be arriving at our hotel shortly. Everyone must be on high alert and greet them with utmost enthusiasm. Do you hear me? A woman stood before the staff, presumably the director of human resources. As she was addressing them, Qin Lin chuckled softly. Just as he intended to approach, he was unexpectedly intercepted by a familiar figure. To his surprise, it was Yuan Wenhao. Having learned of Qin Lin's situation from Lu Yingying, Yuan Wenhao recognized him immediately. Dressed in the hotel uniform, he appeared to be a staff member, yet the exquisite tailoring of his attire indicated that his position within the hotel was not insignificant. Oh, the hotel is closed for business today. Please step outside. Yuan Wenhao attempted to concoct a casual excuse to usher Qin Lin away. Knowing Qin Lin's background, he understood that Qin Lin could not afford to patronize the establishment, especially with important guests arriving that day. Thus, he could not allow Qin Lin to cause a scene. Closed for business? Qin Lin chuckled at Yuan Wenhao's words. Upon first seeing Yuan Wenhao, Qin Lin experienced a heart-wrenching sensation akin to losing a lifelong love. Yet, upon discovering that Yuan Wenhao worked at his hotel, a sense of satisfaction welled within him. I just walked in, and the security was quite welcoming. How can you claim it's closed? Qin Lin was aware that Yuan Wenhao was merely trying to brush him off. He chose not to reveal his identity just yet. After all, doing so would eliminate the thrill of the encounter. Instead, he planned to seize this opportunity for a significant blow to Yuan Wenhao. Enough, Qin Lin. You can't afford to spend here anyway. Why are you even here? Just leave, and don't think I'm unaware that you're trying to see Lu Yingying. It's futile. She wants to meet you. Yuan Wenhao stated bluntly, intending to forcibly expel Qin Lin. However, unexpectedly, Lu Yingying appeared, approaching Yuan Wenhao's side. Wenhao, what is going on? Today, Lu Yingying was clad in a flowing white dress, her makeup impeccable, presenting an appealing visage. Yet, upon her arrival, Yuan Wenhao appeared puzzled. Glancing at Qin Lin, well, your ex-boyfriend has come looking for you. You should handle this. With Lu Yingying present, Yuan Wenhao decided to leave the matter in her hands. It was then that Lu Yingying noticed Qin Lin standing nearby. Initially intent on severing all ties with Qin Lin, she had not anticipated his persistence. However, given the lavish backdrop of the hotel, she felt it inappropriate to lash out. Instead, she spoke to Qin Lin earnestly. Qin Lin, I'm sorry for the hurt I caused you, but you mustn't cling to this forever. Our love cannot be rekindled. The truth is, I never really liked you. I merely appreciated your kindness, and since there was no suitable man around me, I settled for you. Now that I have found someone suitable, please let go. Thank you. Chapter 7. The Growth of Qin Lin. Lu Yingying's demeanor was pitifully charming, making it hard not to feel sympathy. Yet, Qin Lin merely smiled. Settling for me? In your eyes, am I merely a tool? So Yuan Wenhao is just a more advanced backup, then? Though these words caused him pain, Qin Lin laid it all bare. A woman like her was truly not worth it. However, Qin Lin was no longer the same person. He had moved beyond such matters. For he was certain that his future would outshine hers. What the hell are you saying? Clean up your mouth. Yuan Wenhao exploded at the insinuation of being called a backup. Were it not for the significance of the occasion, he might have resorted to physical confrontation. Seeing Qin Lin's nonchalant demeanor and his pointed remarks, Lu Yingying's expression shifted. Indeed, Qin Lin's words struck a chord. She had treated Yuan Wenhao as a mere tool. And she hadn't expected him to voice that so bluntly. Where are the security guards? Get him out of here. Unable to handle Qin Lin, the two decided to summon security to forcibly eject him. Yet at that moment, Qin Lin smiled, observing the anger etched on their faces. He felt it was time to reveal his true identity. Wait, I'm not here looking for you or for you. Summon your general manager. Qin Lin shot them a cold glance, his demeanor unyielding. However, upon hearing Qin Lin's demand for the general manager, Yuan Wenhao once again recognized Qin Lin's intention to cause a scene. How dare you? The general manager is my father, you know? This hotel is under my father's management. Now get lost. Yuan Wenhao was somewhat at a loss, still wanting to call for the general manager? Even if you summoned the chairman, it would be futile. For a moment, Qin Lin was taken aback. He had not expected Yuan Wenhao to possess such connections. In Binhai City, the general manager of a five-star hotel could easily earn 30 to 40,000 a month, and with year-end bonuses and dividends, the annual income would be substantial. No wonder Yuan Wenhao acted so arrogantly. It turned out he had a formidable father. However, in Qin Lin's eyes, his father meant nothing. Naturally, knowing that the general manager was Yuan Wenhao's father made Qin Lin feel a bit awkward, for without Jin Jiong's arrival, he had no opportunity to reveal his identity. Yet, what no one anticipated was that just as Yuan Wenhao and the others were about to usher Qin Lin away, the valet from outside suddenly rushed in. The valet entered with the intention of returning the car keys to Qin Lin. However, upon witnessing Qin Lin being forcibly escorted away, the valet wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What on earth is happening, young Master Yuan? He inquired, perplexed. What brings you here? Young Master Yuan, Yuan Wenhao questioned, somewhat puzzled by the valet's obstruction. I am here to remove the troublemaker. Did you not see? Yuan Wenhao's irritation flared as he observed the audacity of the young valet daring to block his path. The valet, upon hearing Yuan Wenhao's words, wore a rueful smile and replied, No, I am simply here to return the car keys. After all, this gentleman is a prominent figure. How could he possibly be causing a ruckus? As he spoke, he handed the Lamborghini keys to Qin Lin. In that moment, not only Yuan Wenhao, but even Lu Yingying, who stood nearby, was struck dumb, gazing incredulously at the keys in Qin Lin's hand. I already mentioned that I did not come to the hotel to seek you out. Why do you refuse to believe me? Qin Lin said with a smile as he took back the keys. It seemed serendipitous that the valet arrived just as he was about to be expelled. Lu Yingying, how could you have a Lamborghini? Lu Yingying asked. swallowing hard as her hand instinctively reached out to grasp Qin Lin. She could hardly fathom that Qin Lin had a concealed identity. Had she known he was a hidden wealthy heir, she would never have considered breaking up with him. In that moment, regret washed over her. After all, the Lamborghini was several tiers above Yuan Wenhao's Audi. Given the choice, she would undoubtedly choose the Lamborghini without hesitation. Seeing this unfold, Qin Lin merely smiled coldly. Had I known this day would come, I would not have acted as I did. You callously pushed me away. Now, no words will suffice. Without further explanation, he placed the gleaming Lamborghini keys into his pocket. No, that is not the case. Qin Lin, allow me to explain. Lu Yingying began to concoct excuses, desperately trying to win Qin Lin back. However, Yuan Wenhao, upon witnessing Lu Yingying's starry-eyed admiration for Qin Lin, felt a surge of anger. Damn it. I never anticipated Lu Yingying to be so materialistic. That detestable Qin Lin. Yet, as a man concerned with his pride, he could not allow himself to watch his woman be taken by Qin Lin. Yuan Wenhao pondered, his mind racing with thoughts. How could Qin Lin, who has been poor all these years, suddenly possess such wealth right after our breakup? If he truly had money, why did he not stop Lu Yingying before? Furthermore, I heard that Qin Lin is an orphan. How could he possibly experience such a dramatic transformation? No, something must be amiss. Could it be that this loser had rented a Lamborghini merely to flaunt in front of Lu Yingying and me? With this realization, Yuan Wenhao swiftly pulled Lu Yingying back and exclaimed, "You are being deceived. Think about it. He is just an orphan. How could he possibly own a Lamborghini? He is simply trying to get back at you by renting one." Yuan Wenhao's reasoning was sharp. Lu Yingying stood there, stunned. It dawned on her that Qin Lin, being an orphan, could not possibly have a hidden identity. Just moments ago, she had contemplated persuading Qin Lin to reconsider. Now, her expression darkened. "Fine, Qin Lin. So you've got money now that we've broken up, is it? You dared to rent a sports car just to deceive me. Let me tell you, Qin Lin, I will never be with you again. You can forget that." This time, Lu Yingying showed no mercy, and soon, both she and the valet began to forcibly expel Qin Lin from the hotel. Qin Lin felt speechless but inwardly chuckled. For only he knew that he had deceived no one. The Lamborghini was indeed real. It was unfortunate that the woman he fancied was not the reality he faced. Having seen Lu Yingying's true colors, Qin Lin smiled calmly and offered no resistance as he was ushered out of the hotel. Chapter 8. Unrestrained Chaos. However, just as Qin Lin exited the hotel, a small interlude occurred. A middle-aged man, resembling Yuan Wenhao, walked in and noticed his son escorting someone out, prompting his confusion. "What is going on, son? Who is this person?" Today, Qin Lin was dressed quite ordinarily. Hence, General Manager Yuan Peng did not regard him with any significance. Moreover, Yuan Peng had not seen a photograph of the new chairman, so naturally, he did not recognize Qin Lin. "Dad, this person is causing a scene. We are in the process of removing him," Yuan Wenhao replied bluntly. "Causing a scene? What is his background?" Yuan Peng inquired, beginning to question Qin Lin's identity. Since Vice Chairman Jin Jiong had not disclosed who the chairman was, it was prudent to ascertain the situation. Seeing his father grow slightly anxious, Yuan Wenhao waved dismissively and said, "Oh, this kid has no status whatsoever. He is merely my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, from the same school, just here to create trouble. Besides, he is an orphan, a poor loser. What sort of status could he possibly have?" Yuan Wenhao did not hold back, almost revealing Qin Lin's rented car situation outright. Upon hearing this, Yuan Peng's brow furrowed, but he nodded in understanding. "All right, have the security at the entrance keep an eye out. We have an important event today, and we cannot let just anyone in." As he glanced at Qin Lin, the implication was clear. They were to ensure Qin Lin was not allowed entry. Given that the chairman and vice chairman of the group were both coming today, as the head of the Binhai Jinling Hotel, Yuan Peng could not afford any lapses. "Yes, General Manager." Several security personnel responded, firmly grasping Qin Lin. Qin Lin found the scene amusing but refrained from speaking further, considering that the general manager was Yuan Wenhao's father. At that moment, Yuan Wenhao appeared to have another idea, turning to his father to say, "Dad, my salary as an administrative supervisor is too low. Could you promote me to manager? You know how much money is needed for dating these days." Yuan Wenhao was unbothered about Qin Lin witnessing this. He wanted to showcase his father's influence. "All right, I will promote you to deputy manager of the administrative department, with a salary increase of 3,000. As the general manager, granting his son a promotion and raise was no challenge for Yuan Peng. Naturally, he preferred to keep benefits within the family. And as long as he could shield himself from scrutiny, he was unconcerned about potential losses to the company. Yuan Peng cast a glance at Qin Lin before entering the hotel. With his father's agreement, Yuan Wenhao felt elated, flaunting his success before Qin Lin. "How much is your monthly salary now, Wenhao, with the increase of 3,000? Seeing Yuan Wenhao's promotion, Lu Yingying's eyes lit up. Upon hearing the question, Yuan Wenhao smiled and replied without reservation, "Not much, just 18,800 a month. That makes it around 200,000 a year." As he spoke, Yuan Wenhao deliberately glanced at Qin Lin. "You, loser, no matter how hard you strive, you could never achieve my level, even after 10 or 20 years. Thus, relinquish your futile hopes. Only by following me will Yingying find true happiness. Do you understand?" Yuan Wenhao said, his expression brimming with pride as he regarded Qin Lin. Indeed, for an ordinary university student, lacking any notable talents, the monthly income from employment would likely hover around 3 to 4,000. Unlike Yuan Wenhao, who could simply utter a word to his father and surpass years of others' hard work. Qin Lin, overhearing their dialogue, merely smiled without offering any explanation. Presently, the entire Jinling hotel belonged to him. They could feign superiority, but with the power to adjust their salaries at will, their fate rested in his hands. "Come, let us go. The Jinling Hotel is no place for the likes of you, understand?" The general manager ordered. "You all keep an eye on him. Do not permit him to re-enter." Once outside, Yuan Wenhao showed no courtesy and promptly expelled Qin Lin. The hotel's entrance was approximately 50 meters from the building itself. But being thrown out was of little consequence to Qin Lin. He was prepared to wait. After all, if they dared to throw out the chairman of the company, he was eager to see how they would ultimately fare. About 5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce drove in, carrying none other than Jinling Hotel's vice chairman, Jin Jiong. Upon seeing Jin Jiong's arrival, the security immediately swung open the doors in a warm welcome. However, upon spotting Qin Lin standing at the roadside, Jin Jiong momentarily froze, hurriedly exiting the vehicle. "Director Qin, why are you standing outside? Why haven't you come in?" Seeing Qin Lin exposed to the elements startled Jin Jiong. A sense of foreboding creeping over him. "Ask them who the general manager of this hotel is. He specifically instructed that I not be allowed inside." "You can handle it as you see fit," Qin Lin replied, glancing at the security personnel not far away. At that moment, the security guard, meeting Qin Lin's gaze, felt an ominous dread wash over him. It was indeed General Manager Yuan Peng who personally instructed it. One guard admitted, unable to conceal the truth. Hearing Qin Lin's words, Jin Jiong's expression darkened. To him, Qin Lin was not just the chairman of the Jinling Hotel, but its largest shareholder. Jin Jiong had previously verified Qin Lin's identity, which was profoundly impressive. How could Yuan Peng dare offend such an individual? It was utterly reckless. "Leave this matter to me, Director Qin," Jin Jiong declared, abandoning the car and pushing past the security to walk alongside Qin Lin into the hotel. Inside the lobby, upon receiving news of the chairman's arrival, the staff quickly arranged themselves in a line for a welcoming ceremony. "With heartfelt sincerity, we welcome you to Jinling," they shouted, followed by enthusiastic applause, showcasing the employees' spirited demeanor. The welcome ceremony unfolded flawlessly, and Yuan Peng stood at the front, quite pleased. However, when he noticed Qin Lin beside Vice Chairman Jin Jiong, he was momentarily taken aback and pulled his son, Yuan Wenhao, closer. "What is going on? Did I not instruct you to expel him? How did he manage to slip in?" Yuan Peng said, his irritation palpable. "You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What a waste." At that moment, Yuan Wenhao, seeing Qin Lin lingering beside Vice Chairman Jin Jiong, was puzzled. Could it be that he seized an opportunity to complain about us to the chairman? He pondered, convinced that Qin Lin was merely waiting at the entrance to confront the chairman. "I should have just beaten him up and thrown him out." Yuan Wenhao's anger swelled, contemplating how to create trouble for Qin Lin after the event concluded. Chapter 9, Let Me In. The two watched intently as Qin Lin stood beside Jin Jiong, who smiled at both of them, even at Lu Yingying, who sat nearby, equally bewildered. As the welcoming ceremony concluded, Jin Jiong's expression grew rigid, tinged with anger. "Vice Chairman, were you satisfied with this welcoming ceremony?" Yuan Peng asked, trying to mask his embarrassment as he approached Jin Jiong. In that moment, he feared what Qin Lin might say to Jin Jiong, possibly casting his son in a negative light. Thus, as he approached, he shot Qin Lin a warning glance. However, to his surprise, he inadvertently walked into the line of fire. Jin Jiong promptly slapped Yuan Peng, fuming. "How dare you even mention the chairman? The chairman is the person standing right in front of you, Director Qin. Why did you not let him in earlier? Do you realize that Director Qin is the true owner of Jinling Hotel?" Jin Jiong berated Yuan Peng openly in front of the employees. Both Yuan Wenhao and Lu Yingying were left dumbfounded. "Qin Lin is their chairman? How is that possible?" They could scarcely believe it. At that moment, Yuan Peng's heart sank upon hearing Jin Jiong's words. If Qin Lin were indeed the chairman, then just moments ago, his son Yuan Wenhao had sought a promotion and raise in front of Qin Lin. Had he witnessed the entire exchange? The realization that they had discussed how to exploit the company in front of their boss made Yuan Peng's face darken, and he stumbled back 2 steps. "Vice Chairman, I had no idea. Yuan Peng stammered, desperate to explain. In truth, had he known Qin Lin's identity, he would never have permitted his son to expel him. But Jin Jiong offered him no opportunity for defense, declaring, "It's too late to say anything now. You personally ordered the rejection of your own boss from this vast hotel. I think you can forget about being general manager. Such a minor manager, offending the boss, would be fortunate to simply be dismissed." Meanwhile, upon hearing that his father could be suspended, Yuan Wenhao panicked and stepped forward, exclaiming, "No, it's all my fault. I was the one who had Director Qin thrown out. Vice Chairman, this has nothing to do with my father." To Yuan Wenhao, if his father were to be suspended, their family's income would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, he rushed to shield his father. Nevertheless, Qin Lin merely smiled. "How absurd. This company belongs to me. You two have done so much to harm its interests. Do you think I would keep you around? I might overlook you pursuing my girlfriend, but treating my company as your personal ATM is unacceptable. Both of you are to be suspended and investigated. All related parties and connections must be dealt with accordingly." Qin Lin stated decisively, without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, Director Qin," Jin Jiong responded, immediately taking action and summoning personnel from headquarters to initiate an investigation into Yuan Peng's dealings. Upon hearing Qin Lin's decision, Yuan Peng collapsed to the floor. He had never anticipated that years of effort would go up in flames today. "Please, Director Qin. Director Qin," Yuan Wenhao pleaded, "I can return Lu Yingying to you. Please don't fire my father." At that moment, Yuan Wenhao was utterly devastated. While his father was the general manager of the company, he indeed embezzled a considerable amount of money. If a thorough investigation were to ensue, imprisonment could be his fate. Just moments ago, Yuan Wenhao was boasting to Qin Lin about his annual salary of 200,000, but now he was practically on the verge of begging Qin Lin. Observing this scene, Qin Lin cast a significant glance at him before gesturing. "Where are the security guards? Remove them and throw them out." Everything Yuan Wenhao had done to Qin Lin earlier, Qin Lin was now returning with interest. There was no need for Qin Lin to feel any sympathy for these individuals. Their subsequent struggles were of no concern to him. Once the matter was concluded, Jin Jiong began to motivate the employees and led everyone to the banquet hall to commence dining. However, at that moment, Lu Yingying, who had been watching, suddenly rushed over and embraced Qin Lin from behind. Her soft form awakened memories in Qin Lin that spanned years. How many times had they held each other in such a manner? "Qin Lin, I realize my mistakes. Please don't abandon me, all right? From now on, I will be obedient. You will be the only one in my heart, okay?" Lu Yingying was, in fact, quite attractive, particularly with her endearing demeanor, which was certainly a positive aspect. Hearing her whisper in his ear stirred something within Qin Lin. He truly felt a pang of reluctance, but recalling her heartless abandonment, he couldn't help but smile, pushing her hands away. "What did you say 10 minutes ago? Have you forgotten? You declared that it would be impossible for us to be together forever. In your world, is it only 10 minutes that counts? Please, spare me the jest. 3 days ago, you left me to endure the rain and pain alone. You have already lost me." This woman was unworthy, Qin Lin thought, even concluding that Jiang Wenyue was superior to her. At the very least, in terms of both physique and appearance, Lu Yingying could not hold a candle to Jiang Wenyue. As he observed Lu Yingying's regret, Qin Lin smirked, disregarding her, and directly called for security to escort her away. The banquet hall was expansive, with a soft carpet underfoot, providing a sense of comfort. After having a meal with Jin Jiong to complete the handover and observing the hotel for a while, Qin Lin made his way back home. The five-star hotel, with its commendable decor and layout, was not to his liking. Moreover, there was a kitten in the car. So Qin Lin opted to return to his humble apartment. Although the environment of the apartment was somewhat shabby, it had been his residence for many years. If he were to relocate, he hoped that the system would reward him with a villa during tomorrow's check-in. Upon returning to the apartment, he took out the kitten. This little creature, worth at least 100,000, was remarkably beautiful. Qin Lin scrutinized it closely and noticed what seemed to be a name on its collar. Little Flower? This was likely the name it bore when its previous owner abandoned it. Although the identity of its former owner was inconsequential now, as it had been rescued by Qin Lin, the kitten would henceforth belong to him. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "Little Flower is rather mundane. Seeing you resemble a ball of fluff, I shall call you Tuanzi." Meow. Perhaps due to Qin Lin frequently feeding it, the kitten seemed quite affectionate toward him. Chapter 10. Check-in for C-Class Reward. Whether the kitten approved of the name Tuanzi was uncertain, but seeing it meow brought a smile to Qin Lin's face. He then set up a cat bed and litter box, arranging Tuanzi's living space. However, it was somewhat awkward as the apartment was small and the environment less than ideal. After finishing the setup, Qin Lin fell silent for a moment. Clearly, the issue of housing needed addressing. Time passed swiftly, and the next morning, Qin Lin headed straight to a bank. This was the headquarters of the Binhai Industrial and Commercial Bank, which boasted a pleasant environment. Upon entering, he thought that signing in here would yield substantial rewards. "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you today?" Perhaps due to the morning lull in customer traffic, the staff promptly approached Qin Lin with warm hospitality. However, as he was merely there to sign in, he felt somewhat at a loss in the face of such enthusiasm. It seemed inappropriate to say he was just wandering about, as it might give the impression he was there to rob the bank. Could you check my balance for me?" Unsure of what else to do, Qin Lin simply handed his bank card to the staff. At that moment, the employee was somewhat taken aback to find that someone had come in just to check their balance so early in the morning. Of course, such trivial matters fell within the bank's purview. "Please hold on for a moment." The young lady took Qin Lin's card and arranged for another staff member to bring him a glass of lemonade. Qin Lin, feeling no need to be polite, settled onto the bank's sofa and mentally recited, "Check in." The next moment, the system activated. Ding. Host has successfully checked in today. Detected that the host checked in at the Industrial and Commercial Bank building, an elegant environment, receiving a C-class reward. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 million Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of luxury aerial villas at the Binhai Arc de Triomphe, valued at 2.8 billion. Congratulations, host. You have received an additional 300 million Huaxia coins. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin felt a surge of excitement. Finally, it wasn't a D-class reward. Although it wasn't a critical hit, the base rewards were on an entirely different level compared to the first time. Indeed, only in an elegant setting could one secure such valuable items. Moreover, it was true that banks were places where money abounded, casually dishing out 800 million. Truly a remarkable establishment. As for the 2.8 billion luxury villa at the Arc de Triomphe, Qin Lin had not anticipated that Binhai City would possess such a property. Even more expensive than the Tongchun Epine. It was hard to believe, and Qin Lin thought that after his classes today, he would take Tuanzi and move in there. At that moment, the young woman who had been checking Qin Lin's balance paused in astonishment as she glimpsed the number. Initially, Qin Lin had only handed her a rather ordinary debit card. However, when she inserted it into the machine, it revealed an astonishing balance of 900,003,620. A staggering 900 million in assets. She was left utterly bewildered. How could this young man possess such wealth? Qin Lin took a sip of lemonade, smiled casually, and inquired, "So, how much is left in the card?" While the surrounding staff remained indifferent, the young woman who had been checking his balance nervously approached Qin Lin, swallowing hard as she said, "Your balance is 900,003,620. The surrounding onlookers were left astounded, some unable to believe their eyes as they stared at Qin Lin. Was this what a tycoon's life entailed? Just to check a balance, one had to come to the bank in person? Hearing her words, Qin Lin felt quite pleased and retrieved his bank card. However, the young woman then added, Sir, I see that you are currently using our most basic debit card. May I assist you in upgrading to a premium membership card? You are also eligible for our black card, which grants you VIP treatment at our bank. Would you like to proceed with that?" The young woman said with palpable excitement. "Sure, just go ahead with it," Qin Lin replied nonchalantly. Sometimes, a bank card serves as a symbol of status, and Qin Lin was rather curious about what the so-called black card would look like. Shortly thereafter, the bank staff summoned the bank manager, who promptly prepared 2 cards for Qin Lin. One card is an upgraded savings card, allowing for transfers of up to 100 million. The other card, which left Qin Lin somewhat disappointed, is merely an industrial and commercial bank black card, permitting unrestricted spending within a limit of 1 billion, complete with a dedicated customer service secretary to provide the utmost service. Although the benefits are equivalent, it pales in comparison to the legendary Centurion black card. Nonetheless, given Qin Lin's capabilities, obtaining a standard black card is still a commendable achievement. Contentment is a virtue, considering Qin Lin's current rate of sign-ins. Acquiring a global Centurion black card is merely a matter of time. Upon departing the bank, Qin Lin entered his Lamborghini and prepared to return to school. Although it was Sunday, he had a class scheduled for the morning. This also presented an opportunity for him to meet Wang Yi. The girl had been exceedingly kind to him, and Qin Lin felt compelled to express his gratitude in person. However, as he drove, he suddenly recalled a previous prompt from the system. Spending 1 billion could unlock the first golden finger. With a current balance of 900 million, he was merely 100 million short. Resolute, he promptly called Jin Jiong, requesting the transfer of 300 million from the company. 300 million was a trivial matter for the Jinling Hotel, valued at tens of billions. Once the funds were credited, Qin Lin inquired, "System, activate my first golden finger." Uncertain whether the system meant for him to spend 10 billion or simply deduct it from his balance, he cautiously made the request. The next moment, the system commenced its operation. Ding! Successfully consumed 1 billion. Congratulations, Host, for acquiring the first golden finger. Character attribute system activated. Character, Qin Lin. Gender, male. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Speed, 8. Intelligence, 5. Charm, 8. Note: the maximum attribute value for an average person is 10 points. Guide to the character attribute system. For every billion spent, the host earns 1 point to distribute freely. The host can unlock the second golden finger by spending 10 billion. Please continue your efforts. Upon completion of its announcement, Qin Lin received a notification on his phone indicating a deduction of 1 billion. Damn, he muttered, cursing the system for being so exploitative. According to its stipulations, Qin Lin would need to invest more money, spending 1 billion to earn a single attribute point, implying that he would have to engage in excessive spending to enhance his abilities. It would be far more practical if they simply provided him with a gene optimization serum. Nonetheless, having activated the system, Qin Lin had no choice but to proceed. With 200 million remaining in his account, he decided to spend 1 billion to elevate his charm from 8 to 9. Chapter 11. Charm Enhancement. The pinnacle of human charm is 10 points, a rarity among the billions. For even the most extraordinary individuals possess some flaws, which even the most skilled makeup cannot conceal. Thus, the top-tier celebrities seldom exceed a charm rating of 9. At this moment, Qin Lin raised his charm to 9, yielding undeniably remarkable results. While driving, Qin Lin felt a peculiar itch on his face. Upon scratching, he discovered a hint of grime. He promptly halted the car, rinsed his face with a bottle of mineral water, and peered into a mirror, noticing that he indeed appeared slightly more handsome. Presently, there was a stark contrast between Qin Lin's elevated charm and his ensemble of inexpensive attire. A more refined wardrobe would undoubtedly enhance his allure. Indeed, this attribute system is a marvelous tool, albeit a costly one. Without further ado, Qin Lin parked his car at the school, secured a spot, and made his way to the classroom, directly summoning Wang Yi. As a high school classmate, now sharing the same university class, Qin Lin felt no embarrassment in calling her out. "Thank you for bringing me breakfast. How did you know I like that 6:30 breakfast shop?" As he expressed his gratitude, he began to engage her in conversation. While numerous breakfast options exist, Qin Lin had a particular fondness for the 6:30 shop, not for any other reason than its affordability. The others were simply beyond his means. However, it struck him that the 6:30 breakfast shop was not conveniently located, making it improbable for Wang Yi to pass by unless she was intentionally observing Qin Lin's daily habits. Although it felt somewhat unsettling, it was undoubtedly a manifestation of affection. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Lin's mood would have improved upon acquiring the system. Yet, he sensed an uncanny coincidence. The system activated only when Wang Yi approached him after their breakup. Perhaps it was mere chance. At that moment, Wang Yi, upon hearing his words, appeared slightly flustered and replied, "You're welcome. I just happened to pass by and picked some up." She smiled, fully aware that she would not have crossed paths with the breakfast shop on her way to the dormitory. Yet she offered no further excuses, simply stating, "The counselor asked me to go to the office. I must leave." Wang Yi expressed her affection through actions, but her heart seemed to seek distance, possibly fearing that Qin Lin might view her as a mere substitute for Lu Yingying. Consequently, she grappled with the desire to draw closer while simultaneously maintaining a barrier, creating an inner conflict. Without elaborating, she turned to depart. However, at that moment, Qin Lin grasped her wrist. It was their first physical contact. Her wrist felt pleasantly soft. Though her attire was modest, when she glanced back, Qin Lin perceived her unique beauty. "What's wrong?" Wang Yi asked, perplexed, and in that instant, her heart raced at the touch of Qin Lin's hand. "How about dinner tonight? Or maybe a cup of milk tea? Just as a thank you, is that all right?" Understanding her reserved nature, Qin Lin refrained from pushing too hard and suggested a casual date. "Sure," she replied, to Qin Lin's surprise, though he had anticipated her acceptance. After Wang Yi left, she lingered behind the door, and unexpectedly, Chen Ziyu emerged. He was also one of Wang Yi's admirers, and witnessing Qin Lin's boldness and asking Wang Yi out incited his displeasure. "Damn it, I've tried so many times without success. And now you think you can just waltz in?" he exclaimed. "Let me tell you, Wang Yi has been my pursuit since freshman year. I advise you not to stir up trouble, otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Just look at your standing. Do you really think you're worthy of Wang Yi? She's our class flower and the academic representative. Don't be delusional. Although my family isn't excessively wealthy, we have a few million. I can certainly provide Wang Yi with the happiness she desires. Qin Lin, listen to me." "Hey, Qin Lin," bemused by Chen Ziyu's incessant chatter, simply pushed him aside and took a seat in the classroom. Chen Ziyu's family owned a business worth a few million, classifying him as relatively affluent, but he was excessively loquacious and loved to show off, traits that Qin Lin found unappealing. Noticing Qin Lin's dismissal, Chen Ziyu gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, You're just an orphan. How dare you argue with me? In this class, two frigid gazes were fixed upon Qin Lin, yet he remained unfazed, quietly listening to the lecture while disregarding Chun Ziyu's resentful stare. As the class concluded, the female class monitor approached the podium, asking everyone to remain seated. She announced, "Our counselor has suggested that we organize a class outing. Where would you all like to go? Please share your thoughts." Academic representative, what do you think? The monitor invited Wang Yi to take the lead, providing a reference for everyone. Wang Yi glanced at Qin Lin before suggesting, "How about we have a picnic barbecue in the park?" For her, it didn't matter whether they gathered or not, but considering Qin Lin had just gone through a breakup, she thought it would be a good opportunity for him to unwind. As she spoke, her attractiveness as a girl garnered the immediate approval of many boys. "Sounds great. I'm on board. I oppose." However, at that moment, Chun Ziyu interjected with a raised hand. He had noticed Wang Yi casting a glance at Qin Lin just as she proposed the barbecue, and that concerned look ignited a surge of jealousy within him. Chun Ziyu felt certain that they were plotting some clandestine rendezvous, and he was determined to thwart their plans. "Let us opt for a buffet instead. It's far too hot to be barbecuing outside. Enjoying air conditioning in a restaurant is certainly more comfortable than baking under the sun, right?" Chun Ziyu reasoned. To him, a picnic in the park would allow too much freedom. If he didn't keep a close watch on Qin Lin, he couldn't bear to imagine what indecent acts he might commit with Wang Yi. However, in a restaurant, the space was limited, and everything would remain under his control. He could even use this as an opportunity to get closer to Wang Yi. This suggestion was quickly endorsed by most of the girls. Although they didn't eat much, they preferred to stay in an air-conditioned room rather than bask in the sun. Nevertheless, Wang Yi furrowed her brow upon hearing Chun Ziyu's words and countered, "Buffets are too expensive. There are many less fortunate students in our class. Perhaps we should reconsider." Chapter 12. This business must be done. Wang Yi was aware of Qin Lin's circumstances. Although he earned a decent wage working at school, she still thought of his financial situation. Moreover, she was right. Compared to outdoor barbecuing, the cost of even the most basic buffet in Binhai City was around 70 to 80 yuan per person. For students receiving financial aid, that was nothing short of extravagant. Wang Yi's remark garnered the approval of many boys who were not picky. They simply wanted to please the girl. Besides, a picnic in the park would save a considerable amount of money. However, upon hearing her response, Chun Ziyu chuckled and retorted, "Oh, are you worried that Qin Lin and his friends can't afford it? Don't worry. I, Chun Ziyu, will cover the costs for those impoverished students. A buffet is only 70 or 80 yuan. With Qin Lin included, there are just 4 students in need. 2 to 300 yuan is a trivial matter for me." To Chun Ziyu, Wang Yi's concern seemed to revolve around Qin Lin. To prevent their plans from succeeding, he was willing to bear some cost. At that moment, hearing Chun Ziyu offer to treat, the others chimed in, praising him. "Chun, you're so generous." "Exactly. With the mosquitoes rampant this season, why endure bites outside when we can enjoy air conditioning and cold drinks indoors?" The academic representative, too, was urged to relent. "Chun, maybe you should tone it down a bit." The class monitor noticed Chun Ziyu directly addressing Qin Lin and intervened. After all, calling out Qin Lin by name and labeling him as a poor student was not a favorable action. Ignoring the class monitor, Chun Ziyu continued to confront Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi felt a bit conflicted. After all, her suggestion to picnic in the park was intended to lift Qin Lin's spirits. But if too many opposed her, she would have no choice. Yet, Qin Lin simply smiled and interjected, "Since everyone seems to favor the buffet, shouldn't we choose a decent place?" "Yes, we must select a good venue." Many who supported the buffet agreed with Qin Lin's proposal. "How about Jinling Hotel? Their buffet is quite impressive." Hearing their suggestions, Qin Lin smiled again. Although they were all classmates, most were not particularly friendly toward him, primarily due to his status as an orphan and a poor student. Thus, he felt no need to be polite. Under normal circumstances, he would not have suggested Jinling Hotel, as it was indeed quite expensive. However, given his current role as the host, he felt it would be unwise to pass up a business opportunity with so many people. "Qin Lin, are you intentionally stirring trouble? Do you have any idea how expensive Jinling Hotel is?" Chun Ziyu's expression darkened at Qin Lin's suggestion. In Chun Ziyu's mind, he was trying to treat Qin Lin well, only for him to propose a restaurant that charges 200 yuan a person, with 4 students in need. That would total over 1,000 yuan, and Chun Ziyu felt a pang of discomfort. While the crowd rolled their eyes at Qin Lin's audacious suggestion, he merely chuckled and said, "So, are we going for the buffet or the picnic? Let's settle this. After all, we've been classmates for so long and are nearing graduation. Is it too much to ask for a nice meal at Jinling Hotel?" Qin Lin's words were reasonable, if framed as a graduation celebration. A lavish meal could indeed be acceptable. As a result, many began to waver, realizing that his proposal wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, they had all come from various places to study in Binhai City, and some might never return. A gathering for a good meal was worth considering. Observing the silence, Qin Ziyu scoffed. If that is how you feel, then I want to cover the cost for the impoverished students. You're the one creating trouble, and I refuse to be the scapegoat. Qin Ziyu dropped the pretense and candidly expressed that he couldn't afford it. Hearing this, Qin Lin merely smiled and replied, "All right then, since no one has any objections, let's head to Jinling Hotel. As for the cost for the impoverished students, I'll cover it." "Good. That is what you said." Qin Ziyu snapped back, teeth clenched. If Qin Lin insisted on shouldering the expenses for 3 others, then Qin Ziyu was indifferent. After all, the loss would not be his. He was curious to see how Qin Lin would react when it came time to pay. 200 yuan is nothing. "All right, everyone. Let us make our gathering at Jinling Hotel. If a poor guy like Qin Lin can treat 3 others, we certainly cannot lower our standards." With that, the objections ceased, and the class monitor, having no further comments, had to finalize the decision. However, Qin Lin could not help but chuckle at the turn of events. Excluding himself and the 3 impoverished students, the total would only amount to 600 yuan. Furthermore, considering a class of 60 to 70 individuals, if all were to attend, the introduction fee would surely exceed 600 yuan, wouldn't it? At that moment, Qin Lin felt truly like a sales prodigy. Having effortlessly secured such a multitude of orders for his company, it seemed a shame not to pursue a career in sales. Observing the bewildered faces of the crowd, Qin Lin offered a faint smile. However, at this juncture, Wang Yi approached him, her expression tinged with concern. "Qin Lin, are you truly planning to invite those impoverished students?" Knowing Qin Lin's circumstances all too well, Wang Yi was acutely aware that he was already struggling to earn money through part-time work while shouldering an additional burden. And her worry was palpable. "Oh, not at all," Qin Lin replied with a smile as she approached. He understood her apprehension, yet found himself lacking a credible excuse. After all, if he were to claim he was the owner of the Jinling Hotel, she would undoubtedly be incredulous. Sensing her unease, Qin Lin pondered for a moment and offered a casual excuse, saying, "Rest assured, with so many introductions I'm making, the hotel will provide a commission. Not only can I afford it, but I'll also make a profit." Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that he possessed such a cunning plan. Chapter 13, A Significant Loss. Without further ado, seizing the opportunity during the lunch break, the group boarded a vehicle and headed straight to the Jinling Hotel. As a venerable establishment renowned on the mainland, many were visiting for the first time. And upon entering the magnificent lobby, they couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, this hotel is incredibly luxurious." As the proprietor, Qin Lin couldn't help but smile at their astonished expressions. However, the hotel staff, witnessing such a large group entering, initially assumed it was a disturbance, prompting even the security at the entrance to heighten their vigilance. Of course, their anxiety dissipated upon recognizing that the group was led by their chairman, Qin Lin. Without further ado, Qin Lin summoned several staff members and proceeded to the third-floor cafe. The seafood buffet at Jinling Cafe is 228 yuan per person. Classmates, will it be cash or QR code? The cafe staff, thrilled by the unexpectedly large group of guests, eagerly awaited their response. Upon hearing the price of 228 yuan, Qin Ziyu gritted her teeth and was the first to hand over the money and step inside. Qin Lin, however, remained unhurried, instructing Wang Yi and the impoverished students to wait aside. A third of the group had completed their transactions when suddenly an exclamation rang out. "Hey, I just realized that buying tickets on Meituan is actually 30 yuan cheaper than at the venue. Only 198 yuan. The individual exclaimed, as if having stumbled upon a treasure. "What? Let me see. Oh wow, it's true." Hearing this, the crowd quickly retrieved their phones to order tickets from Meituan. This is a huge loss. Those who had entered before Qin Ziyu soon discovered that the mobile ticket prices were indeed 30 yuan less than the on-site cost, leaving them quite disheartened. What a ripoff. However, there was nothing they could do. Having already paid, they could only stand by and watch. Before long, nearly everyone had purchased tickets and entered the cafe, leaving only Qin Lin and his companions outside. At this moment, Qin Ziyu emerged, mocking, "What's the matter, Qin Lin? Aren't you going to pay? You're not planning to stand outside and watch us eat, are you?" He relished the thought of witnessing Qin Lin's discomfort at the prospect of spending money. Yet, upon hearing Qin Ziyu's taunt, Qin Lin merely chuckled. Without further ado, he addressed a nearby staff member. "These 4 are with me. Please allow them to enter." The staff member complied, and to Qin Ziyu's astonishment, the attendant permitted Qin Lin and his group to pass without charging a dime. Qin Ziyu was left utterly bewildered. Observing the look of disbelief on his face, Qin Lin smiled and quipped, "What are you staring at? Go on in and eat." Qin Ziyu, still perplexed, failed to grasp the situation. Ignoring him, Qin Lin guided Wang Yi and the others to a table for 6. As for the notion of Qin Lin footing the bill, That was out of the question. In truth, the cost of the hotel's buffet was fixed each day. An additional guest or two made little difference. Moreover, as the hotel's owner, Qin Lin could afford to dine for free every day if he so wished. Naturally, he had no intention of divulging this information to Chen Ziyu. At that moment, Wang Yi, witnessing Qin Lin manage to bring them in without spending a single penny, felt a surge of excitement. Wow, Qin Lin, you must have made arrangements with the hotel. You really are something. Chen Ziyu, refusing to relent, followed closely behind, perplexed, and inquired of Qin Lin, in your view, how could you possibly secure a complimentary meal without colluding with the hotel? Think whatever you like. I didn't force you all to come. Aren't we all quite happy now? Qin Lin replied with a smile, choosing not to engage in an argument with Chen Ziyu. The group, captivated by the lavish array of food, ranging from tomahawk steaks to cheesy baked lobsters and golden crabs, were elated, their excitement betraying their lack of worldly experience. Although the prices were somewhat steep, dining in such an establishment was still rather exhilarating. Go on and help yourselves. Why are you all just sitting there? Qin Lin remarked, observing the bashful impoverished students. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Years ago, he had shared their insecurities, but his circumstances had been far more dire. Having been born in an orphanage, lacking funds, Qin Lin had to strive even harder. Although he too was once an impoverished student, his situation had improved somewhat. They likely had never visited such a fine restaurant, and it would be a shame to squander Qin Lin's goodwill by not indulging in a grand meal. Without hesitation, Qin Lin returned to the table with several plates of food, diving into the feast with gusto. Despite his newfound wealth, his passion for culinary delights remained unabated. Shortly thereafter, a dapper male server approached, bearing a bottle of wine. Mr. Qin, this is a gesture of goodwill from our hotel's vice president, a 1993 Romanée-Conti. The server bowed and proceeded to uncork the exquisite wine, pouring Qin Lin a glass. Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the wine. He had not anticipated that the vice president would think to strengthen their relationship at that moment. While he was unaware of the exact value of the Romanée-Conti, it was certainly worth over 100,000 yuan, making the vice president's gesture rather extravagant. Yet, Qin Lin couldn't help but wonder how this vice president had access to such wealth in order to procure this illustrious wine. With this thought in mind, Qin Lin summoned the server and quietly inquired, where did this wine come from? Surely your vice president isn't like Yuan Peng, embezzling company funds? The server, feeling somewhat awkward, nonetheless revealed some insider information, stating, Mr. Qin, you jest. Here at Jinling Hotel, we not only operate in the service industry, but also cultivate connections across various sectors. It's common for individuals to present fine wines as gestures to foster relationships. Unlike other hotels, the Jinling Hotel indeed commanded considerable influence in society, yet it was normal for Qin Lin, having just taken charge, to be unaware of some operational nuances. Upon hearing his words, Qin Lin merely nodded lightly. Very well, you may go. Since it was a gift from someone else, he held no objections. Had the hotel's vice president attempted to honor him with over 100,000 in wine from the hotel's own stock, Qin Lin would undoubtedly have dealt with him most severely. As the server departed, the remaining individuals present, including Chen Ziyu, were taken aback upon learning it was Romanée-Conti. The impoverished student had no knowledge of this wine, but he could discern its undeniable superiority. Chapter 14. A Share of Nonsense. Chen Ziyu, on the other hand, came from a middle-class family worth several million. He was well aware of the tens of thousands that Romanée-Conti could command. Witnessing Qin Lin being presented with an entire bottle left him momentarily speechless. How could Qin Lin, whom he perceived as a mere poor student, possibly receive such an extravagant gift? The most absurd part was that he was indulging in such pricey wine during a buffet. Surely that was inappropriate? Nevertheless, curious about the wine, Chen Ziyu approached Qin Lin with a grin. Hey, Qin Lin, since we're sitting together, shouldn't we share this fine treasure? To which Qin Lin furrowed his brow in response, retorting, share? With you? If you wish to partake, it's 3,000 per sip. Do as you please. Qin Lin was unapologetic. This bottle of Romanée-Conti was worth over 100,000, yielding at most a dozen glasses, each thus valued at around 10,000. Charging him 3,000 for a mere taste hardly seemed excessive. Chen Ziyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him upon hearing Qin Lin's words. Yet he found himself powerless against him. Qin Lin, not one to hold back, poured a glass for Wang Yi and the others, deliberately excluding Chen Ziyu, leaving him to watch enviously. Come on, Qin Lin, that's a bit much. Chen Ziyu exclaimed, exasperated. Ultimately, Chen Ziyu, unable to resist the allure of the wine, reluctantly handed over several thousand to Qin Lin. The latter was more than happy to oblige, as such trivial sums were too easy to dismiss, especially when the wine wasn't even his. Wang Yi took a sip, marveling at its exquisite taste, truly a rarity in this world. Curious, she inquired of Qin Lin. What is the story here? Why would someone gift you such an exceptional wine? Although she wasn't particularly knowledgeable about Romani Conti, the mere taste hinted at its value, prompting her skepticism regarding the circumstances of the gift. In response, Qin Lin glanced at the group and, foregoing pretense, declared, "Actually, I own this hotel. Do you believe me?" He was aware they would likely doubt him, yet he felt no need to conceal the truth. Upon hearing Qin Lin claim to be the owner of the Jinling Hotel, Chun Ziyu nearly sputtered out the wine he had just sipped, but the sting of the 3,000 he had just spent forced him to stifle his reaction. Truth be told, he was the first to disbelieve Qin Lin's assertion. The Jinling Hotel was a billion-dollar enterprise. It was simply implausible for him to be its proprietor. However, considering that the hotel's vice president had presented Romani Conti to Qin Lin, it implied that his true identity was indeed remarkable. Chun Ziyu's mind raced with thoughts. Could Qin Lin possess some hidden status? If this were the case, he would have formidable competition in his pursuit of Wang Yi. Wang Yi found Qin Lin's statement somewhat perplexing but nodded nonetheless, as she was unaware of the hotel's market value and thus refrained from delving deeper into her thoughts. After finishing their meal, Qin Lin escorted Wang Yi to the hotel entrance, intending to take the hotel's dedicated vehicle back to school. Firstly, he and T arrived in his Lamborghini, and secondly, as the hotel owner, the hotel car was essentially his own. Thus, rather than squishing onto a public bus, it was far more convenient to summon one. The vehicle was not particularly extravagant, merely a Mercedes S-Class, valued at over 200,000. While waiting for the car, a server approached, flattering him. "Chairman Qin, you truly are remarkable. You've attracted so many customers today. Our business is booming." Qin Lin chuckled softly at the server's words, replying, "Let us keep it low-key." This scene did not escape the notice of Chun Ziyu and the others. The server addressing him as Chairman Qin confirmed his status. Good heavens, Qin Lin is actually the chairman of Jinling Hotel. Chun Ziyu swallowed hard, astonished. Moments later, a Mercedes S-Class pulled up, eliciting gasps of surprise from the onlookers. Especially as several classmates emerged, their eyes widening at the sight of the luxurious vehicle, betraying their lack of exposure to such opulence. The next moment, their astonishment intensified as they witnessed Qin Lin escorting Wang Yi into the car. "Everyone, I shall take my leave first." Qin Lin grinned, entering the vehicle with Wang Yi. The entire class was left agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth is happening? When did Qin Lin amass such wealth? Although it was merely the hotel's vehicle, their envy was palpable, for it exuded undeniable luxury. Witnessing Qin Lin board the car with the goddess Wang Yi, many boys felt a pang of jealousy, muttering, "Did you not realize? Qin Lin didn't even pay for the meal. I suspected he was scheming to lead us to this kind of restaurant just to pocket a referral fee. Damn, Qin Lin is quite the shrewd one." Even swindling the entire class. They were flabbergasted that a mere $200 meal had vanished so effortlessly. Yet, they had to admit the buffet was commendable. Had it been elsewhere, they would likely have been served only inferior fare. As the chatter continued, Chun Ziyu found himself somewhat irritated, having already grasped Qin Lin's true identity. To him, the others seemed utterly foolish, oblivious to the fact that they were unwittingly supporting someone who didn't even need their referral fees. In his eyes, they were hopelessly naive. Meanwhile, Qin Lin and Wang Yi swiftly returned to school. The comfort of the $200,000 vehicle was undeniable, and upon reaching their destination, they reluctantly exited. "Qin Lin, thank you." Wang Yi expressed her gratitude for the meal. Qin Lin smiled but said nothing further, simply reminding her, "Don't forget, I promised to treat you to dinner tonight." For Qin Lin, a promise made was a promise kept, and one simple buffet would not suffice. Wang Yi nodded in agreement and made her way toward the school. After bidding farewell to the driver, Qin Lin returned to his apartment. Meow meow. Tawanzi, his cat, greeted him with a slightly aggrieved demeanor. The room was somewhat chaotic and cramped, leaving the feline feeling uneasy in such solitude. It was rather reckless of Qin Lin to leave a cat worth over 100,000 in such a modest rental space. Seeing Tawanzi approach, Qin Lin couldn't help but smile and lifted the cat into his arms. While being alone here was manageable, having a cat made the apartment feel less secure. Perhaps it was time to consider moving. Chapter 15. No need, I have a car. Upon reflecting on the luxurious aerial villa at the coastal Arc de Triomphe that he had signed for that morning, Qin Lin felt no need to linger any longer. He resolved to relocate today, for why reside in a cramped apartment when one could inhabit a grand villa? Qin Lin was eager to behold the fabled estate, purportedly valued at 2.8 billion. Later in the afternoon, he promptly contacted a nearby moving company. Although his belongings were minimal, moving alone would necessitate several trips back and forth, which would be quite bothersome. Before long, the moving truck arrived at the foot of his building, manned by two individuals, a middle-aged man and a young man. The latter frowned upon seeing that they had been dispatched to such a dilapidated and chaotic apartment adjacent to the university. The disarray outside mirrored the reality of housing in the university town, where many structures were self-built by locals, starkly contrasting the orderly arrangements of the city. The two men harbored doubts about Qin Lin's financial standing. Upon receiving the notification that the moving company had arrived, Qin Lin descended to meet them. To his bewilderment, the movers seemed disinclined to open the truck doors, as if they were apprehensive of soiling their shoes on the filthy concrete. "Excuse me, I'm in apartment 309. Could you assist me with a few items?" Qin Lin inquired amiably. In truth, moving alone would require numerous trips up and down the stairs. However, the young man within the truck replied nonchalantly, "We'll open the truck, but you'll need to carry your things up yourself. If you require assistance, it'll be an extra 100 per person." His tone revealed a blatant disdain, as they were unwilling to traverse the stairs of an apartment lacking an elevator. Despite their labor being physically demanding, puzzled, Qin Lin thought, "Why would I call a moving company if they want to help me move? I might as well have called a cheaper service." Nevertheless, since they were already there, he didn't wish to squander time. After all, 200 yuan was a trivial matter for him. "Very well, you may begin moving, and I shall settle the payment afterward," he said, foregoing any further pleasantries. The two men reluctantly acquiesced and began unloading the truck. Having resided in the apartment for several years, Qin Lin possessed a considerable amount of personal belongings, including multiple bags filled with items for his pet. With his belongings loaded onto the truck, he placed his pet, a cat worth over 100,000, into a pet backpack that he carried casually. He was not about to leave such a precious creature in the moving truck. After some time, the young man called out, "Hey, brother, we don't have enough space in the cab. If you wish to join us, you'll need to sit in the truck bed. Alternatively, provide us with an address, and we can wait for you there." In their eyes, had Qin Lin been a typical customer or a woman, they would have gladly offered the passenger seat. However, given that he resided in such a shabby apartment, they saw no reason to extend any courtesy. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin merely smirked and replied, "There's no need for that. I have my own car. You can follow behind." He had no intention of riding with them, for he possessed a Lamborghini and found driving himself far more comfortable. The two men exchanged glances, momentarily spotting the dilapidated electric bike parked below. Mistakenly assuming it was Qin Lin's vehicle, the young man, somewhat bemused, said, "All right, lead the way." Since Qin Lin had his own transport, they were relieved not to have to cram him into the truck bed. However, the bike was slow on the road. Ignoring their misjudgments, Qin Lin walked to the corner, pressed a button, and soon emerged in his Lamborghini Gallardo. The presence of the Lamborghini altered the atmosphere entirely. The two men, who had harbored some prejudice against Qin Lin, were momentarily stunned. How could someone living in such a modest apartment afford a Lamborghini? They stared in disbelief, their expressions revealing astonishment. Goodness, is this person extraordinarily wealthy? Do affluent individuals truly live so modestly? The young man swallowed hard and timidly asked the middle-aged man beside him, "Brother, how much do you think this sports car costs?" Though the young man lacked precise knowledge, he recognized the car's exorbitance. The middle-aged man, equally astonished, replied, "A Lamborghini Gallardo would set you back 3 to 4 million. Both men struggled to reconcile their perceptions, realizing that the seemingly unremarkable Qin Lin was far more impressive than they had imagined. Seeing their astonishment, Qin Lin chuckled. "What are you staring at? Let us go." Without further ado, he drove out of the apartment complex, while the two men, their hearts racing, followed closely behind. Before long, Qin Lin led them to their destination, the opulent coastal Arc de Triomphe Villa district situated in the heart of the city. This prestigious enclave comprised 5 towering buildings, with the tallest being the most elite property in coastal. Qin Lin, unreserved, guided them into the villa community. The two men behind him swallowed nervously, their apprehension palpable as they entered Coastal's most exclusive affluent district for the first time. The coastal Arc de Triomphe was a landmark, with villas priced according to their elevation, each higher floor commanding an additional 20,000 per square meter. The crown jewel, the penthouse villa, reached a staggering 2.8 billion, a price that was virtually astronomical in Coastal. As they contemplated Qin Lin's residence in such a lavish area, they assumed his status must be extraordinary. However, observing his unassuming attire and his merely 4 million yuan Lamborghini, they felt he was still a considerable distance from true affluence. Thus, they surmised that while Qin Lin could own property there, he likely occupied a lower floor. Without further ado, Qin Lin motioned for them to push the small cart with his belongings while he headed into the central building, the number 3 tower. In such a premier community, only individuals of significant standing could operate property management companies. Upon entering the lobby, he was greeted by a sharply dressed concierge and an ostentatiously uniformed security officer. Upon noticing Qin Lin, the concierge momentarily paused before quickly regaining composure. Welcome, Mr. Qin. Good afternoon. Here is your key. The concierge, with a warm demeanor, presented Qin Lin with the room key and access card. Chapter 16, Arc de Triomphe Number 3. Prior to Qin Lin's arrival, the staff at Coastal Arc de Triomphe had memorized his details upon being notified of the sale of the penthouse, striving to ensure that he felt at home upon his arrival. This exemplified the prowess of a top-tier property management company. Feeling the warmth of their welcome, Qin Lin accepted the key with a slight nod and led the two men into the elevator. Upon observing the courteous demeanor of the receptionist, the two movers behind her could not help but swallow hard. Is this what life is like for the affluent? They felt a pang of envy. As they stepped into the elevator, Qin Lin glanced at the room card, which displayed the 13th floor. This building, towering at a mere 13 stories, housed opulent villas, with each floor boasting a height equivalent to 3 standard office levels. Without hesitation, Qin Lin swiped the card, and the elevator whirred to life. The interior of the elevator exuded luxury, rendering the two movers speechless for several moments. However, when they noticed that Qin Lin had swiped for the highest floor, surprise gripped their hearts. The 13th floor. Qin Lin resided there, and since this building capped at 13 stories, what did that imply? Wasn't he this building? No. 3. The crown jewel of the Arc de Triomphe? The pinnacle of opulence was indeed on the 13th floor. Could it be that this young man was so extravagantly wealthy? The two men exchanged awkward glances, their perceptions of Qin Lin evolving dramatically since their initial encounter in the slums, reaching a crescendo of admiration and trepidation. The stark contrast of wealth left them feeling overwhelmed, and they found themselves instinctively somewhat intimidated by Qin Lin, though it was too late for regret. Unperturbed by the subtle shifts in demeanor from the movers, Qin Lin, too, was experiencing this high-end, luxurious environment for the first time. Just the pristine state of the elevator spoke volumes about the meticulous care of the building's staff. Satisfied with this aerial villa in the city center, Qin Lin felt an overwhelming contentment. The elevator swiftly ascended to the top floor, revealing an unassuming yet elegant golden-edged door, its exquisite patterns indicative of substantial worth. The two movers gasped in astonishment once more at this sight. Qin Lin, undeterred, swiped his card to unlock the door. The villa offered various entry methods, but as this was his first visit, lacking fingerprint registration or facial recognition, swiping the card was the most convenient option. As soon as he opened the door, a magical scene unfolded within, startling the two movers. The moment Qin Lin stepped inside, the lights illuminated automatically, and the curtains began to part, unveiling nearly a 270-degree panoramic view through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This aerial villa encapsulated the most vibrant nightscape of the coastal city. Watching the lavish spectacle of the villa, the movers continued to gulp in awe, their eyes sparkling with excitement. So this was what a 2.8 billion villa looked like. It was beyond extravagant. It felt akin to living among the clouds. They refrained from speaking, fearful of revealing their naivety in front of Qin Lin. Meanwhile, Qin Lin merely cast a casual glance at the villa's scenery before turning to them and stating, "Very well, here is your payment, along with an additional 200 for the moving fee. You may leave once you have set down the items." There was no need for pleasantries with them. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, the two men felt a mix of resignation and disappointment. They had hoped to seize the opportunity to tour the villa, but were met with an immediate dismissal. Nevertheless, they couldn't help but think that Qin Lin was rather generous, as 200 for moving services seemed rather low, given their service attitude. He could have easily lodged a complaint against them. After all, considering Qin Lin's status, it would be a simple matter to have the two dismissed. They let go of Qin Lin's belongings reluctantly and pushed their cart away from the villa. As the door closed behind them, silence enveloped the villa, a tranquility that Qin Lin cherished. This aerial villa boasted a triplex structure with 9 rooms, 3 balconies, and an outdoor garden, offering a comprehensive array of amenities. The interior was adorned with the finest materials in the world, allowing Qin Lin to move in without any additional decor. From this moment forth, Qin Lin could confidently assert that he was among the most affluent residents of the Arc de Triomphe Villa district. Releasing his little cat, it scampered about excitedly, meowing as it explored. Qin Lin chuckled, taking a moment to survey his surroundings before selecting the most splendid master bedroom as his new abode. This master suite featured a 270-degree curved, fully transparent floor-to-ceiling window, and upon drawing the curtains, the bustling riverside view of the coastal city greeted him. Had anyone told him in the past that he would one day reside in such a beautiful place, he would have never believed it. Reclining on the plush bed, savoring the splendid moment, Qin Lin unexpectedly felt a twinge of loneliness. Indeed, residing in such a magnificent villa alone was rather monotonous. How delightful it would be to share this experience with someone special. After some time acclimatizing, he organized his personal belongings, finally feeling a semblance of home. Being an orphan, any shelter could be deemed as Qin Lin's home. With around 100 million in his account, he found himself at a loss regarding how to spend it. Perhaps this was the dilemma of the wealthy. However, recalling his upcoming meeting with Wang Yi that evening, he felt the urge to present himself well. Yet, as Qin Lin stood before the mirror, surveying his somewhat disheveled hair, he felt a pang of frustration. It had been 2 months since his last haircut, and with 3 days of neglect, his appearance was rather unkempt. Clearly, he needed to schedule a haircut soon. His wardrobe, composed of numerous garments he had worn for years, included some pieces from his time in the orphanage and others purchased during his part-time work at school. While they appeared ordinary and not overtly shabby, Qin Lin's circumstances were, in truth, rather dire. Now that he possessed the means, it was only fitting to curate an attire befitting his newfound status and demeanor. "Little one, stay here and behave while I step out for a bit," he said, playfully engaging with his cat before preparing to get a haircut. However, at that moment, his phone rang, an unexpected call from the orphanage. The orphanage typically ceased all contact with residents once they turned 18, leaving them to navigate life independently. Having not received a call from them in ages, Qin Lin was taken aback. "Hello?" he answered, connecting the call. On the other end, a rather impatient voice responded. "Qin Lin, a group of people claims that 20 years ago, they abandoned a male infant at the orphanage's entrance. The institution intends to conduct a parentage test for individuals admitted 20 years ago. The appointment is in 3 days. Please make time to return. This may be your only opportunity to locate your biological parents. Additionally, I must emphasize that they are quite influential, so I hope you take this opportunity seriously." Upon hearing this, Qin Lin fell silent. 20 years had passed without experiencing the warmth of family. As an abandoned child, no one wished to adopt him, and he endured the coldness of the orphanage until his education provided a modicum of solace. He had silently borne all of this, and now, at this moment, they had suddenly appeared. Qin Lin felt a surge of resentment. Why now? Conflicted emotions churned within him, a sense of reluctance creeping in, yet deep down, Qin Lin yearned to meet his parents and inquire why they had abandoned him. Gazing at the substantial sum of 100 million in his account and the opulence of his villa, he inhaled deeply, striving to temper his feelings. Indeed, wealth was the sole remedy for distress. In the past, the mere notion of locating the parents who had forsaken him for 2 decades would have brought him to tears. However, his current status had transformed. Now, surrounded by riches, he regarded the situation with a sense of detachment. "Very well." Qin Lin replied to the voice on the other end of the phone before hanging up and stepping out of the villa. "Good afternoon, Mr. Qin." Upon reaching the ground floor, the receptionist recognized him and greeted him warmly. Qin Lin merely nodded in acknowledgement, intending to leave without further ado. Yet, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, is there a top-notch hair salon nearby? With his newfound status, Qin Lin could no longer afford to walk into any random barbershop he encountered. He now sought the most exquisite experience. The receptionist, smiling amiably, responded, "Indeed, Mr. Qin. Our Arc de Triomphe Villa area houses a salon. We have signed a contract with the finest hair stylist in Binhai, Master Tony, to provide premium hairstyle services to the residents. The salon is located at the West Gate." As he spoke, the receptionist presented a map for Qin Lin's perusal. However, Qin Lin found himself bemused by the notion that every renowned figure in the hairdressing industry seemed to have Tony appended to their name. Nevertheless, hearing that this stylist was the best in Binhai and feeling too lazy to search for alternatives, he decided to head to the West Gate. Upon arrival, he spotted a salon named 30 Million Troubles, its exterior unassuming. Inside stood a long-haired man with a center parting, exuding an artistic aura. Just as Qin Lin approached the entrance, a well-dressed girl of similar age happened to walk by, their eyes meeting briefly. She was attractive, a quintessential example of a wealthy beauty residing in such a villa district. Qin Lin found himself momentarily entranced. Noticing his gaze, the girl offered a shy smile and a polite response. Qin Lin, momentarily taken aback, brushed it off and entered the salon. The girl followed suit, evidently there for a haircut as well. "Who will be first?" Tony, noticing their arrival, gently set down his newspaper and stood up. Initially, he mistook them for a couple. "You go ahead. The boy's hair is short and will be quick to cut," the girl suggested, her voice pleasant. Qin Lin remained silent as she spoke. Unreservedly, he stepped forward. "What style do you prefer? No dyeing or perming?" After washing his hair, Tony guided Qin Lin to a chair and inquired. Qin Lin paused momentarily to contemplate. It seemed somewhat unjust to visit a stylist of Tony's caliber without opting for a more distinctive hairstyle. After all, a simple trim at a roadside barbershop would yield similar results, regardless of the price. After some thought, Qin Lin replied, "I want a new hairstyle. Something that makes me look handsome but understated, befitting my status." Though uncertain of the specific style he desired, he was clear that it must reflect his elevated position. Upon hearing Qin Lin's request, Tony wasted no time and began to skillfully wield his scissors, the blades dancing in his hands like graceful butterflies, showcasing an extraordinary talent. The title of Beanhi's top stylist was indeed well-deserved. Before long, Tony announced, "Mr. Qin, your hairstyle befitting a net worth of 10 billion is complete. What do you think? Is it too much or just right?" Having requested a hairstyle that matched his status, and with Tony unaware of Qin Lin's actual wealth, he had opted for a style that represented a 10 billion fortune. Gazing into the mirror at his striking reflection, Qin Lin was momentarily stunned. It was his first encounter with a hairstyle indicative of immense wealth, and coupled with his natural good looks, he appeared exceptionally dashing. "Just right. From now on, please cut my hair like this," Qin Lin affirmed, running his fingers through his hair and nodding in approval. Although he aimed for a more understated appearance, he could not deny the appeal of this 10 billion hairstyle. Meanwhile, the girl seated nearby was taken aback by Qin Lin's striking appearance. However, upon hearing Tony describe it as a 10 billion hairstyle, she couldn't help but chuckle, finding the situation amusing. After the haircut, Qin Lin felt a renewed sense of vigor. Without further ado, he settled the bill and exited the salon. The haircut was merely a minor interlude. The pressing issue remained that his attire was still too ordinary to complement his 9-point visage. As he contemplated his upcoming date with Wang Yi, he resolved to take advantage of the time he had left to visit a shopping center and acquire a few tailored outfits. After all, now that he possessed wealth, it was essential to avoid being mocked for his meager wardrobe. The Arc de Triomphe villas were conveniently located in the heart of Beanhi, allowing Qin Lin to step out of the villa area and into the city's most vibrant shopping district with ease. Upon arriving, he wasted no time and headed straight for the International Trade Center. For someone like Qin Lin, now holding a fortune of 100 million, luxury brands were mere trifles. Previously, designer labels had been unattainable dreams for him, a once impoverished student. But now, it was simply a matter of purchase. Without hesitation, he entered a trendy brand store, selecting 2 outfits he fancied without even glancing at the prices. Wrap them up. Wrap them up. Despite his seemingly ordinary attire, the staff were invigorated by Qin Lin's lavishness. Eagerly attending to him, Qin Lin thought to himself that since his life had undergone such a dramatic transformation, his wardrobe should reflect that change as well. He decided to acquire 10 or 8 trendy outfits, believing it was only fair to indulge himself after enduring hardships for over 20 years. At that moment, 2 male classmates from his university entered the trendy brand store, coincidentally stumbling upon Qin Lin's extravagant shopping spree. They had just finished dining at the Jinling hotel and were planning to wander around the city. Upon seeing Qin Lin in a frenzy of purchases, their brows furrowed in disbelief. After all, Qin Lin had been notorious for his impoverished background, especially after the incident at the Jinling hotel, leaving a lasting impression on their class. As an orphan, how could he possibly afford to buy so many items? Puzzled, the two approached Qin Lin directly. Aware of their presence, Qin Lin smiled but chose to ignore them. These were individuals who had consistently looked down upon him, and he had no desire to engage with them. Even if they crossed paths, he would not stoop to the level of initiating a conversation. However, upon witnessing Qin Lin's disregard for them, one individual, unable to contain his displeasure, exclaimed, "Hey, Qin Lin, you're quite the big shot, patronizing a place like this. Surely you didn't trick us into going to the Jinling hotel just to pocket a hefty referral fee, did you?" Previously, many had felt resentment towards Qin Lin after observing him depart with the goddess Wang Yi in a luxurious Mercedes S-Class. Rumors circulated that his suggestion to dine at the Jinling hotel was merely a ploy to profit from referral fees. Although they begrudgingly accepted the 200 yuan per person, the thought of being duped by Qin Lin naturally stirred their grievances. As they beheld Qin Lin flaunting his audacity by purchasing trendy brand clothing, their anger simmered to a boiling point. Yet, upon hearing their remarks, Qin Lin merely smiled and retorted, "Tricking you for referral fees? I never coerced anyone to visit the Jinling hotel, did I? You willingly chose to go. It seems a bit unjust to accuse me of deception, don't you think? Nevertheless, I'm disinclined to explain myself further. Think what you wish. I have numerous items to purchase and shall not entertain you any longer." With that, Qin Lin, undeterred, wandered off to shop, acquiring 2 outfits. Observing his nonchalance, the 2 onlookers were at a loss for words, pondering how such a shameless individual could exist in the world. They felt like silent witnesses to their own misfortune, unable to voice their grievances. However, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. A sales associate approached Qin Lin, pushing a shopping cart brimming with merchandise, and said, "Mr. Qin, you've purchased quite a lot. Would you like us to deliver these items to your home? We offer delivery services for our special customers." With his substantial purchases, Qin Lin undoubtedly qualified as a special customer, and the store was more than willing to facilitate the delivery of items too cumbersome for him to carry. At this moment, Qin Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing the associate's words and glancing at the overflowing cart. How did it accumulate so much? Initially, he intended to purchase only 10 or 8 outfits, yet he found himself unable to resist and ended up with a plethora of items. Indeed, spending money could be quite addictive. Having been impoverished before, he had never experienced such shopping euphoria. Now, being able to acquire so many things felt exhilarating. Please deliver these items to the front desk of Gate 3 at the Arc de Triomphe and mention my name, Qin Lin, he stated without hesitation, recognizing that carrying all these goods to his Lamborghini alone would be quite a challenge. Certainly, Mr. Qin, the associate replied enthusiastically, nodding as she arranged for the delivery. This scene did not go unnoticed by the two onlookers nearby, who were taken aback upon seeing the associate present a full cart of items to Qin Lin. Realizing the value of what he had purchased. Goodness, this is from a high-end fashion brand. A cart full of goods must be worth at least several tens of thousands. They thought, astonished at Qin Lin's apparent wealth. They found it hard to believe that such financial capability could stem from merely earning a referral fee, leading them to conclude that Qin Lin's true identity was even more formidable than they had imagined. As Qin Lin observed his classmates gaping in disbelief, he smiled, choosing to ignore their astonishment as he exited the clothing store. Having already amassed a considerable collection of clothing, lingering further held no purpose. So he ventured to explore other shops. Strolling through the ground floor, he found no interest in gold, diamonds, or necklaces, but when he spotted a Rolex store, he decided to step inside. Behind him, his two classmates widened their eyes in shock as they witnessed Qin Lin entering the prestigious timepiece boutique. Unbeknownst to Qin Lin, he had garnered the attention of two eager followers, but he simply thought that as the owner of a billion-dollar enterprise, it would be inappropriate not to possess a luxury watch. Welcome, sir. The staff at Rolex seemed particularly enthusiastic, perhaps due to Qin Lin's earlier shopping spree. Their excitement was palpable as they greeted him. Qin Lin acknowledged their warm welcome with a nod, choosing to peruse the store at his leisure until he spotted an appealing watch. What watch is this? May I see it? He casually inquired, approaching the luxury store with the same ease one would exhibit in a bustling market. Most Rolex watches are gold, which may seem ostentatious to some, but Qin Lin found them appealing. Sir, you have a discerning eye. This is the limited edition commemorative model just released this season, an 18K gold Rolex with a diamond-encrusted day-date feature, priced at $600,000. The associate presented the watch for him to try on. Typically, such an expensive timepiece would be out of reach for the average person, who would be denied even the chance to touch it, highlighting Qin Lin's esteemed status in the eyes of the sales staff. Satisfied with the fit, Qin Lin nodded and declared, I'll take it. Although this watch wasn't the most exorbitant, its limited edition status made it worth the purchase as a means to uphold appearances. The associate, thrilled by his prompt decision, quickly prepared to wrap the watch, eager to finalize the transaction before he could change his mind. Qin Lin, indifferent to the proceedings, exited the timepiece store with his new Rolex. Just as he stepped outside, he collided with the two classmates who had been following him. Witnessing Qin Lin's casual acquisition of a 600,000 yuan watch left them utterly astonished. Is this really the Qin Lin I know? How could he be so extravagant? They wondered, unable to fathom the reality of his affluence. Overcome with curiosity, they couldn't resist asking him for the secret to his success. Qin Lin, how did you manage this? A Rolex worth 600,000. How could you possibly afford it? Their disbelief was palpable. They could rationalize his earlier purchases of several thousand yuan worth of clothing, but a watch that cost tens of thousands was incomprehensible. Surely he couldn't have resorted to high-interest loans, especially as a man with no one to lend him money. At this moment, Qin Lin, hearing their inquiries, shook his head in resignation and replied, I, Qin Lin, live my life without the need to justify myself to you. Besides, I have always been wealthy. I am not the sort to con others for a mere referral fee. With that, he chose not to elaborate further and simply walked away. Engaging with them seemed futile. He had endured enough disdain and cold stares from those who once looked down upon him. If one could describe his feelings, it would be akin to carving a path through a sea of corpses drenched in blood. Therefore, rather than lingering in their presence, he preferred to distance himself. For out of sight equated to peace of mind. After all, they could do nothing to him. As Qin Lin turned to leave, the two classmates swallowed hard, still grappling with their inability to comprehend the situation. Is Qin Lin truly an orphan? How could he possess such wealth? Has he been masquerading as impoverished all these years to conceal his identity? Unable to comprehend, the two followed closely behind Qin Lin without hesitation. They soon witnessed him emerging from a Huawei store, having acquired a new phone, a Huawei Porsche Edition. Though it is a domestically produced device and not exorbitantly priced, perhaps only around 20,000, Qin Lin felt it imperative to support local brands. Subsequently, he procured several pairs of shoes and even took the time to purchase a stylish pair of sunglasses. eliciting feelings of envy and resentment from the two observers trailing behind him. "Hey, are you two so free that you have to follow me around?" Qin Lin remarked, sensing their persistent presence. Clearly, they had never encountered someone of affluence before, as wherever he ventured, they trailed closely. Their awkwardness was palpable upon hearing his words. Their curiosity about Qin Lin's circumstances was genuine. "Forget it. It's pointless to explain. I've bought what I needed, and I should head back now." Without waiting for their response, he simply grabbed his shopping bags and departed from the commercial center. The duo, wishing to offer an explanation, found themselves at a loss for words after Qin Lin's retort. However, upon exiting the mall, they were taken aback to hear the sound of a Lamborghini, as Qin Lin drove off in a sleek sports car, leaving them astonished. Even those unfamiliar with Lamborghini could discern that he was behind the wheel of an impressive vehicle, undoubtedly of significant value. At that moment, they were left utterly speechless. How could Qin Lin be so extravagant? For an ordinary person, it was enviable beyond measure for someone so young to be able to drive a sports car. This minor incident didn't linger in Qin Lin's thoughts as he drove back to the villa area. He had brought his car out earlier, anticipating that he wouldn't be able to carry all his purchases alone. Though it was merely a short distance, it proved to be quite helpful. Upon arriving downstairs, the trendy clothing he had ordered was already delivered to the front desk. The front desk attendant, Zhu Yongbo, was visibly excited to see Qin Lin return and said, "Mr. Qin, your clothes have arrived. Would you like us to arrange for housekeeping to assist in bringing your items upstairs?" Zhu Yongbo's enthusiasm was evident. In such a premier property, it was only natural to have a housekeeping service at their disposal. Qin Lin glanced at the mountain of shopping bags and realized that carrying them alone would indeed be quite tiring. With assistance readily available, he responded, "All right, please arrange it." Nodding, he took the elevator back to his villa. In a short while, 3 housekeepers arrived at Qin Lin's villa with a shopping cart. They appeared to be young, possibly students, and their looks were rather average. Upon entering the lavish villa, their eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Lin made no effort to complicate matters for them and simply instructed, "Please organize these clothes and place them in the wardrobe." He felt no inclination to manage the newly purchased items himself and preferred to have them sorted away. The young women worked skillfully and soon completed the task, exiting the villa without asking for a single penny. It seemed that the service fees were covered by the property management, relieving Qin Lin of any additional concerns. He could easily request help with cleaning and other tasks without needing to hire anyone extra, making the service here exceedingly thoughtful. After they departed, Qin Lin poured some cat food into the dish for his little pet and proceeded to the dressing room to select his outfit for the evening. The trendy male clothing was brand new, and Qin Lin, feeling no need to wash them, simply donned a stylish ensemble. Standing before the mirror, he admired his nearly flawless reflection, feeling quite satisfied. With a polished hairstyle and a fashionable outfit, he deemed himself ready for his date with Wang Yi. As time was drawing near, Qin Lin promptly hopped into his Lamborghini and headed towards the school. Unlike Qin Lin, who resided off campus, Wang Yi lived in a dormitory. His previous choice to stay in an off-campus apartment was not due to wealth. In fact, some off-campus housing was cheaper than the dormitory fees. Additionally, living outside was more convenient for Qin Lin, who needed to work to support himself. Upon arriving at the school gate, Qin Lin sent Wang Yi a message and waited outside. Stepping out of the car to get some fresh air, he noticed several students casting envious glances in his direction. A Lamborghini. How many young people yearn for such a car? Naturally, parking it at the entrance attracted significant attention. Observing this reaction, Qin Lin couldn't help but smile as he put on his sunglasses. Before long, Wang Yi rushed over, having changed into a lovely dress to meet him. Coming from an average family, her attire wasn't designer, yet her taste was impeccable. Coupled with her outstanding looks and figure, she emanated a captivating beauty. It was noteworthy that she had not always possessed such allure. During high school, she had yet to mature fully, lacking the charm she exhibited now. Truly, women blossom with age, and even Qin Lin found himself somewhat astonished. Reflecting on the years, he felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that this young woman had quietly watched over him all this time. Upon Wang Yi's arrival, Qin Lin waved at her. Initially, she failed to recognize the striking figure before her until he removed his sunglasses and beckoned her. "Qin Lin," she exclaimed, taken aback by his transformation and the stunning Lamborghini beside him. Previously, when he had mentioned being the owner of the Jinling hotel, she had been somewhat skeptical. Now, witnessing him arrive in such a car, her surprise was palpable. "How do I look? Dashing, right?" Qin Lin grinned as Wang Yi approached. He had meticulously prepared his appearance that afternoon, truly putting in effort to impress her. However, her response was a chuckle as she stood before him. She nodded, taking in his outfit. "I didn't realize you could look this handsome." The difference between his morning appearance and now was striking, with his stylish hair and handsome features. Even Wang Yi hadn't expected Qin Lin to transform so dramatically. In truth, his previous lack of fashionable attire had rendered him somewhat unremarkable, making handsome a term that felt foreign in relation to him. Of course, Wang Yi's affection for him during that time had nothing to do with his looks. Back then, Qin Lin often faced exclusion, retreating to corners where he garnered sympathy. Yet, he possessed a resilient spirit. Despite being an orphan, he worked harder than most. Thus, when Wang Yi interacted with him, she saw a genuinely admirable person. "Let us get in the car. I'll take you for a bite to eat." Qin Lin didn't allow her to dwell on it further, gesturing for her to enter. His intention for treating her was not only to express gratitude, but also to bridge the gap that had grown between them over the years. For 6 years, he had viewed her merely as an ordinary friend, even as a stranger. Qin Lin was seeing her true beauty for the first time. He had indeed been blind in the past, failing to cherish her properly. Wang Yi, unfazed, approached Qin Lin's side as they admired the Lamborghini together. The scene of a promising young man with a captivating woman was enough to evoke envy from onlookers. A crowd had gathered around the Lamborghini, buzzing with speculation and admiration. "Let us go," Qin Lin suggested, wishing to avoid the commotion and leave with Wang Yi. However, at that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. "Hold on." Qin Lin had already settled into the car, but the individual boldly stood in front of the vehicle. He held a cup of coffee, dressed impeccably with a hint of roguish charm. Seeing this, Qin Lin, somewhat exasperated, stepped out of the car and asked, "What now?" To his surprise, the man pushed him aside and confronted Wang Yi. "Wang Yi, there's such an important meeting tonight. You're taking leave just to go on a date with this guy?" The man completely ignored Qin Lin, addressing Wang Yi with a serious demeanor. This individual was Tang Longyu, the vice president of the student council. Unlike other suitors, his position as Wang Yi's superior gave him a sense of entitlement to control her. Although he had initially approved her leave, witnessing her with another man displeased him greatly. The meeting would involve Mr. Mo, and they would discuss the upcoming student council elections. He had intended to recommend Wang Yi for the next vice presidency, but now, seeing her with Qin Lin, he was irked. "You're old enough to know what's important. Get out of the car, or forget about the elections," Tang Longyu ordered in a commanding tone. He was indifferent to Wang Yi's relationship with Qin Lin, but he would not allow her to leave with another man. Qin Lin stood by, puzzled by the scene before him. He was driving a Lamborghini, dressed in trendy attire, yet Tang Longyu seemed utterly unfazed, displaying an overabundance of confidence. Chapter 21. You may try. Despite Tang Longyu's remarks, Wang Yi remained composed and replied, "Mr. Tang, I appreciate your concern. But joining the student council is merely a hobby for me. I have no aspirations for high office. In fact, spending time with my good friend today is far more significant." To her, the student council was akin to a frivolous pastime, a mere interest group. In the grand scheme of life, what was the value of being president? Wang Yi was quite clear on her priorities. Conversely, she found Tang Longyu's controlling nature to be a source of discomfort while in the council, as her affections were solely reserved for Qin Lin. "Wang Yi, think carefully. I cannot approve this leave," Tang Longyu said, his expression darkening. In truth, elevating Wang Yi to vice president was an effortless task for him. Now he made it explicit. If she refused, any notion of her becoming president was out of the question. Hearing Wang Yi's stance, Tang Longyu continued to prattle on, prompting Qin Lin to step forward. "Mr. Tang, my friend Wang Yi has made her position clear. She does not care for the president's title. So please cease your persistent entanglement." Qin Lin confronted Tang Longyu without reservation. To Qin Lin, the student council held little merit. Being president was merely an opportunity for accolades. Moreover, Tang Longyu's reliance on connections to attain his position had thoroughly tainted its significance. It was the weekend. People should be free to pursue their desires without prioritizing student council affairs. Regardless of whether Tang Longyu was motivated by jealousy, Qin Lin detested his authoritative demeanor. "We have other matters to attend to, so we will take our leave," Qin Lin stated, getting back into the car. The vice president of a student council, who thought himself superior due to his title, would not deter him. "You." As Qin Lin began to start the Lamborghini, Tang Longyu's expression soured. The situation was such that Wang Yi showed no interest in the student council. If he continued to pressure her, she might withdraw from it entirely. Tang Longyu found himself perplexed. Was this man truly worth Wang Yi's devotion? As they prepared to leave, Tang Longyu tore off his facade, addressing Qin Lin directly. "Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you drive a Lamborghini. Let me be clear, Wang Yi cannot leave with you today. Otherwise, you will regret it." His tone was cold and rapid, devoid of jest. He had long harbored feelings for Wang Yi, but had been reluctant to act. Now, seeing Qin Lin usurp his chance, he felt outraged. What was a Lamborghini to him? His family owned a Ferrari. Regret? Huh. What right did Qin Lin have to demand that of him? Qin Lin chuckled at the threat. The president of a student council? If that's the case, I've truly broadened my horizons. Let us see how a mere student council president can topple a billionaire-esque conglomerate. Just as Tang Longyu had dismissed him, Qin Lin felt no need to regard him with any seriousness. What gives you the right? Tang Longyu sneered. Just because my father is the chairman of the Shengtang Group. If you dare take her, I'll break your legs tomorrow. Believe it. He made no attempt to conceal his intentions. The Shengtang Group operated a variety of establishments in Binhai City, including bars and entertainment venues, wielding considerable influence behind the scenes. In his world, no one dared oppose Tang Longyu when it came to women. Now that Qin Lin sought to take away the woman he coveted, Tang Longyu was not joking. As he eyed Qin Lin, who drove a Lamborghini and seemed of no significant standing, Tang Longyu believed crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Shengtang Group? Qin Lin chuckled, feeling somewhat resigned. He had heard of the group before, its valuation hovering around 8 billion. I'm the chairman of Jinling. You think you can threaten me? What a joke. You may try, Qin Lin replied, his expression impassive as he rolled up the window and pressed the accelerator, departing the campus without granting Tang Longyu another word. If he dared to make a move against him, Qin Lin was prepared to show him the harsh realities of society. Meanwhile, in the car, Wang Yi began to voice her concern for Qin Lin. Qin Lin, perhaps we should turn back. The Shengtang Group is formidable. Tang Longyu leveraged that background to extort Mr. Mo into granting him the vice presidency. If he truly wishes to make things difficult for you, it could spell trouble. It's not worth you getting involved for my sake. Wang Yi spoke with genuine fear for Qin Lin's safety. However, Qin Lin sighed in response. Is it truly worth it for you to give up the opportunity to become vice president of the student council for me? That is different. Wang Yi quickly retorted, her voice firm. In Wang Yi's perspective, the position of the student council president is rather dispensable. She remains indifferent to it. However, losing the opportunity to further develop her relationship with Qin Lin is unacceptable, for she has always placed Qin Lin at the forefront of her priorities. All right, trust me. If Tang Longyu dares to lay a hand on me, I shall uproot the entire Shengtang Group without hesitation. Rest assured, Qin Lin reassured her, regarding the modest Shengtang Group with a sense of disdain. Really? Wang Yi replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. After everything that had transpired, her understanding of Qin Lin had become increasingly perplexing. Was he still the same boy she once knew, the one who was all alone? Observing her reaction, Qin Lin merely smiled, offering no explanation, and began to lead her toward a restaurant. Having grown up in relative poverty, Qin Lin had seldom dined in the city and was unfamiliar with where to find good food. However, he had heard tell of a highly acclaimed hot pot restaurant near the university town, and he thought to take Wang Yi there to sample its offerings. This establishment, situated close to the university town, generally lacked foot traffic but attracted many visitors due to its reputation, effectively rendering it a viral dining spot. As Qin Lin ushered Wang Yi into the restaurant, he casually parked his Lamborghini outside. The staff, upon recognizing the affluent arrival, greeted them with fervent enthusiasm. Please, follow me upstairs, the waitress exclaimed. The first floor of the restaurant served as a small tea room, offering beverages, while the second floor was dedicated to hot pot dining. Ascending the staircase, they arrived at a spacious area with a pleasant view, where they could see the bustling traffic outside. The waitress presented Qin Lin with an hourglass, explaining that if the sand ran out before their dishes arrived, they would receive 2 complimentary plates of appetizers. Do you like it? The atmosphere is quite pleasant, isn't it? Qin Lin remarked, smiling at the elegant surroundings. Wang Yi nodded, toying with the hourglass, contemplating how she might hasten its flow. What would you like to order? The waitress inquired. Qin Lin took the menu, glanced at it briefly, and declared, let us have one of everything on the menu, please. Previously, when dining at hot pot restaurants, Qin Lin had been thrifty, meticulously selecting only the most economical options within his budget. However, circumstances had changed. He now possessed considerable wealth. Since they were at such a popular establishment, it seemed only fitting to sample a bit of everything to discern what was truly delectable. Should we order one of each broth as well? The waitress asked, somewhat perplexed. Eating hot pot typically involves selecting distinct broths, and her query indicated the challenge of fulfilling such a request. Noticing her discomfort, Qin Lin raised an eyebrow at the waitress, bemused by the current trend of stirring up complications. Nevertheless, he reconsidered and adjusted his order. Let us go with a dual flavor pot. After he tossed the menu back to the waitress, she departed with a satisfied nod. Observing Qin Lin's extravagant demeanor, Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It was her first time witnessing such an endearing side of him. Thank you for bringing me here, Wang Yi expressed, genuinely pleased with the surprise. Hearing her words, Qin Lin smiled in return, saying, actually, I should be the one thanking you. But let us not dwell on that any longer. Let us eat. Before long, the waitress returned with several plates of cold dishes. While the hot pot broth was being prepared, some appetizers, such as braised chicken wings, chicken feet, and duck wings, could be served immediately. For Qin Lin, the past was best left behind. He had no intention of dwelling on it. For the most important thing at that moment was to enjoy their meal. As they began to dip their beef tripe into the bubbling broth, he watched Wang Yi relish the food with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Tang Longyu, watching Qin Lin roll up the car window and drive off with Wang Yi, wore a grim expression. To him, Qin Lin was showing a complete lack of respect. The Shengtang group was renowned in Binhai. Everyone knew its name. So, you dare to be so arrogant after I introduced myself? Have you never faced consequences for your actions before? You dare to compete with me for a woman? Fine. Since you've invited me to test your resolve, I shall demonstrate just how serious I am. With this thought, Tang Longyu smirked coldly and pulled out his phone. Time passed swiftly, and after nearly an hour of dining, the two finally stood up, satisfied. It's getting late, let me drive you home, Qin Lin suggested as dusk settled, now around 8 o'clock. Although he wished for a deeper connection with Wang Yi, safety was paramount. So he decided to conclude their outing there. All right, Wang Yi agreed, nodding as they headed downstairs to settle the bill. However, just as Qin Lin finished paying, an explosion erupted outside, causing nearby pedestrians to hurriedly seek refuge in the adjacent shops. Puzzled, Qin Lin stepped outside with Wang Yi, only to find his Lamborghini inexplicably reduced to a heap of twisted metal. The acrid scent of gasoline permeated the air, as if someone had deliberately doused the car with it. This was a Lamborghini Huracan, not the most expensive model, but certainly valued at 3 to 4 million yuan. Typically, ordinary people wouldn't dare even to touch it, and yet it had been destroyed without warning. Qin Lin's expression turned grave as he gazed at the inferno consuming his car, feeling a pang of sorrow. Who could have done this? Wang Yi exclaimed. Recognizing the ruined Lamborghini, her voice tinged with concern. Although she was unaware of whom Qin Lin had offended, such brutal methods were undeniably alarming. Noticing Wang Yi's distress, Qin Lin scoffed lightly, taking her wrist in a comforting grasp. He had never wronged anyone, with the lone exception of Tang Longyu, who had once issued him a veiled threat. Qin Lin had not anticipated such swift retribution from Tang Longyu. The Shengtang group clearly did not shy away from confrontation, even daring to destroy Qin Lin's 3 to 4 million yuan Lamborghini. This conflict had undoubtedly escalated. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Qin Lin assured Wang Yi, retrieving his phone to call Jin Jiyo. The Jinling Hotel held significant connections in society, far beyond what the Shengtang group could rival. Qin Lin intended not only to confront the Shengtang group, but also to ensure that those responsible for the arson were brought to justice. Just as he prepared to make the call, a Ford SUV suddenly appeared on the street, from which 6 individuals emerged, each wielding a baseball bat. Simultaneously, a BMW 8 Series pulled up, and Tang Longyu stepped out, facing the two of them. I advise you not to call the police. It's best to settle this privately. Otherwise, your fate will be quite dire, Tang Longyu said, adjusting his suit collar. If Qin Lin chose to report the incident, it would be easy to investigate the nearby surveillance footage and identify the perpetrators. Given that Tang Longyu had the audacity to douse gasoline on Qin Lin's Lamborghini, he undoubtedly had a plan to deal with him. Should Qin Lin agree to settle the matter quietly, it could all come to an end today. However, if he insisted on involving the authorities, Tang Longyu was prepared to resort to even more ruthless tactics until Qin Lin regretted his decision. After all, even if Qin Lin reported the incident, the most they would face would be a compensation of 3 to 4 million yuan, with someone else taking the blame. Tang Longyu would suffer no consequences and could continue to make trouble for Qin Lin. Of course, they had misjudged Qin Lin's intentions. Qin Lin did not hasten to report to the authorities. Instead, he sought to investigate the background of the Shengtang group. Upon hearing Tang Longyu's remarks, Qin Lin altered his course of action and promptly sent a location to Jin Jiyo, requesting him to dispatch dozens of security personnel. After completing this, Qin Lin smiled and addressed Tang Longyu, asking, "You set my car ablaze and summoned so many people. What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Although Qin Lin found himself alone and tasked with the protection of Wang Yi, he felt no fear in the face of these thugs. "What do you want?" Upon hearing Qin Lin's inquiry, Tang Longyu scoffed, then replied, "Today, as long as you promise to cease all association with Wang Yi and refrain from alerting the authorities, I will ensure your safe departure. Do you understand?" The act of burning the car was merely a prelude. Tang Longyu's true intention was to wrest Wang Yi from Qin Lin's grasp. "And what if I refuse?" Observing Tang Longyu's disdainful demeanor, Qin Lin retorted. For compromise was not a viable option for him. "You burn my car and seek to take my woman. I, Qin Lin, will not rest until I have dealt with the insignificant Shengtang group." Of course, Qin Lin's declaration was also a tactic to buy time. The Jinling Hotel was situated at a considerable distance from the university town, and the security personnel he summoned would take at least 3 to 5 minutes to arrive. Lacking martial prowess, Qin Lin faced a daunting challenge in confronting these 6 armed thugs while ensuring Wang Yi's safety. Chapter 23, A Frenzied Investment. What if I refuse? Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Tang Longyu merely laughed coldly, asserting, "If you refuse, then I shall compel you to comply." With that, he gestured for his subordinates to encircle Qin Lin and Wang Yi. As they moved closer, Qin Lin's expression grew grave. After all, 3 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. Should they surround him, Qin Lin might manage, but Wang Yi would undoubtedly suffer. Qin Lin would never allow Wang Yi to be harmed. At that moment, witnessing the 6 men approach, Wang Yi felt a twinge of fear. Yet she did not step away from Qin Lin. Instead, she drew closer to him. Qin Lin could even hear the rapid thumping of her anxious heart. Wait. This is a matter between men. Let Wang Yi leave first. Glancing at the time, having barely passed half a minute, Qin Lin felt a surge of anxiety. For the first time, he experienced the sensation of time dragging interminably. A fight could transpire in an instant, making it exceedingly difficult for him to delay until help arrived. In light of the situation, his priority was to ensure Wang Yi's safe exit. However, Qin Lin was taken aback when Tang Longyu dismissed his words, retorting, "What use are your words? You lot. Bring that woman over here. The rest of you, get the man into the car. We'll discuss matters elsewhere." The fire blazed fiercely, and with numerous onlookers nearby, he knew that emergency services would soon arrive. Tang Longyu was unwilling to engage in conflict in such a public setting. He intended to transport Qin Lin to an abandoned warehouse, free from prying eyes, to see if Qin Lin would yield. If he did not, Tang Longyu had myriad ways to torment him gradually. Seeing that his words elicited no reaction, and with his adversaries advancing swiftly, Qin Lin's expression turned serious. It was acceptable for him to be taken away, but should Wang Yi fall into Tang Longyu's hands, the consequences could be dire. Realizing this, Qin Lin could no longer afford to wait. Even in the absence of reinforcements, he could not allow Tang Longyu to succeed. With this thought, Qin Lin summoned the system within his mind, exclaiming, "System, activate the character attribute panel, quickly." At once, the system began to operate. Loading character attributes. Character, Qin Lin. Gender, male. Strength, 7. Constitution, 6. Speed, 8. Wisdom, 5. Charisma, 9. Note: the maximum attributes for an average person are 10 points. Character Attribute System Usage Guide. The host may obtain 1 point of attribute allocation for every 100 million huaxia coins expended. Currently, Qin Lin's balance stood at over 90 million, insufficient for a full allocation. At this moment, he felt a headache coming on. However, recalling that his industrial bank black card held a limit of 10 billion, Qin Lin gritted his teeth and commanded the system, expend 200 million to enhance my strength. Ding. 200 million expended successfully. Congratulations, the host's strength attribute has been elevated to 9 points. In that instant, Qin Lin felt an invigorating surge course through him, augmenting his strength beyond that of 90% of humanity. He instantly sensed his body brimming with power, his muscles even beginning to swell, rendering him remarkably formidable. Though the system could be a burden, it proved reliable in critical moments. This was the power of wealth. Now, confronted with the 6 thugs, Qin Lin felt renewed vigor for battle. In the next moment, a man with a crew cut reached out to seize Wang Yi's arm, attempting to forcibly drag her away from Qin Lin. At that instant, Qin Lin reacted swiftly, pushing the crew cut man aside. Meanwhile, another thug, enraged by Qin Lin's defiance, swung his club at Qin Lin's head, shouting, "Let go, do you hear me?" The force behind the swing was formidable. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Qin Lin raised his hand to block it, the club snapping into mid-air with a resounding crack. A sharp pain shot through his arm. But Qin Lin gritted his teeth and held back his discomfort, retaliating with an uppercut that sent the thug sprawling. The sheer force of his strike knocked out the thug's teeth. This exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing Qin Lin's fierce defense, Wang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the scene. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of security emanating from Qin Lin. Conversely, Tang Longyu, witnessing Qin Lin's boldness, erupted in fury, shouting, "Damn it, beat him up first. I'll take the blame if anything goes awry." After issuing his command, the remaining 5 thugs, armed with clubs, charged at Qin Lin. "Quick, take cover." Seeing them advance, Qin Lin pushed Wang Yi towards a nearby hot pot restaurant, confident that the onlookers would refrain from intervening until they resolved their conflict with him. "Be careful, Qin Lin." Wang Yi, pushed aside by Qin Lin, watched him with concern, knowing that her only contribution to the situation was to avoid becoming a burden. Qin Lin found himself facing 5 assailants. 4 were lean, while one was a particularly robust man. Drawing upon his enhanced strength, Qin Lin surged forward, delivering 2 powerful blows that knocked down 2 of the lean thugs. However, being but one man and lacking sufficient speed, he soon endured several strikes from the remaining assailants. Fortunately, they wielded wooden clubs rather than sharp blades. Otherwise, Qin Lin could have faced dire consequences. Enduring the pain, Qin Lin distanced himself to avoid their encirclement, intending to take them down one by one. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, witnessing the odds seemingly in Qin Lin's favor, felt exhilarated, cheering him on from her concealed position. On the opposing side, Tang Longyu, exasperated by his six subordinates' inability to subdue Qin Lin, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Damn it, just beat him to a pulp. Have they not eaten? Indeed. The ruffians proved to be nothing more than common thugs, and their lack of combat prowess only heightened Tang Longyu's anxiety. With his extraordinary strength, Qin Lin felt increasingly assured of victory. However, in the blink of an eye, Qin Lin was unexpectedly confronted by the most robust man in the crowd, who suddenly bellowed with fury and, taking advantage of Qin Lin's momentary inattention, launched a powerful kick aimed directly at his back. Caught off guard, Qin Lin was struck squarely, sending him hurtling backward, toppling over a roadside display. A searing pain surged through him, and he felt his body beginning to falter. Despite his formidable strength, Qin Lin was fundamentally a delicate scholar. How could he withstand such a forceful blow? In that instant, he felt his insides churn violently, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. The others, witnessing Qin Lin's fall, sought to seize the opportunity to beat him mercilessly with wooden clubs. Had they managed to pin him down at that moment, he would have been utterly incapacitated. Resolute, Qin Lin clenched his teeth and expended 200 million to elevate his physical prowess from 6 to 8 points. Simultaneously, he spent another 100 million to enhance his speed from 8 to 9. Chapter 24, for million, pay up. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Lin's body underwent a dramatic transformation. With the boost in his physicality, his injuries healed instantaneously, and his skin and muscles became more resilient and taut. As his speed surged, the world around him seemed to slow down momentarily. One assailant, with a menacing expression, lunged at him, one hand gripping Qin Lin's shoulder while the other wielded a club, intent on striking him viciously on the head. Should that blow land, Qin Lin could either lose consciousness or require hospitalization. Yet, the circumstances had drastically changed. Though Qin Lin lacked martial arts skills, he perceived their movements as if in slow motion. He swiftly rolled over, driving his elbow into the assailant's body, sending him crashing to the ground. Following that, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to the man's face. Perhaps due to the sheer force, the assailant was rendered momentarily dazed. With his newfound speed and strength, the others were no longer a match for Qin Lin. He moved through them as a tiger among sheep, taking down one after another with a single punch. As they witnessed Qin Lin's astonishing prowess, fear began to spread among them, compelling even Tang Longyu to retreat into his vehicle, eager to escape. After all, should Qin Lin incapacitate everyone, Tang Longyu would be the next to suffer the consequences. Block him! Tang Longyu screamed in desperation, abandoning his comrades and fleeing, with only the large man remaining. Tang Longyu's frantic command was met with compliance as the brute attempted to strike Qin Lin once more. However, this time, as Qin Lin beheld the man's incoming fist, a smile graced his lips as he prepared to meet the challenge head-on, coalescing his strength into a formidable punch to collide with the assailant's blow. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed through the air. Surprisingly, the comparatively slender Qin Lin emerged unscathed, while the large man clutched his swollen wrist, howling in agony. Witnessing their strongest member defeated, the individual who had initially feigned death on the ground felt a chill of dread and attempted to make his escape. At that moment, several black vehicles arrived, and nearly 30 men clad in black emerged, encircling the entire street. The leader was someone Qin Lin recognized, the head of the security team from Binhai Jinling. The ordeal concluded, albeit regrettably with Tang Longyu having escaped. Arrest those 6. Qin Lin commanded without hesitation, simultaneously pulling out his phone to call the police. Yes, Mr. Qin. The imposing presence of those 30 men was anything but ordinary, instilling fear in the onlookers, including Wang Yi. Initially, they believed Qin Lin had crossed paths with some formidable force, only to later realize that he was, in fact, the most influential among them. As the crowd murmured, Wang Yi, feeling reassured, returned to Qin Lin's side, her concern evident. Qin Lin, are you all right? Does it hurt? She had witnessed him being kicked away and was deeply pained, regardless of his own feelings. It's nothing. It's all over now. That Tang Longyu is a lowly man. I assure you, he won't have an easy time ahead, Qin Lin reassured her. Although he had just been assaulted, he felt no lingering pain. All thanks to the system's assistance. Of course, the system was a double-edged sword. 500 million was a steep price for a single skirmish, leaving Qin Lin feeling somewhat exasperated. Before long, a fire truck arrived, dousing his Lamborghini with water. Yet, the interior was completely scorched, leaving only a charred skeleton. An irretrievable loss that could only be salvaged by selling it as scrap. It was a pity. He had only driven the car for 2 days. It's a bit disheartening, he mused. Shortly thereafter, Jin Jiong called, assuring him that he had connections on both sides of Binhai and advised Qin Lin not to worry. After the police secured the scene, the 6 men were taken into custody. To Qin Lin's surprise, none of them dared to implicate Tang Longyu, opting instead to shield him. Clearly, the matter would not conclude so easily. After Qin Lin completed his statement, Du Li, the deputy general manager of Binhai Jinling, arrived on behalf of Jin Jiong, accompanied by an individual. Mr. Qin, this is Captain Yao Qinan, an aide to Commissioner Tan of Binhai City, duly introduced. Given their connections to prominent figures and Qin Lin's status as a billionaire, they were keen to extend their respect. Mr. Qin, due to special circumstances, Commissioner Tan is unable to meet with you in person. We hope you understand. Rest assured, since this incident occurred on our territory, we will take full responsibility. Captain Yao Qinan assured him, nodding in acknowledgement of Du Li's introduction. With pressure from above, Captain Yao was exceedingly courteous toward Qin Lin. Very well, Qin Lin responded, moving directly to confront the 6 assailants. They could not have anticipated that Qin Lin possessed a legitimate background. At that moment, the parents of the 6 youths were summoned. And Qin Lin, without hesitation, addressed them directly. You burned my Lamborghini, which costs 4 million. Since you claim responsibility, each of you shall compensate me 66,000. It's up to you to figure it out. Qin Lin was unyielding. If they wished to take the fall for Tang Longyu, the financial burden would naturally fall upon them. However, upon hearing Qin Lin's words, the parents crumbled in despair. 66,000 was no trifling sum for an ordinary family in Binhai, with some facing potential ruin. Many of their parents were vendors selling vegetables at markets. And they turned pale at Qin Lin's declaration. Mr. Qin, I beg you, please show mercy and spare my son. Mr. Qin, I implore you. One by one, the parents began to plead with Qin Lin. However, at that moment, those confined within the enclosure retorted with indignation. Mom, there's no need to beg him. It's merely 660,000. In a few days, someone will surely come to rescue us. Why are you kneeling before him? Their faith was resolute. Even while imprisoned, they held the belief that as long as they took the blame for Tang Longyu, he would undoubtedly come to their aid. Chapter 25, Bugatti Veyron. Meanwhile, the parents, upon hearing their sons speak such defiance from within their confines, were utterly bereft of tears. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin sneered. Such individuals are invariably like this. There is no need for you to plead on their behalf. It is futile. Ignorant and fearless, these uncultured folk remain oblivious to the harsh realities of society. Since you have failed to educate them, I shall take it upon myself to instill some discipline. If you cannot repay the debt, it is quite simple. I shall forego the money. Let us calculate the prison term at 30,000 per year. You owe 660,000. Let us start with 20 years. Captain Yao, does this seem reasonable? Qin Lin not only conveyed the punitive outcome directly to them, but also sought the opinion of the most authoritative figure present, Captain Yao. Certainly. Captain Yao replied with a nod. It is not uncommon for debts to be repaid through imprisonment when one cannot fulfill their financial obligations. Furthermore, given Qin Lin's stature, with just a nod from Commissioner Tan, he could easily extend their sentence to 30 years, if not more. After all, their crimes extend far beyond mere property damage requiring compensation. They include rioting, brawling, and the kidnapping of a billionaire. Should Qin Lin choose to pursue the matter, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Upon hearing the prospect of a 20-year sentence, many parents who could not afford to pay began to contemplate the idea of having another child. This waste of space. Rather than going bankrupt to bail you out of prison, I might as well just have another. Some even went so far as to sever their parental ties on the spot. Dad, don't listen to him. What does he amount to? In a couple of days, young Master Long will send someone to rescue us, and then I will cripple him, shouted the foolishly large individual named Wu Zijuan. In his perception, Qin Lin was merely an ordinary rich second generation. How could he possibly compare to Tang Longyu? The Shengtang group wielded immense power in Binhai, and he refused to believe that Tang Longyu would lack a means to deal with Qin Lin. Wu Zijuan's father, upon hearing his son's intent to injure another, nearly spat blood and fainted. Qin Lin found amusement in his words, responding, Foolish giant, it seems you have not grasped the situation. What am I, you ask? Du Li. Enlighten them about my identity. Qin Lin ordered Du Li to reveal his standing without hesitation. Soon, Du Li introduced. This gentleman is the chairman of the Jinling Hotel in Huaxia. The Jinling Hotel, along with all its subsidiaries, boasts a valuation of 30 billion Huaxia coins. The so-called Shengtang Group pales in comparison to the Jinling Group. You dare offend our chairman, we will uproot you. In Du Li's view, the Shengtang Group, with a mere valuation of around 800 million, was nothing but a small fry, easily crushed beneath the weight of the Jinling Group. Not to mention, The extensive connections cultivated by the Jinling Hotel over the years rendered them practically invincible against their petty rivals. Upon hearing Du Li's words, all present, including the parents, were momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated that the man standing before them was, in fact, a billionaire. Although Tang Longyu was formidable, he could scarcely muster even $1 million. How could his company, valued at 30 billion, possibly compete? Realization dawned upon them, and their faces turned ashen. The once boastful Wu Zijuan now broke into a cold sweat. I am sorry, I was wrong. In the next moment, the large fool, trembling, knelt down. One person led the way, and soon, the rest followed suit, bowing before Qin Lin. Witnessing this display, Qin Lin smiled and remarked, "To recognize one's errors and seek redemption, such a good child. In that case, Tang Longyu, as the mastermind, owes 8 million. The remainder shall be divided among the 6 of you, 200,000 each. I will accept imprisonment as compensation, commencing with a 2-year term. The specifics can be discussed with Captain Yao." With that, Qin Lin exited the police station. These individuals were but trifles. There was little need to dwell on them. The pressing matter was how to contend with the Shengtang group. Upon leaving the police station, Qin Lin summoned Captain Yao, inquiring, "What are your plans regarding the Shengtang group?" Given that even Qin Lin had dared to confront them, it was evident that they were engaged in illicit activities. In response to Qin Lin's question, Captain Yao assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding the Shengtang group." With Captain Yao's affirmation, Qin Lin said no more and returned to his villa. The Arc de Triomphe boasted dedicated security personnel, and with the elevator requiring a keycard for access, Qin Lin felt secure against any potential nocturnal disturbances orchestrated by Tang Longyu. The following day, after a brief wash and dressing, Qin Lin settled in the living room, prepared to sign in. This was, after all, one of the premier super villas in Binhai. The rewards for signing in here should be extraordinary, he mused. Anticipating this, he mentally declared, "System, sign in. Ding. Host has successfully signed in today." Detecting that the sign-in location is the Arc de Triomphe Sky Villa, with luxurious surroundings, a sea-level reward has been granted. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 300 million Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Bugatti Veyron worth 45 million, a special Hermes commemorative edition. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a building worth 3.9 billion, the Binhai Kitty Building." Upon hearing the sea-level reward, Qin Lin was momentarily stunned. He could hardly comprehend the circumstances. The Sky Villa was undeniably one of the most elite residences in Binhai. How could it yield only a sea-level reward? This left him utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, it also heightened his anticipation for even higher-tier rewards. However, when he heard about the Bugatti Veyron, he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, out with the old and in with the new, Qin Lin had finally secured a top-tier sports car. Although the Bugatti Veyron was priced at a mere 45 million, its rarity had driven its price on the mainland to a staggering 70 million. The Hermes Special Commemorative Edition he acquired was undoubtedly of significant value, as the creme de la creme of sports cars could easily fetch upwards of 80 to 90 million. This was a commendable consolation for the Lamborghini Huracan he had recently lost. Yet, the Kitty Building was a complete surprise. Qin Lin had not anticipated this. For at that moment, the building towered before him. Drawing back the curtains, he beheld the tallest edifice across the river from the Arc de Triomphe, Kitty Building. The Kitty Building could be regarded as the monarch among the structures of this modest city, embodying the pride of Binhai's inhabitants. In such a small city, a single building could be valued at nearly 4 billion, which was indeed remarkable. Chapter 26, Kitty Building. With the signing rewards secured, Qin Lin's spirits soared. Eagerly anticipating a glimpse of his Bugatti Veyron, Qin Lin was interrupted by a phone call from Yao Kanan. "President Qin, we brought Tang Longyu over at 3 a.m. last night. However, he left after paying 2.8 million, reported Captain Yao. "Tang Longyu is only guilty of damaging others' property. As long as he compensates, the police cannot do anything to him." "Only 2.8 million, Qin Lin replied with a cold smirk. As expected, Tang Longyu is beyond saving. A lackey is merely a lackey, fated to be sold out. Qin Lin paid little mind to this. He was merely awaiting instructions from Commissioner Tan concerning the Shengtang group. Disposing of Tang Longyu was just a matter of time. However, he was puzzled that he had exhausted his black card's 500 million credit limit the previous day, leaving him with only 390 million. Though the black card's limit is billed annually, Qin Lin felt uneasy about the debt. He pondered ways to acquire more funds. The Jinling Hotel's earnings for the month had yet to be settled. Perhaps he should pay a visit to the Katy Tower. Just then, Qin Lin received a call from the Katy Tower. "Hello? Chairman Qin, I am Liang Xiaowei, the head of the Katy Tower Management Company. The lease contract with the former owner has expired. Could you come by?" Liang Xiaowei said excitedly. Rumor had it that Qin Lin was the owner of the Jinling Hotel and had now acquired the prestigious Katy Tower. Such a formidable and enigmatic figure made him quite nervous. As the new owner of the Katy Tower, Liang Xiaowei was naturally Qin Lin's subordinate. Certainly. Qin Lin replied without hesitation. It was fortuitous that Qin Lin's acquisition of the Katy Tower coincided with the contract renewal date. After finishing the call, Qin Lin added Liang Xiaowei on WeChat, receiving the address for the management company's conference room on the top floor of the Katy Tower. Without delay, he descended to the garage and found his Bugatti Veyron. Beep. Pressing the car key, he watched the headlights flicker, the stunning silhouette of the car immediately appearing before him. In Binhai City, such an elite sports car was a rare sight, even in the upscale Arc de Triomphe Villa district. The most expensive car he had seen was a Pagani worth over 20 million. Unfortunately, no one witnessed Qin Lin's grand reveal. Otherwise, he would have garnered a throng of admirers. Without further thought, Qin Lin slid into the car. The Bugatti Veyron, particularly this special Hermes edition, offered an interior that was the pinnacle of automotive luxury. Its comfort was leagues ahead of the Lamborghini Gallardo he had once owned. Starting the music, he pressed the accelerator. Surging out of the garage, as the Bugatti Veyron burst forth from the Villa district into the commercial area, it instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. Especially near the Katy Tower, a landmark in Binhai City, a considerable foot traffic surrounded it. Noticing the dazzling Bugatti, several individuals hastily pulled out their phones to capture videos, sharing them on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, quickly attracting local interest. Glancing at the scenery outside, Qin Lin smiled, unconcerned with the commotion, and drove directly into the Katy Tower's parking garage. The Katy Tower had been around for nearly a decade. However, as a commercial building with a 50-year lease, it was still relatively young. Thus, the parking garage's amenities were reasonably up to date. After exiting the vehicle, Qin Lin made his way to the top floor. It was now 10 in the morning, and logically, he had missed the work hours. Seldom would anyone take the elevator at this time. However, just as Qin Lin arrived from the underground garage, someone pressed the elevator button on the first floor. A young woman stepped in, looking quite attractive, even a bit alluring. Surprisingly, she was carrying 2 boxes of coffee, approximately 20 cups in total. As she entered, she nearly collided with Qin Lin. "Oh, my apologies," she said with a charming smile, her voice melodious, as she carefully balanced the boxes, fearing the coffee might spill. "Do you need assistance?" Noticing that the boxes obscured half her body, Qin Lin casually offered. "Could you press the button for the top floor?" The young woman assumed Qin Lin was offering to help with the elevator button, but upon hearing her request, Qin Lin raised his eyebrows. After all, he was also heading to the top floor. It seemed likely she was one of his employees. It was quite unreasonable for the Katy management team to have a girl carry such a heavy load. With this thought, Qin Lin remarked, "Since we're going the same way, let me help you carry one." "That would be a bit embarrassing," she replied, somewhat awkwardly. After all, this was a company matter, and it was not appropriate for outsiders to intervene. "It's no trouble. It's just a 2-minute elevator ride," Qin Lin reassured her, taking one of the boxes from her. Upon doing so, he realized the coffee was still warm and from Starbucks. In the heart of Binhai City, such a luxury came at no small price. Seeing Qin Lin had taken one box, the young woman had no choice but to stand beside him, relieved by his assistance. However, to their surprise, at each subsequent floor, someone pressed the elevator button, and each time a middle-aged man entered. They were likely the bosses from each floor, coincidentally heading up to discuss contracts with Qin Lin. In the corner, Qin Lin and the young woman, carrying boxes, were mistaken for ordinary employees, and they were not regarded with any special attention. Naturally, they had no idea that the owner of the Katy Tower, the Emperor of Binhai, was standing right beside them. The journey lasted nearly 10 minutes before they finally reached the top floor. Had the young woman been left to carry both boxes alone, standing in the elevator for 10 minutes would have been quite arduous. Thus, she felt genuinely grateful to Qin Lin. Qin Lin, however, was indifferent. Upon arriving at the top floor, he followed the crowd into the conference room. "Ah, welcome, esteemed bosses, please take a seat." A somewhat portly man, exuding an air of cunning charm, was enthusiastically greeting them. He was Liang Xiaowei, the head of the Katy management company and one of Qin Lin's subordinates. As Qin Lin and the young woman entered last, Liang Xiaowei initially did not notice him. Once he had welcomed all the bosses, he finally spotted Qin Lin, his expression shifting to one of surprise, and he awkwardly addressed him, "Chairman Qin." At that moment, all the bosses, including the young woman beside Qin Lin, turned in astonishment upon hearing Liang Xiaowei address him as Chairman Qin. Chapter 27. The Helicopter. The bosses could hardly fathom that the figure standing in the corner of the elevator moments ago was, in fact, the owner of the building. Shock rippled through the room, with some seated individuals even rising to greet him warmly. After all, Qin Lin was the proprietor of the Katy Tower, equivalent to their creditor. They were required to submit their contracts, rent, and fees to him, making it imperative for them to be cordial. No need for such formality. Everyone, please take your seats. Qin Lin gestured, observing the unfolding scene. The visitor is a guest. Thus, Qin Lin need not be overly particular. Having arranged matters for his boss, Qin Lin promptly summoned Liang Xiaowei. He instructed them to call over those who ordered coffee to collect it. It was rather audacious for an employee to ask the boss for such a favor. Qin Lin was curious to see who these individuals were. This remark was only heard by the two individuals beside him. Liang Xiaowei, upon hearing Qin Lin's words, awkwardly responded, "Mr. Qin, my apologies. It was I who asked Xiao Yuan to prepare this for all the bosses, including you. Employees aren't typically so extravagant. This was indeed meant for the esteemed bosses." Upon hearing this, Qin Lin raised an eyebrow, cleared his throat, and glanced at Xiao Yuan. She was taken aback to discover that Qin Lin was her boss, causing her to blush slightly in surprise and nervously nod. Very well then, Xiaoyang, please have someone distribute it." Recognizing the misunderstanding, Qin Lin was unconcerned and called upon his subordinates to distribute the beverages to the seated bosses. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, you are too courteous." In the elevator, many of the bosses noticed Qin Lin carrying the coffee. As it was distributed, those present could hardly contain their eagerness, almost cradling the cups with both hands in a show of flattery. Qin Lin was quite pleased with this scene. Mr. Qin, my apologies. It was entirely my fault." Liang Xiaowei, realizing the misunderstanding, approached Qin Lin and quietly admitted his mistake. "Oh, let it go," Qin Lin replied, showing no inclination to hold a grudge. How could one expect a lady to bear such a burden? You should have sent someone to assist her. It was indeed a bit excessive to expect a woman to procure 20 cups of coffee. That was rather unfair. Sigh, the situation was urgent at the time, and I did intend to send help, but Xiao Yuan had already made her way downstairs, Liang Xiaowei awkwardly explained. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. In truth, she was more resilient than Qin Lin had perceived, willingly taking on these responsibilities. Very well, let this be a lesson learned. With their explanations, Qin Lin had no further objections and proceeded to the conference room, assuming the role of the ultimate boss. Once the coffee was distributed, Qin Lin received his own cup. The gathering consisted of nearly 30 individuals, primarily prominent figures within the building. Some who rented smaller offices lacked the status to partake in such meetings. "Let's get straight to the point, Xiaoyang," Qin Lin instructed, signaling him to commence. Obeying the command, Liang Xiaowei activated the PowerPoint presentation and began to outline the building's performance over the past year, its developmental trends, and adjustments in rental prices. Due to the rapid growth of Binhai City, our Katy building has begun to capture a larger market share. In response to rising costs, the higher-ups have decided to increase the rent by 5 this year. Does anyone have any objections? Liang Xiaowei announced. The city's swift development naturally meant that rental increases were inevitable. No objections. None at all. The assembled bosses, all of whom had profited handsomely from the Katy building, found the 5 increase negligible and thus voiced no dissent. The meeting proceeded to finalize the contracts for the upcoming year, bringing it to a close. Once the gathering dispersed, Qin Lin inquired, "What are the statistics? How much is the total rent this year?" Many bosses would take some time to remit their payments to Qin Lin's company, so they could only estimate the figures based on the contracts. "Mr. Qin, we have received a total rental income of 1 billion. Liang Xiaowei, having procured the data from finance, exclaimed with excitement. 1 billion is no trifling sum. Typically, a building's primary costs are concentrated in its initial construction. Thereafter, aside from labor and utilities, the rent collected is essentially pure profit. The Katy building attracts the most elite companies in Binhai, which justifies its high rental rates." Hearing that the building generated 1 billion in rent within a year left Qin Lin astounded. Isn't this merely a building valued at 3.9 billion? How can it be so lucrative, earning 1 billion in rent alone? Indeed, the world of the affluent is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folks. Of course, 1 billion still felt somewhat insufficient to Qin Lin. This was primarily due to the system's shortcomings, leaving him no choice. Shortly thereafter, 800 million had already been credited to Qin Lin's account, bringing his total balance to approximately 1.2 billion. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lin promptly repaid the 500 million owed on his black card. Now, he had 700 million in his account, and it continued to grow. Next, Liang Xiaowei escorted Qin Lin on a tour of the Katy building. Their first stop was the rooftop helicopter landing pad, where a 5-seat EC-120 civilian helicopter, valued at 12 million, was stationed. The helicopter boasted a striking design reminiscent of a military-grade attack chopper, serving as a remarkable status symbol. Coincidentally, this helicopter was an asset of the Katy building, meaning it now belonged to Qin Lin. This EC-120 primarily catered to individuals in the city who required private helicopter services, charging 20,000 per hour. Liang Xiaowei explained. Of course, as the owner, Mr. Qin need not worry about the cost. After reviewing that area, Liang Xiaowei continued to guide Qin Lin on a tour of the building's lower levels. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Lin had gained a fair understanding of the entire establishment. Upon returning to the chairman's office, he received a call from Wang Yi. Upon seeing her name, Qin Lin smacked his forehead. How could I forget? We agreed to chat later last night, but after returning from the police station, I fell straight asleep until morning. He thought to himself, she must be quite worried. With this in mind, Qin Lin promptly answered the call. Hello? Hello, Qin Lin, Qin Lin. Wang Yi's voice came through, tinged with urgency, as though she were running from something. What is the matter? Hearing the confusion on the other end made Qin Lin uneasy, and he instinctively became alert. Damn it! A loud thud echoed from the other end, followed by static on the line before it was abruptly cut off. Qin Lin was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend what had just occurred. Chapter 28. The warehouse in the western suburbs. It was evident that a man's voice had intruded on the call, accompanied by a curse. Wang Yi was undoubtedly in trouble. What could this possibly mean? Given the scant information relayed during the call, Qin Lin found it difficult to piece things together. He began to feel anxious, frantically speculating. Could it be that Wang Yi has been kidnapped? Did she risk everything to call me, only to have someone disconnect the call? The more he pondered, the more concerned he became. He quickly dialed Yao Qinan. Hello? Captain Yao, I need you to locate a person's phone position, quickly, Qin Lin declared, promptly providing Wang Yi's phone number. However, Yao Qinan hesitated upon receiving the information. Mr. Qin, what has happened? If this is an emergency, we must go through the communications department to obtain someone's location. Tracking through a phone involves personal privacy, and the police typically refrain from such actions unless on a specific mission. Her name is Wang Yi. She just called me, and she might have been kidnapped. The group responsible for the abduction could possibly be Tang Longyu. I need you to utilize every means at your disposal to locate them, Qin Lin said anxiously. If it is indeed Tang Longyu who has taken Wang Yi, one can only imagine the dire consequences. Thus, Qin Lin could not remain idle. He must find Wang Yi without delay. Understood, President Qin. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Upon hearing that it was a kidnapping related to Tang Longyu, Yao Qinan promptly heightened his vigilance and began dispatching personnel to track Wang Yi's mobile phone location. Once the call ended, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. However, at that moment, Qin Lin was consumed by anxiety, unable to sit still in his office, eagerly awaiting a response from Captain Yao. Approximately 2 minutes later, Yao Qinan sent a photo to Qin Lin. President Qin, this is their current location. Based on their trajectory, the destination appears to be an abandoned warehouse in the western outskirts of Binhai. Should we proceed with a rescue operation? Yao Qinan inquired. The kidnapping situation remains speculative, thus requiring Qin Lin's confirmation. Yes, send someone there immediately. Qin Lin nodded upon hearing Yao Qinan's words. With the assistance of security personnel, the task would be considerably more manageable. Still, Qin Lin was restless. If anything were to happen to Wang Yi, it would be disastrous. Contemplating this, he wasted no time and summoned Liang Xiaowei. Xiao Liang, arrange for a helicopter immediately. I must head to the western outskirts warehouse, Qin Lin declared as he proceeded to the rooftop. Understood. Liang Xiaowei, bewildered by his boss's sudden urgency, refrained from asking too many questions and promptly grabbed the walkie-talkie to coordinate with the pilots. Qin Lin had never anticipated that he would find himself in need of a helicopter. He was determined to rescue Wang Yi as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, a green jeep arrived at the abandoned warehouse. 4 burly men emerged, dragging a woman bound tightly with ropes from the vehicle. The woman, with skin as delicate as jade and as pale as ivory, appeared strikingly alluring despite her predicament. It was Wang Yi, her eyes covered with a blindfold. As she was ushered into the warehouse, "Young Master Long, the person has been brought," one of the men reported. These individuals were seasoned enforcers, and their efficiency was remarkable. From the kidnapping to the delivery, it took no more than 15 minutes. In the center of the warehouse, a large bed had been prepared, and at that moment, Tang Longyu sat upon it, a wicked grin plastered on his face as he witnessed Wang Yi's arrival, licking his lips in anticipation. "Well done. TSK, little beauty. Did you ever imagine this?" he exclaimed, striding toward Wang Yi and forcefully pulling her closer, tossing her onto the bed. Upon hearing Tang Longyu's voice, a chill ran down Wang Yi's spine, filling her with dread. It was evident that being taken by Tang Longyu could only lead to calamity. "Oh, there is no need to be afraid. We are not strangers," he said, beginning to untie the ropes binding her. Wang Yi was rendered speechless, trembling as she braced herself for what was to come. Once freed from her bonds, she was quickly handcuffed, her limbs secured to the bedposts, rendering her utterly defenseless. Initially, I merely intended to play a prank on Qin Lin. Who could have predicted that he would stubbornly involve the authorities, costing me too? 8 million? Never mind. I am not one to hold grudges. As long as you are willing to repay him, we can consider this debt settled. What do you say? Tang Longyu mused aloud. Of course, denying Wang Yi any opportunity to respond. Regardless of her consent, he had resolved to possess her that day. If Qin Lin were to discover the events of that day, TSK, I imagine he would be filled with regret, Tang Longyu thought to himself. His mind twisted with malice. He believed that the most effective way to retaliate against Qin Lin was not through physical harm, but by defiling the woman he cherished most. Only then could he ensure that Qin Lin would be left in utter despair. He intended to carry out his nefarious plans in secrecy, eagerly anticipating Qin Lin's reaction. Wang Yi, hearing his vile intentions, began to struggle in agony. Yet, bound and helpless, she could only shed stubborn tears. Scream all you want. This place is desolate. Aside from my men, no one will hear your pleas. Struggle all you like. It only excites me. Tang Longyu taunted as he began to enact his vile intentions upon Wang Yi, his face flushed with exhilaration. He disregarded the presence of his subordinates. Fully immersed in his depravity. Once he had completely claimed Wang Yi, he was certain that Qin Lin would be left in irrevocable regret. This was the consequence of opposing him. As he tore at her clothing, the sound of fabric ripping echoed through the air, and Tang Longyu's excitement reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the warehouse as the metal door was kicked open. It was Qin Lin. At that moment, Qin Lin was consumed by rage. Channeling all his strength into a single blow, reaching the peak of human capability. Even the sturdy metal door could not withstand the full force of his assault. The interruption shattered Tang Longyu's enthusiasm, and he glared at the doorway in frustration. Qin Lin, he spat, seething with anger. Why must Qin Lin appear now? Just as he was about to indulge in his wicked desires? How the hell did you follow us? Having secured Wang Yi in the warehouse for less than 5 minutes. With her clothes still intact, he was baffled by Qin Lin's sudden arrival. In Tang Longyu's view, such a meticulously crafted plan could only have been compromised by someone revealing their whereabouts. Meanwhile, his subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, all too aware that the abandoned warehouse was at least 5 kilometers from the university town, surrounded by desolate landscapes akin to rural scenery. They had seen no one following them on their drive over. Damn it, Tang Longyu gritted his teeth. His clothes were already torn. If only he had 5 more minutes. Everything would have been settled. Yet, Qin Lin had to arrive at this critical moment. However, seeing that Qin Lin was alone, a sinister smile crept across Tang Longyu's face. This time, he had brought 8 professional enforcers, all towering figures standing at least 6 feet tall. He had no doubt they could easily handle Qin Lin. Haha, Qin Lin, I admire your bravery for coming alone. Since you are here, I will let you witness the humiliation I am about to inflict upon her. Tang Longyu declared with a wicked grin. Now that Qin Lin had arrived, he intended to demonstrate his depravity right before his eyes. You lot, restrain him. I want him to witness every moment of this performance. Tang Longyu commanded, excitement coursing through him as he lowered his head to continue his vile actions. The sound of tearing fabric echoed once more as his shirt ripped apart. Stop! As Tang Longyu prepared to plot against Wang Yi, Qin Lin bellowed with authority. Now that he had arrived, how could he allow Tang Longyu to act with impunity before his very eyes? What of the 8 men? I shall bring them all down. Charge! Upon hearing Qin Lin's declaration, Tang Longyu swiftly commanded his subordinates. At his behest, several henchmen exchanged glances, a cold smile gracing their lips as they retrieved steel pipes from the warehouse and advanced slowly towards Qin Lin. In that moment, Qin Lin activated his system, expending another billion to elevate his speed to an astonishing 10 points, the pinnacle of human velocity. As a henchman approached, wielding the steel pipe with intent, Qin Lin remained undeterred, launching a powerful punch directly at the incoming weapon. In an astonishing turn of events, Qin Lin's fist, embodying the limits of human capability, struck the steel pipe with such force that it bent under the impact. The resounding crack echoed through the air, leaving the assailant momentarily numb, staring in disbelief at the deformed pipe. How could this be? He knew well that even with all his might, he could scarcely bend such sturdy material. Yet here stood Qin Lin, effortlessly contorting it with a single blow. What magnitude of strength was this? Disregarding the stunned henchman, Qin Lin delivered a punishing strike to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. He then strode deliberately towards the remaining 7 men. There was no rush at this moment. Qin Lin seemed like the Grim Reaper in their midst. Although he possessed no martial arts skills, his strength and speed had reached the apex of human potential, rendering him faster, stronger, and more resilient than any ordinary individual in this world. As Qin Lin closed the distance, the henchman stood in stunned silence. The one he had felled lay groaning on the ground, clutching his midsection, frothing at the mouth. No one could fathom the torment he was experiencing in that moment. Fear not, let us confront him together. urged the leader of the henchmen, swallowing hard. He could not believe that even if Qin Lin were to take on the legendary Yi1, he could withstand a simultaneous assault from all 7 of them. With that, the remaining 7 men picked up their steel pipes and charged toward Qin Lin. Witnessing this, Qin Lin grinned knowingly. They could hardly imagine the swiftness of his movement. In an instant, he launched himself forward, intercepting one of the henchmen before the steel pipe could reach him, shattering the man's arm with a decisive crack. The gruesome sound sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Seizing the fallen steel pipe, Qin Lin wielded it like a modern-day Lu Bu, delivering devastating blows to those who dared to challenge him. Though the pipe lacked the weight of the legendary Green Dragon Crescent Blade, it was no less formidable in Qin Lin's hands. With each strike, sparks flew as metal met metal, creating a scene of exhilarating chaos. One by one, he dispatched his foes, each more massive than the last, until all 7 lay incapacitated at his feet. In scarcely 2 minutes, the scene had unfolded. Tang Longyu, unable to suppress his unease, swallowed hard, having not even had the chance to issue a command before his men were laid low. Tossing aside the steel pipe, Qin Lin fixed Tang Longyu with a menacing glare. "What do you intend to do?" Tang Longyu questioned, fear creeping into his heart as Qin Lin advanced with deliberate steps. With his 8 henchmen defeated, he found himself utterly vulnerable, like a turtle ensnared in a jar. "What do I intend? I shall administer a fitting punishment for your transgressions against women." With that, Qin Lin delivered a swift kick, sending Tang Longyu tumbling to the ground in excruciating pain, clutching his groin as he writhed in agony. Having completed this act, Qin Lin turned his attention to Wang Yi. Her hands and feet were shackled, and lacking the key. He simply crushed the handcuffs with a single grip, liberating her from her bonds. "Are you all right?" he asked, lifting her to her feet. In that moment, Wang Yi, overwhelmed with relief, embraced Qin Lin, tears streaming down her face. To her, he was nothing short of a savior. After enduring Tang Longyu's torment, she had feared all hope was lost, only to find Qin Lin appearing at such a critical juncture. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of reliance upon him, which he too savored, relishing their first embrace. Yet, as this warmth enveloped them, Qin Lin sensed a fleeting shadow dart past his periphery, instinctively glancing towards the warehouse window, but found nothing amiss. Confounded, he pondered how such an anomaly could escape his notice. Given his heightened speed, surely no detail could elude his keen perception. Pushing such thoughts aside, he continued to reassure Wang Yi, "It's all right now. With me by your side, you are safe. Let us depart." Though her clothing was torn, Wang Yi had not been harmed, and with all present now incapacitated, it was time for Qin Lin to lead her away. However, to their astonishment, Tang Longyu miraculously rose to his feet, bellowing in rage. Bang! To their utter disbelief, he brandished a handgun from his pocket and fired a shot into the air. This moment stunned both Wang Yi and Qin Lin, who had never anticipated such a turn of events. Chapter 30. On the edge of life and death. He possesses a firearm. This was a revelation Qin Lin had never foreseen. Tang Longyu, clutching his groin in agony, aimed the gun at the 2 of them. His voice a thunderous command. "No one is to leave. You both shall remain." "Qin Lin, aren't you formidable? Let us see whether you or my gun is swifter. The instant you make a move, Wang Yi shall meet her demise before your very eyes." He cackled maniacally, spitting as he spoke. "Didn't he see this coming, did you?" Tang Longyu muttered to himself. The weapon was contraband on the mainland. He would not have revealed it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, after suffering Qin Lin's earlier blow, he could no longer contain himself. He intended to demonstrate the consequences of crossing him. "Qin Lin, kneel before me. Otherwise, I shall splatter your little girlfriend's brains across the floor." Tang Longyu threatened viciously. With this trump card revealed, he felt fearless. Once his henchmen regained their footing, he would continue to torment Wang Yi, finishing what he had begun. He relished the thought, convinced Qin Lin could not have anticipated such a drastic shift in their circumstances. Observing this scene, Qin Lin furrowed his brow. While his speed was remarkable, he knew he could not evade bullets. Furthermore, with Tang Longyu's gun aimed not at him but at Wang Yi, there was no possibility of catching a bullet with his bare hands. Should Tang Longyu pull the trigger, one of them could very well perish. Thus, in this precarious situation, Qin Lin had no choice but to tread carefully. "Qin Lin," Wang Yi exclaimed, fear mingled with defiance in her voice. She could not bear the thought of forcing him to kneel on her behalf. "Kneel. 3-2. Yet Tang Longyu offered neither of them a moment to contemplate, barking his orders with urgency. Fine. With no other recourse, Qin Lin succumbed to the threat and knelt. Qin Lin possessed the capability to seize the firearm from Tang Longyu, yet he was reluctant to jeopardize Wang Yi's life. Even if Qin Lin were a person of great worth, he would gladly kneel to buy a fleeting moment for the one he cherished. Who would have thought you'd find yourself in such a predicament? Tang Longyu taunted, reveling in the power to dictate fates and act with impunity. Shortly thereafter, several henchmen began to regain their composure, systematically restraining Qin Lin and Wang Yi. This time, Wang Yi was not bound, and Tang Longyu addressed her directly. Wang Yi, you must comprehend the current situation. If you wish for Qin Lin to leave this place alive, you know what you must do for me. Unlike the previous bindings, Tang Longyu preferred a more willing participant. Yet, recalling the kick he received from Qin Lin, which had left him momentarily incapacitated, his anger flared. In a fit of rage, he pointed the gun directly at Qin Lin, intending to shoot and shatter one of his legs as retribution for that earlier blow. No, Wang Yi, sensing the impending gunfire, urgently intervened. Qin Lin furrowed his brow, an acute awareness of impending death washing over him. However, it was too late. Tang Longyu's incomprehensible mindset left no room for persuasion as he pulled the trigger, embodying his ruthless nature. Bang! The bullet discharged, and Qin Lin concentrated, attempting to evade the impending danger. Yet, in a shocking twist, he remained unscathed while Tang Longyu's hand was obliterated in an instant. Tang Longyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the excruciating pain, unable to fathom the scene before him. At the very moment he fired, a sniper's bullet had pierced through his palm, rendering it a gruesome sight. Both Qin Lin and Wang Yi were momentarily stunned, as were the surrounding henchmen. In the next moment, a group clad in tactical gear burst into the scene, each armed with a rifle. Don't move. Yao Qinan, leading the charge, swiftly secured the area. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lin finally exhaled in relief, noting that this group had arrived rather tardily. Had he not been concerned for Wang Yi's safety and arrived early, their team would have squandered 5 minutes, and Wang Yi might have been subjected to Tang Longyu's vile intentions. As the multitude of special police officers surrounded them, Tang Longyu trembled in fear. He had not anticipated how Qin Lin could summon such a force in such a brief span. Just when he believed everything was drawing to a close, this unforeseen outcome left him seething with frustration. Qin, are you all right? Yao Qinan, seeing Qin Lin pinned to the ground, broke into a sweat. Cough, cough. Arrest them all, Qin Lin commanded, pushing aside the 2 henchmen and awkwardly rising to his feet. After being rescued, Wang Yi no longer held back, throwing herself into Qin Lin's embrace. Although their relationship had yet to be officially defined, an unspoken bond had undeniably formed between them. With the ordeal concluded, Qin Lin led Wang Yi away. Upon exiting the warehouse and spotting a helicopter in the distance, she was taken aback. Qin Lin had piloted the helicopter specifically to rescue her, a gesture that touched her deeply. Once the situation was resolved, Qin Lin returned to the Katie building, ensuring Wang Yi was settled before heading to the police station. Tang Longyu had been apprehended, his severed hand treated before being incarcerated. Had Qin Lin not intervened, Tang Longyu's plan would have been flawless. Now, however, he faced severe repercussions: kidnapping, organized crime, illegal possession of firearms, and attempted rape, charges sufficient to confine him for a decade or more. Yao Qinan remarked, standing beside Qin Lin, "It seems he has truly finished." Qin Lin chuckled softly, observing the unconscious Tang Longyu without uttering a word. The loss of a hand, coupled with a lengthy prison sentence, would surely be a fitting punishment. Just then, a man with slicked back hair arrived, accompanied by several subordinates. He was Tang Longyu's father, Tang Xingming. Upon seeing his son lying in a special cell, his brows furrowed. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he approached Yao Qinan. "What has happened to my son? What crimes has he committed?" Tang Longyu was no stranger to trouble. Yet with the backing of the Sheng Tang group, he typically escaped serious consequences. Today, however, not only had he been incarcerated, but he had also lost a hand and lay unconscious, leaving his father perplexed. "Your son has offended Qin Lin of the Jinling Hotel, attempted to abduct another's woman, and brandished a firearm with intent to kill. These are severe charges," Yao Qinan stated bluntly. Tang Longyu's reckless behavior could not be divorced from his father's influence. His reliance on their family's power to bully others had persisted for far too long. Had Tang Xingming not indulged him or maintained any underground connections, his son would not have found himself in such dire straits. Chapter 31. The Fall of the Sheng Tang Group. Hearing Yao Qinan's words, Tang Xingming's brow tightened. He had not anticipated the gravity of his son's transgressions. However, he reassured himself that, given their world, as long as the opposing party was lenient, they could negotiate terms. Kidnapping and attempted rape could be overlooked, while illegal possession of firearms typically resulted in a mere 3-year sentence. Issues easily resolved. With that thought, Tang Xingming approached Qin Lin directly. "Young man, I recognize you as the owner of the Jinling Hotel. I am Tang Xingming, the head of the Sheng Tang Group. Could you extend some leniency, treating this as a budding friendship, and overlook my son's offenses? While the Sheng Tang Group may not be the most prominent in Binhai, we wield considerable influence. Should you ever require assistance, I can guarantee any favor you might need," Tang Xingming proposed. In his perspective, The Shengtang Group's reputation was formidable. No one in Binhai would dare to disregard his authority. If Qin Lin agreed to withdraw the charges, he would overlook the incident involving his son. Oh, Qin Lin replied with a smile. What value does your favor hold? Your son was a mere fraction of a second from pulling the trigger on me. You expect me to spare him? Spare him only for him to emerge and seek revenge in a few years? Qin Lin found humor in Tang Xingming's remarks. Sensing that the man failed to grasp the true nature of his own identity, Qin Lin was no mere owner of the Jinling Hotel, a title given out of courtesy. In truth, he was the proprietor of the entire Jinling Group, with assets amounting to 300 billion. His account balance alone boasted billions. While the Shengtang Group's worth barely reached 8 billion. What could Tang Xingming truly offer him? Assistance in committing crimes? I have no need for illegal favors. Moreover, Qin Lin had no intention of letting Tang Longyu off so easily. Tang Xingming's expression shifted as he registered Qin Lin's refusal. He had not expected anyone in Binhai to dare speak to him in such a manner. Think carefully. If you condemn my son to a decade or two in prison, I assure you, your life will not be easy. Even if you are the owner of the Jinling, on my turf, I will ensure you pay the price. Tang Xingming declared, his tone dripping with venomous threat. These individuals are true to their word, wielding considerable influence in Binhai City. Should Qin Lin dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to have Qin Lin eliminated. Regardless of your status, be it a mere manager or otherwise, if you dare to touch my son, I will ensure your demise. Upon hearing Tang Xingming's words, Yao Qinan furrowed his brow. In his view, although Qin Lin's family was prosperous, he lacked underground power. If Tang Xingming genuinely sought to deal with Qin Lin, it would indeed pose a significant headache, not to mention the potential danger of being ambushed on the streets. Tang Xingming could easily orchestrate a traffic accident and leave one wondering if they should fear it. Such threats compel one to reassess their position. Presently, Qin Lin, despite his formidable combat prowess, remained unaccompanied by any bodyguards. If he could not uproot the Shengtang Group entirely, the situation would be perilously dangerous for him. While Qin Lin was not particularly concerned about assassination attempts, he did fear the possibility of Wang Yi being abducted again. But could this matter be resolved so easily? Tang Longyu had nearly resorted to gunfire, and releasing him after 3 or 4 years would be far too lenient. At that moment, Tang Xingming, witnessing the effectiveness of his threats, could not suppress a cold smirk. You assert this is your territory, then who am I? Just then, a voice imbued with authority resonated through the air. A young lawyer accompanied by a middle-aged man with a crew cut approached. Commissioner Tan, Yao Qinan, upon recognizing the middle-aged man, instinctively bowed his head in respect. This individual was the one backing Yao Qinan, and according to Jin Jiong, he held a significant position in Binhai. The arrival of Commissioner Tan caused Tang Xingming to swallow hard. He was well aware of who Commissioner Tan was, given his connections in the underworld. Tang Xingming had not anticipated that what initially seemed like a trivial matter could escalate to involve Commissioner Tan. It was akin to a mouse encountering a cat, with only punishment in store. Tang Xingming, this is not a matter of my lack of respect for you. Do you comprehend who stands before you? He is the true proprietor of the Jinling Hotel Group. The Jinling Hotel, originally a local establishment, remains under the protection of local power, even after transitioning to private management. The individuals above him hold far more substantial positions than you could imagine, and you, with your Shengtang Group, dare to threaten him? Absurd. At that moment, upon learning that Qin Lin was not merely the president of Jinling, but its actual owner, Tang Xingming's heart was tumultuous. The Jinling Hotel is a colossal enterprise valued at 300 billion. Just moments ago, this small-time boss with assets of merely 7 or 800 million had the audacity to threaten Qin Lin. Now, reflecting on his earlier bravado, Tang Xingming found it laughable. President Qin, do not fear. Not only will Tang Longyu be in trouble, but even his Shengtang Group is doomed. Commissioner Tan continued. His visit was solely to confront Tang Xingming. What do you mean? Upon hearing Commissioner Tan's words, Tang Xingming was momentarily stunned. How could this issue possibly implicate the Shengtang Group? Why, Tang Xingming, this is not my decision. Now, it is not just your son who is in peril, but your entire Shengtang Group. Commissioner Tan declared, due to your tax evasion, you are liable for a fine of 90 million. This is your summons. Initially, I intended to issue a warning, but circumstances have changed. The authorities require me to seal all your establishments. You, Tang Xingming, have engaged in serious illegal activities that threaten public safety, resulting in the freezing of all your financial accounts and subjecting you to the most rigorous investigation. Commissioner Tan had come to relay the orders from above and simultaneously apprehend Tang Xingming. He had never anticipated that the higher-ups would exercise such significant authority. A comprehensive investigation into Tang Xingming could reveal crimes as severe as those of his son, Tang Longyu. The blood on his hands could number in the hundreds, with decades in prison being a light sentence. 90 million. Hearing the exorbitant fine, Tang Shengming choked back his tears. However, when he learned that all his establishments would be sealed, he completely broke down. Their underground influence could only operate in secrecy. But when the authorities decided to move against you, there was little you could do. He had truly offended a formidable figure. Meanwhile, Qin Lin found the situation rather peculiar. Was his background so extensive that Jin Zhiyong could effortlessly dismantle the Xingtang group? Of course, Qin Lin was unaware that Jin Zhiyong had merely leveraged Commissioner Tan's connections. The true orchestrator of this downfall was someone else entirely. Damn it, Qin Lin, when I get out, I will make sure you pay. Realizing that the Xingtang group was utterly ruined, with decades of effort wasted, Tang Shengming faced the prospect of imprisonment. Chapter 32. Who is the master? All of this was instigated by Qin Lin. Given the opportunity, he would ensure that Qin Lin faced dire consequences. At that moment, Tang Shengming, no longer concerned with Commissioner Tan's presence, shouted directly at Qin Lin. However, witnessing this scene, Commissioner Tan simply gestured, "Take him away." He promptly ordered the sealing of all Xingtang group establishments and the apprehension of all relevant personnel for investigation. Commissioner Tan instructed Yao Qinan yes. Upon receiving the command, Yao Qinan arranged for Tang Shengming to be placed in a special protective cell and deployed SWAT officers to seal all establishments. The Xingtang group, one of the top 3 underground powers in the region, was uprooted overnight, leaving the entire Binhai underworld in a state of panic. How long would Tang Shengming be incarcerated? Upon hearing his earlier threats of revenge, Qin Lin turned to Commissioner Tan and inquired. In truth, Qin Lin was not afraid of retribution, as by the time Tang Shengming emerged, he would have nothing left. What concerned Qin Lin was the possibility of others lurking in the shadows, seeking to exact revenge. Should they harm those he cared for, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, President Qin, this is an order from the capital. Tang Shengming will likely never see the light of day again, Commissioner Tan assured with a smile. Given that the order came from the capital, it was highly improbable that Tang Shengming would ever be released. He probably never anticipated this turn of events. The capital? Qin Lin paused momentarily upon hearing the mention of the capital. The influence of the Jinling Hotel was primarily concentrated in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Yet it seemed there were connections extending to the capital. Qin Lin had not anticipated this. Not wanting to dwell on it further, he resolved the matter with the Xingtang group and returned to the KD building to meet Wang Yi. How did it go? Wang Yi inquired upon Qin Lin's return. In truth, Wang Yi was unaware of the Xingtang group's downfall. She remained worried that Qin Lin might have imprisoned Tang Longyu, fearing that his father might seek revenge. After all, Tang Longyu's father was his true source of support. Observing her concerned demeanor, Qin Lin smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, the matter has been resolved. Tang Longyu is likely to be imprisoned for over 10 years. He then recounted the events that had transpired. Oh, that's wonderful. Hearing that justice had been served upon those responsible, Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The trauma inflicted by Tang Longyu was still fresh in her memory, the terror of being blindfolded and bound, unaware of what was to come, and the helplessness she felt when Tang Longyu had violated her. Now, upon hearing Qin Lin's words, her spirits were greatly lifted. Her feelings for Qin Lin encompassed not only affection and dependence, but also a newfound sense of gratitude. Let us depart. I shall escort you back to school. Observing that she was not seriously injured, Qin Lin resolved to accompany her. All right, Wang Yi replied with a gentle nod, following Qin Lin as they exited the building. However, noting the late hour, Qin Lin contemplated taking her somewhere to eat first. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Wang Yi was taken aback at the sight of Qin Lin's Bugatti Veyron. Wow, this car, she exclaimed, astounded by its allure, which surpassed that of Qin Lin's previous Lamborghini. Yet, the memory of the Lamborghini being destroyed lingered in her mind, stirring a twinge of guilt within her. After all, had Qin Lin not clashed with Tang Longyu that day, his car might have remained unscathed. Out with the old, in with the new. Hop in. Qin Lin brushed off the past and ushered her into the vehicle, driving out of the garage. As his Bugatti emerged onto the streets of the city center, it instantly became the center of attention. Let us dine. I shall change into something more suitable first, Qin Lin remarked, noticing the dirt on his clothes. Remnants from the abandoned warehouse where he had fought. He had not paid much heed to his appearance during the scuffle, but now, seeing himself somewhat disheveled, he suggested the change. All right, Wang Yi acquiesced, following Qin Lin back to his villa. Good evening, Mr. Qin, greeted Zhu Yonghua, the front desk attendant. As they entered the lobby, Qin Lin nodded in acknowledgement and led Wang Yi to the elevator, ascending to the villa. It was Wang Yi's first time in such an opulent place, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Just days prior, Qin Lin had resided in a modest apartment outside the school, and now he inhabited this luxurious villa. Come, allow me to show you around, Qin Lin encouraged, eager for her to familiarize herself with her future domain. Wow, She gasped at the breathtaking view from the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, utterly astonished. Meow meow. Sensing her return, Tawanzi, perhaps driven by hunger, emerged to greet them. What an adorable little cat, Wang Yi exclaimed, yearning to pet the charming creature. Careful, Qin Lin cautioned, wanting to prevent any mishap. Recalling the incident where Tawanzi almost scratched Jiang Wenyue, he wished to avoid a repeat scenario involving Wang Yi. If she were to be scratched, it could necessitate rabies shots. Yet, before Qin Lin could intervene, Wang Yi had already scooped Tawanzi into her arms. Surprisingly, Tawanzi did not resist. Instead, it appeared to comply with her affection as if she were its true owner. What is the matter? Wang Yi inquired, turning to Qin Lin while cradling Tawanzi. Oh, I was merely concerned that the little cat might scratch you, he explained. Generally, kittens display a degree of wariness towards unfamiliar faces, and approaching them could provoke an attack. Particularly, Tawanzi, a stray cat that had only recently been taken in, had yet to be fully tamed. The sight of Tawanzi being so docile in Wang Yi's hands astonished Qin Lin. Oh, perhaps we have a special connection. I feel as if I've seen it somewhere before, Wang Yi mused, gently stroking Tawanzi's head. It's called Tawanzi, and over there is its favorite cat food. Qin Lin informed her, gesturing towards the location of the food without further thought. Wang Yi began to indulge the cat, while Qin Lin took the opportunity to change his attire. After a brief meal, he returned Wang Yi to school, concluding the day on a perfect note. The following morning, Qin Lin hurried to the Kitty Building. It is said that Kitty Building stands as the pinnacle of commercial establishments in Binhai. Would signing in here yield superior rewards? With such anticipation, he entered his chairman's office. Good morning, Chairman, greeted the employees upon his arrival. Qin Lin smiled, relishing the vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 33, Reward Surge of 30 billion. Upon reaching his office, Qin Lin closed the door and summoned the system within his mind. System, sign in. Ding. Host has successfully signed in today. Detected that the host signed in at Binhai Kitty Building, a bustling atmosphere, obtaining a C-level reward. Taken aback, Qin Lin pondered this outcome. Kitty Building, being the most prestigious commercial edifice in Binhai, merited more than a mere C-level reward, did it not? Confounded. He reflected on how he had encountered the highest-tier scenarios in Binhai, yet consistently received only C-level rewards. Was it truly the case that in such a small city, the utmost rewards were merely C-level? If so, he resolved to seek opportunities in more developed cities in the future. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 300 million Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the operational rights of Binhai Happy Valley, valued at 1.5 billion. Reward surge. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 30 billion market valued. Jixiang Airlines. As the notification of a reward surge echoed, Qin Lin's heart raced. Stunned at the mention of Jixiang Airlines, a well-known private airline across the mainland, he could hardly believe the magnitude of the reward. This C-level reward surge granted him ownership of a company valued at 30 billion. He was truly astonished. Regarding the operational rights of Binhai Happy Valley, a theme park that reportedly cost 1 billion to construct, acquiring its rights was akin to purchasing the establishment outright. Although the park was only valued at 1.5 billion, every little gain mattered, and Qin Lin reluctantly accepted it. The remaining 300 million Huaxia coins deposited into his account brought his balance to 800 million. Now, with assets including the 30 billion Jinling Hotel, 3.6 billion Kitty Building, along with Happy Valley and Jixiang Airlines, Qin Lin's net worth soared to 60 billion, signifying a notable achievement. Shortly thereafter, Jixiang Airlines extended an invitation for a meeting at their headquarters. Although exhilarated, Qin Lin restrained himself, prioritizing a more pressing matter. Today marked the day he was to meet with the orphanage regarding the parentage verification. It was his only hope of finding his parents. After 2 decades of solitude, meeting his parents to understand why they had abandoned him was of utmost importance to Qin Lin. Leaving Kitty Building, he took a brief 2-minute walk back to his airy villa, changed into more understated attire, and then drove out of the villa area in his Bugatti. To his surprise, a large crowd had gathered at the west gate of the villa, obstructed by security. Many among them wielded selfie sticks, and some even had professional photography teams. As Qin Lin appeared in his Bugatti, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Here comes the owner of the city's very first Bugatti Veyron. Everyone, hit that follow button and shower him with gifts. Brother 2 will show you the world. For every rocket sent, I'll toss a rotten egg at the Bugatti. Some began snapping photos and recording videos, while others commenced live broadcasts right then and there. Amidst the throng, there were numerous social media influencers, albeit of modest fame, idly congregating in hopes of basking in the limelight. Qin Lin observed this scene with perplexity, pondering when he had amassed such a following. Urgently needing to reach the hospital, he pressed the horn, attempting to navigate through the crowd. However, to his astonishment, they converged upon him, showing no intention of allowing him passage. Qin Lin found it bewildering that, despite being a billionaire, he had become merely a backdrop for others' photographs. These influencers, in their relentless pursuit of attention, displayed an utter lack of decorum. Some even began rapping on the window of Qin Lin's vehicle, eager to engage him in conversation. In that moment, he realized that, in such an environment, a celebrity without bodyguards was truly at a disadvantage. "Sir, I am the head of the Binhai Influencer Incubation Agency. Your Bugatti Veyron has garnered significant attention locally, and we would like to propose a contract to exclusively broadcast your opulent lifestyle. What do you say?" A gentleman of refined demeanor said, thrusting a business card through the narrow gap of the window. His words reminded Qin Lin of those influencers on Douyin who, while driving Lamborghinis, paraded their ostentation with a low-key flair. Indeed, it was a lucrative venture. However, Qin Lin pondered, did he truly lack funds? Why would he wish to become an influencer? After all, with a net worth of 60 billion and being the CEO of multiple companies, it seemed absurd to work as an influencer. "I'm afraid I must decline," Qin Lin replied resolutely to the agency head, instructing the security of the villa complex to clear a path, thus enabling him to exit the premises successfully. Given the villa's proximity to the city center, it was hardly surprising that individuals resembling paparazzi would discover that the owner of the Bugatti resided there. Qin Lin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Not dwelling on it further, he departed the city and arrived at a pre-arranged hospital, parking his vehicle in the garage. At the entrance, a representative from the orphanage awaited him, accompanied by two others. The representative was a middle-aged man, somewhat timid and deferential, eager to avoid trouble and polite to all. Over the years, he had treated Qin Lin well. However, the two individuals beside him were orphans who had entered the institution alongside Qin Lin. One of them, named Lin Yu, had been there longer and had befriended many. During Qin Lin's first visit to the orphanage, he had often been bullied by Lin Yu and his entourage. "Oh, isn't that Qin Lin? What brings you here? I didn't expect you to be among the chosen ones," Lin Yu scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Qin Lin had endured such scorn for over a decade, having been unable to integrate into their circle until Lin Yu was adopted, which improved his circumstances. Naturally, Lin Yu's adoption by a wealthy family became a source of frequent boastfulness. Having grown accustomed to these cold glances, Qin Lin paid little heed to Lin Yu's words. After all, he was merely there to seek his biological parents. Ignoring Lin Yu's taunts, he continued, "This visit is for a paternity test, and I might actually find my biological parents. However, the director mentioned that my chances are the highest, so you needn't get your hopes up. You're just here to play a supporting role in this process." Lin Yu was adamant about his certainty regarding the paternity test. "Why is that?" retorted another, named Huang Xiying, who had once been Lin Yu's sidekick but had developed his own thoughts as he matured. He did not take the matter of finding one's biological parents lightly. "Why? You must not know that the family seeking to conduct the paternity test bears the surname Lin. I leveraged my connections to discover that they are a prominent family in Shanghai City. Whoever can prove to be their long-lost relative will undoubtedly enjoy boundless wealth and prestige. And, as luck would have it, my surname is Lin," Lin Yu declared with unrestrained pride. Prior to the test, he had not only consulted the director but had also conducted thorough research on this family, learning that they were in search of their long-lost direct descendants. As the largest metropolis in China, Shanghai City, often referred to as the Magic City, was home to such grand families. If recognized as their descendant, it would be akin to achieving transcendence for an ordinary person. Lin Yu's certainty stemmed from his surname, leading him to believe that he was the one they sought. "Oh, I see." Huang Xiying nodded in understanding, a tinge of envy evident in his expression. Meanwhile, Qin Lin sighed quietly, feeling a sense of disappointment. Indeed, the quest to find one's biological parents was no simple task. As for the promise of wealth and luxury, Qin Lin had no desire to alter his fate through such means. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he might as well accompany them for the identification process. As the outcome was uncertain, the group waited outside, and soon, a cadre of men in dark suits arrived. They disembarked from a Maybach that pulled up to the hospital entrance, their presence subtle yet impossible to overlook. However, the leader of the group froze upon spotting Qin Lin, standing still for 3 seconds before he composed himself and approached the others. "You are the ones who registered at the Binhai orphanage 20 years ago, correct? I am Mou, a servant of the Lin family. We appreciate your cooperation in this paternity test, regardless of the outcome. We will compensate you with 100,000 yuan, Mou stated. They had come without any members of the Lin family, accompanied solely by a cadre of bodyguards. Some held metal cases, presumably containing the blood samples necessary for the test. Lin Yu, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of pride and patted the shoulders of Qin Lin and Huang Xiying, exclaiming, "Do you see this? This is what a prominent family looks like. They casually offer 10,000 to each of us. You two have struck a major fortune." In Lin Yu's eyes, Individuals like Qin Lin and Huang Xiheng likely wouldn't earn such sums in 3 years. Thank you, Brother Lin. No, I mean, young Master Lin. Should you ascend to greatness, do not forget your little brother. Huang Xiheng accepted Lin Yu's disdain with grace. If Lin Yu were to become a member of the Lin family and secure such a powerful ally, it would be worth any indignity. However, Qin Lin paid little mind to their banter, for during their exchange, he sensed Mo Yu's gaze lingering on him. The group was promptly ushered into the hospital to undergo the paternity test. This establishment was considered a reputable hospital in Binhai City, albeit of average standards. Perhaps to avoid drawing too much attention, they had chosen this inconspicuous location, as Qin Lin and the others were having their blood drawn. Lin Yu basked in his perceived superiority. Yet, with his keen hearing, Qin Lin discerned a conversation taking place outside the door. Mo, don't you think that Qin Lin resembles our second master quite a bit? One person remarked. Not quite similar. They are practically identical. Mo emphasized. Indeed. They are both quite handsome, another chimed in. However, his surname is Qin, not Lin. The man continued to speak. Fool. Some people in the orphanage don't even know their own names. Discrepancies in surnames are quite normal. Moreover, Qin Lin. He does have the character Lin in his name. Mo elaborated. Seeing is not necessarily believing. A paternity test is the only reliable method. After all, one can never be certain. Even children from ordinary families could very well belong to the neighbor Wang. Naturally, their extensive family must be all the more vigilant about such matters. Yet, judging by Qin Lin's appearance, he looked strikingly like a mold was used. It seems that a test might not even be necessary. Unintentionally eavesdropping on their conversation, Qin Lin felt a flicker of hope arise within him. Unfortunately, not being able to meet his biological parents in person left him feeling somewhat dejected and conflicted. Your paternity test will require at least 3 days for expedited processing. Please return in 3 days, the doctor stated after drawing blood samples. Mo, upon seeing the group emerge, originally planned to give each of them 100,000 and send them on their way. However, after casting a glance at Qin Lin, he found an excuse to invite them for a meal. They were unaware of the hardships Qin Lin had endured over the past 2 decades. Surely, it was far worse than they could ever imagine. While this meal could not make amends, it was essential to express the goodwill of those in their servitude. After dining, Qin Lin returned directly to the villa. Reclining on the plush sofa, Qin Lin's emotions were a tangle, yearning for someone to confide in. Glancing at the time, he decided to call Wang Yi, intending to take her to the amusement park. Hello, Wang Yi, since there are no classes today, shall we take a stroll in the park? Qin Lin said once the call connected. However, on the other end, Wang Yi paused for a moment before responding. Sure. Where shall we go? Their relationship was delicate at present, and Wang Yi did not anticipate Qin Lin would invite her out. We'll go to Happy Valley. I'll pick you up at your dormitory. All right. After finalizing their plans, Qin Lin drove straight to the school. As he arrived at the school entrance in his Bugatti, it immediately caused quite a stir. Wow, isn't that the Bugatti from TikTok? It's said to be a Bugatti Veyron, a special edition from Hermes, worth over 80 million in the country. As Qin Lin cruised past, passers-by were left in awe, thanks to social media influencers. The Bugatti Veyron had become quite renowned in Binhai City, and nearly everyone who frequented TikTok had seen videos of it. Upon reaching the school gate, the security guard was momentarily stunned upon seeing the Bugatti, unsure whether to open the gate or not. After all, wouldn't the girls inside go wild upon the arrival of such a luxury vehicle? Noticing the guard's lack of reaction, Qin Lin was perplexed and had to present his student ID. Sir, I am a student from this school. I am not a bad person. Oh, hello, student. Please, do come in. Upon realizing that Qin Lin was indeed a student of the school, the guard nearly lost his composure. After all, it was a Bugatti Veyron, worth several tens of millions. Who would have imagined such a distinguished individual was a student at their institution? The guard felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Chapter 35. What are you hiding? I can hear everything. This time, Qin Lin brought along the little fluffy one. After all, it had been cooped up at home for too long, so he thought it best to take it out for a stroll. Arriving at the girls' dormitory, nearly every boy present was rendered despondent upon witnessing the flashy Bugatti. To them, Qin Lin arriving at the girls' dormitory in such a car was nothing short of extravagant. Ignoring the envious glances, after picking up Wang Yi, Qin Lin drove directly towards Happy Valley, located in the northern part of Binhai City. Happy Valley is an expansive amusement park situated at a considerable distance from the city center. Meow, the little fluffball, having missed Wang Yi after just one evening apart, leaped into her lap. Qin Lin observed this scene with bemusement, questioning whether the cat was more loyal to her than to him. He even began to suspect a hint of gender bias from the feline. The Bugatti sped along, and within just 15 minutes, they arrived at Happy Valley. Being a weekday afternoon, the park seemed devoid of visitors, but this did not deter Qin Lin's desire to unwind. Knowing he was likely the lost scion of the Lin family, he needed time to process this revelation. Casually parking the Bugatti by the roadside, Qin Lin stepped out, leading Wang Yi and the little fluffball to the ticket booth. "Could you kindly inform the general manager of Happy Valley that I am Qin Lin?" Qin Lin addressed the ticket clerk. His purpose for visiting today, apart from seeking a respite, was also to inquire about the park's operational status. So it would be ideal to have the manager come out. However, to his surprise, the clerk showed no reaction at all. Upon closer inspection, Qin Lin noticed the man was engrossed in playing a game. Perhaps due to the lack of visitors on a weekday, the ticket seller had completely relaxed, propping his feet up and blaring music. Requesting assembly. Initiate attack. Attack the enemy, Lu Ban. The man was thoroughly absorbed in his game, oblivious to Qin Lin's presence. As the owner of the establishment, Qin Lin was taken aback by the sight of an employee so brazenly slacking off. "Knock, knock. Excuse me. I said to bring your general manager out. I am Qin Lin, and I have matters to discuss." Qin Lin rapped on the ticket window to get his attention. "Ugh. Annoying. Qin what? Qin Sherwang. It's no use. If you want to enter, buy a ticket for 288. The clerk replied without looking up, likely having misunderstood Qin Lin's intentions. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin felt a twinge of exasperation. This guy truly had some audacity. If not for his reluctance to find the general manager's contact number, he wouldn't bother with this nonsense. Watching the clerk continue to play, Qin Lin helplessly rifled through his phone to find the manager's number and dialed it directly. "Manager Zhang, this is Qin Lin. I am at the entrance of Happy Valley. Please come here at once." Qin Lin spoke without preamble. On the other end, upon hearing Qin Lin's name, the response was immediate. Chairman Qin, you're at the entrance? I'll be there right away." Sensing Qin Lin's tone was less than pleased, Zhang Chaochuan felt a flutter of anxiety. Could something have happened at the entrance? Without delay, he hurried towards the entrance. Meanwhile, the ticket clerk remained oblivious, engrossed in his game, completely disregarding the two waiting outside. They, too, were unbothered, simply waiting. Moments later, a middle-aged man rushed out of the amusement park, panting. Upon seeing Qin Lin and the other person standing at the ticket booth without entering, he was taken aback. "Chairman Qin." Zhang Chaochuan approached Qin Lin, only to hear the sounds of gaming emanating from the ticket booth. His expression changed instantly. These employees, they never send anyone for inspections, completely out of line. Allowing themselves to slack off is one thing, but leaving the boss waiting outside? Do they want to quit? Ahem. Zhang Chaochuan emitted two stern coughs. The man at the ticket counter glanced up, startled, and hastily shoved his phone into his pocket. What was he hiding? I could hear everything. Observing the timid demeanor of the ticket seller, Zhang Chaochuan admonished him sharply. If it weren't for President Qin's visit today, he might still be oblivious to this matter. Haha, Mr. Zhang. It's not like there are many people here today. I was just playing a game to unwind. Please let me off this time. The man said, no longer bothering to conceal his actions upon realizing he had been caught. After all, in his perspective, the amusement park was particularly busy during peak times and exceedingly quiet during off-peak hours. On a day like this, when there were few patrons, it wasn't out of the ordinary for employees to engage with their phones. Thus, he believed any consequences would not be too severe. Let you off? The fact that you still dare to say that infuriates me, Zhang Chaochuan retorted. I won't hold your gaming against you, but now that customers have arrived, what does it mean to neglect them? If it were an ordinary guest, that might be acceptable, but this is the owner of this place. How am I supposed to explain that to him? Well, they haven't paid yet, so I can't let them in. The man replied, rather defiantly. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I will keep the door secured. Unbeknownst to him, he had completely disregarded what Qin Lin had said earlier and remained unaware of Qin Lin's true identity. Qin Lin, standing nearby, was left speechless. He hadn't insisted on entering. He merely requested that the man contact manager Zhang. It was exasperating that the man had failed to grasp this, especially since Qin Lin had repeated his request twice. Such a work ethic was truly disheartening. I didn't hire you to be a security guard. I brought you here to be a ticket seller. Now pack up and leave, Zhang Chaochuan declared, unable to tolerate the man's behavior any longer. Manager, that's excessive. I was just playing on my phone. I'll be more careful next time, the man protested stubbornly. There won't be a next time, and I don't need your explanations, Zhang Chaochuan said angrily, dialing a number to have someone replace the ticket seller. Is it really necessary? If I'm fired, I can always find work in the factory. The young man was audacious, showing no signs of regret as he continued to play games on his phone while exiting the ticket booth. Witnessing this, Qin Lin found it amusing. The youth certainly had some spirit. Meanwhile, manager Zhang, irritated by the man's nonchalant exit, approached Qin Lin with a conciliatory demeanor. President Qin, I apologize for this incident. It reflects my inadequate management. I assure you, I will strengthen oversight to eliminate such unprofessional behavior. Feeling anxious, Manager Zhang understood that as the owner of Binhai Happy Valley, if Qin Lin was dissatisfied with how the ticket booth was handled today, His position as general manager would be in jeopardy. Enough of the pleasantries. I have no interest in hearing a plethora of flattery, Qin Lin interjected, interrupting Zhang's attempt to appease him. After all, Qin Lin's primary purpose for being there was to enjoy himself and assess the operational situation. Such sycophantic remarks held no significance for him. Let us head inside and explore, Qin Lin stated directly, leading Wang Yi into the amusement park ahead of him. He had no desire to dwell on unpleasant matters today. Of course, President Qin. Manager Zhang replied awkwardly, trailing behind. This was Qin Lin's first visit to Happy Valley, a park where tickets cost 300 yuan, which, in his previous life, would have been considered a luxury. President Qin, our Binhai Happy Valley is constructed to a 1-to-1 scale of the Shenzhen Happy Valley, featuring 9 major themed parks. Manager Zhang began to explain. The park boasted 9 venues and was impressively large. One would need at least half an hour to traverse all areas. With attractions ranging from water parks and sunny beaches to jungle battles and an ice world, it had something for everyone. Ferris wheels, roller coasters, and carousels were merely the basics. In the sweltering summer, creating a massive Harbin snow world indoors was truly astonishing. Wow, I want to try this, Wang Yi exclaimed upon entering the park, brimming with excitement and eager to experience everything alongside Qin Lin. Seeing her joy, Qin Lin had no reason to refuse. Instead, he handed his phone to Manager Zhang, saying, "Here, take this and help us take some photos." "Certainly, President Qin," Manager Zhang replied, feeling a bit awkward but accepting the phone. He didn't wish to be a third wheel, but he had no choice. After all, Qin Lin was his boss. However, when he saw the Huawei Porsche phone, worth over 20,000 yuan, his hands trembled slightly. While taking photos of Qin Lin and Wang Yi, he was exceedingly cautious, fearful of damaging it. After spending nearly an hour enjoying various attractions, they decided to take a break and grab a bite to eat. During this time, Qin Lin took the opportunity to discuss business matters with Manager Zhang. "Xiao Zhang, let us talk about something serious. How is the park's operational performance?" he inquired while seated in the outdoor restaurant. Qin Lin wasn't particularly knowledgeable about amusement parks, but he assumed that venues relying on ticket sales must be quite profitable. As expected, Manager Zhang responded, "President Qin, with the improvement in the domestic market, our Binhai Happy Valley has achieved an annual revenue of 800 million yuan, with a net profit reaching 300 million. The consumption level in Binhai is relatively high, and aside from ticket sales, we also sell venue merchandise and souvenirs, which can be quite lucrative. Of course, such profitability is closely tied to the diligent efforts of our staff in operations and maintenance." Impressive, Qin Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Although 300 million a year seemed modest, he recognized that even the smallest of beans is still a bean. He could begrudgingly accept it, especially since the total investment in this amusement park was merely 1.5 billion yuan. Earning 300 million a year was commendable. After enjoying some refreshments, the two continued their adventures. However, upon reaching the carousel, Wang Yi asked, a hint of melancholy in her voice, "Qin Lin, you've changed so much in just a few days. What is going on?" Wang Yi found it difficult to comprehend why Qin Lin had suddenly become so affluent. After all, she had known him for 6 years and was acutely aware of his circumstances. The recent changes in his life perplexed her. Moreover, hearing Manager Zhang mention that Qin Lin's park could earn 300 million a year made her anxious about whether she was worthy of him. In response to her inquiry, Qin Lin led her to a nearby bench and stated, "Honestly, I can hardly believe it myself. But there's one thing I can share with you. My parents have found me." The secret that had long been hidden in Qin Lin's heart was now something he yearned to share with Wang Yi. In that moment, he revealed to her the possibility of his connection to the Lin family. Upon hearing that Qin Lin belonged to a prominent family in Shanghai City, Wang Yi felt even more despondent. After all, she was just a girl from an ordinary family. How could she possibly be worthy of someone as elevated as Qin Lin? "I fear I may not be deserving," Wang Yi confessed, struggling to voice her thoughts. "I don't mind," Qin Lin responded sincerely. However, at that moment, Qin Lin did not allow her to continue speaking. He firmly grasped her hand and led her onto the carousel. "When others despised me, you cherished me. Even in the midst of adoration from the masses, I shall never forsake you." In the past, Qin Lin, due to his status as an orphan, often faced disdain. Yet Wang Yi silently watched over him. Now that Qin Lin had assumed a new identity, what difference did it make? Whether he was worthy or not was of no consequence. The only question was whether he desired it. As long as Qin Lin wished for something, nothing was beyond his reach. Upon hearing his words, the weight that had been pressing on Wang Yi's heart finally lifted, filling her with joy. The experience at Happy Valley was delightful. They indulged in fun for nearly 2 hours. While the ticket price of nearly 300 yuan might seem excessive, they found themselves unable to continue. Even the dumpling in Qin Lin's hand had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. The experience was superb. "Well done, Xiao Zhang," Qin Lin encouraged Manager Zheng as they departed. Manager Zheng felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, thinking to himself how relieved he was to have the boss finally leave. As twilight descended, Qin Lin suggested, "Let's find a restaurant for dinner." Although they had yet to officially confirm their relationship, it was merely a matter of time. For Qin Lin, dating was as commonplace as breathing. "Sounds good," Wang Yi replied with a smile, expressing her agreement. After exiting Happy Valley, they climbed into the Bugatti. Having a car was indeed quite convenient. Unlike during their school days when planning outings took considerable effort, now they could go anywhere in mere moments. The finest restaurant in Binhai was undoubtedly the Jinling Hotel. Qin Lin, without much hesitation, drove directly to the Jinling Hotel. After all, apart from enjoying the buffet, he had yet to sample anything else there. Since it was the best restaurant, it was imperative to experience it at least once. The Bugatti swiftly arrived at the Jinling Hotel. However, Qin Lin did not park in the garage, but rather at the entrance. As the owner of the establishment, leaving such a prestigious luxury car like the Bugatti Veyron at the entrance would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, serving a dual purpose. The security personnel and waitstaff outside, upon witnessing the arrival of the legendary Bugatti Veyron, could hardly contain their astonishment. Chapter 37, Michelin 1-Star. The Bugatti Veyron, a special edition from Hermès, was a vehicle they could only dream about seeing on Douyin. Today, to their surprise, it had graced their hotel, and the staff was eager to catch a glimpse of its owner. However, in the next moment, Qin Lin stepped out of the car, unassuming yet triggering a wave of disbelief. The boss? The employees widened their eyes, staring incredulously at Qin Lin. They had never imagined that the owner of the first Bugatti in Binhai was, in fact, their boss. "What is this? Are you not welcoming the boss?" Qin Lin chuckled at their astonished expressions. In this small city of Binhai, who else could drive a Bugatti but your handsome boss? "No, boss, welcome." The employees laughed and began to extend their greetings. Qin Lin was unperturbed and led Wang Yi into the restaurant. Inside, in addition to the cafe buffet, there were the Meiyuan Chinese restaurant and the Atlantic Western restaurant. The Atlantic Western restaurant had achieved Michelin 1-Star certification, being the only Michelin-rated establishment in Binhai, renowned for its culinary excellence. With this in mind, Qin Lin decided to take Wang Yi to experience it. "Is there availability at the Atlantic Western restaurant?" Qin Lin inquired of a nearby waiter. "Yes, please follow me, boss." Typically, such high-end hotels reserve special private rooms for esteemed guests. As the owner, Qin Lin was naturally entitled to these privileges. Upon arriving at the Atlantic Western restaurant, the warm lighting and unpretentious decor made one feel as though they had stepped into the Western world. The pristine white tablecloths, luxurious leather seats, and exquisite tableware all exuded an air of opulence. In a word, it was magnificent. The expenses here were not trivial, according to Michelin 1-Star standards. A meal for two could easily reach 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. "This will do. No need for a private room," Qin Lin remarked, noticing ample vacant seats. He chose a cozy table by the window, reminiscent of a candlelit dinner for two. After all, this was his hotel, and Qin Lin preferred not to be ostentatious. With so many available spots, reserving a private room would be unnecessary. "Understood, boss," the waiter acknowledged and began to make arrangements. Qin Lin pulled out Wang Yi's chair, having learned the proper etiquette for Western dining from television. As they sat down and opened the menu, they encountered dishes such as grain-fed filet mignon, French foie gras with berry sauce, and burgundy snails, items that Qin Lin had never even heard of before. Soft music filled the air, enhancing the delightful atmosphere. There were not many patrons present, but several foreigners could be seen. They casually ordered a few dishes, and feeling a pressing need to relieve himself, Qin Lin excused himself to the restroom, leaving Wang Yi to wait for their meal. At that moment, a foreign man at another table, noticing Wang Yi sitting alone, swirled his wine glass while appraising her. To a Caucasian, Wang Yi was indeed an exquisite beauty, her appearance rivaling that of a campus goddess. Encountering such a stunning local woman stirred thoughts in the foreigner's mind. Shortly thereafter, he approached Wang Yi, holding his wine glass. "Hello, beautiful lady. It is a pleasure to meet you here," he greeted her. Wang Yi, intrigued by the foreigner, turned to assess him. In Binhai, such foreigners were a rare sight. He was tall, with brown hair and a distinctly handsome appearance. "Hello, is there something you need?" Wang Yi asked, perplexed, yet smiling in response. She had not anticipated anyone would approach her in such a restaurant. "I find you incredibly captivating. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? My name is Bill Dewey, but you can call me Bill. Here is my WeChat," he stated directly, eager to add Wang Yi to his contacts. Upon hearing his desire for her contact information, Wang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected foreigners to be so straightforward. "I'm Wang Yi. I'm sorry, but I'm already fond of someone." Wang Yi replied to Bill's advances with a firm rejection. Many might be attracted to foreigners, but Wang Yi was not. Her heart already belonged to Qin Lin. and she had no desire to engage with other men, even if they were foreigners. "Oh, that's truly unfortunate," Bill replied, disappointment etched on his face. Yet, he lifted his wine glass and continued, "How about I invite you for a drink? I greatly admire your beauty, and sharing a drink with you would make my journey complete. So please, do not refuse my kind offer," Bill said in a gentlemanly manner. At this moment, however, Wang Yi felt somewhat at a loss. "That's unnecessary. I don't drink," she declined. Despite the earnest invitation from the foreign gentleman, Wang Yi found herself feeling quite out of place. In such a prestigious establishment, the patrons were invariably individuals of considerable wealth or status. Thus, when a foreigner approached her, Wang Yi felt a wave of discomfort and anxiously awaited Qin Lin's return. "Don't worry, I have some here," Bill exclaimed, returning to his seat with a bottle of red wine, pouring some for Wang Yi. "I really don't need it," she protested, feeling slightly embarrassed by his swift actions. Bill took a sip first and gestured for her to join him. With the expectation that he had already partaken, Wang Yi felt it would be impolite to refuse. After contemplating, she decided that since the wine was from the restaurant, it should pose no harm. Moreover, he had only suggested a single drink, and it would be rather rude to continue declining. Reluctantly, she took a sip. However, upon tasting it, she found the wine somewhat peculiar, with an oddly sharp aroma. Almost instantly, she felt a dizzying sensation, placing the glass down as she leaned her head on the table, enveloped in a haze. Observing this, Bill couldn't help but smirk, for he had already tainted her drink earlier, a tactic he had employed with success on numerous occasions. Many young Chinese girls had fallen victim to his schemes in the same manner. He then assisted Wang Yi, beckoning a few compatriots to help him escort her away. "Oh dear, I told you not to drink so much. You never know your limits. You're intoxicated, aren't you? Let me take you back to your room." He feigned concern as they passed by a restaurant staff member. "Wang Yi," she murmured, barely conscious yet still aware. As they ushered her into the elevator, she called out for Qin Lin, her voice barely a whisper, rendering her efforts futile. Chapter 38. Who will come first? The restaurant staff remained oblivious to the unfolding drama as Wang Yi was led into the elevator. They were part of a criminal conspiracy, with Bill at the helm. Once inside, the group exchanged knowing glances, revealing their familiarity with such exploits. Capturing a woman of Wang Yi's caliber was an opportunity they intended to relish. Of course, they were mindful of the surveillance cameras in the elevator, ensuring their actions remained discreet until they reached the privacy of a room. Once there, the drug they had administered would erase her memories of the preceding days, allowing them to evade any repercussions. By the time she became aware of her predicament, they would be long gone, having relocated to another city. Meanwhile, Qin Lin returned from the restroom to find Wang Yi missing, momentarily taken aback and perplexed. Just moments before, when he indicated he was stepping away, she had insisted she would stay. Now, her sudden disappearance raised questions. Had she left without him? Upon returning to their table, he noticed a wine glass sitting there, which piqued his curiosity. Given that their food had yet to arrive, the presence of the wine seemed odd. He leaned closer to inhale its scent, but the sharpness of the odor sent a wave of dizziness through him. Fortunately, he had merely sniffed it, and no further harm befell him. What on earth is happening? He pondered, growing increasingly suspicious. Scanning the vicinity, he noted the absence of the foreign men who had previously occupied the adjacent table, their plates still laden with untouched food. A sense of alarm began to rise within him, prompting him to reach for his phone and call Wang Yi. Beep, beep, click. To his dismay, the call was abruptly disconnected before it even fully connected. "Sir, here is your appetizer, prosciutto wrapped in foie gras," a server announced, interrupting his thoughts. Seizing her wrist gently, he inquired, "Have any of you seen the woman I came with? Where did she go?" Anxiety was evident in his voice. The server appeared flustered, unsure of how to respond. Observing her distress, Qin Lin released her and raised his voice, commanding, "All staff present, gather here immediately." If Wang Yi was indeed in peril, he needed to uncover any clues. Under the astonished gazes of other diners, all the staff converged around him. "Did anyone see the girl who was with me? Who took her away?" he demanded, scanning the crowd. Many shook their heads, indicating they had not witnessed anything. However, one server spoke up. "I saw a group of foreign men take a girl up to the elevator. She seemed intoxicated, and I assumed they were together, so I didn't intervene." His heart sank at her revelation. His suspicions were confirmed. Wang Yi had been drugged and taken against her will. The sheer audacity of such an occurrence in a high-end restaurant astounded him, especially when the perpetrators appeared so polished and cultured. Fury surged through him as he declared, "From now on, if you see any girl being led away while intoxicated, you must be vigilant. Notify security and review all surveillance footage. I want their room number." Fortuitously, as the proprietor of the establishment, he had the authority to act decisively. If he were merely a bystander, it would have been nearly impossible to recover his girlfriend from such a dire situation. As his orders were disseminated, the staff sprang into action. Upon learning it was the chairman's directive, the security team swiftly began scrutinizing the footage. They soon discovered several foreign men escorting a woman into a room. "Chairman." They entered room 802. Came the voice from the intercom. "Excellent. Hurry and assemble a team." Qin Lin instructed, and without hesitation, he boarded the elevator to confront the situation head-on. The hotel boasted over 20 floors, and reaching the 8th would take scarcely a minute. Meanwhile, Bill had thrown Wang Yi onto the bed in their room, exchanging glances with his towering companions, who began to undress. The drug should last about 8 hours. Who will go first? Bill smirked. Although night had fallen, the hours stretched before them, ample time to indulge repeatedly in their desires for the exquisite Chinese beauty. They speculated that it was likely Wang Yi's first experience, which only heightened their anticipation. "Bill, as per our agreement, you should go first. After all, you are the one who brought her here. We have no claim to her," one of the foreigners suggested. "Very well," Bill replied without hesitation, retrieving a deck of cards from the bedside drawer, ready to proceed with their vile intentions. At that moment, however, the door swung open with a resounding bang as a server entered, startling the group and shattering their plans. Hiding beneath the covers, Bill abruptly lifted the blanket to shield Wang Yi. "What on earth is happening here?" a perplexed Caucasian man exclaimed upon seeing the waiter escorting Qin Lin into the room. Their confusion stemmed from the unexpected arrival of the staff, and they were reluctant to reveal their intentions, expressing irritation instead. Qin Lin, anxiously entering, was baffled by the absence of Wang Yi. Logically, the security had reviewed the surveillance footage. Wang Yi should have been brought to this very room. Yet, where was the woman? Nevertheless, Qin Lin trusted his instincts. Observing Bill lying on the bed, he quickly deduced the situation. "Wang Defa, what do you mean by barging in without our consent? Did we summon room service? Leave at once, or I shall file a complaint with the hotel." The sight of Wang Yi perfectly concealed under the blankets emboldened the foreigners, who issued an eviction order without fear. However, Qin Lin merely chuckled at their words. "You three sharing a double room. What exactly are you up to? Engaging in some sort of dalliance?" Two of the men were in their undergarments, having discarded their trousers. Qin Lin sneered, knowing that under normal circumstances, he might have had limited recourse against them. Yet, as the proprietor of the establishment, he was determined to rectify the situation, even if it meant mistakenly confronting them. Chapter 39. A face full of disgrace. The three foreigners, upon hearing Qin Lin's remarks and glancing at their attire, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Their disrobing was intended for Wang Yi, not for any sordid interpretation from outsiders. However, they found themselves lacking a more plausible explanation, lest they arouse suspicion. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Qin Lin advanced toward the bed, fully aware that Wang Yi was hidden beneath the covers. As he approached, the trio grew anxious, blocking his path at the door. "What do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear us tell you to leave?" One white man shouted in fury. "Where's the hotel manager? I demand to lodge a complaint." Faced with their aggression, Qin Lin's temper flared. "What nonsense! I am the owner of this establishment. Step aside." Refusing to yield to their intimidation, he forcefully pushed them aside. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone and called Wang Yi. Sure enough, the sound of her ringing phone echoed from beneath the blanket. The three Caucasians exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their realization that their scheme was unraveling. Two of them began to panic, contemplating returning Wang Yi to avoid further complications. However, in an unexpected turn, Bill produced a vial of poison, hastily preparing to incapacitate Qin Lin with it. This toxin was capable of numbing the nervous system, inducing hallucinations, and if left untreated, could inflict lasting damage on the brain, resulting in memory loss. Bill believed that by administering the drug to Qin Lin, he could erase 2 days' worth of memories, allowing them to treat the incident as if it had never occurred. With a fierce glint in his eye, he intended to press the substance against Qin Lin's face. "Watch out, boss." The accompanying waiter gasped, anxiety etched across his features. Yet, Bill's speed was no match for Qin Lin's prowess. Before Bill could reach him, Qin Lin swiftly seized his wrist, then forcefully smeared the drug across Bill's face. "You seem fond of using drugs. Allow me to introduce you to their effects." Qin Lin's immense strength left Bill in a state of disarray. The disorienting substance coated Bill's face, and he found himself in utter discomfort. Ironically, the very tools of his trade had led to his downfall. The other two foreigners, witnessing Bill's defeat, rushed at Qin Lin in a fit of rage. Unfazed, Qin Lin retaliated with a powerful punch to one man's face, sending him reeling with a nosebleed. "You think you can come here and mistreat women? Let me show you what happens," he exclaimed, delivering a brutal kick that rendered one of them incapacitated. These men, emboldened by their foreign status, had come to China to exploit innocent women, leaving countless lives shattered in their wake. Qin Lin, with no reservations, dispatched them one by one. The scene was so shocking that the service staff could only watch in astonishment, never having imagined their boss possessed such formidable combat skills. Shortly thereafter, the head of security arrived with reinforcements, swiftly apprehending the three men. Qin Lin, lifting the blanket, found Wang Yi unharmed, her clothing intact, and he sighed in relief. Had anything happened to her, he would have been at a loss for what to do. He promptly contacted Captain Yao, noticing the drugs still in the culprit's possession. He surmised they were habitual offenders. Even if they had not inflicted severe harm on Wang Yi, he could not let them go unpunished. Moments later, Captain Yao arrived. Taken aback to find the assailants were foreigners. Captain Yao, they drugged my companion and still possess more of the substance. Handle this as you see fit. Qin Lin stated decisively. Handing them over to Yao was the most prudent course of action, sparing him the need to involve the police. Understood, Mr. Qin, Yao replied, nodding in agreement. Having witnessed Qin Lin's bravery during the incident with Tang Longyu, Yao held him in high esteem. The fact that Qin Lin had navigated perilous situations and had connections to the capital further impressed him. At that moment, a doctor from the Jinling hotel arrived to examine Wang Yi. The patient has ingested a common sedative, but I have administered the appropriate antidote. She should awaken in approximately 3 hours, the doctor reported. Will there be any aftereffects? Qin Lin inquired. Aware of the potential impact of such drugs on the brain, he was anxious that Wang Yi would not have to endure any lasting consequences. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. The effects of this type of poison accumulate over time before causing harm. Since I have already detoxified her, aside from the state of unconsciousness, there should be no lingering side effects, the doctor clarified. Qin Lin sighed in relief upon hearing this. After all, the two of them had shared many cherished moments over the past few days, and he did not want her to forget them so easily. Before long, Captain Yao uncovered approximately 30 vials of the drug from one of the assailants' luggage, enough for nearly 10,000 doses. The sheer volume was staggering, leading Qin Lin to ponder the extent of suffering these men had inflicted upon countless innocent girls. Subsequently, several external hard drives were unearthed from their suitcases, each containing terabytes of video footage, all of which served as damning evidence of their criminal activities. How should we handle these individuals? Qin Lin inquired of Yao Qinan, who stood nearby. Although it was Qin Lin who had uncovered and terminated this matter, the subsequent course of action transcended his realm of understanding. Yao Qinan responded, the offenses committed by these individuals are beyond our jurisdiction. They must be escalated to the capital. However, rest assured, Mr. Qin, even if these individuals are foreigners, we shall not show them leniency. The hard drives harbor a multitude of incriminating evidence, which is utterly intolerable, and they must be handed over to the authorities for the most severe repercussions. At this point, Qin Lin refrained from further comment and summoned the hotel staff for assistance in securing a room. Given Wang Yi's current condition, it was imperative that he did not neglect her care. Bringing her back to his villa would have been inappropriate, so he opted to reserve a room for her comfort. Chapter 40. A fleeting mysterious figure. As the proprietor of the hotel, Qin Lin was entitled to the highest level of service at the Jinling Hotel. The front desk promptly arranged for him the opulent presidential suite at the Binhai Jinling, valued at 88,800 yuan. The elegant ambience and panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unobstructed view of the enchanting nightscape. Upon entering with Wang Yi, Qin Lin was astounded by the lavish decor, which rivaled that of his own 2.8 billion yuan aerial villa. This suite boasted 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a nursery for the personal bodyguard to rest. With Wang Yi unconscious, Qin Lin gently placed her on the king-sized bed in the master suite. Once he ensured her comfort, he instructed the attendant to leave. Approaching Wang Yi's side, Qin Lin gazed at her for a considerable time, tenderly brushing her hair aside to admire her visage. He noted that her exquisite features were captivating even without makeup. Thankfully, she appeared unharmed. Otherwise, those foreign men would have taken advantage of her. Smiling to himself, Qin Lin fetched a glass of water, observing that she was overdressed for sleep. He contemplated the appropriateness of helping her remove a few layers, reasoning that their relationship had grown sufficiently intimate for such an act to be acceptable. With this in mind, he moved to her side and began to unzip her outer garment. However, as he did so, her alluring figure was unveiled before him. Wang Yi possessed a perfectly proportioned and alluring physique, complemented by her fair skin and graceful curves, exuding a subtle fragrance that was nearly irresistible to a passionate young man. Stopping midway through, Qin Lin froze, realizing the implications of continuing further. While Wang Yi was indeed wonderful, she lay unconscious, and he was not the kind of man to exploit her vulnerability. Moreover, it was evident that their relationship would naturally evolve with time, so there was no need for haste. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Lin decided to fasten her clothing back in place. He did, however, remove her shoes and cover her with a blanket. At that moment, something flashed past the window, prompting Qin Lin to glance outside. though he found nothing amiss. Puzzled, he noted that such illusions had now occurred twice. Dismissing the thought, he settled onto a nearby sofa, quietly watching her sleeping form. Meow. The little fur ball had somehow darted in and was now nestled beside Wang Yi. Nearly an hour later, unable to remain any longer, Qin Lin exited the bedroom. The lobby offered a breathtaking view of the Binjiang scenery, and from the adjacent building, he could even catch sight of his aerial villa. As night deepened, fatigue began to set in. However, he was concerned that if he returned now and Wang Yi awoke, she would be bewildered and distressed by her circumstances. Thus, he resolved to stay by her side that night. Naturally, it was impossible for them to share the same bed, so he chose to sleep in the adjacent secondary bedroom. Nearing the stroke of 2, Wang Yi awoke, her eyes darting nervously around the room. The last memory she possessed was of being escorted into an elevator by a group of foreigners. In that instant, she anxiously inspected her own body, fearful that something regrettable had transpired. Yet, upon taking in her warm hotel surroundings and noticing her attire remained intact, she found herself momentarily stunned. What happened? How did I end up here? A multitude of questions flooded her mind. When she first opened her eyes, spotting the hotel room, she initially feared she had been violated. Fortunately, this was not the case. Meow meow. Just then, the little furball's voice broke through her thoughts, grounding her in reality. Upon seeing the little creature beside her, Wang Yi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. She could not comprehend the events that had unfolded, but the presence of the little furball reassured her that she was safe. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion, Qin Lin hurried over to check on Wang Yi's condition. Are you all right? Is anything amiss? Given that Wang Yi had been drugged, he was naturally concerned about potential aftereffects. Qin Lin. Upon seeing him, Wang Yi was instantly overcome with emotion, bursting into tears and collapsing into his embrace. Having endured so much peril, she desperately craved comfort and security in that moment. Taken aback by her sudden affection, Qin Lin was unsure how to respond. He did not recall how many times they had embraced, but this time felt particularly intense, as if she feared losing him. He remained silent, allowing her to cling to him for as long as she needed. Eventually, they released each other, and Qin Lin chuckled as he handed her a tissue. Observing her tear-streaked face, rest assured, the ordeal has concluded. I have saved you once more. You, my dear, are quite foolish. From now on, aside from my offerings, you are forbidden from consuming anything others provide you, understood? This girl certainly never made things easy. After all they had been through, their bond had deepened once more. Wang Yi nodded obediently, sniffling. Get some rest. It's late, and this is a safe place, Qin Lin encouraged, hoping to soothe her to sleep. Having been busy all day and having undergone a blood draw, he too felt fatigued. I'm hungry. At that moment, Wang Yi awkwardly smiled at Qin Lin. Hearing this, he was momentarily speechless. What could he possibly offer her at this late hour? Nonetheless, as his beloved had endured such tribulations, his heart ached for her. All right, stay put. I'll see what I can find. With that, Qin Lin began rummaging through the room. At this hour, summoning the hotel chef to prepare a meal was entirely out of the question. However, he was fortunate that the lavish suite, priced at 88,800 yuan per night, was stocked with provisions. On the living room table lay a fruit platter adorned with grapes, apples, and bananas, alongside 3 large bags of chips, bread, red wine, and assorted snacks. The refrigerator even contained specialty cola. He gathered a few items and returned to the bedside to share them with Wang Yi. In the stillness of the night, 2 individuals embarked on their inaugural culinary adventure. Meow. Time slipped away swiftly, and it was not until the little round creature scampered to Qin Lin's bedside, yowling, that he regained his awareness. Morning had already graced the clock with the hour of 10, and it seemed the little one was rather famished, prompting its eager approach. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin smiled softly and dialed for room service to procure some cat food. He then descended with Wang Yi to indulge in a hearty breakfast. How was your night? Qin Lin inquired within the confines of the elevator. The opulence of the suite, priced at 88,000 for the night, was not merely a jest. However, Wang Yi's cheeks flushed at his words. If anyone else had been present, they might have misconstrued their evening's activities as something rather exhilarating. Yet, upon seeing the smile that adorned Qin Lin's face, Wang Yi cleared her throat and replied, it was quite pleasant, indeed. In such a premier hotel, the bedding, from pillows to duvets, reached the zenith of global standards. The Australian black swan down pillows retained a subtle whisper of fresh grass fragrance. One could only ponder whether the suite had been specially prepared with the crisp air of the prairie infused within the pillows. Though Wang Yi had awakened briefly in the early hours, she felt no discomfort upon rising, a testament to the unparalleled quality of sleep. That's wonderful. Qin Lin replied with a nod of satisfaction. His underlying concern had been whether the events of the previous day might have troubled her dreams. Her well-being was paramount. After a light breakfast, Qin Lin contemplated returning to the university with Wang Yi. However, upon reaching his Bugatti, they were approached by a man and a woman. The man was clad in attire reminiscent of a superhero, which struck an amusing chord. Beep, beep. As Qin Lin unlocked the car, the headlights flickered to life, prompting the pair to approach him. Hey, brother, that Bugatti of yours looks splendid. Would you consider parting with it for 90 million? The armored man casually proposed, as if 90 million were but a trifling sum to him. Qin Lin, slightly taken aback by the audacity of the morning proposal, was not oblivious to his billionaire status. Rather, it was the fact that he had only driven the car for 2 days before someone sought to purchase it that bewildered him. Furthermore, while the vehicle was valued at 80 million, it was a limited edition Bugatti, a coveted symbol of aspiration for many. Once a dream of Qin Lin's, he now possessed this particular model and had no intention of relinquishing it, as he had yet to fully savor the experience of driving it. Who are you? Qin Lin inquired, intrigued by the identity of the man, as few could casually present 90 million in Binhai. Oh, me? Have you heard of Qi Fun? I'm his friend, Qi Ziyu, a figure within the circles of Sanhai City. I recently saw on Douyin that a Bugatti Hermes was in Binhai, so I thought I'd come and see if I could take it for a spin. Qi Ziyu responded with a grin. His words held a grain of truth. He was indeed a member of the affluent second-generation crowd in Sanhai City, albeit less renowned than Qi Fun. The Bugatti Hermes limited edition was a rarity, with few in existence globally, making it nearly unattainable within the country. Thus, upon learning of its presence in Binhai, Qi Ziyu was compelled to investigate. Understanding his introduction, Qin Lin discerned Qi Ziyu's status. The elite circles of Sanhai City held little allure for him. After all, he was not beneath anyone, especially not Qi Fun. I haven't even warmed up the car yet, so it's not for sale, Qin Lin declared resolutely. As he and Wang Yi prepared to enter the vehicle, Qi Ziyu grew anxious. Allowing Qin Lin to depart would complicate future attempts to reconnect. Wait, let us not rush off. If 90 million isn't enough, I can throw in a 30 million Rolls-Royce Phantom, he exclaimed, producing a key fob that illuminated a pink Rolls-Royce in the distance. This flamboyant vehicle, adorned with a cartoon character, promised a whimsical charm, as pressing a button would set the character dancing on the screen within. To Qi Ziyu, there was nothing out of reach, save for insufficient funds. With a combined offer of 90 million and an additional 30 million luxury car, he believed the total value of 120 million would surely entice Qin Lin. Wang Yi, taken aback by the extravagant discussions over breakfast, found herself momentarily dazed. However, upon seeing the ostentatious Rolls-Royce, Qin Lin felt a sense of incredulity. I'm not particularly interested in that vehicle, he replied, considering the impracticality of a man of his stature driving such a gaudy car, which would necessitate an entourage of drivers and bodyguards. Moreover, the vibrant pink hue, a color that typically delighted the hearts of many young women, felt incongruous for him. Curious about Wang Yi's preferences, he asked, do you like that car? Should she express interest, he would readily procure it. But Wang Yi shook her head, indicating her disfavor. While she appreciated the allure of pink, especially in more feminine contexts, the combination with the imposing Rolls-Royce and its cartoonish embellishments evoked an image of an idol otaku, which did not sit well with her. Seeing this, Qin Lin shrugged at Qi Ziyu, stating, it seems it's not meant to be. Although I could profit 40 million from this transaction, I am in need of a vehicle, not merely cash. Money is abundant for me. 40 million is inconsequential. Conversely, this Bugatti Hermes, even offered at 120 million, is of unparalleled value. Thus I cannot part with it. As Qi Ziyu's lofty offer failed to sway Qin Lin, he sensed urgency creeping in. Hey brother, if you sell me the car, I can introduce you to the Sanhai Circle, including Qi Fun and Principal Wang. If you wish to host a drinking session, I can arrange that for you. How about it? This was Qi Ziyu's trump card. Individuals of his caliber could summon Principal Wang for an evening of revelry, a privilege not easily granted. Principal Wang, the son of the illustrious Wang Jiansen, wielded considerable influence in the country through his association with the Wanda Group. In a society where many second-generation heirs aspired to penetrate such elite circles, this was an enticing proposition indeed. For the affluent, the pursuit of wealth is a secondary concern. Rather, the cultivation of connections reigns supreme. Chapter 42, The Lighter. Not for sale. However, much to everyone's astonishment, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lin ignited the engine of his car. What social circle should one join? After all, Qin Lin, am a man bolstered by a system far superior to figures like Principal Wang or Qin Fun. I would find it beneath my dignity to associate with the likes of those wealthy second-generation playboys. Unexpectedly, Qin Lin's rejection was so resolute that Qi Ziyu found himself in an awkward predicament, stripped of any semblance of face. I've even called Principal Wang out for drinks. And you still refuse? That's rather excessive, isn't it? If you won't grant me face, at least show some respect to Principal Wang. In that moment, Qi Ziyu felt a sense of helplessness. Naturally, he would not concede so easily. If one approach failed, he would persist with a more subtle method. Brother, how about we get to know each other? Although I cannot purchase your car, I could offer assistance should you require it. More connections, more avenues, right? Qi Ziyu proposed. In his view, even if he couldn't buy the car, merely establishing a connection could prove beneficial down the line. I am Qin Lin. If you need anything, just call the Jinling Hotel, and I will reach out to you. With that, Qin Lin revved the engine of his Bugatti and drove away. For Qin Lin, these rich second-generation individuals were of little value. He had no need for their assistance, and their absence was a blessing. Alas, witnessing Qin Lin refuse even to share a phone number left Qi Ziyu near tears. Yet, there was little he could do about it. With a class still remaining that morning, Qin Lin returned to the classroom alongside Wang Yi. After several days apart, Qin Ziyu and the two individuals aware of Qin Lin's true identity cast him fearful glances, hesitant to approach him. Hey, did you see? Someone on the school forum said that the student driving the Bugatti Veyron at Bin Hai is actually one of us. Is that true? I don't believe it. Why would I deceive you? Check it out for yourself. At this moment, the classmates were discussing the arrival of the 80 million Bugatti at their school. The students present expressed their envy. I heard that the security guard saw his student ID. The name was something like Qin. You don't think it could be our classmate, Qin Lin, do you? Of Taraha. Him? It's just a coincidence in surname. That guy is a billionaire, and his sports car alone is worth 80 million. What is Qin Lin? Just a poor student. How could he afford a Bugatti? Besides, that kid Qin Lin tricked us the other day, exploiting us to earn a referral fee by luring us to the Jinling Hotel, remember? As discussions swirled around Qin Lin, he could not help but frown at being unjustly targeted. This bunch of people, I merely wished to remain low-key, avoiding pretentiousness in front of them. Yet here they are, taking advantage of my restraint. Hearing the whispers around him, Wang Yi, seated next to Qin Lin, felt compelled to confront them. After all, regardless of whether the Bugatti belonged to Qin Lin, as classmates, they shouldn't be so callous. Their mocking remarks were audible from several streets away. You all have gone too far. Even if you speak ill of someone behind their back, it shouldn't be this way. Wang Yi protested on behalf of Qin Lin. Surprisingly, her words fell on deaf ears as they responded dismissively. Oh, come on, class monitor, it's just a joke. Could it be that Qin Lin really owns a Bugatti? Ha ha. Upon hearing such comments, the crowd erupted in laughter. Exactly, class monitor. Qin Lin is just a poor student. We're merely joking, not slandering him. If Qin Lin himself doesn't mind, why should you? They exchanged banter, completely disregarding Qin Lin. To them, a student of Qin Lin's financial standing was only deserving of ridicule, incapable of defending himself. After all, the weak deserve to be mocked. Wang Yi felt a surge of indignation at the multitude of retorts, yet found herself unable to counter their arguments. Oh, in that moment, however, Qin Lin pulled Wang Yi back, saying, don't be impulsive. Engaging with these individuals is futile. To Qin Lin, they were merely insignificant characters. Why should he feel compelled to justify his wealth to them? Yet, at that moment, the crowd of onlookers jeered. Hey, Qin Lin, it seems you're feeling particularly bold today. What is your issue with us? Are you offended by our jokes? Besides, is that Bugatti really yours? Comparing you to him is a privilege, you know, one individual scoffed. However, Qin Lin found their comments amusing. Initially, he had no intention of boasting, but their taunts compelled him to reveal his true prowess. Haha, you all make valid points. As a poor student, it is indeed an honor to be compared to a billionaire. However, I must apologize. I am indeed the billionaire you think I am. Isn't it just a Bugatti? I have one too. With that, Qin Lin produced the Bugatti car key, displaying it for all to see. The key, exquisite and compact, left many in the audience wide-eyed. Among them were Qin Ziyu and the two who understood Qin Lin's financial status, who inwardly marveled. Indeed, who would have thought that the wealthy individual was Qin Lin all along? He is the owner of the Jinling Hotel, valued at over 300 billion. It's no wonder he can afford a Bugatti. Yet, those unaware of Qin Lin's identity were momentarily stunned by the sight of the key. Goodness, is this for real? Qin Lin is that impressive? However, one skeptic quickly retorted, Qin Lin, you didn't go on Pinduoduo and buy a Bugatti keychain just to fool us, did you? Some laughed, and in an instant, the crowd erupted into fits of laughter. Qin Lin, you truly have a knack for pretense. I'm quite impressed. You nearly had me convinced. This is the pinnacle of boasting. You've even managed to convince yourself. Observing Qin Lin's earnest demeanor, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Lin was left speechless, shaking his head. Truly, they were a bunch of fools. Was I, Qin Lin, the kind of person who relished in such pretentiousness? Would I really go so far as to purchase a Bugatti keychain from Pinduoduo? Am I that idle? Yet soon, someone exclaimed in astonishment, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 43. I need help with my studies. Wow. I saw on the forum that a Bugatti is currently parked in our school's administrative building parking lot. Why don't we go take a look after class? Someone suggested. Yes, yes. The excitement was palpable among both boys and girls present, eager to catch a glimpse of the dream car that is a Bugatti. For missing such an opportunity would surely lead to a lifetime of regret. As for the girls, they were more eager to witness what the legendary top-tier second-generation rich actually looked like. Qin Lin, didn't you claim that the Bugatti belongs to you? Are you brave enough to go over and test it out later? Just don't say that your car key ran out of battery when the time comes. Someone remarked to Qin Lin. Given Qin Lin's penchant for showing off, they decided to give him yet another chance. All right, Qin Lin replied, not at all averse. A cold smile gracing his lips. Since they were keen to see, he had no qualms about taking Wang Yi back to their seats. Show off, keep showing off. A lighter is just a lighter. Let us see how you'll handle the aftermath. Observing Qin Lin's sudden pretense, many shook their heads in disbelief. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of class, which was a mandatory university course, advanced mathematics. However, to everyone's surprise, the instructor called out Qin Lin's name before the class began. Which one of you is Qin Lin? Please stand up. The instructor, a stern-looking man, commanded. Hearing his words, Qin Lin furrowed his brow, but stood up nonetheless. As he did, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, as many seemed eager to witness Qin Lin's embarrassment. Ignoring the commotion, Qin Lin gestured for the teacher to continue. This student, you've been frequently skipping class. Do you realize you've been absent 3 times? Do you even care about passing this course? The advanced mathematics teacher admonished, visibly irate. In most universities, being caught skipping class 3 times without a valid reason would certainly lead to failing the course. Failing means that one wouldn't even need to sit for the exam. The grade would automatically be unsatisfactory, necessitating a retake or a remedial course. As a student from a struggling background, Qin Lin had unknowingly missed so much due to his heartbreak, having isolated himself for 3 days without stepping outside. Failing a core course has severe repercussions, not only affecting graduation prospects, but also future employment opportunities. If others see that you failed such a fundamental course, it would undoubtedly lead to disapproval. Although Qin Lin is now a billionaire, being a university student without a diploma is hardly commendable. I'm sorry, teacher. I was wrong to skip class, but I truly had matters to attend to, Qin Lin explained. The advanced mathematics instructor had always been relatively kind to Qin Lin, having come from a similar disadvantaged background himself, which is why he occasionally looked out for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to remind Qin Lin after 3 absences, as he would typically treat other students with such strictness. Moreover, Qin Lin genuinely had pressing issues at the time. Experiencing heartbreak felt akin to a severe illness. Under such circumstances, attending class was quite implausible. All right, generally, I would fail students like you outright, but I'll give you one more chance. If you score above 90 in the final exam, I'll consider passing you. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the advanced mathematics teacher was not inclined to listen to further excuses and issued a firm demand. The crowd, upon hearing that the required score was 90 or above, widened their eyes in disbelief. Some even began to revel in his misfortune. After all, advanced mathematics is no ordinary subject. Many students struggle just to pass, without considering the usual participation scores. Achieving a score of 90 on the exam is not merely exceptional, it is a mark of being among the top students in the entire school. Given that Qin Lin's academic performance was average at best, everyone thought this would seal his fate. To everyone's surprise, Qin Lin simply nodded in agreement, exuding confidence rather than fear. This left many baffled. While the former Qin Lin might have found it impossible to score above 90, the current Qin Lin was equipped with a system. What was there to fear? Excellent. Let us proceed with the class. Seeing Qin Lin's acceptance, the advanced mathematics teacher nodded in satisfaction and pulled out the textbook. Regardless of how Qin Lin managed to attain a score of 90, at least for a student like him, putting in the effort could only bear positive results. As Qin Lin sat down, Wang Yi comforted him, saying, Qin Lin, don't worry, I can help tutor you. Wang Yi, being the class representative and academically proficient, believed that with her assistance, Qin Lin would have a much greater chance of achieving that score. At that moment, before Qin Lin could respond, several piercing gazes were directed toward him at the sound of Wang Yi's whisper. The intensity of their stares seemed to wish to pierce through him. To them, the class representative was akin to a goddess. Having the goddess offer to help with studies was something to be envied and coveted. However, unexpectedly, Qin Lin outright declined. No need. It's just a minor issue. There's no need to trouble yourself. In Qin Lin's view, he merely needed to enhance his intelligence. Tackling such an exam was not an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he didn't wish to burden Wang Yi. This scene left onlookers aghast. You can't be serious. You turned down the goddess's generous offer? You might not need it, but I certainly do. It's fine, with me helping you. It's certainly better than studying alone, Wang Yi replied with a smile, undeterred. All right then, Seeing Wang Yi's persistence, Qin Lin had no further objections. He felt a sense of gratitude that she was willing to assist him. If this could serve to draw them closer, it would be quite wonderful. Before long, the two classes concluded, and students began to leave the classroom in succession. Let us go. At that moment, someone approached and patted Qin Lin on the shoulder. Wearing a broad smile, clearly eager to see Qin Lin make a fool of himself in front of the Bugatti. Noticing their relentless teasing, Qin Lin merely smiled. Since they were so keen to witness it, he decided to indulge them. All right then. With that, Qin Lin picked up his textbook and walked out with Wang Yi and the others. Nearby, Chen Ziyu observed this scene. Feeling a bit awkward as he smiled at Qin Lin, already aware of what was about to unfold, Qin Lin was unperturbed, willing to face them and broaden his horizons. To see this Bugatti, nearly the entire class had turned out, leaving Qin Lin quite amused. Chapter 44, You're in my way. Before long, they arrived at the parking lot near the administration building, where a crowd had gathered. It was evident that they had come to admire the Bugatti. This car, valued at 80 million, was casually parked by its owner, showcasing a nonchalant attitude. With no one to deter them, they indulged in their curiosity. Many girls were lining up to take pictures in front of it. However, to their surprise, a man and a woman stood before the car. The man was tall and handsome, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor, and his attire hinted at a privileged background. The woman, while beautiful, had a somewhat dangerous allure, dressed provocatively. They stood there, basking in the envious gazes of the onlookers. Hey, Qin Lin, didn't you say the Bugatti was yours? Then who are they? A classmate jested. Certainly. His remarks were also intended to ridicule Qin Lin. Observing that dashing young man, I couldn't help but feel that he was the true owner of the car. A girl nearby commented, her gaze fixed on the handsome gentleman, her heart brimming with envy. Alas, he was already accompanied by a beautiful girlfriend. Otherwise, she would have lunged at him like a ravenous dog. Upon hearing their conversation, Qin Lin chuckled, finding it rather amusing, and turned his attention towards the pair. He recognized them as members of the university's student union, rumored to hail from affluent families. However, the notion that they could possibly own my limited edition Bugatti Hermes was laughable. No one in the entire coastal city could accomplish that. Even Shi Ziyu had resorted to leveraging Principal Wang's company to accompany them for drinks, but could not secure a deal. The young man before him was indeed a tall, wealthy, and handsome figure, but to assume he could be the owner of a Bugatti? Ridiculous. Come on, whip out your lighter. Let us indulge our eyes. A classmate gestured towards Qin Lin. Hearing this, Qin Lin shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, truly, this bunch of clowns is beyond redemption. Not even an emergency call could save them. All right, no more jokes, step aside. At their words, Qin Lin ceased to feign indifference, directly leading Wang Yi through the crowd to confront the young couple. Have you had your fun? Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time, Qin Lin stated bluntly. As the car owner, it was only natural for him to ask them to vacate the space they had occupied without hesitation. His words not only took the two aback, but stunned everyone present. They could hardly believe Qin Lin had the audacity to utter such statements. Initially, they had gazed enviously at the couple, assuming they were indeed the Bugatti's owners. Meanwhile, their classmates were rendered speechless by Qin Lin's boldness in addressing the real owner. After all, he was a billionaire. How could Qin Lin be so brazen? At that moment, the young man, sensing Qin Lin's demand, responded with irritation. You all came here to take photos, so there should be a queue, right? Why should we leave? On what grounds? In his view, Qin Lin's presence with a girl was merely an excuse to take pictures, and they hadn't yet had their fill of being admired as car owners. Why should they relinquish that privilege? You think you're the owner? How are we in your way? The young man felt no obligation to yield. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further as he pulled out his car key. With a mere press of a button, the key, mistaken for a lighter, responded with 2 beeps, and the 80 million Bugatti Veyron roared to life. You're obstructing my path. Is it too much to ask you to leave? Qin Lin articulated logically as he opened the car door. The young man and woman stood frozen, utterly astonished at Qin Lin's words. They had not anticipated that the car owner would be right before them. Shock coursed through their minds. Given that this was an 80 million Bugatti, a symbol of status beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, offending someone of such stature could have repercussions that extended beyond the school environment. Hey, it was a misunderstanding. We'll leave right away. The affluent young man, realizing Qin Lin's true identity, promptly conceded, taking his girlfriend and departing in haste. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers and classmates alike were left in stunned silence. They could hardly fathom that Qin Lin was indeed the owner of the Bugatti. This was a vehicle worth 80 million. How could that be possible? Wasn't Qin Lin an orphan, a student from a humble background? Their minds felt as if they had exploded. They recalled how they had ridiculed Qin Lin moments ago, now wishing they could dive into the Huangpu River in embarrassment. Qin Lin, uninterested in their shallow judgments, drove away from the school, finding little value in engaging with such narrow-minded individuals. Instead, he sought a quiet corner to study with Wang Yi. Shortly thereafter, Qin Lin led Wang Yi to a nearby cafe where they intended to study. After sipping on a cappuccino, Qin Lin casually flipped through his advanced calculus textbook. In a hidden aspect of reality, he activated the system. System, open the character panel, Qin Lin murmured inwardly. The system sprang to life. Opening character panel. Character, Qin Lin. Gender, male. Strength, 10. Constitution, 8. Speed, 10. Wisdom, 5. Charm, 9. Note, normal human attributes max out at 10 points. Character Attribute System Usage Guide. The host gains 1 point of freely assignable attributes for every 100 million huaxia coins consumed. Qin Lin noticed that while all his attributes had been enhanced, he felt a pang of disbelief upon seeing his wisdom rated at a mere 5 points. He had always considered himself among the brightest in class, yet here it seemed he was only rated as somewhat dim-witted. This couldn't be right. How could his wisdom only be 5 points? He recalled his prowess in games like poker and card games, where he had outsmarted others effortlessly. Surely, his intellect should be higher than this. How could it only be rated at 5 points? But soon, Qin Lin came to a realization. The average intelligence of ordinary individuals was not particularly high, often skewed towards the lower end. Thus, accepting that his wisdom was only 5 points seemed somewhat reasonable. Checking his account balance, he noted a new deposit of 200 million from the Katie building, bringing his total cash balance to a staggering 1 billion. Without further ado, Qin Lin decided to invest 500 million to elevate his intelligence to the pinnacle of human capability. System, consumed 500 million to raise wisdom to 10 points. Chapter 45, Speculative Results. As Qin Lin spoke, the system began to operate. Ding. Successfully consumed 500 million huaxia coins. Congratulations, host. Your wisdom has been elevated to 10 points. Immediately, Qin Lin felt a refreshing wave wash over his brain, instigating a profound transformation within. With enhanced wisdom, his cognitive speed, reaction time, and perceptual abilities surged to new heights. Soon, he felt as if he were akin to a super brain from a television show. Problems that once seemed insurmountable now appeared clear and resolvable. As he flipped through the advanced calculus book, each page seemed to imprint itself vividly in his mind. This photographic memory ability was nothing short of astonishing. Not only that, but Qin Lin's brain was now capable of autonomously comprehending and absorbing the knowledge he encountered. The faster he turned the pages, the quicker he finished the textbook. The sensation of effortlessly absorbing information felt exhilarating. What is going on? Observing Qin Lin finish a book in mere seconds, Wang Yi was puzzled, assuming he was struggling to concentrate. His casual flipping of pages was far from the demeanor of a typical reader. Qin Lin never anticipated that his habit of studying would be discovered by Wang Yi, leading to an awkward moment. I find reading textbooks rather dull. Why don't we tackle some practice questions instead? Qin Lin deftly shifted the topic, producing a workbook and composing a test paper. Wang Yi, observing this turn of events, did not object and took it upon herself to encourage Qin Lin from the sidelines. To an outsider, this scene appeared as a devoted couple diligently studying together during what should have been a leisurely date, radiating an enviable harmony of talent and beauty. However, as Qin Lin embarked on the test, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He completed each question in less than a second, relying not even on scratch paper for calculations to arrive at the answers. Was this the pinnacle of human capability? Casting a furtive glance at Wang Yi, he noted her lack of attention to his remarkable speed. In a flurry, he inscribed all the answers, astonishingly faster than if he had been copying from another source. In under 2 minutes, he flawlessly solved even the most challenging questions that he initially would have found daunting. Fearing that Wang Yi might be taken aback by his extraordinary aptitude, he intentionally made a couple of errors and then feigned contemplation for 10 minutes before finally presenting the completed test to her. Finished already? It's only been a little over 10 minutes, Wang Yi exclaimed, genuinely surprised as she accepted the paper. Upon reviewing the answers, she discovered that nearly all were correct, save for 2 missteps on the multiple-choice questions, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Previously, she had struggled to reach such a level of proficiency on this same test. Well done. But what about this question? Wang Yi urged Qin Lin to lean in closer as she meticulously elucidated the mistakes he had made. They were nearly enveloped in each other's warmth, a closeness that Qin Lin relished, smiling as he savored the moment. Meanwhile, with only a day remaining until the results of the paternity test were revealed, Lin Yu was already impatiently making his way to the hospital. His anticipation to discover whether he was indeed a descendant of the Lin family from Sanhai City surpassed that of anyone else. Lin Yu, a man who valued preparation, directly approached the chief physician overseeing the paternity tests. Upon seeing Lin Yu's early arrival, Chief Physician Huang Yao, a portly middle-aged man with a somewhat disheveled appearance who nevertheless donned his white coat with authority, expressed mild confusion. In a small hospital such as theirs, the number of paternity tests conducted was minimal, making Huang's role as chief physician a rather comfortable position. Dr. Huang, have the paternity test results come in? Lin Yu inquired directly as he entered the physician's office. Typically, in such establishments, expediting the process could yield results in less than 3 days. Lin Yu was eager to learn the outcome. However, upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Huang Yao frowned and replied curtly, "Didn't I tell you to come back tomorrow? The results won't be ready until then, so please return home." His impatience was palpable, although he had no other patients at the moment. He was unwilling to squander time catering to the whims of eager individuals. Nonetheless, Lin Yu merely smiled at the doctor's response, unperturbed. In his quest for knowledge, he was willing to employ any means necessary. With a swift motion, he closed the office door and continued, "Dr. Huang, since the results aren't available yet, could you perhaps provide me with some insights? I'm quite anxious to uncover my lineage and the identities of my parents." Lin Yu's expression conveyed urgency and sincerity as he spoke. He believed that, despite the results not being finalized, the hospital had invested considerable time in the paternity testing process. Surely, they could deduce something in the meantime. "I already informed you that you must wait until tomorrow for the results," Huang Yao responded impatiently. To him, no matter how desperate the patients might be, they needed to adhere to proper protocols. If everyone were to come inquiring about results prematurely, it would only increase his workload unnecessarily, and thus, he was disinclined to entertain Lin Yu's request. Yet Lin Yu was not one to surrender easily. He produced an envelope and handed it to the doctor. "Dr. Huang, I understand that your work is challenging. Consider this a token of my appreciation. Please assist me." He was well versed in the art of negotiation and knew that sometimes one must invest to gain favors. Huang Yao, feeling the envelope's weight, opened it to find 10 crisp bills. While not particularly thick, it was sufficient to pique his interest. Assisting Lin Yu with a prediction was no significant burden, and as long as it was not illegal, he could tolerate the extra remuneration. "All right, seeing your earnestness, I'll offer you a prediction," Huang Yao conceded, proceeding to access the back-end system to check the current status of the paternity tests. Lin Yu, thrilled by this development, felt that spending 1,000 yuan to learn his true identity was a worthwhile investment. He was merely ensuring that he would not leave any stone unturned. Huang Yao pondered aloud. Based on the current progress, the most likely candidate is. He gazed intently at the computer screen, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Who is it?" Lin Yu asked, his heart racing in anticipation. "It's Qin Lin," Huang Yao declared decisively. Multiple data points indicate that Qin Lin is indeed a descendant of the Lin family. Why? Why would it be Qin Lin? Why not me, Lin Yu? At that moment, Lin Yu was stunned into silence, grappling with disbelief. Chapter 46. The revelations were overwhelmingly perplexing. How could the paternity test suggest that Qin Lin belonged to the Lin family, and not him, Lin Yu? After all, he bore the Lin surname. Lin Yu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Unable to accept the reality of the situation. "Doctor, you must be mistaken," he exclaimed, questioning the validity of the doctor's deductions. The notion that Qin Lin was the true heir of the Lin family seemed utterly implausible. Huang Yao clarified, "From the comprehensive data, Qin Lin's compatibility is significantly higher. As for you, Lin Yu, your blood type does not match. You are the first to be excluded." His reasoning was grounded and rational, providing a compelling argument. Based on the given blood types, it was biologically impossible for Lin Yu to be the biological child, thus rendering the need for further testing unnecessary. Stunned, Lin Yu stood frozen, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Oh heavens, must it be so cruel? To be the first eliminated? Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. He had been so confident, convinced that he was a member of the Lin family, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the test to bask in the riches and glory of Sanhai City. Little did he know that among the 3 individuals present, he was the least likely to possess any blood relation. "I refuse to accept this," Lin Yu lamented internally, tormented by the thought of being outdone by Qin Lin. In a moment of desperation, he grasped Dr. Huang's arm tightly. "Dr. Huang, please help me. Switch Qin Lin's data to mine. I beg you, Dr. Huang. I am Lin Yu." Lin Yu was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly crushed Huang Yao's hand. He felt utterly desperate. If necessary, he would even be willing to usurp Qin Lin's identity in order to become a descendant of the Lin family. Relishing in wealth and prosperity, he would spare no effort. He was prepared to endure the risks associated with exposure, for he was an orphan, and nothing could be more tragic than that. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Dr. Huang furrowed his brow. As a physician, he would never engage in illegal activities. Accepting money earlier was merely a gesture of goodwill, as speculation is not inherently unlawful. However, tampering with the assessment results was a different matter entirely. It fundamentally contradicted the ethics of a doctor. How could he possibly proceed with such a request? No, I cannot do such a thing. I must ask you to leave, Huang Yao asserted, waving his hand dismissively to push Lin Yu away. The evaluation had already been conducted, and he had no obligation to prolong this interaction. At that moment, seeing the doctor's refusal, Lin Yu decided to go all out. He directly addressed Dr. Huang. What if I offer you money? I will give you 50,000. No, I will give you 100,000. Just help me alter the results, and it's yours, okay? This is merely a matter of moving a finger for you, and besides me, no one else will ever know. Lin Yu pleaded anxiously. In his perspective, if persuasion failed, throwing money at the problem was the next course of action. He could not believe Huang Yao would remain unmoved by such a sum. Hearing Lin Yu's proposition to bribe him, Dr. Huang frowned deeply and firmly rejected. This is not merely a matter of money. It concerns my integrity as a physician. If I accept your money and engage in such unscrupulous behavior, would I not ruin my lifelong reputation? For him, being a doctor was not solely about earning money. It was also about dignity and the respect of society. If he compromised his ethics for financial gain and engaged in illegal activities, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Regardless of the implications for that Qin Lin's life, Lin Yu, realizing that even 100,000 was insufficient, cursed silently in frustration. However, regaining his composure, he began to analyze the situation. Dr. Huang, listen to me. What significance does it hold for you to work as a mere paternity test doctor in this small hospital? What future do you envision? You are merely existing, waiting for death. Why do you still care about reputation, dignity, or face? As Lin Yu spoke, he noticed Dr. Huang's expression darkening. Hear me out. Lin Yu pressed on without waiting for a rebuttal. The Lin family possesses approximately 200 billion in assets in Shanghai City. A truly colossal family. They have come here seeking their lost legitimate descendants. As an ordinary doctor, what do you gain from conducting this assessment, apart from a stagnant salary? However, if you choose to assist me, it will be entirely different. If you allow me to become a member of the Lin family, I can offer you not merely 1 million, but 10 million. How does that sound? I will give you a deposit of 100,000 right now. And once the deed is done, I will transfer you 10 million. Together, we will reach the pinnacle of our lives. What are you still doing as a doctor? Lin Yu declared, his eyes brimming with excitement. For a family with assets reaching 200 billion, acquiring a few hundred million for living expenses was trivial. If Huang Yao helped him accomplish this, he would transfer the money without hesitation. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, Huang Yao could not help but swallow hard. He had never anticipated that such a significant story lay behind this paternity test. He did not wish to sacrifice his dignity for money, but the offer Lin Yu presented was overwhelmingly enticing. Why remain a mere doctor if he could have 10 million? Fine, I agree to your proposal. Huang Yao responded without hesitation, ready to comply. Altering the data was merely a matter of moving his fingers. Upon hearing Huang Yao's agreement, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy stone that had been suspended over his heart finally settled. He truly could not have foreseen that Qin Lin was the scion of this prestigious family. But what did it matter? Lin Yu could easily manipulate the situation to his advantage. Time flew by, and after bidding farewell to Wang Yi, Qin Lin returned to the villa to change his clothes. Since he had yet to sign in for the day, Qin Lin decided to head to Shanghai City, hoping to procure a more advanced reward. Additionally, he needed to conduct a brief handover with the auspicious airline. As for the paternity test results, Qin Lin was not in a hurry, as the time had not yet arrived. Furthermore, having overheard the conversation among Lin family's subordinates, he felt confident. He could only hope that the next day would arrive swiftly. After chartering a private jet with the auspicious airline, Qin Lin drove his Bugatti to the airport. The distance from Binhai City to Shanghai City was merely a 20-minute flight. However, due to the proximity and economic considerations, there were no direct flights. The quickest transfer would take over an hour. But with a chartered flight, there was no need for layovers. Upon arriving at the airport, Qin Lin parked his Bugatti and, as the owner of the airline, he did not even need to purchase a ticket. Chapter 47. Check-in in the clouds. However, as soon as Qin Lin arrived at the entrance, he encountered an acquaintance. Oh, isn't this Qin Lin? Where are you off to? The person grinned. He was Lu Wenwen, Qin Lin's high school classmate, who had never been particularly fond of Qin Lin. During their school days, they even had a few minor altercations. It was unexpected to run into him here. Lu Wenwen had been expelled from school for fighting and had recently made a name for himself in business. At that moment, he was accompanied by a striking model, whose alluring figure turned heads. The scene was nothing short of envy-inducing. Given their past grievances, Lu Wenwen was keen to flaunt his success in front of Qin Lin. Upon noticing that he had stumbled into a familiar face, Qin Lin felt a mix of resignation and annoyance. I'm heading to Shanghai City, Qin Lin replied curtly, not pausing in his stride as he made his way toward the airport terminal. Since Lu Wenwen had never been particularly welcoming, Qin Lin was disinterested in engaging with him further. What a coincidence. We are both heading to Shanghai City. We must be on the same flight. But I'm in first class, and you must be in economy, right? Seeing Qin Lin's hurried demeanor, Lu Wenwen raised an eyebrow, yet maintained a smile. Following closely behind with his arm around the model, Lu Wenwen's tone carried a hint of mockery. In his previous perception, Qin Lin was the poorest in their class, even lacking parental support. Thus, he assumed Qin Lin would not be able to secure a good ticket. Unfortunately, we can't sit together. But as old classmates, I have much to share with you. No worries, the flight is still an hour away. How about this? I have an airport VIP card. Let me take you to the VIP lounge for a while. Lu Wenwen suggested, his words dripping with arrogance. The airport VIP card was not something just anyone could obtain. It was reserved for frequent flyers and high-net-worth clients. By mentioning it, he subtly highlighted his privileged status in front of Qin Lin. Lu Wenwen felt quite pleased with himself at that moment. However, upon hearing his words, Qin Lin was left puzzled, unwilling to engage with him. Qin Lin made it clear that he had no time for idle conversation. There's no need for pleasantries. I am not occupied with trivialities, he stated bluntly. Moreover, I am not seated in either economy or first class, but rather on a private jet. Kindly be more courteous in your address henceforth. Qin Lin, not one to mince words, dismissed the man without further ado. However, Lu Wenwen found the entire situation amusing. Who do you think you are? A private jet? You should consider your own standing. A charter flight costs at least several $100,000, money even you wouldn't readily part with. Lu Wenwen dismissed Qin Lin's claims as mere fabrications. Yet, out of politeness, he refrained from voicing his inner mockery directly to Qin Lin, instead retorting, "This is rather uninteresting. Don't you think? Old classmate, it has been ages since we last met. There is no need for you to avoid me so. And as for your mention of a private jet, spare me the jest. Are you still holding a grudge over that past incident involving my borrowing of your belongings? You are being rather petty." Lu Wenwen continued to prattle about his recent success in establishing a multinational trading company, boasting of assets amounting to a mere 10 million. I had hoped to extend a hand in your direction today, but given your current demeanor, I believe I shall refrain. Lu Wenwen incessantly sought to flaunt his present achievements. Convinced that Qin Lin, a mere university student and orphan, was living in abject poverty. To him, Qin Lin's ostentation was merely a tactic to evade the discomfort of their past interactions. Listening to Lu Wenwen's words, Qin Lin could not help but scoff internally. How absurd. Boasting of a company worth merely 10 million, what was there to flaunt? Clinging to a young model as if she were a treasure, unaware of her past entanglements, was simply distasteful. Qin Lin dismissed the need for further engagement and proceeded towards the main hall. At that moment, a beautiful flight attendant approached him with enthusiasm. "Hello, are you Mr. Qin Lin?" Her demeanor radiated warmth, a testament to her awareness of Qin Lin's status as the owner of the airline. "Indeed, that is I," Qin Lin replied with a slight nod. She was clearly designated by the airline to welcome him, and it must be said, the beauty of the attendant surpassed that of Lu Wenwen's companion. "Very well, Mr. Qin, please follow me." The attendant gestured towards a driver who was ready to escort Qin Lin to the waiting private jet. Without hesitation, Qin Lin entered the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Wenwen stood by, momentarily stunned as he witnessed Qin Lin being ushered into a luxury vehicle. What game was Qin Lin playing? Frankly, he struggled to believe that Qin Lin possessed the means for such extravagance. In his confusion, Lu Wenwen approached a nearby flight attendant to inquire, what was that about? Why was that man allowed to board without a ticket? The attendant chuckled softly as she responded, "It is said that he is the owner of the airline. Hence he does not require a ticket to board. Moreover, his charter is complimentary." Upon hearing the word owner, Lu Wenwen was momentarily paralyzed. What did this mean? Qin Lin was the owner of the airline? Thus, his earlier claims about the private jet were not mere jest? Lu Wenwen quickly searched online, discovering that the airline was valued at over 30 billion. At that moment, he felt his legs weaken. Qin Lin possessed such a significant stature. If Qin Lin chose to hold a grudge over their previous encounter, Lu Wenwen's modest company of 10 million would surely be rendered insignificant. Realizing this, Lu Wenwen swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Qin Lin boarded the private jet. Upon arriving at the tarmac, he stepped onto the red carpet, exuding the aura of a person of considerable importance. Qin Lin smiled, reveling in this extraordinary experience. Inside the aircraft, the setting was not that of a traditional small charter filled with seats, but rather a high-end business environment. Spacious and exuding a sense of opulence. It was a superior experience, surpassing even that of first-class travel. As the plane ascended into the clouds, a flight attendant poured him a glass of champagne. Qin Lin pondered what might transpire if he were to check in while airborne. Without further ado, he activated the system within him, declaring, "System, check in." In the next instant, the system responded, "Ding, check-in successful for today." detected that the host is checking in at the altitude of the clouds, triggering a special reward. Congratulations. The host has received 800 million Huaxia coins. Congratulations. The host has acquired a Shadow Guardian. Congratulations. The host has obtained blueprints for an ultra-precision lithography machine. Taken aback by the unexpected rewards, Qin Lin was momentarily stunned. 800 million Huaxia coins constituted a reward of sea-level caliber. Adding this to his existing 500 million, Qin Lin's account balance now soared to 1.3 billion. The Shadow Guardian manifested in his consciousness as a dark figure, akin to his own shadow. Qin Lin could summon it at will, functioning as a super bodyguard with combat capabilities equal to his own. The stronger Qin Lin grew, the mightier the shadow's prowess would become. This reward was somewhat surreal. The notion of summoning one's shadow for combat defied modern scientific explanation. Nevertheless, Qin Lin did not dwell on this, but instead focused on the final reward, the blueprints for the ultra-precision lithography machine. He understood that the West had imposed economic and technological sanctions against the mainland, cutting off chip supplies. In an effort to break this impasse, Huawei had invested 100 billion to develop a high-precision lithography machine. Currently, Huawei's technological capabilities could only produce lithography machines with a precision of 90 nanometers, while the West had achieved 5 nanometers, a chasm of unattainable technology. Upon glancing at the blueprints, Qin Lin was astonished to discover that his ultra-precision lithography machine could achieve an astounding precision of 1 nanometer. This was indeed a leap beyond contemporary human technological achievements. However, as he scrutinized the blueprints, Qin Lin awkwardly realized that he comprehended none of the information contained within. It was only natural, as he had never studied such material, rendering him incapable of understanding the schematics. The moment the blueprints appeared in his hands, they felt like a hot potato, an asset worth 100 billion that Qin Lin had never before encountered. Of course, converting this asset into liquid capital would require time. Before long, the plane landed at Hangzhou Airport in Shanghai City. A man accompanied by 3 subordinates awaited on the ground, all high-ranking executives of the airline. Hangzhou Airport, one of the nation's premier airports, housed the headquarters of the airline. "Welcome, Mr. Qin, to our headquarters," the leading man exclaimed as Qin Lin disembarked from the aircraft. Indeed. Upon hearing their words, Qin Lin nodded slightly. At that moment, a stretch Rolls-Royce emerged, ushering Qin Lin and his companions inside. Experiencing a Rolls-Royce airport pickup at Hangzhou Airport is not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. "Mr. Qin, I am Zhao Xinliang, the vice chairman of Junyao Airlines. And these esteemed individuals are the directors of our company," Zhao Xinliang introduced. "Greetings, Mr. Qin." Several executives inside the car greeted Qin Lin. Among them was a woman who exuded a commanding presence, clearly indicating that they were all invaluable assets to the company. Observing this scene, Qin Lin merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling them not to stand on ceremony. At the airport, the staff held a brief welcoming ceremony for Qin Lin. He went through the motions and proceeded directly to the conference room of the company building. At this juncture, Qin Lin was more concerned about the company's operational status and whether there had been any losses. "Let us discuss the current operational situation of the company," he stated forthrightly. Upon hearing Qin Lin's directive, Zhao Xinliang retrieved a document and said, "Mr. Qin, this is a file left by the previous owner, Wang Junyao, which requires your signature." Intrigued, Qin Lin accepted it and glanced at the contents. It consisted merely of stock transfer confirmations and appointment letters. Without hesitation, Qin Lin affixed his signature. It was at this moment that, observing Qin Lin's sign, Zhao Xinliang began to elaborate. "Mr. Qin, Junyao Airlines is recognized as the second largest private airline in the country. Our annual revenue hovers around 15 billion yuan, and after accounting for domestic calamities, we managed to maintain a net profit of approximately 2 billion yuan. Zhao Xinliang continued, "Recently, due to a downturn in the tourism industry, the airline's revenue has seen a decline. However, the situation has improved, and with the stimulation from low-priced tickets, we anticipate an annual profit of around 1.5 billion. Quite satisfactory, Qin Lin nodded, finding it moderately acceptable. Subsequently, the general managers of each department began to brief Qin Lin on the company's status. First up was the finance department, which transferred the account permissions to Qin Lin. Upon opening the computer, he was greeted by an overwhelming display of financial transactions occurring in real time. The incessant notifications of incoming funds created a cacophony. In just a second, the figures soared to 99. The number of ticket purchasers ranged from several hundred to a few thousand. At times, the revenue in a single second even reached 500,000 yuan, translating to 3 million yuan in a minute. If calculated at a 20 profit margin, Qin Lin was effectively earning 100,000 yuan every second at Junyao Airlines. The speed at which money flowed in could only be described as astonishing. Of course, There were instances when an hour would pass without earning a single cent, such as during the late-night hours when ticket purchases were scarce. Following this, other departments began their reports. For a company of such magnitude, had Qin Lin taken over before his intellectual enhancement, he would have been unable to absorb this plethora of information. However, equipped with a remarkably high IQ, he could effortlessly outshine countless workplace elites, managing a 30 billion yuan company with ease. Before long, after the work summary concluded, Zhao Xinliang produced a card and handed it to Qin Lin. The card bore an airplane emblem, its surface a luxurious black and gold, and the reverse side displayed the logos of nearly all major airlines worldwide. Mr. Qin, as the owner of Junyao Airlines, you are entitled to the highest privileges in global airspace. This is a global black card, allowing you to fly anywhere in the world for free, with no limits on the number of flights, Zhao Xinliang explained. The global black card differs from the Centurion black card. While the Centurion black card is indeed prestigious, it remains a top-tier credit card with an unlimited credit limit. The global black card, however, is designed not only for elite clients, but also for significant figures within airlines. Holding a global black card means everything in the aviation sector is complimentary, an impressive advantage indeed. Upon seeing the black card, Qin Lin accepted it with pleasure. After casually outlining the company's future strategies, he departed from Shanghai City. There was no need for him to remain at the headquarters, especially with the results of the paternity test due the following day. Returning to Binhai City, as dusk fell, Qin Lin replenished the cat food for his feline companion, Tuanzi, before retiring for the night. The next day, Qin Lin drove to the hospital, brimming with anticipation for the test results. Chapter 49, The Test Results. Arriving at the hospital, he felt a mix of apprehension and determination. If it turned out he was a descendant of the Lin family, he would demand to know the whereabouts of his parents and why they had abandoned him. For over 20 years, do you have any idea how I have endured? He mused, reflecting on the neglect and hardships he had faced. Pushing these thoughts aside, he parked in the hospital garage and made his way to the ground floor, where he found Lin Yu and Huang Xiheng already waiting. Huang Xiheng appeared dazed, standing outside in anticipation of the results, while Lin Yu wore a bright smile, seemingly confident in the outcome. Oh, Qin Lin has arrived. Lin Yu greeted him warmly, exhibiting an unusually polite demeanor, the reason for which remained unclear. Qin Lin nodded, saying nothing as he took a seat. I propose that since we are all here by fate, if one of us is confirmed by the test, we should make a pact to look out for each other in the future, Lin Yu suggested, subtly implying mutual support. Of course, others were oblivious to his true intentions. In Lin Yu's mind, the paternity test could be conducted multiple times, should he be chosen. If the people in Shanghai City were skeptical, another test could spell disaster for him. Thus, securing Qin Lin's blood sample was paramount, as it would enable him to become a genuine member of the Lin family. Ensuring a good rapport with Qin Lin was therefore of utmost importance. Wonderful. Huang Xiheng, unaware of Lin Yu's ulterior motives, eagerly agreed, delighted at the prospect of having a wealthy ally. However, Qin Lin chose not to engage further, as he preferred to keep his distance from those who had often bullied him in the orphanage. Qin Lin, noticing Qin Lin's silence, Lin Yu probed. Undeterred by the possibility of rejection, he was confident that, as the likely candidate, he would find a way to persuade Qin Lin regardless of his response. Moments later, Mou arrived with an assistant, greeting everyone present. Thank you for making the trip, Mou said, though his gaze was primarily fixed on Qin Lin. After all, Qin Lin was regarded as their most reliable prospect, prompting them to treat him with utmost respect. No trouble at all. It is Mo's diligence that deserves recognition. Lin Yu interjected, seizing the opportunity to command the conversation. With everyone gathered, they waited 10 minutes for the results to be revealed. Dr. Huang Yao, the lead physician, then invited everyone inside. To ensure confidentiality, each result was sealed in an envelope, with each bag labeled with its respective name. This was also part of Huang Yao's preparations for the plan. They all opened their envelopes to examine the contents. However, Mou was indifferent to the notion of confidentiality. They had come to uncover the true identity of the young master. Therefore, he directly instructed the 3 individuals to unveil their results on the spot. Huang Xiheng, being the one with the least opportunity, took the envelope without a hint of hesitation and opened it. Inside, the identification results revealed several prominent characters confirming no blood relation. Indeed, Huang Xiheng was not a member of the Lin family. He had anticipated such an outcome, so he felt little disappointment. The remaining onlookers turned their attention to Qin Lin and Lin Yu, eager to discover their results. Of course, within Mou and his companions' minds, they had already identified Qin Lin as their young master. You go first, Lin Yu said, not in a hurry, smiling as he gestured for Qin Lin to unveil his results first. Naturally, he was also eager to witness Qin Lin's expression of dismay. Qin Lin hesitated briefly, Having inadvertently overheard MOU's conversation earlier, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He understood that revealing this result would dramatically alter his identity. Nonetheless, what was destined to occur would eventually come to pass. With a sigh, Qin Lin pulled out the identification results. Confirmation of no blood relation. The stark red letters appeared before him, leaving Qin Lin momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? He pondered, perplexed. Wasn't it said that I bore a striking resemblance to the heads of the Lin family? How could there be no blood connection? The most astonished of all were MOU and his group. They could hardly believe that the most likely candidate, Qin Lin, had no blood relation to their patriarch whatsoever. The subordinates from the Lin family stood frozen in disbelief. Impossible, they exclaimed. Comparing Qin Lin's appearance with photographs, the resemblance to their second master was uncanny. How could there be no blood relation? It seemed as if he was cast from the same mold, and yet the results indicated otherwise. This was simply unfathomable. They could not bring themselves to accept it. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile as he quietly opened his own envelope. Confirmation of blood relation. The contrasting words appeared. The results verified that Lin Yu was indeed a scion of the Lin family. Lin Yu beamed with pride, casting a glance at MOU to assert his lineage. MOU, witnessing this spectacle, furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this monkey-like Lin Yu would turn out to be a descendant of the Lin family. Was this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Even with genetic mutations, could it possibly be this absurd? Yet, the data above indicated an astonishing match. If this wasn't biological kinship, what was? Those who had initially favored Qin Lin felt a pang of shock akin to a heart attack. Some were even impulsive enough to confront Lin Yu for clarification. However, at this critical juncture, MOU restrained his subordinates. Having served as a professional bodyguard for many years, he discerned numerous anomalies in this situation. For instance, after Lin Yu was successfully identified, he found his biological parents. Why, then, did he not weep tears of joy but instead wore a smug expression, parading around with pride? To him, this logic was fundamentally flawed. You all take them to a secure location. I'll send someone to investigate this matter, MOU instructed, calling his subordinates aside before arranging for Qin Lin and the others to head to a restaurant. At that moment, Qin Lin gazed at his report, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Once again, hope had slipped through his fingers. In truth, Qin Lin harbored a deep resentment for the feeling of being abandoned for 20 years. Yet he was fervently eager to find his biological parents. Thus, he found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Chapter 50, Qin Lin's Heritage. Oh Qin Lin, there's no need to be sorrowful. From now on, my brother will rise to prominence, and you shall be the first I look after. Lin Yu exclaimed with a wide grin as they arrived at the restaurant. With the identification results in hand, he had become unabashedly confident. He had already devised a plan for the future. By keeping Qin Lin by his side as a subordinate, he could effectively eliminate all his worries. Qin Lin remained silent, sipping his tea. In truth, he contemplated making a quick exit, but thoughts of MOU prompted him to wait. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in revealing attire, passed by, delivering several servings of dessert to their table. This woman possessed a unique beauty, with a robust physique and a captivating bronze complexion. Her deep black hair framed a face that hinted at Western features. Such a person could easily be considered a top-tier beauty. And Qin Lin was taken aback that she worked as a waitress in such a restaurant. After serving each one a dessert, she prepared to leave. However, emboldened by his newly acquired status as the young master of the Lin family, Lin Yu's inhibitions vanished. Spotting such an attractive woman, he impulsively pulled her closer. With his family's wealth amounting to 200 billion, how could he afford to be anything less than extravagant? Beautiful lady, what do you say for tonight? Lin Yu said, intertwining his fingers with hers, striking a pose reminiscent of a Latin dance. To his surprise, the woman responded with remarkable compliance, leaning against him before producing a business card. Only then did Lin Yu release her. With a triumphant smile, he began to savor the delightful dessert on the table. Oh, once a person acquires wealth, their charm naturally follows. He mused, reveling in his recent success with the lady. Lin Xiao is magnificent, Huang Xiheng said, enviously admiring Lin Yu's conquest of such a stunning woman. However, witnessing this scene, Qin Lin shook his head. From his initial impression, he sensed that the woman was somewhat dangerous. He pushed those thoughts aside, awaiting MOU's return. Meanwhile, after arranging for Qin Lin and the others, MOU made a phone call to his family. Before long, someone successfully breached the hospital system. The small hospital's computer server security was alarmingly rudimentary, allowing for a silent infiltration. MOU wasted no time, directly placing Huang Yao in a Maybach. This particular model, designated for bodyguards, featured privacy functions, with the windows coated in one-way reflective material, allowing only those inside to see the outside world. At that moment, Huang Yao was oblivious to MOU's intentions, complying obediently. What are you all planning? He asked nervously as he was ushered into the vehicle. After all, this was a civilized society. Could these individuals possibly have nefarious intentions? However, MOU did not elaborate, but instead produced a photograph, inquiring, "Do you recognize this person?" The image was somewhat aged, yet still discernible. In the next moment, Huang Yao glanced at it nervously and nodded, saying, "I know him. This is Qin Lin, right? What is going on?" Huang Yao responded in a fluster, bewildered by the group's intentions. "This person's name is Lin Li. Doesn't he bear a striking resemblance to Qin Lin?" MOU remarked, reclaiming the photograph with a smile. He now intends to meticulously extract the information that Huang Yao possesses, step by step. I don't know. I truly have no idea." At that moment, upon hearing their words, Huang Yao felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. After all, even he could not have anticipated that the person behind this paternity test bore such a striking resemblance to Qin Lin. It was as if they were identical. How could they possibly not be biological relatives? The thought that he had risked everything to assist Lin Yu in altering the test results now filled him with profound regret. He had thought he could navigate this deception without consequence, but it was proving to be exceedingly unreliable. "Speak. What clandestine dealings do you have? Do not force me to unleash my subordinates upon your hospital's systems, uncovering whatever secrets lie within, only for you to provide your explanations then. By that point, it would be far too late. The Lin family, after all, is a conglomerate worth 200 billion. If you dare to swap identities and deceive us, the repercussions will not be as simple as casting someone into the Huangpu River to feed the fish," MOU threatened. Upon hearing this, Huang Yao was nearly paralyzed with fear. He was just an ordinary doctor who had succumbed to temptation. He didn't deserve such severe punishment. "I swear, I will divulge everything." Realizing that these individuals were not to be trifled with, and wishing to preserve his own life, Huang Yao disregarded any thoughts of Lin Yu or the 1 million and laid bare the entire sequence of events. When he recounted how Lin Yu had inquired about the results a day in advance and bribed the doctor, MOU merely nodded in acknowledgement. This was the crux of the matter. It meant that the details on Lin Yu's test results were indeed Qin Lin's. This allowed for a complete deduction. Qin Lin was the true heir of the Lin family. Subsequently, the hacker under MOU's command provided the hospital's back-end modification records, aligning perfectly with Huang Yao's account, which led to Huang Yao's release. "As for the financial aspect, I shall not pursue it. You will correct the test results and then admit the error at the restaurant, and we will let you off the hook," MOU stated. The financial matter was merely a personal transaction from Lin Yu. They were unconcerned with that. Their only requirement was for this doctor to rectify the results and ensure that Qin Lin accepted his identity as the heir of the Lin family. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was enjoying dessert, engaging in lively conversation with a newly acquainted beauty. He was also browsing his phone for travel destinations around the globe, intent on visiting every corner of the world. He then checked the prices of luxury cars and yachts, muttering to himself, "Not expensive at all, quite a bargain." Adding items to his shopping cart, he chuckled. For the Lin family's assets of 200 billion, such expenditures were hardly worth mentioning. Therefore, Lin Yu naturally felt no hesitation in his indulgences. Qin Lin, observing this scene, found himself at a loss for words. Before long, MOU approached with several individuals, among them Huang Yao. Upon seeing Huang Yao being summoned, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. "My apologies, everyone, it was my mistake. I mixed up the identification numbers. Qin Lin, this is your result. Lin Yu, here is yours." With that, Huang Yao bowed deeply to both men and presented each with a file folder. Qin Lin, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was momentarily stunned. This medical mishap had taken an unforeseen twist. As Huang Yao produced the new test results, Lin Yu was left perplexed. Wasn't the test already concluded? Why bring a new one? "Huang Yao, what are you doing?" Lin Yu exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. Chapter 51, Poisoned. Holding the new test results, Lin Yu was incensed. What on earth is this fool doing? Was this all a ploy to expose the truth? Does he no longer desire the million? Lin Yu's mind raced with furious thoughts, but with MOU and his associates present, he could only glare at Huang Yao. To his astonishment, Huang Yao openly confessed to the entire affair. "I apologize, Lin Yu, it was my fault. I mistakenly placed Qin Lin's data under your name. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Lin Yu nearly choked on his own fury. As he opened the file folder, the glaring red words confirming the lack of blood relation met his gaze. "You, Huang Yao, have lost your mind. Damn it." With the loss of his identity as the heir of the Lin family, Lin Yu was on the verge of exploding. However, MOU's bodyguards swiftly intervened to restrain him. Lin Si-hung, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Upon hearing their exchange, Qin Lin furrowed his brow and opened his own file folder. Confirmation of blood relation. The sight of those red letters made Qin Lin's hands tremble. After 20 long years, the agonizing solitude was finally coming to an end. The realization that his biological parents were still alive brought tears to his eyes. Though he harbored resentment, he also yearned to meet them. "I'm sorry," Huang Yao repeated to Qin Lin, offering a few more apologies before departing in shame. At that moment, Mou, witnessing Qin Lin's tears, felt a surge of emotion as he approached to celebrate. "Second young master, we have finally found you. For the past 20 years, our people have been searching for you, scouring every corner of the nation," Mou explained. Though Qin Lin had been abandoned, it had been a necessity, and after the matter concluded, the family had been determined to locate him. In this vast sea of humanity, with over 1 billion people, it was no easy feat. "But where are my parents? Why haven't they come?" Wiping his tears, Qin Lin solemnly inquired. Compared to the paternity test, he was far more eager to know the whereabouts of his parents. "Young master, it's a long story. This pertains to certain family secrets. We kindly ask you to return to Sangyi City, where the family head will elaborate on the details." They, being mere subordinates, were not privy to the specifics and could not explain to Qin Lin. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin did not press further, simply nodding in understanding. Damn it. Watching Qin Lin become a member of the Lin family, Lin Yu was on the verge of tears. He had never anticipated that events would culminate in such a manner. That wretched Huang Yao, this is all his doing. Damn Qin Lin. Moments ago, Lin Yu had been fantasizing about luxury cars and yachts, only to suddenly lose everything, plunging him into despair. Observing this, Qin Lin merely shook his head. He had already surmised that Lin Yu had tampered with the paternity test data. Given the outcome, one could only say that he had brought this upon himself. However, the next moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. Lin Yu suddenly convulsed, foaming at the mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Shortly thereafter, Lin Si-hung exhibited the same symptoms, rolling his eyes back in his head, teetering on the brink of death. What is happening? Qin Lin was perplexed. Although this individual had altered the data, nearly depriving Qin Lin of his opportunity to reconnect with his roots, the consequences did not warrant death. What could possibly be happening to them? Witnessing this scene, Mou immediately became alert, his eyes widening at their symptoms. "This is bad. They've been poisoned," he exclaimed, swiftly retrieving 2 pills from his pocket and administering them to both men. "Quick, get them to the hospital. The pill possesses only a feeble detoxifying effect. To save them, they must be swiftly transported to the hospital for gastric lavage. The restaurant is not far from the hospital, and a few of his subordinates quickly carried them out." What is happening? Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin felt somewhat bewildered and, in confusion, turned to Mou beside him for clarification. The situation with Lin Yu and the others was dire, reaching life-threatening levels, which made Qin Lin exceedingly anxious. "Young master, they have been poisoned. The truth is, our family has offended certain forces that have threatened to eradicate the Lin lineage," Mou explained, his voice tinged with urgency. "The male infants born to other elders have perished within mere weeks. Thus, we could only place our hopes upon you. Unfortunately, it seems they had acted first. Young master, are you unharmed?" Mou inquired anxiously as he watched the 2 being carried away. Upon hearing his words, Qin Lin quickly realized that he was unscathed because he had not partaken in the desserts brought by the strikingly alluring woman with bronze skin. Regrettably, her assassination target was not Qin Lin, which elucidated why he had evaded harm. She must have mistaken Lin Yu for the young master of the Lin family. Poor soul. Not only did her plan fail, but she also shielded Qin Lin from danger, a truly tragic turn of events. "We must exert every effort to ensure their lives are not in jeopardy," Qin Lin declared resolutely. Despite the conflicts he had with them, he was not the kind of person to stand idly by in the face of death. Moreover, given that Lin Yu had suffered misfortune on his behalf, there was no justification for Qin Lin to withhold help. Had it not been for her ill fate, he might have been the one in peril. Understood. Mou nodded in affirmation. The group swiftly made their way to the hospital. After half an hour of intensive efforts, both individuals were stabilized and no longer in immediate danger. The patients had been afflicted by an acute toxin. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Now, they were out of danger but required 3 days of hospitalization for observation. As they exited the emergency room, the doctor removed his mask, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Qin Lin nodded slightly. They were safe, and thus the matter came to a temporary close. However, what perplexed Qin Lin was how the Lin family, a vast lineage with assets amounting to 200 billion, could not manage such malevolent forces. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lin turned to Mou beside him and asked, "Mou, what kind of power is this, that our family is utterly powerless against them?" Qin Lin found it incomprehensible that the Lin family could be so easily threatened, seemingly lacking any means to counteract such aggression. Yet, Mou awkwardly replied, "Young master, you may be unaware, but these forces have already been eradicated by our Lin family. However, unexpectedly, the remnants have taken root abroad. Chapter 52. Engaging in Small Ventures. Though our Lin family is substantial, our primary focus lies in business. Without the backing of legitimate forces or military support, eliminating these foreign entities is nearly impossible. Mou elucidated. This conflict had deep roots. The Lin family had dismantled their domestic stronghold, prompting them to seek revenge. Beyond financial resources, the Lin family had little else at their disposal. Those who had fled to Europe and Southeast Asia had formed a burgeoning armed entity abroad. For them, acts of murder and trafficking were mere trifles, rendering the Lin family incapable of countering their threat. After all, they wielded firearms and possessed military strength. No matter how many hired hands one could muster, the underground forces would never match their might, would they? Hearing Mou's words, Qin Lin sighed. The foreign forces were indeed formidable. Such reckless entities, regardless of wealth, could not be eradicated unless one could decisively eliminate them. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. The immediate priority was to hasten to Shanghai City to reunite with Qin Lin's parents. Deep within his heart, he sought to ascertain their well-being and understand the reasons behind their abandonment of him. Young master, shall we depart for Shanghai City at once? Only there will we find true safety, Mou suggested. In his view, the situation here had been resolved, and now that Qin Lin's identity was confirmed, it was imperative to return to Shanghai City as swiftly as possible. After all, assassins had already emerged, and they were likely aware that Qin Lin was the true heir of the Lin family. Thus, every moment spent here increased the danger he faced. However, upon hearing this, Qin Lin, who had been eager to return to Shanghai City, fell silent for a moment. While returning with them would be advantageous, it also meant relinquishing everything in Binhai, including Wang Yi and his studies. Education was secondary for Qin Lin. If he departed now, it would signify a prolonged separation from Wang Yi, a notion he found unbearable. Furthermore, rushing back to the family without proper preparations was ill-advised. As for the assassins, Qin Lin felt untroubled. After all, he had reached the pinnacle of human capability in terms of speed and strength. It would not be a simple task for anyone to eliminate him. I have matters to attend to in Binhai. Please inform the family that I will return in a couple of days, Qin Lin stated as he exited the hospital. But, upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Mou found himself in a dilemma. After the events of the day, he genuinely feared for Qin Lin's safety. Yet, seeing Qin Lin's determination, he refrained from further protest and instead said, "Very well, I will consult with the family and request that additional bodyguards be dispatched." Since Qin Lin intended to remain here for a few days, it was prudent to arrange for more personnel. Hearing this, Qin Lin did not refuse and nodded silently in agreement. By the way, second young master, we have a villa in Binhai that can serve as a safe haven. Would you like to stay there? Mou proposed, recognizing that Qin Lin had spent 20 years in an orphan status, implying a rather precarious situation. Since Qin Lin intended to remain for a few days, relocating to a safer residence was indeed necessary. No need, I have my own place. However, upon hearing this, Qin Lin shook his head. After all, in Binhai, apart from his own Arc de Triomphe penthouse, it would be challenging to find a comparable luxury villa. Their so-called standalone villas merely cost around 10 to 20 million and were located in the suburbs, where, if someone intended to harm him, the isolation would only increase his peril. Mou was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Qin Lin's perspective. After all, from their viewpoint, Qin Lin was still a student. If he resided in the school, they would have no means to protect him. Yet, seeing Qin Lin's insistence, they had no choice but to concede. Well then, young master, allow me to drive you back. We brought a Maybach with us. The Maybach was considered a high-end luxury vehicle, although they used it as a bodyguard car. It still exuded an aura of nobility. However, at this moment, Qin Lin resolutely declined, saying, "No need, I have my own car." Qin Lin's Bugatti Veyron, a supercar valued at 80 million, surely surpasses this mere 1 or 2 million Maybach in terms of sophistication, does it not? At that moment, Mou, who was entirely focused on Qin Lin's well-being, felt a hint of awkwardness upon hearing this remark. They were utterly perplexed by Qin Lin's words. Aware of their confusion, Qin Lin candidly stated, "I have a place to stay. Just follow me, and I will make arrangements for you." Without further ado, he headed directly towards the hospital garage. Given that they were members of his family, Qin Lin felt no need to conceal much. In no time, he emerged with his Bugatti, and the sleek supercar instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Mou, initially puzzled about the type of car Qin Lin was driving, was taken aback to discover it was the recently viral Bugatti featured on Douyin. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't this a car worth 80 million? Hadn't the young master been an orphan? How could he possibly have such an impressive identity? They were left in stunned silence. Observing their expressions, Qin Lin chuckled and remarked, "I've dabbled in a little business lately. Pretty cool, right?" There was no need for extensive explanations. as having been an orphan for 20 years. The events of his past remained shrouded in mystery. Anything was possible. Engaging in business and purchasing a supercar was not an outlandish notion. It merely implied that Qin Lin's circumstances were rather extraordinary. Upon hearing Qin Lin refer to his endeavors as merely a small business, Mou and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Are you sure it's just a small venture? To be able to afford such a top-tier supercar from a small business is nothing short of astonishing. Stop staring. Come with me, Qin Lin said, starting the Bugatti and heading towards the aerial villa. Qin Lin's aerial villa was meticulously designed to include several rooms for servants and bodyguards, so accommodating them was not an issue. As they witnessed this scene, Mou and his companions accepted the situation with equanimity and proceeded to follow. However, they were taken aback when Qin Lin drove into the most prestigious residential complex in Binhai, the Binhai Arc de Triomphe luxury villa area. Such opulent residences were undeniably the pinnacle of luxury in Binhai, prompting further questions from Mou and his companions. Are you certain this is merely a small business? Upon returning to the villa, Qin Lin greeted Zhu Yonghua downstairs, indicating that these were his subordinates. Zhu Yonghua, upon seeing Qin Lin return with several imposing bodyguards, also swallowed hard. You lot can assist with guarding here. This is the only access to the aerial villa, Qin Lin instructed, leading them into the villa. His residence was spacious enough to accommodate many. While they politely nodded at the offer to stay, they understood that as bodyguards, they could rotate shifts, resting at the family stronghold when tired. Nonetheless, it was essential for them to familiarize themselves with the environment, as they would need to accompany Qin Lin regularly. As they entered Qin Lin's aerial villa and gazed at the panoramic 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, they could not suppress their astonishment. Was Qin Lin truly an orphan? This so-called small business was exceptionally lucrative, allowing him to reside in such a top-tier villa. At that moment, the bodyguards felt certain that Qin Lin was no ordinary individual. He was indeed a commercial prodigy, a paragon of those who rise from nothing to become billionaires. Truly, Qin Lin was a descendant of the Lin family. And such a lineage of strength is not something an ordinary person can rival. After arranging for everyone, Qin Lin began to contemplate his affairs for the next few days. He aimed to swiftly conclude matters in Binhai, allowing him to return to Sanhai City sooner. Firstly, he needed to clarify things with Wang Yi, otherwise, his sudden disappearance would undoubtedly cause her concern. Secondly, there were academic matters to consider. Although Qin Lin had acquired a distinct identity as a member of a prominent family, allowing him to casually associate himself with institutions like Harvard or Cambridge, he had earned his place at Binhai University through merit and was reluctant to relinquish that. Fortunately, the university offered the option of completing an entire semester's coursework through advanced examinations, which posed no challenge for someone of Qin Lin's exceptional intellect. He promptly took out his phone to schedule these advanced exams with his instructors. As the evening wore on and he realized he had not yet checked in for the day, Qin Lin activated the system. Given the time constraints, it was too late to seek a check-in location elsewhere, since the highest level in Binhai would only yield a C-grade reward. Qin Lin decided to complete his check-in at the villa. System check-in, he declared, and in the next moment, the system sprang to life. Ding! The host has successfully checked in today. Detected check-in location, Binhai Arc de Triomphe aerial villa, already checked in once. Would you like to continue checking in? Taken aback by the system's prompt, Qin Lin pondered momentarily. Could the system not allow frequent check-ins at the same location? However, without further prompts from the system, he simply replied yes, and the system continued its operation. Ding! The host has successfully checked in today, receiving a C-grade reward. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations. The host has received 300 million Huaxia coins. Congratulations. The host has received a Neiman Marcus limited edition fighter motorcycle worth 3.5 billion. Reward super crit. Congratulations. The host has acquired the GIA Blackwater Wolf International Bodyguard Mercenary Group. Note: each check-in location can only be checked in 3 times. Currently, the Binhai Arc de Triomphe aerial villa has been checked in twice. Exceeding 3 check-ins will reduce the reward level. After reviewing the notifications, Qin Lin was momentarily stunned. 300 million Huaxia coins were nothing new to him. Combined with his original balance of 1.3 billion, his current account held a staggering 1.6 billion in cash. It could be said that Qin Lin's available funds had accumulated to a colossal degree. The other reward, a Neiman Marcus limited edition motorcycle valued at 3.5 billion, was quite unexpected. A motorcycle worth 3.5 billion, 4 to 5 times more expensive than his Bugatti Veyron Hermes Special Edition, was simply incredulous. It was rumored that the most renowned motorcycle, the Ducati V4, was merely valued at 1.5 million. To possess a motorcycle worth 3.5 billion was utterly extraordinary. If someone were to merely scratch it, the financial repercussions would be staggering. Dumbfounded, Qin Lin searched online and discovered that the Neiman Marcus fighter motorcycle indeed existed. With only 45 units produced globally, exuding an aura of advanced technology and remarkable aesthetics. However, what astonished Qin Lin the most was the final reward. What on earth was this supercrit reward? The GA Blackwater Wolf was one of the most enigmatic mercenary groups in the world, boasting 2,000 elite soldiers and nearly 10,000 regular fighters. The annual profit can reach a staggering $30 billion US, which translates to an astonishing 210 billion Huaxia coins. This is even more lucrative than the earnings of the auspicious airline that Qin Lin signed up for 2 days ago. Qin Lin found it hard to believe at first. However, it wasn't long before a tactical tablet materialized within his personal space, containing detailed information on nearly every soldier. Unlike ordinary freelance mercenaries, each of these individuals had emerged from the crucible of battle, boasting formidable combat prowess. The leader among them was, unexpectedly, a Chinese national. Qin Lin was elated to have acquired such a mercenary group. Initially, he had felt overwhelmed by the threat posed by foreign forces, but now, with a mercenary corps at his disposal, he felt there was a tangible opportunity to address the external threats to the Lin family. The Tianlang International Bodyguards, displayed on the tactical tablet, comprised a diverse array of individuals from across the globe, both male and female. As the employer, Qin Lin had the freedom to position them as he saw fit. Faced with this imminent crisis, he surmised that the assassin was likely still lurking nearby, preparing to strike. Qin Lin contemplated seizing the moment to apprehend her and demand answers. After all, resolving this matter would alleviate a significant concern for the Lin family. Given that MOU and the others had limited information, capturing the assassin for interrogation would be ideal. Without further ado, Qin Lin dispatched several soldiers to the coastal area while strategizing how to draw the assassin out. He decided to venture downstairs, knowing that only by stepping outside could he entice the beautiful assassin into action. However, just as he was about to exit, the bodyguards stationed at the door intercepted him. "Young master, it's getting late, and the outside is not safe," they cautioned. Due to the assassination attempt earlier that day, they were genuinely concerned for Qin Lin's safety. Should anything happen at this hour, they would bear the responsibility. Chapter 54, The Fishing Plan. Nevertheless, Qin Lin waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's fine. I'll just take a stroll around the city. You can accompany me." With that, he proceeded downstairs. All right then, his two subordinates acquiesced, knowing they had no choice but to follow. As bodyguards of the Lin family, it would be unacceptable for them to fail in protecting Qin Lin. Once downstairs, Qin Lin strolled around and soon noticed a figure stealthily trailing him. If he was not mistaken, she was indeed the assassin who had attempted to kill Lin Yu earlier that day. She had clearly realized Qin Lin's true identity as the young master of the Lin family and was now searching for an opportunity to strike. Seeing this, Qin Lin smiled. The opportunity had presented itself. His speed was remarkable, allowing him to observe the surroundings even when others might not notice. It was somewhat frustrating, however, that the assassin had successfully followed him while his bodyguards remained oblivious. Of course, he couldn't entirely blame them. Their combat abilities were not particularly formidable. After a brief circuit, with the assassin still in tow, Qin Lin contemplated where to confront her. He soon recalled a large gym nearby, which housed a combat club. Given the uncertainty surrounding her capabilities and potential lethal assassination techniques, he decided it prudent to enhance his own strength, spending 100 million to elevate it to 11 points. The maximum strength of an ordinary human is 10, and by achieving 11 points, Qin Lin had ascended to a superhuman level. This way, even alone, he would possess the fighting capability to contend with her. Upon arriving at the gym, Qin Lin first tested his newfound strength. Nearby, a muscular young man was vigorously working out, occasionally consuming spoonfuls of protein powder from a container. He was struggling with a 30-pound dumbbell, which appeared almost equivalent to his strength. Observing this, Qin Lin chuckled. Such muscle-bound individuals typically possess strength around 8 points, making the 30-pound weight suitable for them. Using this as a reference, Qin Lin picked up the heaviest dumbbell available at the gym, 50 pounds. To his surprise, the 50-pound weight felt as light as a toy in his hands. Only the 120-pound barbell offered him a slight challenge. What this muscular man could barely lift with both hands, Qin Lin managed effortlessly with one hand, an unimaginable feat for an average person. Yet, he kept this display concealed from others. He merely weighed the barbell before setting it down, leaving those around him unaware of his true strength. Before long, the female assassin approached him. To Qin Lin's astonishment, she came directly in front of him, casting a disdainful glance while smirking derisively. She evidently perceived that Qin Lin was aware of her identity, and thus chose not to conceal herself, instead boldly challenging him with a provocative gesture. She then stepped into the octagonal cage in the fighting area. Unlike a conventional fighting ring, This octagonal cage was a formal arena for specialized competitions. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback as they witnessed a beautiful woman daringly ascend the stage to challenge a formidable opponent. The man opposite her, with muscles like a coiled dragon, instilled fear in onlookers. The audacity of a woman to challenge him was met with disbelief. Spectators doubted her chances, even feeling a tinge of pity for the bronzed, alluring beauty. "Listen, darling, I could pin you to the ground and rub you in the dirt for an entire night," the hulking man taunted, shaking his head. Although he was merely an amateur fighter, he relished brawling. In a premier gym like this, he was a reigning champion. He typically refrained from fighting women. But fighting was gender-neutral in the ring, so he politely urged her to reconsider her decision. The assassin, however, merely shot him a cold glance, dismissing him entirely. Having taken many lives, she had undoubtedly eliminated more than a few men like him and felt no need to regard him as a threat. "Very well," the man said, sensing her icy demeanor, and donned his gloves, preparing for combat. In the opening round, he charged forward with a flurry of punches. However, the assassin's speed surpassed his, and with a sweeping kick, she sent him crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. She was no ordinary combatant. Qin Lin analyzed her speed from the sidelines, estimating it to be at least 9 points. Moreover, her strength was evidently formidable, capable of toppling a man of his size. Yet, as the man fell to the ground, he quickly regained his footing and launched a counterattack. For a man to be taken down by a woman was a significant blow to his pride, and he was now furious, charging at her with the intent to seize her. But then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The woman swiftly executed a scissor kick, her legs entwined in a cruciform grip around the burly man's neck, flipping him to the ground and creating a veritable guillotine. In that moment, it was evident that with the slightest exertion, she could snap his neck and end his life instantly. This shocking display left all present in a state of astonishment. They had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman could possess such ruthlessness. The formidable man was utterly vanquished in mere moments. With their strongest contender defeated, none of the onlookers dared to step forward. At that juncture, the woman on the stage cast a challenging glance at Qin Lin, her eyes brimming with provocation. Amused by the audacity of this assassin, Qin Lin merely smiled and commanded his subordinate, "You shall engage her in combat. I wish to gauge your prowess." Acknowledging the challenge, he decided it was prudent to allow his bodyguard a chance to hone his skills, uncertain of the exact capabilities of the Lin family's guards. This presented an opportune moment to assess their strength. The bodyguard, upon hearing Qin Lin's words, felt a twinge of embarrassment. While they were confident in their superiority over the earlier defeated man, the formidable nature of the woman before them instilled a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, as it was the master's directive, they had no choice but to comply, ascending the stage to face her. As guards of the Lin family, their abilities were akin to those of a municipal boxing champion, and they believed they could easily contend with a female fighter. Without further ado, Qin Lin's bodyguard donned his gloves and leaped onto the stage, confronting the assassin. Chapter 55, The True Master. Qin Lin was well aware of her identity. It had been revealed during her assassination attempt on Lin Yu. Thus, she no longer felt the need to conceal herself, swiftly dispatching the man on the stage to instill fear in Qin Lin. This frail scion of the wealthy sought to relish the thrill of the hunt, to watch her prey scurry in panic. However, to her surprise, Qin Lin proceeded to send a bodyguard to confront her. She had expected that a figure of his stature would flee upon discovering an assassination plot against him. Instead, not only did he remain, but he also summoned his subordinate to duel her, leaving her quite taken aback. Yet, she was undeterred. She would first incapacitate one of Qin Lin's bodyguards. At that moment, the bodyguard remained oblivious to the fact that the woman before him was an assassin. He stepped onto the stage and courteously bowed. The skirmish commenced with the woman launching an aggressive attack, delivering a fierce low kick. The bodyguard, composed, managed to defend against it. However, unexpectedly, the low kick was a feint. She swiftly transitioned, her other leg striking like a whip towards the bodyguard's head. Seeing this, the bodyguard furrowed his brow and quickly raised his arms to shield his head. The impact resonated throughout the arena, showcasing its tremendous power. The onlookers were astounded. Had he not blocked it, an ordinary person might have had their neck broken by such a blow. Although his arm throbbed with pain from the force of the strike, he persevered, continuing to engage with the woman. Possessing the strength of a municipal boxing champion, the bodyguard unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, all of which were deftly countered by the woman. She regarded him with derision, seemingly unimpressed by his efforts. It was disheartening for the bodyguard to realize he could not best a woman in front of his master, igniting a sense of urgency within him to conclude the battle swiftly. As the combat raged on, the audience largely favored the bodyguard's capabilities. After all, most were young men who naturally wished not to be outperformed by a woman. However, To everyone's astonishment, within just 2 minutes, the bodyguard was defeated, thrown to the ground by a shoulder throw and rendered immobile. For the assassin, dispatching a bodyguard appeared to be a trifling task. Had she been permitted to wield a weapon, the outcome would likely have been achieved even more swiftly. As she pinned the bodyguard down, her thoughts turned to breaking his arm, seeking to diminish Qin Lin's protection. In the face of such a skilled assassin, it was evident that the strength of Qin Lin's bodyguards was insufficient to safeguard their master. The spectators, witnessing the woman triumph once more, could not help but express their astonishment. At that moment, Qin Lin seemed to grasp the assassin's intentions and called out loudly, "Hold on. Allow me to fight you." Observing her intent to incapacitate his bodyguard, he would not acquiesce. With that, he leaped onto the stage. Although the bodyguard's performance had been disappointing, he was still a member of the Lin family, and Qin Lin could not disregard him. "Young master," another bodyguard below the stage cautioned, concern etched on his face. They were unaware of Qin Lin's capabilities, but allowing their master to battle was a notion they found difficult to accept. Nevertheless, Qin Lin paid them no heed. Stepping forward to confront the beautiful assassin, the assassin, taken aback by Qin Lin's boldness, offered a wry smile. She had not anticipated that her intended target would so willingly approach his demise. Thus, she felt no need for civility. With that thought, she released the bodyguard and pushed him out of the ring. "Are you certain? You seem to lack martial arts or combat skills," the assassin remarked with a smile. Assessing Qin Lin, to her, the typical wealthy heir appeared frail and incapable. Given that even his robust bodyguard had been defeated, what strength could he possibly muster in combat? Yet, Qin Lin merely chuckled at her words and replied, "Indeed, I do not possess such skills, but that does not impede me." He then scanned the audience and spotted a somewhat slender bespectacled man holding a book titled Fundamentals and Advanced Techniques of Sanda. With a grin, Qin Lin called out, "Excuse me, young man with the glasses, may I borrow that book for a moment?" The crowd was momentarily stunned. They could hardly fathom his intention to learn combat techniques on the spot. Nonetheless, the bespectacled man politely tossed the book onto the stage. To Qin Lin, who believed he possessed a unique advantage, a cursory understanding of those combat moves would suffice. He felt confident that employing them against this assassin would pose no issue. After receiving the book, Qin Lin flipped through its pages casually before returning it. This brief interaction lasted no more than a few seconds, leaving the audience bewildered. They could not comprehend the purpose of his borrowing the book, as perusing it in such a short span surely yielded little understanding. "Are you certain this is learning?" The assassin observed this scene and shook her head, bemused. Of course, they could not know that, at that moment. All the combat maneuvers were firmly etched in Qin Lin's mind. "I do not engage in combat with nameless individuals. What is your name?" Qin Lin inquired, seizing the opportunity to learn the assassin's name. The assassin, witnessing this exchange, offered a sheepish smile and replied without hesitation, "I am called Lauren. Shall we commence?" Thus, the assassin Lauren introduced herself, though it was merely a name she used to conceal her true identity, not her real name or code name. Upon hearing her words, Qin Lin nodded and beckoned her with a gesture. The onlookers, witnessing this half-baked martial artist, could not help but shake their heads, harboring little hope for the outcome of the duel. Meanwhile, Lorelei, seeing Qin Lin signal the commencement, revealed a faint, icy smile. In the next moment, she transformed into a leopard, unleashing a claw-like strike towards Qin Lin's face with an unknown technique. Her speed was astonishing, leaving no room for evasion. To the spectators, it seemed inevitable that Qin Lin would succumb to this blow, thereby concluding the battle. However, to their astonishment, Qin Lin merely smiled faintly and slightly tilted his body, flawlessly dodging Lorelei's assault. Gasps of disbelief echoed as the crowd speculated that perhaps luck was on Qin Lin's side. After missing her strike, Lorelei appeared slightly perplexed and chose to engage Qin Lin in close combat. In the realm of hand-to-hand fighting, techniques like knee strikes and elbow blows were brutal. A single hit could result in severe injury or worse. Yet, surprisingly, as Lorelei unleashed a flurry of attacks, Qin Lin continued to evade with apparent ease. In that instant, the crowd realized that the true master was indeed the seemingly inept Qin Lin. Chapter 56. Qin Lin's Certain Demise. It was absurd. Qin Lin's speed had reached the pinnacle of human capability. How could he be bested by a mere girl? The two then became entwined in a fierce struggle, with Lorelei's speed escalating. Eventually, Qin Lin had no choice but to make physical contact. Certain maneuvers necessitated his proactive defense to avert injury. At that moment, Lorelei unexpectedly activated a button on her ring, revealing a petite needle laced with a slow-acting poison. Her intention was to administer this toxin to Qin Lin, ensuring a gradual demise, as the combat area was under the watchful gaze of numerous cameras, rendering overt assassination impossible. This insidious poison became her weapon of choice. However, What Lorelei did not anticipate was that this seemingly minute detail was captured by Qin Lin. His cognitive response speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and upon observing her subtle activation of the needle, he discerned her malicious intent. Consequently, Qin Lin ceased his passive defense and launched a direct counterattack. As she lunged forward, aiming to pierce his skin with the needle, Qin Lin swiftly seized her wrist and executed a shoulder throw. Crash! In the next instant, he slammed her forcefully to the ground. All present, including bodyguards, stood in stunned silence. Incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld Qin Lin effortlessly subdue the formidable Lorelei, who had just moments ago bested even a champion boxer. Meanwhile, Lorelei, now sprawled on the ground, was likewise bewildered, unable to fathom how the tide had turned so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Lin asserted dominance, pinning her down with one hand, rendering her immobile. Although Lorelei still possessed the strength to fight back, she found herself ensnared in Qin Lin's grip, unable to free herself. At that moment, she had effectively been defeated. "You are no match for me, and do refrain from following me," Qin Lin stated as he released her. Of course, his words were tinged with irony. He knew she would be irked by her defeat. After all, his true intention was to capture her. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, it would be inappropriate for him to simply take her away. This served as a minor lesson for her. With that, Qin Lin jumped down from the ring. The bodyguards beside him were astonished to witness their young master triumphing over Lorelei, astonished that he surpassed their capabilities. As the battle concluded, those present in the gym regarded Qin Lin with newfound respect. Ignoring their admiration, he left Lorelei lying on the mat and departed with his entourage. As they strolled, the two bodyguards expressed their awe. "Young master, your skills are nothing short of extraordinary. We find ourselves somewhat overshadowed." Indeed, Qin Lin's prowess eclipsed even that of their city as champion boxer, leaving them utterly astonished. They began to question whether they were truly protecting Qin Lin or if he was the one safeguarding them. Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Lin merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Meanwhile, Lorelei rose from the mat and quickly pursued them. His earlier words had undoubtedly provoked her ire. For one who had stained her hands with the blood of countless victims, Qin Lin's taunts felt like a profound humiliation. Initially, she had wished to savor the thrill of the hunt, but now she yearned to eliminate Qin Lin by nightfall. As shadows loomed behind him, Qin Lin sensed that Lorelei was in pursuit. He smiled, deliberately choosing a secluded and dimly lit alley. The streets of the coastal city were chaotic, with numerous dark corners. Indeed, in the next moment, her figure emerged. Yet, before the bodyguards could react, she unleashed 3 iron chains infused with violent electric currents, a weapon akin to a stun gun. However, upon witnessing this, Qin Lin's gaze sharpened as he effortlessly evaded the attack. Unfortunately, the 2 bodyguards beside him were not so fortunate, struck directly and rendered unconscious. Clearly, in the presence of such a lethal assassin, they were utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, it was for the best. It was prudent for them to remain oblivious to the forthcoming events. After all, should one of them perish at Lorelei's hands during the ensuing conflict, it would be a difficult matter to explain. Lorelei's silhouette gradually emerged, but she had now donned a complete ensemble, fully equipped for the purpose of exterminating Qin Lin. Observing this, Qin Lin chuckled, saying, "I reiterate, you are no match for me. Why persist?" This assassin remained oblivious to the intricacies of Qin Lin's strategy. However, it was understandable. They had thoroughly investigated Qin Lin's identity and background, believing they knew his capabilities. Therefore, Lorelei could not fathom that Qin Lin might be attempting to ensnare her. Upon hearing his words, Lorelei advanced slowly, her expression frigid as she replied, "I may indeed be no match for you, but I am armed with several hidden weapons, each laced with deadly poison. Should you be struck even once, you shall perish." Unlike their earlier confrontation, where she was unarmed, she now bore an array of weaponry. A single hit from her concealed arms would spell victory. For Qin Lin, devoid of weapons, this battle seemed devoid of hope. No matter how skilled he was in martial arts, without assurance against her poisoned projectiles, he faced certain doom. This was the quintessential method of a killer. Yet, upon hearing her proclamation, Qin Lin merely smiled, responding, "You seem quite confident. Since I cannot escape, feel free to attempt to kill me." He was unfazed by her threats. Rather, they presented a challenge he found invigorating. Indeed, during their previous encounter, he could not guarantee that he would avoid contact with her, but now, a mere brush with her hidden weapons could prove fatal. What she remained unaware of was that Qin Lin not only possessed hidden strength, but also had shadow protectors at his disposal. Since she was oblivious to the impending danger, it was the perfect opportunity for Qin Lin to test her resolve. Of course, to be prudent, Qin Lin spent another 100 million to enhance his speed to 11 points, surpassing human limits. "Come on," he declared. Upon hearing his words, Lauren, without hesitation, let out a cold snort, swiftly closing the distance while drawing a dagger and launching it at Qin Lin with lightning speed. The poisoned dagger, if it struck, would mean certain death for Qin Lin. Naturally, such a trivial ruse was easily evaded by Qin Lin. Subsequently, Lauren produced another dagger, intent on engaging Qin Lin in close combat, while simultaneously activating her hidden weapons. For someone like her, who was brimming with concealed armaments, Qin Lin had no chance of victory. In the next moment, death seemed inevitable for Qin Lin. Chapter 57. The Power of Shadows. Qin Lin, unaware of where she had acquired such unorthodox skills, had no time to indulge her antics. Earlier, in the arena, he merely aimed to teach her a lesson, but now, his sole objective was to capture her. With an IQ soaring to 10 points, Qin Lin certainly wouldn't risk exposure to poison. The instant he saw her approach, he did not hesitate, unleashing his maximum speed to appear directly before her. In that very moment, Qin Lin coalesced his strength into a mighty punch, striking her abdomen with the force of thunder. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the wall instantaneously cracked, and Lauren was smashed against it, spitting blood on the spot. She had barely registered the disappearance of Qin Lin's figure, unable to believe the terrifying speed he possessed. She hadn't even had the chance to utilize her hidden weapons before suffering a fatal blow, her bodily functions immediately compromised, rendering her incapable of further combat. What an overwhelming force it was. Had she not been clad in armor, she might have been killed instantly by Qin Lin. With vacant eyes, she writhed on the ground, still conscious but utterly immobilized. Having landed a successful blow, Qin Lin wore a smile. Perhaps in a true melee, with her weapons laced with potent toxins, he might not have been her match. However, given his superhuman speed and strength, and the ability to deliver a fatal strike, Qin Lin saw no need for further dialogue. Such a fine young woman, regrettably transformed into a killing machine, he would not show her mercy. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? Why do you wish to kill me? And what is the force behind you? Qin Lin pressed directly to the point. His intent in capturing her was to unravel the mystery surrounding it all. As he spoke, Qin Lin produced a tablet and sent a location to the personnel of the Wolf International. However, at that moment, Lauren coughed, blood spilling from her lips. Cough, cough. It seemed her injuries were rather severe, and she struggled to articulate her words. Qin Lin was unperturbed, patiently waiting for 2 minutes. Cough, cough. After a considerable while, Lauren appeared to have regained some composure, a hint of a carefree smile gracing her face. She had never encountered such a formidable presence as Qin Lin. To die at his hands, she felt, would be no shame. If you're going to kill me, then do it. I won't divulge anything, regardless of my demise. They will continue to send others to kill you and those around you. You have offended an entity beyond your imagination, Lauren said, her expression fierce. Their organization flourished beyond borders, beyond the reach of ordinary resistance. In her eyes, Qin Lin could scarcely fathom the true strength of the force backing her. Soon, due to her injuries, she sank back to the ground, lapsing into silence. Upon hearing her words, Qin Lin's brow furrowed. If she remained tight-lipped, all his efforts might be in vain. Yet, having captured her, he certainly had ways to compel her to speak. As for her claim of a powerful background, Qin Lin remained unimpressed. It was merely an external force. Did she truly believe he was powerless against them? The Wolf International Mercenary Corps was among the most elite and enigmatic mercenary organizations globally. With a mere command, 1,000 warriors would converge. He was eager to see just how formidable her so-called external forces truly were. You refuse to speak, do you? My men will arrive shortly, and then we shall see what transpires. Qin Lin stated calmly, devoid of jest. At that moment, Lauren chuckled, finding Qin Lin's confidence somewhat amusing. Time had passed 3 minutes. Though she had not fully recovered, she had regained some mobility. If she were to deploy her hidden weapons now, it would be the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike. She believed Qin Lin was still unaware of her true capabilities, and with this chance, she would not let it slip away. Even if it meant death, she would take Qin Lin down with her. In the next instant, taking advantage of Qin Lin's moment of inattention, she swiftly flipped over, activating a device on her chest, shooting forth numerous poison spikes in all directions. There were 108 steel needles, cascading like petals in a divine shower. If even one struck Qin Lin, it would spell his doom. At such close range, no one could withstand her deadly assault. In the following moment, Qin Lin displayed not the slightest reaction, becoming enveloped by the barrage of tiny steel needles. However, just as Lauren believed she had succeeded, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. An invisible barrier materialized, deflecting all the needles aimed at Qin Lin, rendering her lethal strike utterly ineffective. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin grinned broadly. In truth, Qin Lin had anticipated all of this. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to linger. He merely sought to test the strength of the so-called Shadow Guardians. In this dark environment, Qin Lin's shadow possessed an almost ethereal quality, eluding detection. At that moment, Lauren, witnessing her technique thwarted by this mysterious power, widened her eyes in terror. "No, it's impossible," she stammered, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. How could her invincible finishing move suddenly fail? Yet, at that moment, Qin Lin chuckled and remarked, "There's nothing impossible. You might not yet know my true identity. Allow me to show you a more terrifying existence." With that, Qin Lin gestured, and the shadows ensnared Lauren, forcibly lifting her into the air. Against the backdrop of darkness, this scene resembled the manipulation of telekinesis, as an unseen force controlled and elevated her. Feeling her body constrained by an inexplicable power, Lauren was drawn skyward, and an overwhelming sense of fear welled up within her as she faced the unknown. This fear enveloped her completely. She was utterly horrified. If magic or supernatural abilities existed in this world, then just how terrifying was the being before her? Observing her trembling form, Qin Lin smiled. Fear was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. "You may have heard of the Wolf International Mercenary Corps. I am their leader. I offer you a choice. Either submit to me and reveal the truth, or face death," Qin Lin declared coldly, effortlessly drawing her closer through the air. His intention was to make her aware that he was an entity they could never afford to offend. The scene before her was nothing short of miraculous, leaving Lauren utterly astounded. Upon hearing the name Heavenly Wolf International, she was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 58. An encounter with an ordinary bystander. Indeed, she was familiar with this organization. In her past, she had even aspired to join Heavenly Wolf International. However, due to her lineage and combat prowess, she had failed to meet the admission criteria. Within the ranks of Heavenly Wolf International, there existed 2,000 individuals far more formidable than herself. And now, to her astonishment, the man before her, Qin Lin, was their leader? It was almost beyond comprehension. As she absorbed Qin Lin's words, she could not help but swallow hard. Shortly thereafter, two muscular men, resembling demons, appeared, accompanied by a frail, bespectacled gentleman. "Boss, reporting in, Heavenly Wolf 1601, Blue Feather, 1602, Steel Wolf, and 1603, Quilleye," the bespectacled man announced, bowing slightly as he spoke. They exuded an extraordinary aura, not of opulence, but rather an overwhelming sense of lethality. Naturally, upon witnessing their boss, Qin Lin, levitating a person in midair, a glimmer of surprise flickered in their eyes. Such a capability was almost unfathomable to them. Heavenly Wolf 1601 referred to the bespectacled man's codename. Upon learning that their codenames were among the 2,000 elite, Lauren's eyes widened in disbelief. To hire such individuals even once would likely require a minimum of 10 million. Yet here was Qin Lin, having summoned 3 of them, and they addressed him as boss? This scene served to validate Qin Lin's identity in Lauren's mind. "I surrender," she declared. Hearing this, Qin Lin nodded. "Then speak. Tell me everything you know." Without hesitation, Lauren divulged all she had. It turned out that the entity targeting the Lin family was an overseas organization known as the Lin Group, and Lauren hailed from a relatively minor elite assassin organization. Employed by Lin, she had followed MOU with the intent of eliminating the Lin family's lost young master upon his reappearance. To her surprise, the lost young master was none other than Qin Lin, who proved to be incredibly formidable. Due to the nature of her employment, Lauren possessed limited knowledge. Qin Lin then signaled to the bespectacled Heavenly Wolf 1601, Blue Feather. Receiving his boss's cue, Blue Feather adjusted his glasses and explained, the Lin Group originated in Southeast Asia, primarily based in the Philippines, with extensions to Tokyo, Seoul, and even Los Angeles. It boasts approximately 20,000 members, engaging in various gray and even black market enterprises, including arms dealing. This organization possesses assets in the range of hundreds of billions, along with considerable armed forces, rendering them quite formidable. It is no wonder the Lin family is at a loss against them. After all, eradicating them is not as simple as throwing money at the problem. Take her down and commence an investigation into the Lin Group. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin nodded slightly, signaling for them to escort Lauren away, while he himself carried the 2 Lin family bodyguards back to the villa. Since Lauren was merely an assassin in their employ and Qin Lin hadn't yet gathered sufficient information on Lin, it was prudent to proceed with caution. Moreover, while the Lin Group posed a challenge, they were still far from the caliber of Heavenly Wolf International, which generated an annual revenue of 210 billion and boasted a wealth of talent and top-tier technological equipment. Although Lin had 20,000 members spread across multiple nations, they were merely a nuisance in comparison to Heavenly Wolf International. Once the matter was resolved, Qin Lin returned to the villa with the bodyguards in tow. The guards stationed downstairs were taken aback to see him carrying 2 individuals. "Young master, what transpired?" they inquired, their astonishment evident as they were unaware of the preceding events. However, Qin Lin simply waved his hand dismissively, allaying their concerns. Oh, they were just knocked out during a sparring session, he explained nonchalantly. At this moment, Qin Lin preferred that his family remain oblivious to his affiliation with the Heavenly Wolf International Mercenary Group. Oh, the guards replied, their skepticism palpable, but ultimately refraining from further inquiries, merely advising him to exercise caution. After ensuring the two fallen bodyguards were settled, Qin Lin returned to the villa, where he found himself alone. He contemplated that with the assassin situation under control, Lin would likely be unable to send new assassins in the immediate future. This meant that, for the time being, Qin Lin was safe, and Wang Yi would not be implicated in his troubles. He resolved to bid farewell to Wang Yi the following day before heading to Shanghai City to reunite with his parents. Time passed swiftly, and as he prepared for bed later that evening, Qin Lin received 2 text messages. The first was from his family, indicating they had transferred 100 million Huaxia yuan to him as pocket money. For the orphan Qin Lin of yesteryear, this sum would have been substantial. However, for the current Qin Lin, it was but a trifling amount, barely sufficient for a single enhancement of his attributes. Nevertheless, he accepted the gesture, appreciating his family's goodwill. The second message, however, was from Du Li, the deputy general manager of the Binhai Jinling Hotel. To Qin Lin's surprise, Du Li was contacting him at the behest of Qi Ziyu, relaying that upon Qin Lin's arrival in Shanghai City, he wished to invite both him and Principal Wang for a drink. The message concluded with his contact number. Upon reading this, Qin Lin couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Although he was reluctant to join the ranks of wealthy youths in Shanghai City, given Qi Ziyu's insistence, he decided to save the number for future reference. The next day arrived swiftly, and Qin Lin arranged to meet Wang Yi at the athletic field. The Binhai University athletic field was adjacent to a picturesque lake, creating a lovely environment. To maintain discretion, Qin Lin refrained from taking Wang Yi off campus. Perhaps due to the early morning light, Wang Yi appeared particularly radiant as she awaited his arrival at the athletic field. Upon seeing her, Qin Lin smiled and approached, saying, "Shall we take a stroll?" "Sure," Wang Yi replied, nodding simply as they began to walk together. Having shared so much together, their relationship had grown subtly intertwined, a silent understanding existing between them. However, after a brief period of wandering, a group nearby appeared to be engaging in some sort of activity, and suddenly, a handsome young man approached them, dressed in Adidas. He seemed to come from a well-off family. "Hey, senior, we're playing truth or dare over here, and I lost. I need to have a random passerby lie on the ground while I do push-ups. Could you help me out?" Chapter 59, You Dare to Play With Me. "If you agree, I'll give you this Apple smartwatch worth 3,000. The young man implored, his expression earnest as he looked at Wang Yi. Surrounding onlookers watched in envy as he attempted to charm her, for Wang Yi's beauty was undeniable, and she truly was a rare gem among the students. If I could perform a few push-ups in front of her, it would undoubtedly be a lifetime achievement. Upon hearing that this handsome young man was gifting a 3,000 yuan Apple Watch band, some girls couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Unfortunately, the chosen one was not among them, which left the other girls feeling somewhat disheartened. Of course, perhaps truth or dare was merely a pretext. The true intention was to charm the ladies. This method of coercion, coupled with his natural good looks, made it difficult for many girls to resist. Accepting his gift and engaging in what he termed close physical contact would inevitably lead them step by step into the trap he had meticulously crafted. At that moment, Qin Lin furrowed his brows upon hearing his words. It seemed the young man dismissed Qin Lin entirely, showing no concern for the possibility that Qin Lin might be Wang Yi's boyfriend. To vie for someone in front of her boyfriend was rather excessive. The audacity to usurp another's girlfriend simply because he enjoyed a modicum of wealth made Qin Lin feel quite nauseated. What a triviality, a 3,000 yuan watch band. How utterly disrespectful. Refusing to assist, Qin Lin promptly pushed him away, unwilling to allow him to approach Wang Yi even a step closer. Such a person had likely deceived countless girls. Allowing someone like him near Wang Yi would be nothing short of a disgrace. However, to Qin Lin's surprise, this fellow, upon being rebuffed, showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he irritably addressed Qin Lin, "Senior, that's rather ungracious of you. I was asking the senior sister, not you. Are you her boyfriend or something? Besides, I merely wanted someone to participate in the activity. It's nothing personal, don't you think?" This individual appeared quite articulate, his tone suggesting he feared Qin Lin not at all. In his perspective, romance was a matter of mutual consent. If one could woo the girl, that was a testament to one's skill. What did status matter? Historical instances of undermining others were far too common. His wealth granted him this brazen confidence. At this moment, Qin Lin found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Indeed, he was not yet officially Wang Yi's boyfriend, as their relationship had not been formally established. However, having shared so much together, It was merely a matter of breaking through the proverbial window pane. Wang Yi, witnessing Qin Lin's concern for her, smiled and gently declined. I'm sorry, Junior, but you should find someone else. As she spoke, she made to leave with Qin Lin. It's nothing, senior sister. Just a couple of push-ups. It'll be quick. Upon hearing Wang Yi's refusal, the young man remained unfazed, even reaching out to grasp Wang Yi's arm. He seemed to believe that Wang Yi was merely being coy in front of a man. If he persisted, he was certain she would feel too embarrassed to turn him down. After all, he had initially employed coercive tactics. All it took was a small effort to secure a 3,000 yuan reward, an opportunity many girls would not overlook. Observing him take such liberties, Qin Lin frowned and swiftly swatted his hand away. However, after a moment's contemplation, he devised a strategy to counteract him. Gazing at the chubby girl on the track field laboriously attempting to lose weight, Qin Lin smiled and called out, All right, you said you wanted a random bystander, right? And it has to be a girl. Hey, plump lady, come over here. Let us give this opportunity to her. You don't mind, do you? Qin Lin chuckled. The young man had no inkling of Qin Lin's intentions, but upon hearing his words, the chubby girl approached with a puzzled expression. This young lady, though somewhat overweight and unmade up, possessed a pleasant appearance, and her voice was rather charming. What's up, big brother? She queried in a sweet, innocent tone as she stepped closer to the trio. Clearing his throat, Qin Lin addressed her. This junior here mentioned he would gift a 3,000 yuan Apple Watch band to anyone who could perform a few push-ups on the ground. We're offering you this wonderful opportunity. The chubby girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? That's great. I'm willing. Seeing the handsome young man and his peculiar sense of humor, the chubby girl beamed with delight. Meanwhile, the young man was nearly apoplectic upon hearing Qin Lin's ploy. As he beheld the chubby girl's appearance and heard her dulcet tones, he felt a chill run down his spine. Big brother, come on. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the chubby girl had already lain herself down on the grass, eagerly awaiting his push-ups. The young man nearly retched at the sight. What the hell? Are you messing with me? You think I need you to manage my romantic pursuits? Do you have any idea who I am? I'm part of the university student union, and I know plenty of guys in the student council. Do you believe I could make a call and have them come to your dorm to check on you, deducting points, and making your life miserable? Do you believe it? Seeing this unfold, the young man was livid. His initial intention was to find an opportunity to woo Wang Yi. The truth or dare was merely a ruse. Now, Qin Lin was insisting he perform push-ups in front of the chubby girl, which greatly displeased him. As a wealthy second-generation heir, he could indeed create significant trouble using his connections within the school. However, Qin Lin found his threats rather childish. What did the student council amount to? The current vice president, Tang Longyu, was incarcerated. Furthermore, Qin Lin did not reside in the school dormitories. If he dared to check in on him at the luxurious villa of Binhai Triumph Gate, Qin Lin would welcome him with open arms. Unbothered by the young man's outburst, Qin Lin responded, Since you've gone that far, I won't hold back either. Dare you to reveal your name and the name of your father's company? Qin Lin retorted with a sardonic smile. A wealthy heir like him, who dared to lay hands on his Wang Yi, deserved some form of retribution. At that moment, the young man, seeing Qin Lin's lack of fear and his mocking demeanor, was infuriated. You really don't know when to quit, do you? My name is Lu Hong, and my father is the chairman of Binhai Hongguang Cable, a company valued at 2 billion. Dare to oppose me, and I can have you dealt with in an instant. Do you believe that? Lu Hong spat angrily. For someone with a company valued over 1 billion, hiring muscle was merely a matter of throwing money. If Qin Lin insisted on confronting him, he would not hesitate to arrange for someone to teach him a lesson. You're scared, aren't you? Kneel and apologize, and I'll let it go. Otherwise, you might find yourself hit in the head with a brick when you step outside. After revealing his background, Lu Hong spoke with arrogance. In the school, someone like him, hailing from a 2 billion yuan company, would undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier rich heir. In a different era, he could strike anyone he wished without consequence. Thus, he naturally looked down upon Qin Lin. Yet, upon hearing Lu Hong's proclamation, Qin Lin merely shook his head and chuckled. He recalled that this so-called Binhai Hongguang Cable had its headquarters in his KD building. Without further ado, Qin Lin dialed the number of the person in charge of KD building, Liang Xiaowei. Hello, Xiao Liang. I recall a small company named Hongguang Cable leasing an office space in our building, correct? Have they settled their rent? Qin Lin inquired over the phone. Shortly thereafter, Liang Xiaowei on the other end asked the finance department and responded, Indeed, Chairman Qin, this company is located in our building. However, Hongguang Cable has yet to pay the 6 million in rent, citing financial constraints and requesting a few days' grace. The Binhai KD building, being the pinnacle of local architecture, naturally commands a hefty rental fee. Nevertheless, 6 million annually is but a trifling sum compared to KD's yearly income of 1 billion. Upon hearing they had not remitted their rent, Qin Lin felt relieved to forego any refunds and stated decisively, Very well, Xiao Yang. Please inform them that Hongguang Cable is exempt from this year's rent, and they have 1 week to vacate the KD building. His words were clear and unequivocal. Liang Xiaowei, on the other end of the line, widened his eyes at Qin Lin's directive. Fully aware that Qin Lin was not only the owner of the KD building, but also the head of the Jinling Hotel, a conglomerate valued at 300 billion. Offending such a person could only spell disaster for Hongguang Cable. Understood, Chairman Qin, Liang Xiaowei replied without hesitation, promptly relaying the order to his subordinates. After concluding the call, Qin Lin exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Lu Hong before preparing to leave. At that moment, Lu Hong felt somewhat perplexed by Qin Lin's demeanor. His irritation peaked, and he exclaimed, "What the hell are you trying to do? Showing off with your phone, huh?" Lu Hong presumed Qin Lin was merely posturing when he spoke of evicting Hongguang Cable and thought to himself, "Why don't you try to blow your own horn a little higher?" After all, Hongguang Cable was valued at 200 million and was among the top players in the local industry, so Lu Hong naturally dismissed Qin Lin's words. However, Qin Lin merely chuckled and replied, "You are overthinking it. If you wish to ascertain the truth, just call your father, and you shall know." Qin Lin spoke candidly. There was no reason for him to jest about such matters. Besides, the cash he casually acquired daily from such small companies surpassed their worth. Thus he paid them little mind. Meanwhile, Lu Hong perceived Qin Lin's words as a ruse to deceive him into contacting his father. His annoyance intensified, and he retorted, "Fine. Just wait." With that, he contemplated summoning assistance. Just then, a gentleman, clad in a somewhat gentlemanly manner and holding a camera, approached their gathering. Upon spotting the man, Lu Hong's face lit up with excitement as he called out, "President Liao." By summoning the president, Lu Hong aimed to showcase Qin Lin's identity and enlist help against him. Lu Hong and President Liao shared a cordial relationship, being signs of wealthy families who occasionally socialized together. Whenever issues arose, the president would typically lend a hand. Lu Hong could not fathom that, with President Liao's connections at the university, they could not deal with Qin Lin. Liao Yinming, the president of the University Student Association, nodded in acknowledgement and approached as a friend. However, upon reaching Qin Lin, his expression faltered. He had a vivid recollection of the day Qin Lin had dismissed him from beside his Bugatti. Qin Lin was indeed the owner of that luxurious vehicle. The embarrassment had been profound, and he was astonished that Lu Hong had brought him along. At that moment, Qin Lin offered a slight smile. "Ahem, hello everyone." Liao Yinming greeted the group with courteous demeanor, displaying no airs. After all, he recognized that Qin Lin drove an 8 million Bugatti Hermes Special Edition, signifying a remarkable status. Provoking him would be unwise. Even if past grievances lingered, encountering him now warranted a smile from Liao Yinming. Without uttering a word, Qin Lin remained silent, while Lu Hong, puzzled, interjected, "President Liao, this guy is messing with me. Help me find out who he is. I want to make him pay." Lu Hong pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Lin. He was determined to resolve matters with Qin Lin at the university that day. Moreover, if Qin Lin did not apologize, he intended to summon a few ruffians to give him a sound thrashing that evening. Upon hearing Lu Hong's remarks, Liao Yinming's demeanor changed dramatically. "Who do you intend to harm? This is the first individual in Binhai to own a limited edition Bugatti. Even I would prefer to keep my distance from him. You want me here to get me killed?" Liao Yinming thought, feeling a strong aversion to such a troublesome friend. "What did you say?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Apologies, gentlemen, but I am not well acquainted with this person." Liao Yinming acted as if he did not recognize Lu Hong, unwilling to be dragged into trouble with someone of Qin Lin's stature. "President, how could you?" Lu Hong found it difficult to comprehend Liao Yinming's actions and felt an eruption of anger. As a wealthy heir, he could not allow himself to be bullied in such a manner. Slap. When Lu Hong attempted to speak further, Liao Yinming furrowed his brow and struck him. "This gentleman is the one who drives the Bugatti at our university. Do you even comprehend your own worth? Who do you think you are? From this moment forward, you are no longer a part of our association." Liao Yinming exclaimed with indignation. This troublemaker deserved far worse than a mere slap. At that moment, as Lu Hong observed Liao Yinming's attitude, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Rumors regarding the Bugatti had indeed circulated throughout Binhai University. Liao Yinming's reaction indicated he had learned something significant. If this was true, then, in that instant, Lu Hong's heart plummeted. Chapter 61. A 400 million private jet. If the individual before him was indeed the fabled wealthy heir known for driving the 8 million Bugatti, then his previous threats were no mere jest. This meant Qin Lin might genuinely be targeting his father's company. If that were the case, with Qin Lin's influence, wouldn't his father's company be doomed? Panic surged within Lu Hong as he swiftly dialed his father. "Hello, Dad, what is happening at the company?" he inquired anxiously. However, the chaos on the other end was palpable. "Son, why are you calling? I'm quite busy here." The Katie building just ordered our entire sales department to vacate. Do you have any idea who offended Chairman Qin? Damn it. The call abruptly disconnected before Lu Hong could respond. Word had spread that Hongguang Cable had crossed paths with Qin Lin of the Jinling Hotel, a formidable entity in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Consequently, not only was Hongguang Cable's office space evicted, but it also triggered a wave of contract terminations from high-profile clients. Even if Hongguang Cable avoided bankruptcy, they would still incur losses in the billions. Upon realizing the call had ended, Lu Hong understood that Qin Lin had not been jesting. The realization struck him hard, nearly bringing him to tears. If his father were to learn of today's incident, he would likely break his legs. Lu Hong approached Qin Lin, trembling with trepidation. "Senior, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. I beg you." Lu Hong was filled with remorse for his earlier actions, pleading for mercy. Qin Lin cast him a resigned glance. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Did you truly think you could bring me harm and escape unscathed?" Qin Lin interrupted him brusquely, saying, "Enough. I have no desire to hear your excuses. Get as far away from me as possible before I change my mind, or the consequences will be far more dire." Not wanting to waste any further breath on someone like him, Qin Lin turned and left with Wang Yi. At that moment, Lu Hong collapsed onto the ground in despair. Liao Yinming, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not drawn any ire upon himself. Otherwise, with his family's mere 10 million yuan company, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits. Lu Hong had brought this upon himself, and at that moment, Liao Yinming felt no sympathy for him, particularly since Lu Hong had nearly led to his own demise. Observing Qin Lin's departure, Liao Yinming promptly withdrew all members of the club association to avoid disturbing Qin Lin's mood. Meanwhile, Qin Lin, accompanied by Wang Yi, made their way to the athletic field beside the serene Shaanxi Lake. As they gazed upon the tranquil lake, with its sparse willows swaying gently, Qin Lin grasped Wang Yi's wrist. He thought to himself, the moment has arrived. Ever since he overheard Lu Hong's doubts earlier, Qin Lin had contemplated the necessity of altering their relationship. Wang Yi, taken aback by Qin Lin's sudden gesture, quivered slightly, but did not pull away, not masking his intentions. Qin Lin boldly declared, "Wang Yi, let us be together." His heart remained steady, devoid of any flutter. Facing the lake, they reveled in the gentle breeze, devoid of any romantic ambience. The moment was unremarkable yet utterly unexpected, as Qin Lin confessed his feelings in such a setting. Upon hearing his words, a faint blush crept onto Wang Yi's cheeks. In truth, she had often fantasized about being the one to express such sentiments to Qin Lin. Yet, this fantasy had tormented her for 6 long years. At last, they stood together in this moment. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Wang Yi inquired, her tone hesitant and laced with anxiety. It was both what she desired and what she feared. However, before she could continue to wrestle with her thoughts, Qin Lin silenced her with a kiss. This was his answer. In that instant, it felt as though a tempest had swept through, their hair dancing wildly in the wind, causing ripples across the lake's surface. Wang Yi's heart was forcefully breached by Qin Lin, who had not offered her a moment to prepare. Despite her surprise, she relished being with him. Yet, at that moment, Qin Lin suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, an unsettling shadow stirring within him, as if a potent sense of danger was approaching. Fortunately, that feeling vanished as quickly as it had come, and the lake resumed its placid demeanor. Even for someone like Qin Lin, whose speed surpassed that of ordinary humans, no anomalies were discernible. Finding it peculiar, he released Wang Yi. "What is the matter?" Wang Yi asked, her expression curious. Qin Lin simply shook his head. "It's nothing. Summer vacation is approaching, and I must head to Shanghai City to see my parents. Once you have the time, come visit, and we can explore together. I'll take you to see the Oriental Pearl Tower, Disneyland, the Bund, and so much more." He painted a vivid picture of their time together. Upon hearing that he would be leaving so abruptly, Wang Yi felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, she understood that Qin Lin had not seen his parents in 20 years, so she did not press the matter further, allowing him to depart. "All right, go ahead. I will come find you," Wang Yi replied, leaning against Qin Lin. They chatted for a while longer, but Qin Lin had to attend to his responsibilities. In order to leave school early, he needed to complete his exams ahead of schedule. Within 3 minutes, he reviewed all his textbooks and then proceeded to take the tests. After finishing, he sought out MOU and embarked on his journey home. "Young master." MOU greeted Qin Lin with a bow, opening the car door for him. Qin Lin nodded and stepped inside. In the Maybach, he carried a small backpack containing 2 changes of clothing. He had also brought along his little pet. As he was unsure of how long he would be away, leaving it at the villa was not an option, so he decided to take it with him. "Shall we drive or fly?" Qin Lin inquired as the driver started the Maybach. MOU explained, "Young master, our family has a private jet, which is currently stationed at Binhai International Airport." Qin Lin nodded. pleased to learn that the family had made such arrangements to facilitate his return. Before long, they arrived at Binhai International Airport. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, the airport was relatively empty, a typical sight for a small city. The car drove directly to the tarmac, where a stunning Gulfstream G550 private jet awaited, valued at around 400 million yuan. It was even more luxurious than the charter flight Qin Lin had taken previously. Such top-tier aircraft are quite rare within the country, as most affluent individuals typically opt for a 1 or 200 million yuan bombardier, underscoring the family's esteem for Qin Lin. Young master, a few beautiful flight attendants and some bodyguards bowed upon his arrival. Qin Lin waved them off with a smile and walked along the red carpet onto the plane. The aircraft featured numerous areas, including an office space and even a gym, along with luxurious sleeping quarters, ensuring an opulent experience. However, given that the flight would last less than 20 minutes, Qin Lin could not engage in much during the journey. Soon, they arrived at Shanghai Hangzhou Airport. Upon disembarking, the family had sent a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury vehicle worth over 20 million yuan, to pick him up. The car's significance lay not just in its value, but in its full anti-explosion capabilities. The tempered glass could even withstand a Barrett sniper rifle, demonstrating the family's meticulous consideration for Qin Lin's safety. As Qin Lin settled into the vehicle, the plush and luxurious feel was akin to the softness of a woman's skin. It was his first experience in such a Rolls-Royce, providing an entirely distinct sensation compared to sports cars. The Phantom's starry sky ceiling created a visual effect akin to gazing at the cosmos. Qin Lin, lost in thought, gazed out the window, eager to reunite with his family and meet his parents. Upon leaving Hangzhou Airport, the streets were lined with Lamborghinis, Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons, and Porsche 911s, making them seem as commonplace as cabbages. As the most economically developed city in the country, Qin Lin couldn't help but marvel, wondering if this was indeed the essence of the Magic City. Where are we headed? What part of the city does the Lin family reside in? Qin Lin pondered, curious about the location of his family's estate in Shanghai City. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Mou beside him explained, "Young master, our family is considered a prominent lineage in Shanghai, with our stronghold located in the Ziyuan of Songjiang. The entirety of Ziyuan belongs to us, valued at over 40 billion. Mou spoke with pride. Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that the Ziyuan in Shanghai, once regarded as the pinnacle of luxury villa districts in the country, would be owned entirely by the Lin family. The villas there were priced at an average of 100 million each, designed by 100 renowned architects, each villa boasting a unique style. It was said that many discreet and wealthy individuals resided within Ziyuan, wielding unimaginable power. To Qin Lin's astonishment, the entire Ziyuan, including the land, was indeed under the Lin family's ownership. In Shanghai, a place where every inch of land was immensely valuable, possessing a villa district was an unfathomable asset. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Lin settled into the car, eagerly anticipating the mythical Ziyuan. However, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt midway. The road ahead was suddenly obstructed. It appeared there had been a traffic accident, rendering all vehicles immobile. At that moment, pedestrians around began to panic and run forward. Thick smoke billowing and white mist enveloping the area. Puzzled, Qin Lin alighted from the vehicle with Mou to investigate. To their astonishment, at the traffic light intersection, a Tesla had spontaneously ignited, and bystanders were frantically attempting to extinguish the flames with their fire extinguishers. Yet, despite the use of numerous extinguishers, their efforts proved futile. There were still people trapped inside. Someone shouted, urging others to open the car door to rescue the occupants, but the doors were completely locked, refusing to budge. The fire engulfing the Tesla raged fiercely, as if it were moments away from exploding. The occupants inside were already gasping for air amidst the thick smoke. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin furrowed his brow. Although he was not a hero, he could not stand idly by while lives were at stake. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, seized a fire extinguisher, and shattered the car window, subsequently tearing off the door with his bare hands. His immense strength instantly stunned everyone present. How could a seemingly ordinary individual manage to dismantle the car door so effortlessly? Ignoring the astonished gazes, Qin Lin reached in and pulled out the driver, who was already on the verge of unconsciousness. To his surprise, the person was a young woman. She possessed a pleasant appearance, radiating a sense of innocence. While her beauty may not have been extraordinary, it was certainly above average. Her attire suggested a background of considerable means. She appeared several years younger than Qin Lin, barely of legal age. Coughing, she leaned against Qin Lin for support, inhaling some fresh air, which seemed to revive her somewhat. Observing her weakness, Qin Lin led her to a safe distance. However, in the next moment, as air rushed into the Tesla, the flames swelled uncontrollably, transforming the vehicle into a massive fireball. The surrounding bystanders, realizing the futility of their attempts, dropped their extinguishers and ceased their efforts. Witnessing Qin Lin's heroic act of saving the young woman, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank you so much. The girl managed to muster a weak smile as she expressed her gratitude to Qin Lin. Had it not been for him, she would likely have perished within the inferno. The Tesla incident was a rare occurrence, akin to winning the lottery by encountering it. Naturally, suspicions lingered regarding the possibility of foul play. Given the vehicle's spontaneous combustion and the locked doors, it was merely a trivial effort. Just be more cautious next time. Qin Lin dismissed the incident nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, a fire truck arrived, extinguishing the blaze, and the charred Tesla was towed away. To Qin Lin's surprise, a familiar face appeared amidst the crowd. It was Qi Ziyu. Upon seeing Qin Lin with his sister, Qi Ziyu was momentarily taken aback. Ah, this is... He approached the two with a look of confusion. My brother just saved me, the girl stated candidly. Naturally, she wished to express her gratitude to her savior. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Qi Shishir. Qin Lin, I didn't expect you to arrive in Sanghe so soon. You saved my sister. The Qi family owes you a debt of gratitude. Come, let me take you out for a drink. We won't return until we're thoroughly inebriated. Qi Ziyu's demeanor had shifted significantly, becoming exceedingly friendly towards Qin Lin, eager to treat him to a meal. However, upon hearing this, Qin Lin shook his head, as he had more pressing matters to attend to that day. He needed to return to his family and meet his parents. The weight of 2 decades hung heavily upon him, making him eager to refuse Qi Ziyu's kind offer. Perhaps another time. Today I have something of utmost importance. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Qi Ziyu felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, understanding Qin Lin's stance, he replied, make sure to remember, add me on WeChat. We'll arrange a time for me, you, and Principal Wang to gather for a drink. Though the Qi family was not particularly large in Sanghe, their total assets were still around 80 to 90 billion. Furthermore, Qi Ziyu was well connected, having befriended numerous affluent individuals through his love for socializing. Qin Lin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the invitation. Once the traffic resumed, Qin Lin returned to the Rolls-Royce. Continuing on his journey, the Ziyuan was not far from the city center, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. Nestled within the vicinity were 2 5A rated wetland parks, providing an exceptionally pleasant environment. As they entered the villa district, a series of uniquely styled villas emerged, each one a masterpiece in its own right. Ziyuan featured a man-made river, dividing different areas into islands, with nearly every villa boasting its own dock for luxurious yachts and speedboats, epitomizing extravagance. The Rolls-Royce traversed an artificial bridge, arriving at a grand standalone villa situated on a large island near the center. This villa occupied its own island, contrasting sharply with the others. This villa is the heart of our family stronghold, villa number 99 in Ziyuan, boasting a construction area of 5,000 square meters. 10 years ago, it was listed at a staggering 1 billion, and given the current real estate prices in Sanghe, it must now be worth at least 2.5 billion. MOU elaborated. A villa valued at 2.5 billion was almost unimaginable in the country, exceeding the price of a Sihiyuan in the capital by several folds. The Lin family's financial prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Welcome home, young master. Upon alighting, Qin Lin was greeted by a uniformed assembly of maids, servants, and the butler, all bowing in respect. The garden flourished with verdant plants, and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, creating a scene reminiscent of paradise. Young master, I am the family butler, Missouri Wenbin. The master has been awaiting your arrival. An elderly gentleman approached Qin Lin with a warm demeanor, leading him into the depths of the villa. The architectural design of this residence exuded a regal aura, primarily reflecting a palace style. Although it lacked some modern technological aesthetics, the royal opulence was undeniably breathtaking. In the grand lobby below, reminiscent of a guild hall, an expansive assembly room dazzles with opulence, each inch of its decor exuding an air of luxury. Upon the elevated throne sits an elderly gentleman, flanked by several middle-aged men, noble women, and a few attendants. Clearly, they had received prior notice and awaited Qin Lin's arrival with bated breath. As Mo Wenbin escorted Qin Lin into the chamber, the seated individuals, including the venerable elder, promptly rose and approached Qin Lin with palpable excitement. Oh, Qin Lin, at last we meet. My dear grandson, I am your grandfather. Let me see how well you have fared out in the world, the elder exclaimed, stepping forward with affection to embrace Qin Lin and scrutinizing him from head to toe. They all marveled at how Qin Lin's visage mirrored that of his father from years past. You have suffered so much over the years. The grandfather, Lin Cheng, gripped Qin Lin's hand tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Allow me to introduce you to your second grandfather, third grandfather, uncle, and third and fourth aunts, along with your cousins, a brother and sister. Lin Cheng, the head of the Lin family, regarded the gathering, noting that nearly all the men were middle-aged, with the exception of a few young women, leaving Qin Lin without peers of his own age. It was evident that the family had endured significant hardships. You also have a cousin, Lin Fan, but he has tragically fallen victim to the machinations of Yidlin, grandfather Lin Cheng lamented, his heart heavy at the sight of Qin Lin's return, a moment to be cherished. The mere fact that Qin Lin had survived and returned to the family was nothing short of miraculous. Listening to his grandfather's introductions, Qin Lin nodded at the gathered relatives, a hint of moisture welling in his eyes. The feeling of reuniting with family was a novel experience for him, imbued with an overwhelming sense of warmth. However, he was taken aback by the absence of his parents and inquired, "Grandfather, where are my parents?" His return was not solely to see them, but also to seek clarity on the reasons behind their abandonment. Upon hearing Qin Lin's question, a somber silence fell over the assembly. Grandfather Lin Cheng sighed deeply and began, "At that time, our Lin family was still on the ascent, far from the grandeur we possess today. Meanwhile, your mother's family, the Qins, faced an unprecedented crisis in the capital, having offended powerful figures who were not to be trifled with. They compelled your father to abandon your mother, intent on taking her from him. We, the Lin family, were powerless to intervene, particularly with Yidlin opposing us at every turn. Consequently, your father and mother eloped. In a time of chaos, your father's actions provoked the wrath of a prominent figure in the capital who issued a manhunt. They must have felt hopeless, for shortly after your birth, they entrusted you to the Binhai orphanage. Years passed, and when we finally quelled the threat posed by Yidlin, we found no trace of them." As Lin Cheng recounted this painful history, a sense of regret washed over him for not having protected Qin Lin's parents. Qin Lin, with a sudden jolt of realization, asked blankly, "But what of my parents? All these years, hunted like prey, surely they must." He was interrupted by a fit of coughing from Lin Cheng, who, regaining his composure, reassured, "Fear not. 10 years ago, we received an encrypted message from overseas sent by your parents. They are safe, but given the circumstances in our homeland, they have chosen not to return. Having evaded danger for a decade and still able to communicate is a sign that they are well." Relieved to hear of their well-being, Qin Lin sighed. "And where are they? What is their current location?" Now enlightened to the circumstances surrounding their plight, he grew curious about their whereabouts. However, Lin Cheng shook his head, replying, "They refuse to disclose their location, as it serves to protect both you and our Lin family. Many believe them to be dead, so any sudden reappearance would undoubtedly provoke the forces that once targeted them, an outcome they wish to avoid. Let us not dwell on such matters, dear grandson. Today is a day of joy, let us celebrate." With that, Lin Cheng ushered Qin Lin towards the banquet. After absorbing the weight of these revelations, Qin Lin fell into a contemplative silence. While the identity of the unknown forces in the capital remained unclear, it was evident that aside from Yidlin, another adversary now loomed in his mind, one that must be confronted if he were to reunite with his parents. Chapter 64, Graceful Elegance. Following the conclusion of the family gathering, the members dispersed, and Butler, Missouri began to arrange accommodations for Qin Lin. For reasons of security, they refrained from placing him in the room at Villa 99 and instead presented him with an entirely new villa. As they passed over an artificial bridge, they encountered a wealthy woman accompanied by a child. The child, seated on a chair, wept bitterly as the woman wiped his tears with a tissue, clearly having just been chastised. "Next time, you better study hard. Scoring 0 in 3rd grade. When your father returns, he will have words with you," she scolded, simultaneously tending to the child's tears while carelessly discarding the used tissue onto the ground. Nearby, a cleaning lady from Ziyuan diligently swept the area, even collecting the litter, while the woman remained oblivious, continuing her tirade. "If it weren't for your father's hard work, with grades like yours, you'd end up working for others. Do you want that?" The affluent woman's words served as a pointed example to belittle the cleaning staff in front of her son, illustrating the plight of those in lower social strata. Yet the cleaning lady bore no complaints, quietly continuing her task of tidying the garden. In such a prestigious affluent district, no homeowner could afford to offend anyone, regardless of their status. The existing hierarchy dictated that they silently endure, for the wealthy were capable of rendering one destitute with a mere flick of their wrist. It was not until Butler, Missouri, and Qin Lin passed by that the atmosphere shifted. Mo Wenbin, as the Lin family's steward, held considerable recognition in Ziyuan. Upon spotting him and the young Qin Lin, the woman momentarily disregarded her child and greeted, "Ah, Butler, Missouri, are you hiring again? This new hire is quite handsome." Her gaze lingered on Qin Lin with a flirtatious admiration, unaware of his true identity, mistakenly believing him to be a new servant brought in by the Lin family. At that moment, Mo Wenbin's expression turned grave upon hearing her words. This woman, harboring a deep-seated disdain for those who worked in menial roles, struck a nerve with him. Her assumption that Qin Lin was merely a servant ignited a long-simmering anger within him, prompting him to retort sharply, "Madame Lu, I urge you to show some respect. This is our Lin family's second young master. Should you dare offend him, even your husband will find himself unable to shield you from the consequences. Do you understand?" This time, Butler Missouri spoke with uncharacteristic candor. While they earned their living through honest labor, there was no shame in their work. Conversely, this wealthy woman, who served as a mistress to a rich man, had the audacity to look down upon others. Had it not been for the presence of the young master, he would have been tempted to deliver her a well-deserved reprimand. Certainly, upon hearing the ire of Butler Missouri, Madame Lu, not one to lack in intellect, swiftly offered her apologies upon learning that Qin Lin was, in fact, the young master of the Lin family. "I sincerely apologize, Butler Missouri and young master. It is entirely my fault. Please do not take it to heart," she stammered with a sheepish smile. Not only in Shanghai City but throughout the entirety of Ziyuan, the influence of the Lin family was indeed formidable. Thus, in this moment, she found herself at the lower end of the social hierarchy, looked down upon by Qin Lin. "Humph, pick up the trash." Butler Missouri, disinterested in engaging with such a cunning socialite, observed her compliance as she squatted down, diligently collecting the crumpled papers piece by piece. Upon finishing, she bowed sincerely to both gentlemen. In the eyes of such individuals, wealth and capital wield the power to command all. Even her prideful status as a wealthy woman required her to bend in submission before those of higher nobility. "My apologies, young master," Mo Wenbin interjected, shedding light on the ongoing situation. Qin Lin, however, took it in stride and continued walking for another 2 minutes until they arrived at another villa on a private island. This is Ziyuan number 8, once the pinnacle of luxury not only in Ziyuan but throughout Shanghai and indeed all of Huaguo. Mo Wenbin elaborated. Ziyuan number 8, once crowned the most expensive villa in the nation, still commanded a valuation of approximately 1 billion, rendering it a rare imperial-level residence in the country. The villa boasted 2 stories above ground and 1 below, an exterior garden, an open-air swimming pool, and corridors adorned with beautiful floral trellises. All the panoramic glass in the villa was crafted from top-tier quadruple-layer bulletproof glass, with security measures on par with those afforded to heads of state. "Rest assured, young master, you are completely safe here," Mo Wenbin assured him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Lin responded affirmatively. He had indeed heard of Ziyuan number 8 in the past, but witnessing it in person was an extraordinary experience. Being able to reside in such a prestigious villa was something Qin Lin could reluctantly accept. For his safety, the villa was devoid of any staff aside from bodyguards. The internal affairs were entrusted solely to one individual. Upon his arrival, Qin Lin encountered a young woman who emerged from within the villa, bowed to him, and remained silent. Curiosity piqued, Qin Lin observed her closely. She was a girl of innocent appearance, not particularly striking yet not unattractive, falling into the realm of above-average looks. However, her frail physique and modest bust left little to provoke desire. This individual was the maid Wenya, responsible for all domestic tasks within Villa number 8. And she would be attending to the young master from now on. Mo Wenbin explained. "Wenya is a child we rescued years ago. When the master dispatched individuals to search for you, young master, they scoured for 3 years without success, only to find Wenya rummaging through a garbage bin. Out of compassion, the master decided to take her in. However, Wenya has some language impairments, which prevent her from speaking. She can only communicate through sign language. Naturally, since she has been under our care for many years, you can trust her completely." To ensure Qin Lin's security, they were reluctant to allow temporary servants to attend to him, hence the domestic duties were safely entrusted to Wenya. "All right," Qin Lin replied, feeling a mix of resignation and sympathy upon learning of her unfortunate background. Reflecting on her pitiable circumstances, particularly her inability to speak, Qin Lin felt a sense of empathy towards her. After all, the extent of the search for him had even included rummaging through garbage bins, an indication of their dedication. As Mo Wenbin arranged for bodyguards to stand guard outside, the trio entered the villa. Chapter 65, B-Level Reward Check-In. The villa's ground floor lobby was exceptionally spacious, adorned with lavish furnishings and warm decor. With each step on the soft, luxurious carpet, Qin Lin felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Mo Wenbin guided Qin Lin on a tour of the villa, which featured 3 master bedrooms, 6 guest rooms, a study, an antique room, a gym with a sauna, and a small cinema, everything one could desire. After surveying the premises, Qin Lin couldn't help but marvel. Perhaps this was the advantage of a standalone villa. The amenities available were far superior to those in the previous seaside penthouse. Of course, comparing the bustling center of the city to this expansive suburban villa, each had its own set of merits. Once Mo Wenbin concluded the tour and departed, only Qin Lin and Wenya remained in the villa. Bored, Qin Lin sank into the plush sofa and turned on the television. Meanwhile, Wenya retrieved an assortment of beverages and snacks from the refrigerator, offering him fruit juice, cola, Sprite, and chips. Qin Lin, indifferent, snacked while watching television. However, Wenya gestured several times, but Qin Lin failed to comprehend her intentions. Lacking knowledge of sign language, he was oblivious to what she wished to convey. Understanding that Qin Lin could not decipher her signs, Wenya approached him directly from behind and began to gently massage his shoulders. Her adept technique brought immense comfort, causing Qin Lin to feel pleasantly relaxed in no time. Clearly, such skills were employed to please the master. Nevertheless, Qin Lin, not being of the grandfatherly generation, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. "All right, you need not massage me. Just come sit and watch television," he said, feeling a bit awkward. Although Wenya was positioned as a maid, she had grown up in the Lin family, akin to being half a daughter to the master. Thus, Qin Lin did not regard her as a stranger, but rather as a sister. After all, her tragic past resonated with his own experiences, and given her inability to speak, he naturally did not want to impose upon her. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Wenya nodded and began to watch television as well. Meanwhile, Qin Lin, after some time, ascended to the second floor and selected one of the master bedrooms as his own, placing his remaining 2 articles of clothing into the expansive wardrobe. The wardrobe, vast and spacious, made Qin Lin's few personal items appear rather sparse. However, with a new home comes a new beginning, and he was certain that in time, he would fill it. Shortly thereafter, Mou arrived, bringing along the little dumpling and an assortment of supplies for the cat. "Young master, as per your request, everything has been procured," Mou explained. Upon returning home, Qin Lin, anticipating a family visit, had instructed Mou to care for the kitten while also arranging for the purchase of necessary supplies. Cat food and a cat bed were a given. But this time, they had also brought an automatic feeder, alleviating Qin Lin's concern about feeding at irregular intervals. At that moment, Wenya, upon seeing such a beautiful fairy cat, was also visibly excited, her eyes sparkling with delight as she yearned to hold it. Such a fairy cat, while not exclusively appealing to men, certainly captured the affection of women. Its adorable demeanor, enchanting yet innocent appearance, and soft, bouncy texture made one long to lavish affection upon the little feline. However, at that moment, Mou extended his hand to halt Wenya, saying, "This Siberian forest cat possesses a certain wildness and will exhibit wariness toward strangers. If you wish to embrace it, you must first familiarize yourself, otherwise." As he spoke, noticing Wenya's approach, the small creature indeed bared its claws, flailing its tiny paws in a frenzy. Seeing this, Wenya paused, gazing regretfully at the adorable kitten. Meanwhile, Qin Lin found himself somewhat puzzled. It was curious that this little fur ball behaved so obediently in front of Wang Yi, almost as if it recognized its owner, yet displayed such a fierce demeanor in the presence of other girls. Qin Lin could not comprehend this. Naturally, with enough time spent together and frequent offerings of food, it would be possible to pet and hold it. Without further thought, he released the kitten to allow it to acclimate to its new home. Noticing that time was limited, Qin Lin recalled that he had yet to check in. So he activated the system. Check in, he thought, anticipating that in such a lavish villa, he might receive superior rewards. Beep. The host has successfully checked in today. Detection of the host's check-in location. Purple Garden number 8, an elegant environment, awarded a B-level reward. Upon hearing of the B-level reward, Qin Lin's eyes brightened with excitement. He had finally attained a B-level reward. He had known that certain rewards could only be obtained in major cities. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 billion Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host. You have received a Koenigsegg 1 valued at 2 billion. Critical reward. You have received the Shanghai IFC National Gold Trading Center, valued at 50 billion. Reward distribution complete. Upon reading this, Qin Lin was astonished. He had not anticipated such a wealth of rewards at the B level, with the most basic being 1 billion Huaxia coins. Summarizing his gains, he now had a total of 2 for billion, a truly substantial fortune. As for the Koenigsegg 1, though it was valued at only 2 billion, it was a limited edition with only 6 units produced worldwide. Acquiring it was not merely a matter of wealth, it also represented a certain status and identity, making it exceedingly rare. Given that he had no vehicle in Shanghai City, Qin Lin reluctantly accepted this top-tier sports car. Regarding the last reward, the IFC National Gold Center, he had never even heard of it. After searching on his phone, he discovered that this shopping center was situated in the prime location of Lujiazui, the most prestigious shopping mall in Shanghai City. With that in mind, it was clear that this check-in had been immensely profitable. Before long, the car keys appeared, and simultaneously, the personnel from the National Gold Center sent a message to Qin Lin. It was from the staff of Sun Hung Kai Properties. requesting a meeting with Qin Lin to finalize a property handover. Sun Hung Kai Properties, valued at a minimum of 260 billion, with total assets reaching as high as 800 billion, could be considered a top-tier real estate company. If it were not for the downturn in the real estate industry this year, they would not have sold off the National Gold Center valued at 50 billion. Now, with Qin Lin's net worth at over 70 billion, and including his overseas mercenary group, he could boast a maximum net worth of around 400 billion. Recognizing the considerable distance between himself and the leading groups in the country, Qin Lin secretly resolved to strive harder. Qi Ziyu had arranged to meet with Qin Lin the following day, coinciding with the handover at the National Gold Center. However, Qin Lin was perplexed by the fact that the Lin family was guarding him as if he were a treasure, leaving him pondering what excuse he could use to venture out. Observing Wenya, who was absent-mindedly watching television, Qin Lin felt a twinge of irritation. The next day, Qin Lin sought an excuse to meet with Qi Ziyu and simultaneously complete the handover at the IFC National Gold Shopping Center. Yet, as he stepped outside, he was intercepted by the bodyguards. "Young master, it is not safe outside. We kindly ask that you remain here." Their implication was clear. They wanted to keep Qin Lin within the villa, assuring him that they could handle any needs he had until the Lin family's affairs regarding the Yilin faction were resolved. Of course, given the Lin family's strength, resolving the Yilin issue would take an eternity. While they acted out of concern for Qin Lin, he found their caution somewhat meaningless. After all, with his abilities, he could easily ensure his own safety. Qin Lin did not elaborate, but straightforwardly stated, "I have matters to attend to outside. How about I take a few bodyguards with me? Is that acceptable?" Calling upon the personnel from Tianlang International, he proceeded. However, upon hearing Qin Lin's words, the bodyguards hesitated. They initially thought he meant to include them, which they were reluctant to do. After all, if anything were to happen while accompanying the young master, they would bear significant responsibility. Should the young master be harmed, the wrath of the Lin family head would be no trivial matter. "I did not say I would take you. I meant them." Noting their conflicted expressions, Qin Lin smiled and waved to the side, where he saw Lan Yu approaching with two muscular men. They had been concealed nearby, undetectable to the bodyguards. The sudden appearance of these three left the bodyguards momentarily stunned. Gazing at the imposing physiques of the two muscular men, their eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone achieve such terrifying muscle development? Are they even human? They were from the Tianlang International Mercenary Group, and Qin Lin added, "If you doubt their ability to protect me, feel free to challenge them." Qin Lin had yet to fully witness the prowess of the Tianlang Special Mercenaries, making this an opportune moment to observe their capabilities. He believed their strength surpassed that of Lolin by a significant margin. At this moment, the Lin family's bodyguards hesitated upon hearing Qin Lin's words. One of them retrieved a walkie-talkie to notify Butler, Missouri. The captain of the bodyguards stationed at Villa Number 8 swallowed hard, expressing his willingness to test his skills. The Lin family's bodyguards were regarded as elite within the industry, boasting prowess comparable to city-level or even provincial-level champions, with many holding various belts of distinction. Naturally, they were not intimidated by such mercenaries. "Come," the bodyguard captain called out to one of the muscular men, Qin, assuming a fighting stance while keeping a vigilant eye on his opponent. Qin, upon witnessing this, nodded at Qin Lin for approval before launching an attack. In the blink of an eye, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Qin executed a fierce move. The tiger pounces on the ground, lowering his body to the ground and, in a flash, springing up to seize his opponent, slamming the bodyguard captain to the ground with tremendous force. The swiftness of the maneuver left no room for reaction. Such a complex technique was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. After swiftly defeating his opponent, the surrounding bodyguards stared in wide-eyed astonishment. The disparity in their abilities was glaringly evident. If one was so formidable, what would three of them be capable of? The bodyguard captain, now on the ground, felt a deep sense of humiliation. Had Qin not held back, he might have sustained significant injury. "I concede," he admitted, acknowledging his inferiority. Just then, a few individuals arrived outside Villa Number 8, witnessing the duel unfold. "Let me take over." Upon seeing the captain defeated, one of them declared. This individual was Lin Sheng, the personal bodyguard of the Lin family head, Qin Lin's grandfather, and could be considered the strongest bodyguard of the Lin family. He was a muscular figure. Though not as exaggerated as a bodybuilder, yet the scars adorning his body were truly formidable, instilling a sense of dread in those who gazed upon him. "I am Lu Meng, the disciple of the Grandmaster of Baji Quan. Please, bestow your guidance." With that, Lu Meng adopted a fighting stance, his attire seeming almost to burst at the seams. Upon hearing the name Baji Quan, the eyes of all present, including Query, involuntarily narrowed. Baji, revered as the god of boxing, has historically had a disciple assigned as a bodyguard to every significant figure in Huagua. The fact that the Lin family had one was a testament to the esteemed status of the Lin patriarch. To secure such an individual required not only financial resources, but also substantial local influence. Naturally, for Tianlang International, which emerged from the depths of death, facing such a super warrior was no cause for concern. As the duel commenced, Query struck first, but Lu Ming matched his every move with equal prowess. It was evident that his capabilities were extraordinary. In the next moment, Lu Ming unleashed a formidable technique, executing a Baji Taishan cow, to which Query furrowed his brow and narrowly evaded. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. Lu Ming, with immense force, collided with a tree the thickness of a barrel, causing it to snap and fly away with a resounding crash. The sight was truly chilling. If such a Taishan cow could sever a tree, the consequences of it striking a human were beyond imagination. The prowess of a master-level disciple was indeed remarkable. However, as a muscle-bound warrior, Query possessed inhuman combat skills. Although his lethality did not match the grotesque power of Baji Quan, he could still hold his own. After all, unlike the practitioners of Baji, his expertise lay in weaponry and firearms, methods of killing. In an unarmed confrontation with a master-level opponent, it was only natural that he would struggle. Fortunately, as the two wrestled, it soon became apparent that neither could gain the upper hand, leading them to eventually cease their skirmish. Of course, on Qin Lin's side, there were three warriors of equal strength to Query, while the Lin family had only Lu Ming as their strongest fighter, highlighting the disparity between the two sides. Excellent. Truly splendid. The Lin patriarch had arrived at some point, and upon witnessing Tianlang International's personnel evenly matched against Lu Ming, he was taken aback. Lu Ming's strength ranked among the elite domestically. The fact that Qin Lin could enlist such individuals, three of them, no less, for bodyguard duties reassured Lin Chung considerably. Grandfather, these are members of Tianlang International, whom I have invited to serve as our daily bodyguards. Is that acceptable? Qin Lin greeted Lin Chung upon his arrival. Lin Chung, equally excited, addressed the gathering. Tianlang International Mercenaries, one of the most enigmatic mercenary groups in the world. I have heard of them before. However, given our family's stature, we lack the qualifications and channels to engage them. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Lin. He continued, years ago, the Lin family spent a considerable fortune, exceeding 100 billion, hiring numerous mercenaries to confront Yidlin, yet we achieved no resolution. Chapter 67, 100 billion, expended. Upon seeing the Tianlang mercenaries, hope rekindled within him. Qin Lin, how did you come to find them? The grandfather exclaimed with excitement. The Lin family had previously invested vast sums, nearly 200 billion, hiring mercenaries like Arctic Fox, IZO, only to face futility. This was largely because, despite their renown, such mercenaries were typically composed of ordinary individuals with limited numbers, rendering them ineffective against the local armed forces of Yidlin, which numbered in the tens of thousands. It was akin to weeding. Unless one captured the leader, the weeds would merely regrow, leaving one powerless. Moreover, given the patriarch's Chinese identity, Western mercenaries harbored a degree of bias. Though they accepted payment, their operational plans were often half-hearted. Having been duped multiple times, the patriarch longed for the existence of super mercenaries like those of Tianlang International, hidden from the world's gaze, as only such extraordinary beings could eradicate the malignant force of Yidlin. Lin Qing eagerly probed Qin Lin for answers. At that moment, however, Lan Yu interjected to clarify. While on a mission in Binhai City, we fortuitously encountered your young master. At that time, someone attempted to assassinate him, and that very assassin was our target. Upon learning of your family's predicament, we decided to make a detour to see if we could take on a contract. Adjusting his glasses, Lan Yu concealed Qin Lin's true identity, as he sought to protect his employer's interests. Upon hearing Lan Yu's explanation, Qin Lin nodded, impressed by the young man's intelligence. Meanwhile, Lin Chung, enthused by Lan Yu's words, exclaimed, "That's splendid. The Lin family has matters that require the assistance of Tianlang International. Please, allow the three of you to join us in our family council chamber." With that, the Lin patriarch led everyone directly to the villa's council chamber, where he recounted the torment inflicted by Yidlin over the past 2 decades. Lan Yu, unperturbed, had recently gathered intelligence on Yidlin while assisting Qin Lin, and was eager to present his findings. Pulling out his laptop, he projected his analysis for all to see. The Yidlin forces are dispersed across the Philippine Islands, Seoul, Tokyo, and even Los Angeles. Without specific intelligence, pinpointing the leader's location would make complete eradication exceedingly difficult. As he spoke, he indicated several locations on the projection. Lin Qing nodded in agreement, recalling how the mercenaries they had previously hired had failed to determine Yidlin's exact whereabouts, leading to a futile campaign against them. Thus, before addressing the matter at hand, intelligence was paramount. I have obtained the following detailed information on their forces. 9,000 in the Philippine Islands, 5,000 in Tokyo, 3,000 in Seoul, and 2,000 in Los Angeles, with additional members scattered across multiple countries. Their leader, EZ, is currently located in Los Angeles. Lan Yu meticulously outlined the distribution of Yittelin's personnel, a feat of intelligence gathering that was both impressive and alarming. The sophistication of this mercenary and assassin organization left all present in awe. As they absorbed Lan Yu's analysis, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Here is my proposed solution. For the Philippine Islands, I require only 10 special forces and 200 regular soldiers, in conjunction with B-21 long-range bombers, to conduct a concentrated bombardment of the entire island, thus ensuring complete resolution. For Tokyo, Seoul, and Los Angeles, we shall deploy 50 special forces each, creating a list of personnel to eliminate all their leaders. Lan Yu's plan was straightforward and direct, targeting the heart of Yittelin's operations with a decisive strike. Destroying their headquarters would annihilate the majority of their forces in one fell swoop. As for the remaining locations, eliminating the leaders would leave nothing more than headless flies, thuggish rogues without direction. At this moment, the Lin Patriarch was taken aback to learn that they could deploy bombers. He could hardly contain his astonishment, swallowing hard. The B-21 long-range bomber was regarded as one of the world's top bombers, renowned for its capability to strike anywhere globally. To think that Tianlang International could procure such a machine spoke volumes about their formidable strength and background. Without waiting for the Lin family members to speak, Lan Yu continued. However, this budget is no trifling sum, within 100 billion, as you can see. Lan Yu surveyed the surroundings. In truth, their service to Qin Lin required no financial compensation. Lan Yu's statement was merely an attempt to procure funds for their employer, Qin Lin. Earning money while serving their boss was a perfectly reasonable rationale, one that would surely gain their trust. Upon hearing Lan Yu's words, nearly everyone present could not help but swallow hard. To speak of 100 billion was indeed a formidable assertion from Tianlang International. For families like theirs, possessing assets of merely 200 billion, such a request stung considerably. Yet at that moment, Old Master Lin rose decisively and declared, absolutely. As long as this threat can be eradicated to safeguard the descendants of the Lin family, I am willing to pay any price. His commanding voice reverberated throughout the room, leaving all the Lin family members in awe. In matters of such gravity, Old Master Lin felt no need to haggle. What was a sum of 1 or 200 billion when it came to preserving the lives of future generations and ensuring the continuation of the family lineage? The attendees, including Qin Lin, were moved by Old Master Lin's determination, their spirits ignited with fervor. Such a grandfather was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Old Master Lin's unequivocal agreement, Lan Yu exchanged a glance with Qin Lin, swallowed hard, and stated, very well, we shall commence this plan immediately, and the payment can be settled later. However, it is imperative that I use your young master as bait to lure out the assassins in the vicinity. Only then can you ensure the complete safety of your family and the country. Lan Yu elaborated. Of course, his words were intended to provide Qin Lin with a valid excuse to freely visit the Lin family. Qin Lin still needed to meet with Qi Ziyu and others, as well as complete the handover at the National Gold Center. It would be quite stifling to be trapped within the confines of the family upon his arrival in Shanghai. The attendees, upon hearing that their family's last remaining heir would be employed as bait, felt a pang of conflict in their hearts. However, considering the formidable combat prowess of these individuals, they ultimately decided to refrain from opposing the plan. Thus, after having lunch, Qin Lin departed from the Lin family, preparing to meet Qi Ziyu and the so-called Principal Wang. Chapter 68. IFC International Financial Shopping Center. Once outside the Lin family estate, Qin Lin followed the system's instructions and parked at a designated spot along Ziyuan Road, where he found his Koenigsegg 1. In this elite neighborhood, a vehicle worth 1.2 billion yuan, a globally limited edition, was an exceedingly rare sight. Even billionaires could not help but steal glances. The reason was simple. Although this car was valued at 1.2 billion, only 6 were produced worldwide. And owning such a vehicle in Ziyuan was not merely a display of wealth and status. Thus, the arrival of this car immediately stirred the interest of numerous affluent individuals within the Ziyuan circle. Qin Lin paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. After arranging matters with Lan Yu and the others, he climbed into the car and headed straight for the city center. Shanghai City was a first for Qin Lin. As someone directionally challenged, he found himself utterly lost once on the streets. Fortunately, the navigation system was exceptionally reliable, guiding him directly to the Lujiazui IFC International Financial Center. Since there were still several hours until his rendezvous with Qi Ziyu, Qin Lin planned to take care of the handover at the National Gold Center along the way. The IFC National Gold Center, formerly known as the Shanghai City International Financial Center, serves as a hub for international luxury brands, hosting esteemed names such as LV, Chanel, Gucci, Cartier, and Dunhill. The shopping center boasts a reputation for an average consumer spending of 900 yuan, implying that one ought to carry no less than 10,000 yuan to even consider shopping there. Even the cheapest pair of socks costs 350 yuan, while a simple hat starts at 3,000 yuan, which could easily represent a month's salary for an ordinary person. Such expenses are beyond the reach of many. However, now that Qin Lin was the owner of this establishment, whether he chose to spend or not was inconsequential. It was merely disheartening that in a place that attracted the wealthy, not a single domestic product could be found, which was rather disheartening. Upon the arrival of Qin Lin's Koenigsegg 1, it instantly captivated everyone's attention. Within Shanghai City, onlookers were not only filled with envy as they gazed at Qin Lin, but some even displayed outright jealousy. In such a high-end shopping venue, where everyone was affluent, the desire to compete was particularly pronounced. The very presence of Qin Lin ignited a frenzy, forcing the haughty individuals to lower their self-important heads. This was the undeniable aura of an absolute powerhouse. Ignoring the spectacle, Qin Lin drove straight into the center. The security personnel of the National Gold Center, upon seeing the arrival of the Koenigsegg, promptly dispatched over 10 individuals to escort him, clearing the way. As the proprietor of the establishment, Qin Lin chose not to park in the underground garage, but instead in the limited surface parking spots. Among the vehicles parked above were Bugattis, Pagani, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and others, all starting at 500,000 yuan. Only those of considerable worth were deemed worthy of occupying the prime surface spaces for public viewing. Upon exiting the vehicle, the respect shown to the owner of the legendary 2 billion yuan Koenigsegg was palpable. The arrival of this car sent ripples through the upper echelons of the shopping center. Even the IFC National Gold Center dispatched a beautiful female manager to act as Qin Lin's personal concierge, eager to provide one-on-one shopping guidance. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lin chuckled and introduced himself. "I am Qin Lin, your new chairman. Please lead the way. I am quite busy." Having to deal with these trivial handover matters before dining with Qi Ziyu and Principal Wang was best resolved swiftly. The manager was momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated that such a prominent figure, driving a Koenigsegg, would be their chairman. They could scarcely believe that the chairman was so young. "Greetings, chairman. Welcome to the National Gold Center." Upon realizing Qin Lin's identity, the manager and the surrounding security bowed respectfully, greeting him with the utmost enthusiasm. Passers-by, bewildered by the display, could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. The manager then led the way, saying, "Chairman, I am Sun Hongli, the mall manager of the National Gold Center. You may call me Xiaoli." Xiaoli appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, exuding a certain mature femininity. She was quite attractive, fitting the mold of a competent mall manager. Qin Lin offered a nod, remaining silent as they entered the shopping center. Inside, the streets were not particularly wide, yet each shop was of the highest caliber. The patrons here were impeccably dressed, setting the trends of the era. An atmosphere of opulence and confidence radiated from every individual. This was the premier shopping center in Shanghai City, imbued with the essence of high society. Qin Lin glanced around. Even in a place where the average consumer spends 900 yuan, the hustle and bustle of business was evident, indicating that there were indeed many with ample wealth in the country. As the owner, Qin Lin smiled at the scene and ascended the stairs alongside Xiaoli. Upon arriving at the conference room of the hotel upstairs, I waited for approximately 10 minutes before the representatives from New Hongji Real Estate arrived. Seated in a circle were not only the individuals from New Hongji, but also those from Guo Jinhui Management Company, specifically Mr. Qin Lin's associates. "Mr. Qin, this is Xue Jikai." The vice president of New Hongji introduced Lu Ming, the head of Guo Jinhui, who was standing nearby. 5 individuals from New Hongji approached. However, their demeanor toward Qin Lin's group was decidedly unfriendly. They seemed indifferent to Qin Lin's status, instead displaying an air of arrogance. "Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Xue Jikai," he stated. As a titan of the industry with assets reaching 800 billion, New Hongji, faced with the downturn in the real estate market, was compelled to sell the Shanghai IFC Guojin Center for 50 billion, a decision born out of necessity. "We are now proceeding with the company handover. Here are the documents compiled by our various departments, along with this confirmation letter for your signature," Xue Jikai continued. His tone clearly conveyed a sense of disdain. Evidently, they regarded Qin Lin, with his assets of merely 400 billion, as inconsequential in comparison. Nonetheless, Qin Lin found their attitude amusing. The irony was palpable. While New Hongji was bleeding from its asset sales, they still managed to exude reluctance in their dealings. Naturally, Qin Lin had every intention of acquiring the lucrative Shanghai IFC Guojin Center. After listening to them, he casually signed the confirmation letter and tossed it back to Xue. "Is that settled then? In that case, Mr. Xue, safe travels, no need for farewells." Chapter 69. The Modest Vice President. Guo Jinhui and the management company were now firmly under Qin Lin's control, severing all ties with New Hongji. Given their disdainful demeanor, Qin Lin saw no reason to extend an invitation for a meal, preferring to send them on their way and out of sight. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Xue Zhikai furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. He viewed Qin Lin as a minor player who had merely capitalized on their misfortune. Now that Guo Jinhui had a new owner, Xue was eager to exit, unable to tolerate the indignity of the situation. After all, as the vice president of an 800 billion conglomerate, such humiliation was unacceptable. Humph. A small man reveling in his moment, he scoffed, and upon receiving the dismissal, he shot a cold glance at Qin Lin before attempting to leave. Qin Lin, finding the situation rather humorous, interjected, "Mr. Xue, what did you say?" A small man reveling in his moment, is it? With a smile, he observed Xue pause mid-step. Before Xue could retort, Qin Lin continued, "As the vice president of New Hongji, do you presume to speak to me in such a tone? I have invested 50 billion to acquire your Guojin Center, and while you look down upon me, do you not realize my true identity? I am the sole heir of the Lin family from Shanghai, a prominent family with over 200 billion in assets. To dismiss the Lin family as mere opportunists is quite audacious, wouldn't you agree? While New Hongji boasts 800 billion in assets, you are encumbered with nearly 600 billion in liabilities. I dare say, even your boss would not dare to address the Lin family in such a manner." Qin Lin's words left no room for politeness. At that moment, Xue Zhikai's countenance darkened as he processed the revelation of Qin Lin's lineage, the scion of a venerable family in Shanghai. It was a realization that struck him with dread, for he was but a vice president earning a modest salary, devoid of any significant familial backing. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stood frozen, unable to meet Qin Lin's gaze. "Make yourself scarce. You're a nuisance," Qin Lin declared dismissively. This insignificant vice president was hardly worthy of Qin Lin's attention. Xue Zhikai's mental defenses crumbled under the weight of Qin Lin's presence. Upon hearing those words, he felt as though a great burden had been lifted, and with the assistance of his secretary, he quickly departed from Guo Jinhui, leaving behind a scene that elicited sympathetic glances from Lu Ming and others present. Without dwelling on the matter, Qin Lin redirected the conversation, stating, "Let us return to business. How has the company been performing recently? What are the annual rental figures for the shopping center? I would like to hear reports from each department." Leveraging the experience gained from the previous KD building venture, Qin Lin navigated this meeting with ease. Following his directive, Lu Ming began his report. "Mr. Qin, with the domestic economy recovering, our shopping center's sales doubled last quarter, reaching 15 billion. We anticipate annual revenues of 30 to even 40 billion. The annual rental income has consistently grown by 5, yielding a total revenue of 83.5 billion, with a net profit of 7.5 billion. Here are the annual reports for your review." As Qin Lin perused the reports, he nodded in approval. His primary concern centered on the rental income he could expect annually. It appeared that from the 50 billion investment in the shopping center, a profit of 7.5 billion annually was quite commendable, with a return on investment expected within 6 to 7 years. Given that the substantial initial investment was covered by the system's provision, there were no costs to consider. Essentially, that 7.5 billion would flow directly into Qin Lin's pockets without any reservations. Excellent. Let us continue to strive for excellence. Qin Lin encouraged, then promptly exited Guo Jinhui. With an established management team in place, he felt little need to worry. Upon descending to the ground floor, Qin Lin received a location message from Qi Ziyu, detailing a venue named TAC Shanghai. TXX is reputed to be one of the premier nightclubs in Shanghai, with the notable celebrity Zheng Kai among its founders. Qin Lin chuckled at the choice of venue, reflecting on how few second-generation wealthy individuals in Shanghai seemed to lead idle lives, each one a prince of the nightlife. Although Qin Lin was not fond of drinking, he saw no harm in broadening his horizons. Once a destitute orphan arriving in such a bustling metropolis, he remained curious about the world, even after his transformation. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered his Koenigsegg surrounded by a throng of onlookers, predominantly tall, leggy women, each with their own ulterior motives, seemingly waiting for something. As the owner of the establishment, Qin Lin enjoyed the privilege of exclusive treatment, with a dozen security personnel forming a protective barrier around his Koenigsegg, preventing anyone from drawing too close. Observing the scene, Qin Lin smiled, contemplating the array of luxury vehicles like Pagani and Ferrari present. There were plenty of affluent individuals around. Surely, these women weren't merely congregating by his Koenigsegg in hopes of ingratiating themselves with a wealthy patron. Due to the urgency of the situation, Qin Lin did not ponder too deeply. He simply squeezed through the crowd, waved at the security personnel, and got into the car. The security guard recognized Qin Lin, bowed respectfully, and promptly prepared to clear a path for him. However, at that moment, a tall, leggy beauty with cascading golden waves seized the opportunity and audaciously opened the door to sit in the passenger seat beside Qin Lin. The security personnel were momentarily taken aback, mistaking her boldness for familiarity with Qin Lin, and did not intervene. Meanwhile, Qin Lin, whose first instinct upon entering the vehicle was certainly not to lock the doors, could only feel a sense of resignation at her abrupt presence. "Could I take a video? I want to borrow your car for a social media post," she said, tossing a wad of 100 yuan bills towards Qin Lin, which even included 2 lemon-flavored rubber playing cards. This girl was somewhat charming, though she clearly exuded a reckless air. Not only was she wealthy, but her overwhelming desire to flaunt her status was evident in her willingness to throw money at Qin Lin for the sake of a mere social media post, even suggesting a game of cards as a form of payment. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qin Lin was momentarily dumbfounded, his brain taking several seconds to process the absurdity of the situation. What on earth was she thinking? Did she truly believe I, Qin Lin, am the type to be swayed by such antics? He tossed the playing cards back to her, counting the stack of cash. To his dismay, it amounted to a mere 50,000 yuan, spending such an amount merely to take a photo or indulge in a game of cards. Did she truly think him so desperate? Judging by her looks, she was hardly exceptional. Did she believe she could win him over without at least a few 100 million? What a joke. Absolutely not. You need to leave, he declared coldly, adopting the demeanor of an unyielding man. With Wang Yi at his side, he had no need for her company. Besides, there were plenty of others waiting for their turn to warm his bed if he so wished. At that moment, hearing Qin Lin's rejection, the girl resorted to a flirtatious tone. "Handsome, as they say, love knows no bounds. Just let me borrow your car for a moment. Name your price." Her gaze was intense, and though she was clearly a flirt, this was her first time being so forward with a man. The reason was simple. This particular Koenigsegg was one of only 6 in the world. If she could establish a connection with Qin Lin and pretend to be his girlfriend for a few days, her friends would undoubtedly be envious. For her, the desire to boast had transcended the mere possession of a few luxury bags. She craved achievements unattainable by others. To sit behind the wheel of one of the world's 6 Koenigseggs, worth 1.2 billion, and to have a dalliance with a top-tier heir would render her life story impeccable. She sought not eternal love, but fleeting moments of glory. Qin Lin, somewhat speechless, replied candidly, "It's not a matter of money. You certainly don't possess more than I do. Nor is it about playing cards. Even if you brought a whole box of various flavors of do something, it wouldn't sway me." Although a bit exaggerated, it was the truth. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, the girl huffed in annoyance, sulking in her seat, seemingly intent on remaining there to see how he would react. As a wealthy and beautiful woman, she felt she shouldn't be so easily dismissed. However, Qin Lin was resolute in not granting her wish, as he had plans to meet Qi Ziyu and the others, and he certainly could not afford to waste time here. With that thought, he rolled down the car window and called out to the security outside, "Get her out of here." He gestured toward the obstinate girl in the passenger seat. The security personnel quickly understood the directive, although they did exchange glances at the striking beauty before them. Yet, as the boss of the establishment, Qin Lin's orders were absolute, regardless of gender. In no time, they removed the girl from the car before a gathering crowd. Bewildered, she could not fathom how Qin Lin commanded such authority. "Just you wait, I'll remember you," she screeched, her reaction akin to that of a jilted lover. Onlookers were left puzzled, nearly branding Qin Lin with the label of a scoundrel. Seeing the scene unfold, Qin Lin could only shake his head. This girl was quite the performer. Yet, she didn't even know his name. What could she possibly remember? With that, he disregarded her further, pressing the accelerator and departing the IFC mall under the watchful protection of the security staff. After a brief 5-minute drive, Qin Lin arrived at TXX, one of the most prestigious nightclubs in Shanghai City, known for its celebrity clientele and excellent reputation. Upon the arrival of Qin Lin's Koenigsegg, the staff's eyes widened in astonishment, rushing to arrange a parking spot for him. This was the treatment afforded to the elite, where resources aligned themselves around you. "Wait, Qin Lin, is that you?" Qi Ziyu exclaimed, having spotted the luxurious vehicle. His interest piqued. He hurried over, astonished to discover that the owner was none other than Qin Lin himself. My goodness. Driving an 8 million yuan Bugatti Veyron in Binhai was one thing, but to have a Koenigsegg, one of only 6 in the world, worth 12 billion in Shanghai? This utterly redefined my perception of Qin Lin's wealth. How curious. You, a wealthy heir, standing outside guarding the entrance. Qin Lin chuckled, noting Qi Ziyu's unexpected weight outside the club. Isn't it a bit beneath you, given your family's assets are in the hundreds of billions? Oh, I didn't want you to get lost. Principal Wang will be coming too, but Qin Fin said he was taking his girlfriend shopping. What a scoundrel to forget his friends for a woman. Qi Ziyu laughed before continuing. By the way, where did you get this car? It's simply extravagant. A Koenigsegg one. One. Even Principal Wang doesn't he have one? Qi Ziyu gazed enviously at Qin Lin's vehicle, contrasting it with his own 2 million yuan Pagani, which suddenly felt rather lackluster. Where did I get it? I bought it with money. Qin Lin replied with a grin, not delving too deeply into explanations. Sensing Qi Ziyu's curiosity about his background, he added, "You know the Lin family in Shanghai? That is my family. Acquiring a Koenigsegg is just a trivial matter." At that moment, Qin Lin's statement bore a hint of exaggeration, but without such an explanation, the origins of the Koenigsegg would remain inexplicable. "Oh, so you're from the Lin family. That explains it," Qi Ziyu remarked, having heard of the prestigious lineage. After all, his own Qi family was also among the prominent families in Shanghai, and he had some knowledge of the local hierarchy. Upon learning that Qin Lin belonged to a family with a fortune exceeding 200 billion, Qi Ziyu felt a wave of envy wash over him. The two continued their conversation outside, waiting for Principal Wang to arrive. After all, it seemed pointless for Qin Lin to venture inside, while leaving Qi Ziyu alone outside. As they chatted, the sky grew darker, and recalling that he hadn't signed in yet for the day, Qin Lin discreetly activated his system. System sign-in. As the system initiated its operations, a notification chimed. Ding. Host has successfully checked in today. Location detected. TXX bar, chaotic environment, awarded C-grade reward. Upon realizing that he had only received a C-grade reward, Qin Lin felt a twinge of confusion. After all, TXX is arguably one of the premier bars in the country. How could it possibly warrant only a C-grade reward? However, after some contemplation, he surmised that the system likely disdained the mingled sense of sweat and alcohol characteristic of such establishments. Congratulations, host, you have received 300 million Huaxia coins. Chapter 71. Check-in at Tangchini Pin. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded a duplex villa on the top floor of Building A, valued at 6.8 billion. Reward crit triggered. You have received 15 shares of Longi Green Energy, valued at 60 billion. Today's reward distribution is complete. Initially disheartened by the C-grade reward, Qin Lin's spirits lifted upon seeing the subsequent rewards, the Tangchin E-Pin Villa and the staggering 60 billion from the share acquisition. This was sufficient to placate his fragile ego, albeit just barely. With 300 million Huaxia coins now augmenting his balance to 2.7 billion, Qin Lin found himself in a position that, while not extravagantly wealthy in Shanghai City, was still comfortable. As for the 6.8 billion Tangchun E-Pin Villa, despite already owning the 1 billion Yuan number 8 villa, the prime location of Tangchun E-Pin, adjacent to the prestigious Lujiazui business district, was undeniably appealing for office use, occasional respite, or for creating a private space devoid of family presence. Regarding the final reward of 60 billion worth of Longi shares, Qin Lin discovered that Longi Green Energy boasted a market capitalization of 418 billion, a truly formidable figure. The largest stakeholder held 14.6% of the shares, a mere zero, for more than Qin Lin, thus making him the largest shareholder of Longi. Though he did not possess full control over the company or hold the title of chairman in a billion-dollar conglomerate, Qin Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, having a stake was better than having none at all. As the check-in was completed unbeknownst to Qi Ziyu, the two continued their conversation for another 10 minutes until Principal Wang finally arrived. However, in a departure from the norm, this heir of the Wanda Group, Wang Tsong, had chosen to arrive on a modest Emma electric scooter, accompanied by a beautiful internet celebrity at the TXX bar. Such an upscale establishment typically disallowed bicycles and electric scooters. But recognizing the owner as Principal Wang, they made an exception. "Principal Wang, you finally made it," Qi Ziyu exclaimed, her tone candid. Their rapport was evidently strong, allowing for such familiarity. Upon hearing her words, Wang Tsong merely shot her a glance, saying nothing, communicating instead through his expression. Qi Ziyu chuckled at this exchange, but couldn't help but express her curiosity about his unusual mode of transport. Why the electric scooter today, Principal Wang? Qi Ziyu was puzzled, as this was not characteristic of Wang Tsong. A scion of wealth attending a nightlife venue would typically flaunt his status, not arrive on a two-wheeler. "Oh, I'm currently embracing a greener lifestyle and wish to experience the simplicity of ordinary life," Wang Tsong replied airily, offering no further explanation. He then introduced the young woman beside him. "This is internet celebrity Guiqiqi. You probably haven't heard of her. She used to be on Panda TV." Wang Tsong waved dismissively. Having nurtured many such minor internet personalities in the past, he was aware that while they might not be widely known, their charm was undeniable. His intention was to bring a lively atmosphere to the bar with her presence. "And who might this be?" Wang Tsong inquired, his curiosity piqued by the presence of Qin Lin alongside Qi Ziyu. "Oh, this is the Qin Lin I mentioned to you. He belongs to the Lin family and possesses a Bugatti, even a Koenigsegg, quite extravagant indeed." More importantly, he saved my sister. He is a brother to me. Qi Ziyu declared proudly, having developed a fondness for Qin Lin after recent events. Hello, Qin Lin, Wang Tsong greeted, extending his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Tsong, he replied, smiling at the revelation of Qin Lin's wealth. The very image of the two shaking hands was something Qin Lin could hardly have envisioned in his former days of poverty. However, just then, a group emerged from the bar, and upon spotting Wang Tsong on an electric scooter, they chuckled mockingly. Oh, isn't this Principal Wang? Coming to TXX for a drink. And you arrive on a 3,000 yuan Emma electric scooter? Doesn't T quite match your status, does it? The taunt was laced with derision, clearly emphasizing the you. In the past, they would never have dared to speak to him in such a manner, but times had changed. The Wanda Group had seen better days, with Wang Jinsin falling from the pinnacle of wealth to the lowest rungs. Having been overly arrogant in the past, Wang Tsong had made many enemies. And now that his father was in a precarious position, those he had once looked down upon were now reveling in his misfortune. Damn it, Li Xiaoyan. Are you trying to go against me every day? If it weren't for the downturn in real estate, with your father's Lonja Green energy, I'd wipe the floor with you. Wang Tsong retorted vehemently, despite the precarious state of Wanda. Lonja Green Energy is merely a 400 billion company. Your father's Wanda once reached a valuation of 2 trillion at its peak. Now that the tiger has fallen, the dogs take advantage. Wang Tsong expressed his frustration. Huh, you think you can take me down? What are you going to do? Riding an electric scooter is a disgrace to our Shanghai wealthy elite. Li Xiaoyan laughed derisively. Oh, I almost forgot. Your family, in order to pay off debts, probably cleared out your garage. I hear all that's left is a domestic Hongqi worth over 500,000. No wonder you're on an electric scooter. Even a rich second generation like you can't bear to drive that 500,000 car. Li Xiaoyan's words only served to further highlight Wang Tsong's predicament, as it was widely known that Wanda had recently announced a partnership with Hongqi, mandating all executives to drive domestic vehicles. This subtly underscored Wanda's declining status and revealed that the once car-obsessed Wang Tsong had seen his luxury vehicles ruthlessly sold off. You're talking nonsense. While I do enjoy sports cars, they are merely luxuries, high expenditures. My family encountered some difficulties, and I sold the cars to help out. Is that any of your business? Wang Tsong shot back, his defensiveness evident. However, at this moment, Wang Tsong's face was flushed, as the entrance of the TXX bar had attracted quite a crowd, many of whom were affluent figures from Shanghai City, drawn to the spectacle of Principal Wang's predicament. Chapter 72. The current state of Principal Wang. Keep pretending, go on. As he observed Wang Tsong's flushed face, Li Xiaoyan could not help but smile. Oh, who would have thought that Principal Wang, once so formidable, would find himself in such a predicament? He had often proclaimed that he valued friendship over wealth, boasting that none could rival his riches. Yet now, with Wanda's fortunes dwindling to a mere 800 billion and debts amounting to at least 600 or 700 billion still unpaid, it seemed that even the Wang family could not measure up to Lonja Green Energy's strength. Reflecting on his past words, one could not help but revel in the irony. Just look at the company he keeps. Qi Ziyu, that notorious spendthrift, is only ever interested in drinking, chasing women, and gaming. And who is this individual beside him? I doubt he even belongs to our circle of affluent youths. I must say, Principal Wang, your standards for friendship have certainly lowered. Li Xiaoyan's mockery of Wang Tsong did not cease there. He even took the opportunity to ridicule Qi Ziyu and Qin Lin. Observing Qin Lin, he noted that he clearly did not belong to their elite circle, which only fueled his disdain. Although the Li family may not be the most powerful in Shanghai City, their holdings in Lonja and several family-owned businesses amassed nearly 150 billion. In light of this, Li Xiaoyan felt justified in his derision towards someone like Wang Tsong, who now resembled a stray dog. How dare you insult me? You may belittle me, but do not insult my friends. Wang Tsong felt a pang of distress as he witnessed his companions being dragged into the fray. How glorious it was when his father had once been the wealthiest man. Now, having fallen from grace, these wretches reveled in his misfortune, causing Wang Tsong to seethe with indignation. However, Li Xiaoyan found amusement in his words, retorting, "Perhaps you should refrain from bringing your friends to TXX in the future. You are a disgrace to us." Most of those present belonged to affluent families. And as they watched Wang Tsong being ridiculed, they could not help but express their sympathy from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Qin Lin, upon hearing Li Xiaoyan's scorn directed at him, furrowed his brow. Ah, so you are Li Xiaoyan, is it? You may speak ill of Principal Wang, but to address me in such a manner is quite excessive. You may criticize him, as I am not well acquainted with him, but do you even know who I am? Playing with me is akin to playing with a monkey. Qin Lin spoke without reservation. Upon hearing Qin Lin's audacious retort, Li Xiaoyan's frown deepened. Who do you think you are, daring to oppose me? Do you even know my identity? He spat, his irritation palpable. Although the Li family may not be the most formidable in Sanhai City, their standing was still such that most individuals in their circle would think twice before crossing them. To Li Xiaoyan, someone who barely registered in their social hierarchy, daring to challenge him was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, Qin Lin merely scoffed at Li Xiaoyan's words. Not inclined to engage further, he retrieved his car keys and with a couple of beeps, locked his vehicle. The lights of the Koenigsegg illuminated the surroundings, leaving all present in astonishment. Valued at 1.2 billion, this car symbolized an extraordinary status. Witnessing Qin Lin's audacity, Li Xiaoyan swallowed hard. Who are you? Despite his confidence in his family's standing, Li Xiaoyan could not help but question Qin Lin's identity upon seeing him with such an extravagant vehicle. Who am I? Huh. I am the largest shareholder of your Lonja Group. Even your father must speak to me with deference. So tell me, who do you think you are? Qin Lin replied with a cold smirk. He was not jesting. He was indeed the largest shareholder in Lonja Group. In the hierarchy of Lonji, his grandfather was of equal standing to Qin Lin, which meant that Li Xiaoyan's father would have to treat Qin Lin with utmost respect. Li Xiaoyan's audacity in addressing Qin Lin so casually was, indeed, a grave miscalculation. You must be joking. You flaunt your Koenigsegg as if it grants you some superiority. Li Xiaoyan shot back, attempting to debunk Qin Lin's claim. Despite his reckless nature, he was not naive enough to overlook Lonja Group's significance. Good. If my words carry no weight, then let me have your father speak with you, Qin Lin said, uninterested in further banter. He promptly dialed Li Xiaoyan's father, the director of Lonja Group. Hello? A middle-aged man on the other end of the line sounded apprehensive. I am Qin Lin. You should know who I am. Qin Lin replied curtly. Upon recognizing the voice, Li Dongxing's demeanor changed as he realized it was the largest shareholder calling. Ah, Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? He asked, clearly on edge. Having just received news of a 15-stake acquisition, he was acutely aware of Qin Lin's significance. Your son, Li Xiaoyan, is with me right now and has the audacity to question my standing. You should handle this matter. Don't blame me for not warning you. He has been stirring trouble, first offending Wang Tsongtsong, and now involving me. If this escalates, it won't just be you and I who suffer the consequences, Qin Lin stated plainly. Li Dongxing's expression shifted multiple times upon hearing Qin Lin's words. This ungrateful wretch. He was furious at his son, their Lonja Group, while not among the most powerful in the country, was certainly not one to make enemies. With Li Xiaoyan causing a ruckus, it was akin to courting demise. While Wanda may be facing difficulties, Wang's resurgence was still a possibility, and if Li Xiaoyan continued down this path, it could lead to dire repercussions. Moreover, Li Dongxing could not fathom that his son, the reckless Li Xiaoyan, would dare to offend someone of Qin Lin's stature. Though the Li family's combined shares in Lonji amounted to 25, surpassing Qin Lin's stake, they could not ignore the overwhelming influence Qin Lin wielded, with assets exceeding 300 billion. Seething with anger, Li Dongxing resolved to educate his wayward son. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will ensure this ungrateful child is properly reprimanded, he declared solemnly. Upon hearing those words, Qin Lin refrained from further conversation and promptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Wang Tsongtsong and Qi Ziyu, who had been eavesdropping on the earlier phone call, could surmise the nature of the discussion. However, they were utterly astonished to discover that Qin Lin had ties to the Lonja Group. If that were the case, then Qin Lin's background was exponentially more formidable than that of their respective families, Wanda and the Qi family. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan, upon learning that Qin Lin had made a phone call, felt a surge of irritation. What a pretense. You're calling my father? Huh. He would have never believed it, even if his life depended on it. To him, Qin Lin was simply putting on airs. However, Qin Lin, unfazed by his remarks, smiled and patiently waited for over 10 seconds. As expected, a call swiftly came through to Li Xiaoyan's phone. When Li Xiaoyan realized it was indeed his father calling, he was taken aback. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he dismissed it as mere coincidence and answered the call. What he did not expect was that, in the next instant, a voice erupted from his phone like the roar of a lion. Even without the speakerphone on, everyone around could hear it distinctly. You insolent wretch. Get your ass back here right this instant. Li Xiaoyan, you troublemaker. Are you stirring up chaos everywhere? I swear I'll whip you until your backside is raw tonight. Just to make up for your incomplete childhood. His father thundered from the other end. The onlookers, as well as Li Xiaoyan's friends, were momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Li Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat bewildered, asked, Dad, what on earth is going on? Who have I offended to deserve this? Is it really necessary to speak to me in such a manner? In front of his friends, he felt a twinge of humiliation. He did not believe that mocking Wang Tsongtsong or bullying Qin Lin amounted to any serious offense, as he thought those individuals were hardly worthy opponents for the Li family. Who did you offend? Hearing his son's utter lack of remorse, Li Dongsheng was nearly driven to the brink of rage. The person you offended is none other than Qin Lin, the largest shareholder of our Lonja Group. Do you want to make it impossible for yourself to stay in Sanhai City? He is from the Lin family of Sanhai, do you understand? Hurry back, or you can forget about ever asking me for pocket money again. Li Dongxing's tone left no room for argument. In that moment, Li Xiaoyan realized the gravity of the situation. He never imagined that Qin Lin was indeed the largest shareholder of their family's Lonja company. To think he had mocked someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with his grandfather. As he processed this revelation, a look of dismay washed over his face. Excuse me, I have something to attend to, he stammered, casting a nervous glance at his friends before hastily making his exit. He did not dare to apologize to Qin Lin or Wang Tsong before the crowd, as he could not bear to lower himself in front of so many witnesses. Watching him flee, Qin Lin merely chuckled. Whether or not an apology was offered mattered little to him. After all, Li Xiaoyan would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand upon his return home. The bystanders, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, quickly sought excuses to leave, eager to avoid any potential repercussions. Qin Lin, I never imagined you possessed such remarkable capabilities, Qi Ziyu remarked playfully, impressed that Qin Lin had managed to bring Li Xiaoyan to heel. The Qi family had always struggled to contend with Li Xiaoyan, so he had endured the earlier mockery in silence, only to see Qin Lin regain their honor. What is with you? Hurry up and call me brother. Qin Lin replied with a grin. Indeed, Li Xiaoyan's predicament was somewhat deserved. He had it coming to be reprimanded by his father. Qi Ziyu, amused by Qin Lin's words, chuckled and addressed him as Brother Qin. At that moment, Wang Tsong approached as well, expressing his gratitude. Brother Qin, thank you for coming to our aid earlier. I, Wang Tsong, may not have much to offer in return, but I'll buy you a drink shortly. Earlier, Wang Tsong had felt utterly embarrassed by Li Xiaoyan's taunts, especially in front of so many people. Had it not been for Qin Lin, he might have lost the courage to remain at the TXX bar. Once a scion of the wealthiest family in China, he had now found himself in such a humiliating position. Of course, after experiencing such events, Wang Tsong's demeanor had tempered from his once arrogant self. The four of them entered the bar, which was considered one of the finest in Sanhai City, established by the celebrity Zheng Kai, featuring a theme of emotional detachment. The bar boasted a cold, sophisticated ambience, devoid of any accompanying services or dubious elements. After all, this was Sanhai City, and as one of the premier establishments, it had no need to resort to questionable tactics to attract clientele. Although there were no hostesses, the venue attracted plenty of affluent women and beautiful heiresses, ensuring a lively atmosphere. Thus, the bar primarily served as a space for relaxation and vibrant social interactions. I've reserved a boss card, along with my two friends. Qi Ziyu mentioned. Boss card? Qin Lin inquired, perplexed. While he may not have been well-versed in bar culture, he assumed a boss card did not signify the most luxurious seating option. Given the substantial wealth of the three individuals, collectively valued at over 500 billion, he wondered if it was appropriate to settle for such a modest reservation. Oh, Sanhai City is filled with hidden talents. It's better for us to keep a low profile, Qi Ziyu replied, dismissing the matter. But enough about that. Let me introduce you to a few people. As Qi Ziyu led the way to their table, he noted the impressive caliber of individuals residing in Sanhai City, home to numerous trillion-dollar enterprises. Not to mention prominent figures such as Ma Huateng, Ma Yun, and executives from Meituan and NetEase, who all owned lavish residences in the area. As the premier bar, they had to maintain a level of discretion. Allow me to introduce. This is Wafu, the son of Wallace, and this is Lu Zilong from OnePlus. And this is Qin Lin from the Lin family of Sanhai, my good friend, Qi Ziyu stated as he made the introductions. In his circle, monetary wealth was not the primary focus. Of course, brands like Wallace and OnePlus were quite renowned domestically, boasting substantial potential, with assets likely surpassing 1 or 200 billion. Greetings, Qin Lin. I'm Wafu, the former stated politely. I'm Lu Zilong, the latter added, appearing somewhat shy. It was hard to believe that such refined individuals were indeed the affluent second-generation heirs of Sanhai City, in stark contrast to Li Xiaoyan's earlier brash demeanor. Qin Lin acknowledged them with a nod and took a seat. Shortly thereafter, an array of drinks was served, including the extravagant dragon set valued at 888 and a bottle of Ace of Spades. With everyone in attendance being worth over 100 million, such expenditures were merely trifles. Tonight's on Qi Ziyu, Wang Tsong declared as he raised his glass, leading the toast to Qin Lin. Grateful for Qin Lin's intervention earlier, they felt a newfound sense of camaraderie. Seeing this display, Qin Lin accepted their goodwill with a warm smile. Gazing at Principal Wang and his entourage, comprising figures like the scion of Wanda and elite second-generation wealthy individuals, one cannot help but reflect on how once, even Qin Lin could scarcely have imagined their existence. Yet now, They stand before him, courteous and respectful, raising glasses in his honor, consistently addressing him as Brother Qin. This scene is nothing short of exhilarating. As the night is still young, patrons trickle into the bar. And before the show commences, the group begins to engage in conversation. Hey, Zilong, how's the OnePlus phone faring lately? I've heard that the domestic smartphone industry seems rather unfriendly at the moment, Qi Ziyu inquires. Recently, the West has halted the supply of chips to Huawei, leaving many smaller manufacturers struggling to survive. Although OnePlus boasts a valuation in the billions, it lacks the formidable presence of Xiaomi. Upon hearing Qi Ziyu's remarks, Lu Zilong feels a twinge of embarrassment but responds with measured candor. Yes, it is indeed somewhat disheartening. He forces a brief smile before continuing. The recent cessation of chip supplies from the West has significantly impacted us at OnePlus. In their efforts to stifle domestic pioneers like Huawei, they haven't spared even smaller firms like ours. Alas, we are currently relying on our stockpiled chips and resorting to trade-ins to maintain our status quo. And we are hesitant to release new phones. Lu Zilong's smile wanes as he elaborates. Chips are the very heart of a smartphone. Due to the lack of photolithography technology domestically, it is exceedingly challenging to produce compatible chips. Internationally, there was once a consensus that science knows no borders. Yet this sudden embargo has led to the demise of numerous manufacturers in our country. Such a stranglehold on technology has placed Huawei in a dire predicament. Larger corporations may weather the storm, but for us at OnePlus, I fear my father may struggle to endure. We may have to pivot towards smart appliances. The gravity of Lu Zilong's words casts a momentary silence over the group. However, Hua Feiyu interjects with a hint of sarcasm. I've heard that the higher-ups are investing 100 billion to vigorously promote the research and development of photolithography machines and chips. There's a chip called Dimensity that could potentially alleviate the urgent challenges facing your industry. Hua Feiyu explains. To break free from the constraints of foreign embargoes, we must rely on independent innovation. At this juncture, Lu Zilong rolls his eyes and responds. The Dimensity chip is simply too large for us at OnePlus to accommodate. The group exchanges bemused glances. It is hardly his fault. OnePlus is a smaller manufacturer with limited technical expertise, making it inherently difficult to replace core components within their smartphones. Moreover, to suddenly replace a chip the size of a fingernail with one as large as a fist would be absurd. Thus, even with assets reaching 1 or 200 billion, OnePlus finds itself ensnared in the inevitable fate of pivoting its business model. Yet, as they converse, Qin Lin recalls that he possesses a blueprint for an ultra-precise photolithography machine tucked away in his pocket. If the domestic investment of 100 billion fails to resolve this issue, perhaps he could make an attempt. The pursuit of profit is secondary. Qin Lin is fundamentally averse to the underhanded tactics employed by the West. What a pity that even with 100 billion in funding, the higher-ups still cannot resolve this. Us few brothers, with our family's wealth at most in the thousands of billions, face a steep uphill battle. Scientific and technological advancements are indeed a bottomless pit. Individuals like Principal Wang would be driven to bankruptcy in such pursuits. Qi Ziyu chuckles. Please, spare me the jokes, Principal Wang retorts, casting a disapproving glance at him. The Wang family, after all, lacks a wealth of scientific talent. Their expertise lies in real estate. To suggest they invest in developing photolithography machines is laughable. You wealthy second-generation offspring, can you not discuss something more constructive? National affairs are not within your capacity to resolve. Wang Tsung chides, feigning seriousness. Let's talk about Wallace. Oh, Hua Feiyu, I had your spicy chicken leg burger once, and the very next day, I was in dire straits. What gives? Wang Tsung critiques. Hua Feiyu, slightly embarrassed by Principal Wang's admonition, reflects on how Wallace's scale has even surpassed that of KFC and McDonald's in China. Yet, due to ingredient discrepancies, minor flaws occasionally arise. For instance, those with sensitive stomachs might find themselves transformed into jet propulsion warriors the following day, suffering greatly. Rest assured, Principal Wang, I will certainly heed your advice. I shall discuss it with my father tonight, Hua Feiyu responds, somewhat awkwardly. Time passes swiftly as they exchange gossip, and Qin Lin finds himself seamlessly integrating into this circle. He discovers that these wealthy heirs are not entirely as one-dimensional as he had once assumed. However, one must acknowledge that were it not for Qin Lin's formidable backing, he would likely be perceived in an entirely different light before them. As the evening unfolds, pulsating music fills the air. Before long, around midnight, with 2 hours remaining until the club's closure, Qin Lin and his companions decide to depart. Being his first visit to Shanghai City and mindful of his family's concerns, Qin Lin is cautious not to linger too late. Having consumed alcohol, he arranges for Mou, who is discreetly providing security nearby, to drive him home. Although Qin Lin remains relatively alert, he understands the importance of adhering to traffic regulations. However, upon Mou's arrival, and the sight of Qin Lin's Koenigsegg, he hesitates momentarily. Valued at 1.2 billion, the car instills a sense of trepidation in MOU. The thought of driving such an expensive vehicle makes him anxious. Sir, MOU hesitates. I cannot. With a nervous smile, he explains, I can manage a Rolls-Royce. As it is merely a couple of million, but to maneuver something worth 1.2 billion is another matter entirely. In response, Qin Lin shakes his head, reassuring him. Drive as you wish. You are one of us, part of the family. It is nothing of great consequence. To Qin Lin, the Koenigsegg, valued at 1.2 billion, is hardly a concern. Despite its rarity, with only 6 in existence, such limited editions continue to emerge annually. Should something happen, it would merely require a replacement. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, MOU swallows hard yet nods in agreement, proceeding to drive for him. Anxious to avoid any mishaps, he drives cautiously, with a Range Rover trailing closely behind for protection. At midnight, the city of Shanghai is still illuminated, with many office buildings aglow. However, the streets have become eerily deserted. It takes nearly 20 minutes for MOU to navigate out of the city, and while his cautious pace may test Qin Lin's patience, he refrains from voicing his frustration, understanding MOU's apprehension. But suddenly, an unexpected incident occurs. Suddenly, at the intersection, a cement truck careened out of control, hurtling towards Qin Lin's Koenigsegg with reckless abandon. The truck's headlights blazed, dazzling anyone in their path. The situation was dire. At the speed MOU was traveling, a collision was inevitable. Although Qin Lin's Koenigsegg was valued at 1.2 billion, its chassis was still composed of remarkably fragile materials. A mere impact from this truck could easily reduce it to a crumpled heap. At that moment, MOU was momentarily blinded by the high beams, rendering him unable to see the road ahead. Anxiously gripping the steering wheel, he felt a surge of trepidation. Yet, Qin Lin's mind swiftly analyzed the predicament, realizing that the truck's ferocious momentum was far from a mere accident. In an instant, to avert the impending crash, Qin Lin thrust his foot into the driver's seat and slammed the accelerator to the floor. In a heartbeat, the entire Koenigsegg surged forward as if propelled by nitrous, its speed skyrocketing to 450 km/h within seconds, narrowly evading the truck's devastating strike. Boom. The next moment, the truck collided violently with the roadside barrier, its front ablaze with furious flames. Qin Lin glanced back, perplexed, feeling that the driver had recklessly aimed to cause fatal harm. The Koenigsegg's speed soared, and MOU's eyes widened in exhilaration as he experienced an indescribable thrill. This was the essence of a supercar, a sensation of weightlessness beyond the ordinary. Slow down, Qin Lin instructed. With Qin Lin's guidance, MOU gradually regained control of the Koenigsegg and began to relish the driving experience. However, just as MOU contemplated stopping to investigate the situation behind them, 3 motorcycles suddenly surged forward from the rear. These were the ominous black six-eyed demons, exuding a ninja-like aura. Their escorting family Land Rover was obstructed by the truck, unable to reach them in time. The 3 motorcycles swiftly closed in on the Koenigsegg, and to MOU's shock, the riders brandished mini-silenced pistols from their gloved hands. The faint sounds of gunfire erupted as the rear window of the Koenigsegg shattered. This was alarming. Qin Lin furrowed his brow, astonished that they possessed firearms. Without a doubt, they were sent by Jinling. He was taken aback by their swift response. Barely 2 days had passed since Roland's disappearance, and they had already dispatched newcomers. The presence of firearms complicated matters significantly. Hurry, accelerate, Qin Lin urged, observing MOU's deceleration. They had no long-range weapons at their disposal, and should they be caught, it would likely result in a barrage of gunfire. Who knows how such a murderous organization managed to smuggle firearms in a Huagua? Such assassins were undeniably terrifying. This solidified Qin Lin's resolve to eliminate Jinling. MOU, upon hearing Qin Lin's words and glancing at the shattered rear window, felt a surge of dread and, gritting his teeth, hastily pressed the accelerator. He wondered if Qin Lin would be upset. Regardless, he felt a pang of concern. After all, this was a supercar worth 1.2 billion, and the damage to a single window was not insignificant. As the sports car accelerated, to their astonishment, the motorcycles were even faster. One of them darted ahead, attempting to slow them down. Meanwhile, the other 2 riders resumed their gunfire at Qin Lin and MOU. In a bid to avoid being struck, Qin Lin invoked his Shadow Guardian, enveloping himself and MOU in an ethereal shield. To Qin Lin's surprise, perhaps due to the limited power of the mini-silenced pistols, the bullets merely caused ripples against his shadow, failing to penetrate. Witnessing this, the assassins exchanged bewildered glances, some even contemplating leaping onto the Koenigsegg to engage in close combat. However, to everyone's astonishment, a Santana suddenly barreled in from the roadside, violently colliding with the 2 motorcycle riders and sending them sprawling. Following this, a miniature drone appeared, soaring towards the engine hood of the six-eyed demon and detonating upon impact. The incident unfolded so abruptly that the assassins were caught off guard. The riders who had been struck were thrown to the ground, utterly astonished that a vehicle worth merely 60,000 could charge at 320 km/h, faster than their motorcycles, and wreak havoc. Thankfully, the three of them were clad in protective gear, sustaining only minor injuries from the fall. "Boss, we're late, my apologies," exclaimed Lan Yu from the passenger seat of the Santana. They had been monitoring the situation from a distance, but were taken aback to see the assailants armed. Realizing their boss was in danger, they had rushed to intervene. "No worries, quickly assess their condition and ensure they don't escape." Qin Lin barked angrily. The audacity of these three to strike at such a moment could not go unpunished. Had it not been for Qin Lin's swift reaction to the cement truck, both their lives would have been in jeopardy. With such a dangerous adversary as Jinling, they could not afford to let them slip away. Qin Lin felt it was time to put an end to this. Chapter 76. Vanishing without a trace. Upon receiving the order, Lan Yu and the others sprang into action, intent on capturing the three assailants. Surprisingly, the trio charged forward, seemingly fearful that Qin Lin's group would seize the opportunity to flee. They were hired assassins from Jinling, unaware of Lan Yu and his companions' identities. This was a rare chance to eliminate Qin Lin, and they were determined not to let it slip by. Before Lan Yu could make a move, the five of them found themselves encircled by the three assailants. Even Qin Lin couldn't help but frown at the absurdity of the situation. Were these individuals truly so misguided? Faced with what could only be described as some of the world's most elite mercenaries, if he were in their shoes and had failed a mission, his first instinct would be to escape. Yet these three displayed an astonishing level of foolishness, severely underestimating their opponents. "Don't move, you're all dead, and there's no escaping," a raspy voice declared as one of the assassins removed his helmet, revealing a grotesquely burned face, terrifying in its appearance. Seeing this, Qin Lin couldn't help but chuckle. "If we're doomed, what difference does it make if I move?" With a wry smile, he displayed a hint of amusement, clearly indicating their ignorance of the formidable presence standing before them. "Heh, even at death's door, you dare to speak? I will be the first to end you." The raspy man sneered, drawing closer and brandishing a pistol, aiming directly at Qin Lin's head. Confident in his proximity, he believed he could easily obliterate Qin Lin's skull. Yet, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Mechanical tendrils suddenly emerged from the backpack behind Lan Yu, three red lasers locking onto the assassins' heads. In a moment of bewilderment, specialized armor-piercing rounds penetrated their helmets, instantaneously shattering their skulls. The efficacy of the attack was swift, rendering the three assassins lifeless in an instant, a testament to the fusion of technology and assassination. Although Lan Yu's close combat skills may not rival those of the muscle-bound adversary, he is adept in the utilization of various advanced technological weapons to assist in battle. After accomplishing this feat, Lan Yu merely adjusted his glasses with a casual flick. It was indeed quite terrifying. Utterly defenseless, Lan Yu chuckled. He had initially thought these three individuals were formidable, daring to challenge five at once. Little did they know, their fate would unfold in such a manner. It was evident that the three assassins had not anticipated such a downfall. Upon witnessing the resolution of the situation, Qin Lin and Mo both exhaled in relief. Mo, having seen the firearms in the hands of their opponents, felt utterly helpless and feared he might meet his demise that day, but the outcome had surprised him with its swiftness. The combat capabilities displayed by Lan Yu left the Lin family bodyguards feeling inadequate. Mo, contact the Lin family to manage the aftermath, Qin Lin instructed as he assessed the situation. The Tianlang International Organization was not a local entity, and if their personnel were summoned to clean up, it would pose significant challenges. In contrast, the Lin family, being a local power, possessed the manpower and connections to effortlessly obscure the incident if they so wished. As Qin Lin organized the details, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The raspy-voiced man had suddenly vanished without a trace. There were no obstacles in the vicinity. It was as if his body had evaporated into thin air. Only Qin Lin, whose reflexes surpassed human limits, could perceive this anomaly, while Lan Yu remained oblivious. Just as Qin Lin intended to alert everyone to remain vigilant, three shurikens suddenly hurtled through the air, aimed directly at his head. Frowning at this development, Qin Lin realized that had he not reacted promptly, evading this unexpected assault would have proven exceedingly difficult. In that fleeting moment, Qin Lin deftly unleashed his shadow, striking the airborne shurikens from the sky. Shurikens, as weapons of the Eastern ninja, explained why the man had seemingly disappeared after sustaining a lethal blow from Lan Yu. He had, in fact, evaded injury by feigning death. Possessing such capabilities and maintaining a raspy voice, it was clear he was an Eastern individual, likely a master of the ninja arts. Certain techniques employed by ninjas could temporarily exceed human limits, achieving speeds beyond imagination that explained his earlier disappearance. However, the unfortunate reality for him was that Qin Lin was present, a being of unparalleled prowess. Moreover, Qin Lin harbored a deep-seated disdain for such Eastern individuals. Regardless of their ninja skills or techniques, in Qin Lin's eyes, they were merely trifling skills. Upon encountering the Eastern man, Qin Lin's nationalistic fervor surged, and he wasted no time in launching an attack. In a decisive move, Qin Lin expended 200 million to elevate his speed from 11 to 13. Surpassing his opponent's level, he surged forward, unleashing his shadow as a weapon the moment the man reappeared. The raspy-voiced man, taken aback by Qin Lin's sudden burst of terrifying speed, was momentarily stunned. He employed a special technique from his ninja arts, sacrificing muscle to elevate his speed to 12. Yet, Qin Lin's speed was inexplicably greater, leaving the man bewildered. Despite this, he refused to yield and launched a poisoned kunai in retaliation. Kunai, a versatile weapon in the hands of Easterners, could serve as both a dagger and a throwing knife, proving to be quite practical. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lin merely sneered. His speed had ascended to a level beyond normal comprehension. The seemingly swift kunai was caught effortlessly by Qin Lin's hand, and he skillfully entangled the raspy-voiced man with his shadow. In the next instant, Qin Lin lunged forward, thrusting a dagger deep into the man's chest. The man was unable to comprehend the situation. In truth, he had a clear opportunity to evade Qin Lin's advance, yet for reasons unknown, his body felt ensnared, rendering him immobile. At the moment the dagger pierced his chest, he instinctively used his ninja arts to shift his heart from the left side to the right. Ironically, Qin Lin had aimed for the left, but struck the right side instead. Qin Lin had suspected the man had poisoned the kunai, intending to let him experience the consequences of his own venom. However, unexpectedly, the Eastern man gasped and perished on the spot, causing Qin Lin to hastily release his grip. Damn, is the poison on that dagger really that potent? Qin Lin mused, reflecting on the perilous decision to seize the weapon. Chapter 77, Advancing the Plan. At that moment, witnessing Qin Lin's sudden assault on his opponent left not only Mou but also Lan Yu and others momentarily stunned. The rapid sequence of events had unfolded so quickly that they struggled to grasp it. By the time they turned their heads, they were confronted with the sight of the Eastern man pinned down by Qin Lin. In the realm of expert combat, such exchanges transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving them all momentarily speechless. While Lan Yu remained composed, having previously observed Qin Lin's shadow controlling Lorlan, he understood that Qin Lin's strength far exceeded their own. For Mou, who had initially perceived the seemingly fragile young master as incapable, witnessing Qin Lin effortlessly dispatching an opponent he himself could not handle was akin to comparing the ease of crushing a chick. This individual possesses remarkable skill. However, being an Eastern assassin specializing in targeting our compatriots, he deserves his fate, Qin Lin remarked. Though he did not harbor a blanket hatred for all Easterners, he certainly held animosity towards those who practiced assassination, particularly against his fellow countrymen. Hearing Qin Lin's words, Lan Yu nodded in agreement, setting about to clean the scene. Utilizing a scanning device, he commenced facial recognition and pupil identification to ascertain the identities of the fallen. Presumably, they hailed from the same elite assassin organization as Lorlan. This Eastern ninja, too, had been expelled from the ninja world for reasons unknown, resorting to a life of murder. Qin Lin, disinterested in further details, glanced at the driver of the mud truck, noting a distinct bloodstain on his neck amidst the raging flames. It was evident that he had been killed during the chaos. Clearly, these assassins had meticulously orchestrated a fatal accident intended for Qin Lin. Had the mud truck succeeded in striking him down, they would have made a flawless escape, leaving no trace of evidence. They shamelessly wielded innocent lives as instruments of their murderous intent. From this moment forth, we shall immediately execute the plan against Yidlin, Qin Lin declared with gravity. The plan had been finalized earlier that day, and the Tianlang organization was currently determining the opportune moment for execution. However, witnessing innocents perish as a result of their schemes left Qin Lin impatient. He resolved to uproot Yidlin that very night. Understood, boss. Lan Yu responded without hesitation to Qin Lin's directive. As the leader of the entire Tianlang organization, Qin Lin's commands were absolute. Whatever the cost, his subordinates were determined to fulfill his wishes. Coincidentally, while the East was enveloped in the depths of night, the West was poised to welcome the dawn. The so-called dawn's murderous intent commenced, and the undercurrents began to stir. Qin Lin entrusted Mou to wrap up matters on this side, while he himself returned to Villa Number 8, awaiting news of the morrow. Upon his return to the villa, the clock struck 2 in the morning. He cast a glance at Wanya, who was sleeping on the couch, having waited for his return. A smile graced Qin Lin's lips. Of course, this was not due to her special concern for him, but rather a directive from the family butler concerning her. paying little heed to such trivialities. He casually tossed a blanket over her and retreated to his own room. At that moment, hearing a rustle, the little fur ball, Tawanzi, sprang forth, meowing excitedly upon seeing Qin Lin. As a nocturnal creature, the cat was particularly lively at night, and Tawanzi was no exception. Qin Lin chuckled softly, played with it on the couch in his room, and, noting the late hour, washed up and retired for the night. That night, the Lin family's subordinates toiled tirelessly. While unbeknownst to the world, operations commenced on the opposite side of the globe. Qin Lin awoke at 10 in the morning, and upon rising, he found that Wenya had prepared breakfast for him. Though her appearance was rather ordinary, and she was modestly endowed, Qin Lin felt little desire towards her despite living under the same roof. Conversely, he looked forward to the holidays, eagerly anticipating Wang Yi's arrival to stay with him. After all, the two had confirmed their relationship, and the prospect of living together was immensely appealing. Wenya's culinary skills were commendable. After enjoying a meal of fried eggs, milk, and a sandwich, Qin Lin made his way to the main hall of Villa number 99. As early as 9 in the morning, the Lin family had convened a special meeting, led by Lan Yu, even connecting with the front lines to broadcast live footage of the assault on Jinling. The Lin family had invested a staggering 10 billion in this operation, and naturally, excitement was palpable as everyone gathered together. The perimeter of Villa No. 99 was fortified with the most stringent defenses, layered with security both inside and out, and even 300 meters away, a group of bodyguards stood vigil. Any small toy aircraft that dared to intrude was ruthlessly shot down on the spot. Upon entering the conference hall, Qin Lin found a seat beside the family head, Lin Cheng, who had reserved a place for him. "Qin Lin, you're here? Come sit," Lin Cheng exclaimed warmly upon spotting him. The family members greeted Qin Lin with immense familiarity. Knowing the events of the previous night, and thus refraining from reprimanding him for arriving an hour late to the family meeting, Qin Lin felt a sense of comfort in such a cohesive family. "What is the situation?" Qin Lin inquired as he settled into his seat. His uncle, Lin Tian, promptly explained, "Last night, the Tianlang organization launched a campaign against Jinling, and from the footage, it appears that the leaders of Seoul and Tokyo have all been decapitated. The current footage depicts the frontline's final assault on the Philippines and Los Angeles." Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke of Tianlong's execution capabilities, which were simply beyond words. In the span of a single night's slumber, so much had transpired on this planet, and their exhilaration was palpable. The situation was dire. The leaders in Seoul and Tokyo had perished before the dawn, and their subordinates remained blissfully unaware. Los Angeles, however, was the hidden stronghold of the Jinling leadership, heavily guarded by a multitude of bodyguards, rendering it a more challenging target. As for the Philippines, a special operation was underway, details of which could not yet be disclosed. The live broadcast continued, showcasing the Tianlang system as it displayed the portraits of all assassins involved. With each death, the portraits would turn gray and return vivid images of the kills. Such advanced technology left the audience in awe. Shortly after Qin Lin had settled in, a scene from Los Angeles appeared on the screen, revealing an assassin seated in a moving vehicle, quietly poised with a sniper rifle. Suddenly, a man adorned with a large gold chain walked by, only to be instantly gunned down. The precision of the marksmanship and the near-silent nature of the assassination were astonishing. No one would have anticipated that a sniper would hide within a vehicle, casually eliminating his target as they passed by. This dramatic tableau unfolded repeatedly, with 50 warriors synchronously executing their missions. However, as the death toll rose, Jinling began to react. Chapter 78, Signing in for A-Class Rewards. Witnessing the swift efficiency of the Tianlang International, Qin Lin couldn't help but smile. As the final outcomes were yet to be revealed, everyone was required to exercise patience. Qin Lin, not one to remain idle, activated the system within Villa number 99 to check in. System, check in. Qin Lin thought, considering that Villa No. 99 could be deemed one of the premier villas in Huagua. It would be inconceivable if the rewards were not superior to Class B. With a mindset of curiosity, Qin Lin proceeded to check in. The next moment, the system whirred to life. Ding, host has successfully checked in today. Detected check-in location, Shanghai's UN No. 99 Imperial Villa, opulent environment, A-class reward granted. Indeed, fortune favored the diligent, as Qin Lin had finally drawn an A-class reward. Calming his excitement, he continued to peruse the details. Congratulations, host, you have received 1.2 billion Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host, you have received a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster valued at 1.3 billion. Critical reward. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 49 shares in Xiaomi Group, valued at 960 billion. Today's reward distribution is complete. Upon seeing this, Qin Lin blinked in astonishment. Initially, he had harbored high hopes for the A-class rewards. However, It appeared that the distinction between A-class and B-class was not as pronounced. Aside from the seemingly higher critical hit rate, with 1.2 billion Huaxia coins, combined with his existing 2.5 billion, Qin Lin's balance had soared to 3.7 billion. Not too shabby, he thought, though still a distance from the coveted 10 billion. Perhaps it was due to the damage sustained by his Koenigsegg, which had shattered several windows, that the system had granted him another Lamborghini Veneno. The unexpected acquisition of such a prestigious vehicle left Qin Lin pleasantly surprised. The Lamborghini Veneno was a limited edition, with only 3 in existence globally, and the even more luxurious roadster version was capped at 9 units, valued at 1.3 billion. Moreover, this supercar was a rare gem, often unattainable even to the wealthiest of individuals, highlighting its exceptional significance. As for Qin Lin's Koenigsegg, it was currently being sent for repairs due to the broken glass, enjoying a lifetime of personalized and exclusive after-sales service. As long as the vehicle had not been reduced to scrap, the company had the means to restore it to its original state. Thus, Qin Lin chose not to dwell on it too much. Lastly, the shares in Xiaomi Group left Qin Lin somewhat astonished. Xiaomi Group was undoubtedly a household name, with Lei Jun as its prominent figurehead. Qin Lin could hardly believe he had become a shareholder of Xiaomi Group, possessing a staggering 49 of its shares. His surprise and excitement were palpable. It is worth noting that Xiaomi Group was valued at 356 billion, but due to the chip restrictions, it had accrued debts amounting to 160 billion. Currently, Xiaomi's net assets amount to a mere 196 billion, of which Lei Jun possesses an impressive 505, while Qin Lin holds 49, leaving a scant 0.5 to the other founders. This indicates that Qin Lin has ascended to the position of Xiaomi's second-largest shareholder, standing as an unparalleled authority within the company. With such a remarkable reward at hand, Qin Lin intends to engage in a substantial discussion with Lei Jun after addressing the matters concerning Jinling. In light of the West's technological blockade against the domestic market, Qin Lin has been troubled by the lack of opportunities to unveil the lithography machine blueprints. Now, with the formidable backing of the entire Xiaomi Group, he sees a prime opportunity to elevate the nation's prestige. After completing his check-in, Qin Lin took a moment to compose himself. However, at that moment, a news alert flashed across his screen. It announced that the Forbes rich list would soon be updated, with a work group embarking on a comprehensive investigation to determine who would claim the title of the wealthiest. Upon seeing such trivial news, Qin Lin shook his head and promptly dismissed the notification. He harbored no interest in these so-called rankings, recognizing the substantial discrepancies within. Some individuals could even secure a spot on the list with a mere financial contribution. Qin Lin had no need to fabricate an identity for ostentation, so he chose to disregard the matter and continued to listen to Lan Yu's report on Yidlin's status. Meanwhile, far away in Los Angeles, Izzy had just awakened, pushing aside the exhausted beauty beside him as he got out of bed. His phone displayed several missed calls, causing him to furrow his brow. When he dialed one of his trusted confidants, he was met with silence on the other end. Just then, the missed call rang again. "Hello?" Izzy answered, perplexed. "Boss, it's bad. I've heard that Piaozi and the others have been killed. Moreover, several leaders are unreachable." His anxious subordinate relayed. He was one of the heads under Jinling, and due to his responsibility for the night watch, he was the first to receive news of any incidents. The timeline from the moment of the murder to when the subordinate discovered the bodies and alerted him was a mere 2 minutes, yet by the time Izzy answered, a full 15 minutes had elapsed. Upon hearing this, Izzy's expression darkened, and he suddenly roared into the phone. "Who the hell did this? Who dares to touch my people in Los Angeles? I'll kill them." Initially, he presumed it was a retaliatory action from local forces in Los Angeles, a city rife with various powers. Although Jinling wielded some influence locally, they had also made numerous enemies. At that moment, Izzy contemplated several potential adversaries who might have dared to strike against them. Whoever dares to challenge me must be tired of living. He immediately resolved to gather his men and investigate the matter thoroughly, planning to retaliate decisively. However, just then, a sound akin to a phone dropping echoed from the other end, followed by a shattering noise as the device was crushed underfoot. "Hello?" Izzy inquired, puzzled by the strange sounds emanating from the call. Damn it! Upon realizing the call had been disconnected, he gritted his teeth in frustration, angrily pulling back the curtains. Who dares to do this to me? Do they know who I am? While Jinling may not be a top-tier organization internationally, its ranks boasted over 20,000 members, with a presence spanning the globe. How could anyone be audacious enough to attack him? At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the orchestrators of this incident were none other than the Lin family, whom they had long sought to destroy, and that they had offended the formidable Tianlang International, an organization feared by almost every other group worldwide. Just as he stood by the window, a bullet struck precisely between his eyes. The impeccably aimed shot occurred the moment he pulled back the curtain to vent his frustrations, obliterating his head. Surprisingly, the bullet did not penetrate Easy's skull, but became lodged in the 4 layers of tempered glass. This state-of-the-art glass, crafted from the finest materials, could withstand nearly any sniper's assault. Easy gasped, nearly paralyzed by fear, as the bullet lay a mere 15 centimeters from his head. Had it not been for the specially reinforced bulletproof glass, he would likely be a corpse at that moment. With trepidation, he gazed at the bullet embedded in the glass. Swallowing hard, his mind was blank. He had never anticipated an assassination attempt against him. Who could it be? The thought of the individual behind this assassination sent shivers down his spine. He had maintained a low profile in Los Angeles, lurking in the shadows, and no one knew of his identity as the leader of Jinling. What was happening? Just then, the stunning long-legged beauty on the bed let out a piercing scream, interrupting Easy's train of thought. The startled woman huddled under the covers, trembling. "Quick, activate the defense systems. You all come here and protect me." As the leader of Jinling, Easy's villa boasted not only advanced iron wall defenses, but also a cadre of elite bodyguards. If an assassin failed in their attempt, raising the villa's iron walls would make it akin to an impenetrable fortress. As long as he could contact the outside world and await rescue, he would be safe. With a fortune exceeding 100 billion, he could not afford to perish here. As long as he lived, he would find a way to uncover the truth behind this attack. Once he identified the perpetrator, he would ensure that person regretted their actions. However, before he could react, several bodyguards closed in, suddenly brandishing knives and launching a flurry of stabs at him. Ugh, UEZ was baffled. These were individuals he had hired at great expense, each one a top-tier expert. Why would they turn on him today? "I'm sorry, boss, but the offer they made was simply too enticing. Moreover, they are entities we can never afford to antagonize. We, as a group of assassins, merely follow the money. Please forgive us," said one bodyguard. And before EZ could respond, they swiftly ended his life. These individuals were affiliated with the same elite organization as Lauren. Following Lauren's capture, they had divulged all information, and thus, the bodyguards had been preemptively bribed by Tianlang. As for the so-called sniper attack, that was merely a ruse. This small elite organization had no intention of crossing Tianlang International. Therefore, rather than risk their lives alongside EZ, they chose to protect themselves by eliminating him. After all, EZ was a notorious figure in Los Angeles, often regarded as a pariah. His demise would not only rid the area of a malignant presence, but would also be celebrated by local factions. They quickly silenced him, setting fire to the villa before departing the scene. Throughout Los Angeles, approximately 300 leaders were eradicated. Upon viewing the footage that was relayed back, the Lin family, including Qin Lin, collectively exhaled in relief. Tianlang, one of the most enigmatic and elite international mercenary groups, had indeed lived up to its reputation. The next segment would present the latest developments from the Philippines. This private island, situated in a lawless zone, is dominated by local armed factions. However, when a B-21 long-range bomber soared overhead, the entire island was instantly engulfed in flames. Following this, drones conducted reconnaissance, and within less than an hour, hundreds of soldiers surged in, relentlessly firing until they confirmed that no survivors remained before departing. The private armed forces here possess feeble air defense capabilities. A concentrated bombardment can unleash devastation akin to that of a nuclear weapon. Of course, such an operation would undoubtedly exceed 10 million Huaxia yuan in expenses. In this era of advanced technology, even if faced with 10,000 adversaries armed with rudimentary weapons, they stand no chance against a singular, concentrated aerial assault. At this juncture, the Philippine Islands convened an urgent press conference, featuring several middle-aged individuals clad in combat attire, who confidently asserted, a series of intense bombings occurred on an uninhabited island near the Philippine Islands. Citizens need not worry. This was an anti-terror operation we conducted. The primary stronghold of the Jinling forces has been entirely overrun and eradicated by our forces. The elimination of this long-standing malignant presence represents a significant advancement in our efforts to combat crime and evil. Their declarations echoed with a sense of self-importance. Despite the evident reality that they had contributed nothing to the operation, yet claimed the credit for vanquishing the Jinling. Upon witnessing the live broadcast, members of the Lin family could only shake their heads in disbelief at the audacity of the Philippine Islands representatives. How shameless. We, the Lin family, invested 10 billion to dismantle this force, only for you to usurp the credit. Nonetheless, the actions taken by the Philippine Islands underscored the influence of the Tianlang International and their amicable relations with various regions, otherwise conducting military operations on their territory, even while genuinely assisting in ridding them of a malignant threat, would inevitably invite scrutiny. Well, everyone, Reports from the front indicate that the situation has been successfully resolved. So you can rest easy, announced Lan Yu. The Lin had long been a source of distress for the Lin family. Over the past 2 decades, countless male offspring had been lost, instilling fear that deterred them from having children. With this affliction now resolved, Lin Chong, the head of the Lin family, promptly transferred 100 billion to Lan Yu as an expression of gratitude. Meanwhile, the family members, including uncles and cousins, were overwhelmed with emotion. Their children had once fallen victim to the Lin, and witnessing the resolution of this crisis allowed the heavy burden they had carried to finally lift. As the architect behind this event, Qin Lin, the true master of Jinling International, smiled quietly, observing the unfolding scene. The Lin family commenced their celebrations, with Lin Chong declaring, "Eldest brother, third brother, and all. With the Lin resolved, I hereby invoke the family head decree, commanding you all to collectively contribute to the expansion of our Lin family and support the nation's second and third child policy starting tonight." Grandfather Lin Chong exclaimed with excitement. The attendees erupted in joyous laughter upon hearing this proclamation. Having resolved a long-standing affliction, their foremost desire was to procreate. Only by nurturing the next generation could the family thrive. As for inheritance matters, the Lin family adopted a more advanced trust fund system. Emulating the elite model of the Rothschild family, they eschewed the division of assets in favor of consolidating resources to foster growth. Chapter 8. Riding a motorcycle. Qin Lin, however, remained indifferent, for his assets, combined with the recently acquired shares of Xiaomi worth 96 billion, had propelled his personal wealth beyond the Lin family's total of 200 billion. Naturally, as the sole male heir of his generation, should the family require him to assume the role of head, he would do so without hesitation. After the events concluded, he enjoyed a leisurely lunch before returning to his villa to spend some time with Tuanzi. Yet, he was puzzled to discover that the Lamborghini poison gifted by the system was not at Ziyuan number 8, but rather delivered to the garage of the Thompson Riviera. This meant that if Qin Lin wished to take the car, he would need to make a trip to Thompson Riviera. Although he felt that Ziyuan no. 8 was far more luxurious than the so-called Thompson Riviera, the latter's reputation was well established, and seizing the opportunity to visit was appealing. With the Lin situation resolved, the Lin family's security began to relax. As for Mou, aware of Qin Lin's formidable strength, he continued to respect his wishes. If Qin Lin permitted him to accompany him, he would, but if not, he would remain obediently by the side. In the absence of any special hostile forces aiming to eliminate him, the domestic situation remained relatively secure. Therefore, Qin Lin opted not to arrange for bodyguards. Instead, venturing alone to Thompson Riviera in Lujiazui, he retrieved his 3.5 billion Neiman Marcus motorcycle from his personal space, donned his helmet, and shot off into the city. This Neiman Marcus motorcycle exuded a futuristic aura. Though merely a motorcycle, its design was strikingly cool. Riding it instilled a sense of exhilarating fervor. Qin Lin maintained a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, not exceedingly fast, but as he sped past each block, he garnered envious glances from passers-by. So handsome. Many women, upon seeing Qin Lin resembling a knight in his helmet, expressed admiration, while numerous others took photos and videos to share online. Men, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but swallow hard. They understood that in a super metropolis like Shanghai City, motorcycles were generally prohibited unless under special circumstances. Moreover, one would need to obtain the relevant permits and licenses to ride. In Shanghai City, a motorcycle license plate could range from 500,000 to 3 million yuan. In a city where the license plates surpassed the value of the bikes themselves, being able to ride on the road was tantamount to being a tycoon. Qin Lin, unfazed and focused on his ride, soon arrived at Lujiazui. Upon reaching this bustling hub, he was immediately greeted by a plethora of luxury vehicles: Ferraris, Porsches, Pagani, Lamborghini, and Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons, all exuding grandeur. Though the city was constructed of steel and concrete, it felt as if every inch glimmered with golden bricks. One could almost hear the echoes of poetic verses in the air. Leisurely, Qin Lin passed the Oriental Pearl Tower. Coincidentally, Thompson Riviera was situated adjacent to the IFC Mall, requiring no more than a 5-minute walk. The scenic Huangpu River graced the area, alongside the Citibank Tower, which housed the domestic headquarters of Citibank. With such a prime location, Thompson Riviera was undeniably convenient. As Qin Lin arrived at the entrance, he noted that Thompson Riviera resembled a gated community, complete with a security booth, appearing quite standard. It was hard to fathom that this location was one of the pinnacle luxury residences in Huagua. Just as he was about to enter, a BMW M8, perhaps in a hurry, carelessly collided with the decorative structure beside the entrance. The security guards on duty were taken aback, rushing over in alarm. In such a luxurious enclave, where every detail was precious, this incident was indeed a matter of concern. Now, as they observed an unfamiliar vehicle, it audaciously collided with their gate. And it was not even a high-end sports car like a Ferrari or Lamborghini. A mere BMW. How dare it create a disturbance in our prestigious Thompson Riviera? With this thought in mind, they naturally felt compelled to confront the situation. However, in the next moment, an individual emerged from the car, astonishing everyone present, including Qin Lin. To their surprise, the BMW M8, valued at a mere $3 million, was driven by none other than Hu Tuan. As a celebrity, Hu Tuan felt somewhat awkward stepping out of his vehicle after causing the accident. My apologies, I came to meet Director Zhang. I hope I won't be required to compensate for the damage to your gate. It was Hu Tuan's first visit to such a place, where the renowned Director Zhang Emo and many other celebrities resided at Thompson Riviera. He had merely been invited to discuss some matters, and being a first-time visitor, he had inadvertently damaged the ornamental gate due to his nervousness. Upon realizing that a celebrity was involved, the security guards exchanged astonished glances, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Qin Lin happened to pass by, as the car had blocked the entrance, leaving him unable to enter. Seeing that the person was Hu Tuan from television, Qin Lin was taken aback to encounter a celebrity at such close proximity. When he heard Hu Tuan's remark about compensation, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Oh, so old Hu is here to see Director Zhang. In that case, there's no issue. The gate's decorations aren't worth much anyway. I hope your car hasn't been scratched. In the eyes of the security personnel, as long as the individual wasn't causing trouble and had a connection to the residents, they wouldn't press the matter further. After all, the exorbitant property fees at Thompson Riviera were not paid in vain. A little scratch is nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Hu Tuan sighed in relief. Though his BMW was expensive, within the grandeur of Thompson Riviera, it could only be regarded as a modest vehicle. Moreover, since he was the one who caused the incident, he could hardly blame anyone else if the car were to sustain damage. All right then, you may enter. We'll assist you with the gate, the security guard said as he opened the barrier. Thank you very much. Hu Tuan, displaying his humble and courteous nature, expressed gratitude to the guards before getting back into his car and driving into Thompson Riviera. However, as he entered and caught a glimpse of Qin Lin's striking motorcycle in the rearview mirror, he was taken aback and decided to halt his vehicle, seemingly waiting for Qin Lin. At that moment, Qin Lin intended to seize the opportunity to enter, but suddenly, a security guard stopped him. No entry allowed here. You uncultured fool, open the gate. Just as the guard was about to finish his sentence, a security team leader swatted the subordinate's hand away and opened the small gate for Qin Lin. Chapter 81, Eating Melons. Why? The new recruit questioned, confused. External vehicles, especially two-wheelers, are prohibited from entering. Even delivery personnel must hand over their items to the security to be taken inside. This is for the safety of the residents. Since they had never seen Qin Lin's motorcycle before, they treated it as an outsider vehicle. The new security guard, being earnest and naive, did not grasp the captain's underlying message. For heaven's sake, could you display some knowledge? People in our line of work should be more informed. That motorcycle is the legendary Neiman Marcus, worth $3.5 billion, do you understand? Stopping him is asking for trouble. The captain understood that anyone who could afford such a motorcycle must possess a remarkable identity. Not to mention, even if Qin Lin sold his motorcycle, he could easily purchase 2 or 3 luxury apartments within Thompson Riviera. Thus, they surely could not afford to offend someone of his stature. The new recruit is inexperienced. Please, sir, the captain courteously addressed Qin Lin. Observing this scene, Qin Lin chose not to dwell on it, nodding slightly before driving inside. However, as he soon realized he was unfamiliar with the layout, he turned back to say, I am the owner of the top-floor duplex villa in Building A. I just purchased it a few days ago. Could you please notify someone to come and guide me? Presently, Qin Lin found himself without the keys to his new residence and was unaware of its location, thus requiring a guide. Upon hearing this, the security team members' faces turned pale as they realized this individual was none other than Qin Lin, the owner of the most expensive top-floor duplex villa in Building A, valued at $600 to $700 million. They gulped in astonishment, overwhelmed by disbelief. The new recruit, however, felt fortunate that he had not offended Qin Lin. Otherwise, his career as a top-tier security guard would have abruptly ended. Working as a guard at such a prestigious establishment as Thompson Riviera was not a position one could easily obtain. So it is Mr. Qin. I will call the reception center immediately. Please hold on, the security captain said, quickly retrieving his phone. Since this individual was regarded as a super customer at Thompson Riviera, the captain's tone lacked any pretense of politeness, sounding more like an order as he instructed the reception staff to come and welcome Qin Lin. Mr. Qin, why not come in for some tea? Perhaps enjoy some melons? Recently, there's been a vendor selling royal-grade golden melons that are simply delightful. The security personnel offered enthusiastically. In this prime commercial area, they were well acquainted with the finest resources from across the nation. Even a simple watermelon was selected by a professional melon connoisseur, exclusively supplied to the affluent clientele. However, upon hearing their offer, Qin Lin shook his head. Although he had never tasted the royal-grade golden melon he had recently eaten, leaving him with little desire. Is there anywhere I can park my motorcycle? Please assist me, Qin Lin requested. Since he was still unaware of his residence's location, it would be best to find a suitable parking spot first. No problem. Feel free to park wherever you like. Mr. Qin, you may consider Thompson Riviera your private garden. Park as you wish, and we will keep a watchful eye on your vehicle 24/7. If anyone dares to say otherwise, I will personally take care of them. For such a distinguished resident as Qin Lin, there were no restrictive rules. He could park wherever he pleased while enjoying the benefit of private security oversight. However, upon hearing their words, Qin Lin sighed, replying, "All right, please keep an eye on it for me." With that, he casually chose a spot near the entrance and removed his helmet. At that moment, Hu Tuan, who had been waiting nearby, approached him. "Hey, this bike is impressive," Hu Tuan remarked playfully, admiring Qin Lin's motorcycle. Being a motorcycle enthusiast himself, he found himself intrigued by the striking vehicle. The motorcycle seemed familiar to him, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had seen it before. Noticing Hu Tuan's approach, Qin Lin nodded slightly and responded, "Indeed, I think it's quite remarkable. After all, considering the motorcycle's worth of 3.5 billion, it was an understatement to merely call it nice." Upon hearing Qin Lin's reply, Hu Tuan nodded in agreement. "Oh, I am Hu Tuan, the one who played in the TV series Xianjian. Do you know me?" Upon observing that Qin Lin did not seem particularly surprised to see him, Hu Dian continued, "I don't recognize you." However, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lin replied, "Of course not." Aware that the old whose intentions were less than pure, Qin Lin feigned ignorance, shaking his head in a perfunctory manner to gauge his reaction. At that moment, upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Hu Dian raised an eyebrow. As a celebrated film star, his name was renowned across the nation, so it was baffling to him that Qin Lin claimed not to know him. Could it be that his fame had waned so significantly? Feeling a tad awkward, Hu Dian cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. Recalling that Director Guo also resided at the Tangshan Yiping estate, he assumed Qin Lin might be familiar with him and continued, "You must know Director Zhang Yimou, right? He lives here as well." Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Lin again shook his head. Observing Hu Dian's somewhat embarrassed expression, Qin Lin chuckled lightly. This fellow, usually fond of antics, had found himself in an unexpected situation today. However, Qin Lin had no intention of deliberately making things difficult for him, so he remarked, "Oh, I think I recall now. You played Zhao Gao in that film, didn't you?" Qin Lin stated casually. At this moment, Hu Dian, catching the hint, retorted with a playful scold, "Oh, come on. I played Yi Xiaochuan, all right?" With a smile, Hu Dian displayed a friendly demeanor, devoid of any pretentiousness. All right. I remember now. What do you want? To befriend me?" Noting Hu Dian's approach, Qin Lin understood his intentions without the need for words. Shortly thereafter, Hu Dian remarked, "I think your car is quite impressive. It seems familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Now that you know who I am, can we be friends? Perhaps you could let me take it for a spin?" Hu Dian looked at Qin Lin with hopeful eyes. Being friends with a star was a dream many cherished. Yet, at this moment, the two stood as equals. "Very well, my name is Qin Lin, but do drive carefully. This is a limited edition Neiman Marcus." Qin Lin replied nonchalantly, valuing the friendship more than the car itself. Upon hearing that the vehicle was a Neiman Marcus, Hu Dian's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 82. Director Zhang takes a liking to you. The latter part of the previous chapter had already been revised, with Director Guo changed to Director Zhang. Hu Dian recalled that the Neiman Marcus was a motorcycle valued at 3.5 billion. He had once seen it at an auction, which explained its familiarity. However, the thought of borrowing it from Qin Lin made him apprehensive. After all, his own worth was only around 10 to 20 billion. Any mishap would certainly cause him distress. Realizing this, Hu Dian said, "Ah, so it is a Neiman Marcus. Never mind, I can't afford to drive it." He chuckled lightly. It occurred to him that Qin Lin, daring enough to take such an art piece level motorcycle on the road, was indeed quite bold. As someone who came from humble beginnings, Hu Dian had always maintained a down-to-earth attitude since his debut, and his amiable nature endeared him to many. Qin Lin, not one to show off, remained silent in response to Hu Dian's comment and shifted the conversation. "All right then, I suppose we are friends now. However, our opportunities to meet might be rare. Since you fancy cars, I'll give you a chance to take some photos. Make haste, for I have matters to attend to." With that, Qin Lin, noting Hu Dian's admiration yet hesitance to drive, decided that allowing him to capture a few photos was a reasonable compromise. "Sure, my good brother." Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Hu Dian nodded appreciatively, revealing a hint of recognition towards Qin Lin. Gazing at the stunning Neiman Marcus, his enthusiasm for motorcycles reignited. Of course, He merely took selfies from the side and posed for pictures with Qin Lin, not daring to mount the bike. Hu Diyin, may I take a photo with you? A few security guards nearby, witnessing the star Hu Diyin and Qin Lin posing together, expressed their admiration. While they had encountered many celebrities at Tangshan Ipin, the opportunity to meet Hu Diyin, who was notably humble, filled them with respect. Haha, of course, come on over. Hu Diyin welcomed the ordinary folks without a hint of disdain. Mr. Qin, could I take a photo with you? I really admire you. At that moment, a young man approached, eager to capture a moment with Qin Lin. Qin Lin was momentarily taken aback. While he could understand why they would want a photo with a celebrity, why would someone approach him specifically? Nevertheless, Qin Lin's charm was undeniable, and standing alongside Hu Diyin, they resembled brothers. Such striking good looks could make countless admirers swoon. Yet the peculiar part was that this was a male asking for a photo. I'm just an ordinary person. To achieve what you have, driving luxury cars and living in opulence in Shanghai City, is my lifelong dream. The young man confessed, Mr. Qin, I admire you and would love to take a photo together. Hearing his words, Qin Lin sighed and pulled him over for a quick picture. Although not a celebrity himself, the experience of having fans felt rather pleasant. As the situation began to settle, a figure suddenly emerged from Building B, hastening towards the crowd. Hey, old Hu. The person waved to Hu Diyin as he jogged over. Today, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with unkempt hair and beard. It was none other than Zhang Yimou. Oh dear. I forgot. The elevator downstairs is secured. Hurry up and come with me. Zhang Yimou greeted Hu Diyin with a smile. Recently, he had been overwhelmed with scriptwriting, seeking Hu Diyin's advice while also discussing character selection. Feeling somewhat frazzled, he had neglected his appearance and, embarrassed to meet anyone, had invited Hu Diyin to his home. However, the elevator at Tangshan Ipin required a fingerprint lock, so upon seeing Hu Diyin, he personally came down to welcome him. Director Zhang, you're quite the show-off. Choosing such a location to discuss business? Hu Diyin chuckled upon seeing Zhang Yimou. Meeting for work, Zhang had chosen the opulent Tangshan Ipin as their venue. A touch of ostentation, indeed. Haha, old Hu, don't mock me. Zhang Yimou laughed in response. In truth, he had purchased a modest unit on the ground floor at Tangshan Ipin, mainly for residents, but also to cultivate local connections and attract investment for film projects. It was not as pretentious as Hu Diyin suggested. Of course, their banter was merely casual teasing. The two were of equal stature, with neither superior nor inferior. Their villas were similarly valued in the millions, though Tangshan Ipin certainly held a prestigious reputation. Each unit in Tangshan Ipin averaged around 100 million, with prices steadily increasing. Zhang Yimou had acquired his unit for 60 million, which had likely appreciated to around 100 million now, appreciating at a pace akin to a rocket. Oh, who is this? Zhang Yimou inquired, intrigued by Qin Lin standing nearby. Noticing that Qin Lin had a striking presence and the potential to be a star, Zhang Yimou felt a particular admiration for him as a director. Oh, he is my friend, Qin Lin. A newly acquainted good brother, Hu Diyin, candidly expressed his thoughts. Although he and Qin Lin had only crossed paths briefly, they seemed to resonate well with each other. Oh, your friend is quite impressive. His looks are certainly on par with yours. For my next production, I am in search of a male supporting role. And I wonder if brother Qin Lin might be interested? Zhang Yimou remarked, admiringly regarding Qin Lin. At that moment, he saw Qin Lin in an exceedingly favorable light. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin found himself somewhat speechless. This fellow had immediately presented him with the opportunity of a supporting role. An olive branch that countless grassroots artists yearn for but seldom attain. A supporting role in a film helmed by the illustrious director Zhang Yimou is, for many aspiring actors, irresistibly enticing. Though not the leading character, the potential for a breakout performance as a supporting actor was immensely promising. However, Qin Lin felt somewhat bemused. Despite his undeniable good looks, he was, after all, a figure of immense wealth and stature, with a fortune in the billions. Did he truly need to labor as an actor for someone else? It was a preposterous notion. Moreover, he was pressed for time. Had this opportunity arisen in his past? During his orphan days, when Zhang Yimou had suddenly appeared and expressed his desire to cast him as a supporting actor, perhaps Qin Lin would have accepted without hesitation due to his financial constraints. But times had changed, with increasing responsibilities and challenges. Qin Lin was now tasked with leading Xiaomi Group, developing lithography machines, and breaking through Western blockades. Acting was no longer a necessity for him. No, thank you. I must decline the role of an actor. I have been quite busy of late, Qin Lin stated. Yet, upon hearing his refusal, Zhang Yimou, though somewhat disappointed, retorted with reluctance, please do not decline just yet. You have yet to hear who I have in mind for your co-star.